Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to King's Resort for the final day of King's Million 21st Birthday Celebration Edition. This is a very special tournament for us here at King's. For 23 years, we have been entertaining everybody from Germany, Czech Republic, and the whole world and Europe. And today we will come to the thrilling conclusion of our celebration edition, King's Million. This is our featured table. The big stack is Sinan with 11.8 million chips. Tamas second from Hungary. Vasilis from Greece / Sweden is third in chips. And we have a couple of short stacks at the bottom. Alexander and another Alexander. The two Alexanders here with the short stacks. Tegin Lee and Marianne and River King are there roughly in the middle. River King, of course, a very known name. So we have a nice mix of players today. A lot of the guys that we have seen, like River King and Vasilis. But we have a great mix of nationalities. We have 48 players remaining in this big one and 18 separate nationalities. I must say I'm really surprised. It is the year of Romania, and out of those 48, we only have a couple of Romanians remaining. This is almost shocking because they have been scooping completely and absolutely here at King's Resort, but looks like that during our big celebration, 23rd celebration of King's Resort, the Romanians have not been crushing so far. So we'll see how it develops. 9 German players are in the top 48, 6 Italian players as well. So obviously right now they are the favorites. I'm very curious about how Sinan uses his relatively big stack to his advantage, but we have a lot of big stacks on the outer tables, a lot of guys with 9 million, etc. So it will be really exciting. By the way, welcome to the chat. If you are here, if you are watching the stream, let us know on Twitch. Checky says, Lemon, I was in Bratislava last week. Love the energy you bring into the poker room. Well, thank you very much, Checkies. Hopefully you will enjoy that during today's stream as well. I am, of course, on site. I will give you inside info into what happened during this incredible celebration. We had an absolutely bonkers tournament yesterday. The Dream Maker first ever edition, 20 euro buy-in, 20k guaranteed prize pool. So just like that, you had 800 players playing with the 20 euro buy-in here at King's Resort. This would not be possible anywhere but in the largest poker room by far, permanent one in Europe. So a lot of fun tournaments are happening alongside obviously this big one. And I must say the turnout has been absolutely fantastic. I know in the last about 6 tournaments we were just below the guarantees, but we absolutely smashed it this time. 1 million was guaranteed. Over 1.1 million was actually collected. So the player that will win this today, 128,000 and some change, including that 3k package to the big King's Million in September and October that I will be, of course, here in person for as well. So I'm very, very excited. JV Silo, we're editing the prize pool. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can chuck that prize pool in there. And by the way, guys, fair warning, if you are just joining us right now, usually we start the day with about 24, sometimes 16, sometimes we start with slightly more players, let's say 32. But today, because of the massive turnout, we actually have 48 players. So if you came for a lot of poker, for a lot of action and a very, very long stream, you have come to the perfect place. We might be here until very late hours or early hours in the morning because of those 5,769 players. This exceeded all expectations. We smashed the guarantee, and we had a bunch of guys playing the other events as well. The room was buzzing. So if you want to see today and the conclusion, make sure you pace yourself, because we might be here for a very, very long time today. We're looking at 12 hours plus of non-stop streaming here from King's Resort. And let's jump right into the action. Tamas from Hungary, open raising the big slick. Look at this. Sinan decides to just call. I actually spoke to her. She is Chinese here, but she actually does speak German. She is from Germany, as she says herself. So, is it Chinese flag? I'm not even sure. No, it's Turkish. Sinan is from Turkey, of course. We have to get to know the players, okay, guys. It's the start. It's been a long day yesterday. We have to get ready here, okay? So Tamas against Sinan. Tamas goes for that c-bet, it looks like. Here we go. And Sinan, it might look like he has nothing, but 2 overs and some backdoors. He decides to let it go. And I did have a chance to speak to the players before the feature table. The man from Croatia said he will win the whole thing. Everybody else was relatively humble. We didn't have any extreme statements saying that they will take this down no matter what. So we have a nice mix of players here today. Jay Viselo, thank you so much for updating this. Czeki says classic Croatians. I think the Swiss player actually also said that. So Tamas under the gun. Now, the thing is, if you came for action, this is the right time. The closer we will get to that final table, to the final 14, 13, the more that ICM, that pressure on your chip stack, the pressure on trying to make it to that final table will increase and the players will get tighter. So right now, it's time to collect chips, try to outplay everybody else when the stacks are still relatively deep. Try to set up a good position for that big finale that will come much, much later in the day. Alexander on the button, ace-6 of suit, that should be a raise for sure. And we are going for all of it. So hand number 2, already we have an all-in. And the River King does have a decision. We have seen River King during multiple streams. Here at King's Resort, he loves to play here. Even though we don't know his name, not much is known about him, we have seen him play here at King's Resort quite a bit. I don't think he's posturing. He might actually think about continuing with his hand. There we go. There's that call. And Vasilis, look at this. Vasilis Nicholas, 36 big blinds, ace queen. River King only called. Now the thing is, Vasilis has to consider, was River King trapping me? But these guys, let me tell you, they are regulars here at King's Resort. Vasilis is very likely to know roughly how River King plays. So he puts on maximum pressure with that ace queen. He tries to get a River King out of the pot. He wants to play against Alexander, but River King, look at this, he's not going anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, this is top 47. They really, really want to go all the way or just bust out, and I'm not sure how this happened, but King Queen against Ace Queen and against Ace 6 are all in hand number 2 here in the King's Million. Now you might say that that call from River King was questionable, but we know this man, he does not play tight. ICM might mean ice cream machine for him. He wants to go big or go home. And he just might be going home after this call. Let's see. Can we dodge that king? Yes. It is an ace. Vasilis, a big favorite right now. River King does have that backdoor flush draw, however. A heart would give him hope here. It is an 8. Wow. So River King, he's dead. Oh my God. Just like that, River King is out. Alexander, though, 22%. Look at this. And he's 6, and he's got the open-ender. Would save him. It is a break, however. And Vasilis Nicholas, just like this in hand number 2, takes out 2 players. Alexander and the River King are eliminated in our hand. Number 2. What an explosive start to this marathon of a stream that we are bringing you here today from King's Resort. Can you believe it? Triple up, that fist bump, talking to his friends. Vasilis, incredibly nice man. I spoke to him yesterday when he was there battling in the day 2. He had a lot of fun at the tables. He was joking around. And now he comes in swinging. I like the jam with the ace-queen. He probably knows that River King is not the player that is too tight. He likes to play pots. And he decided to just stick it in. And what a reward that was. Almost, not a triple up, 2.5x up. But this man, who self-proclaims that he is from Greece, but he lives in Sweden, actually wins a huge, huge pot. Jackie says, wow, king on the flop 100%. It did not come. The best hand holds. I know, it is shocking. We don't see this as much as the math would dictate usually during the king streams. But hey, sometimes the best hand actually has to win. Jay Vicello, welcome to King Stream. Absolutely. And you know what, guys? I am honestly hoping this is just the start. Of course, we will be picking up viewers as we go. I would ask the dealers and the players to take it easy, okay? Take it easy. We have a very, very long day ahead of us. If you will be calling all-ins with King-Queen, we will see players tripling up like this. We might not be able to pace ourselves and last all night long, which we have to. We had so many entries, so many players decided, hey, I'm going to play. I spoke to some of these players, 5,769 entries. Some guys were firing 10 bullets, 12 bullets. Everybody wanted to be right here, right at this stage of the tournament with chips. It mattered a lot to everybody. So there were a lot of rebuys, a lot of firing. All the Kings regulars could have been seen here playing the anniversary edition. Everybody wanted to make it this far. This is why we have so many entries. This is why we have so many players today. Now down to 42 from 48 that started the day. But still, it will be a very, very long stream. And I hope that we don't get all the crazy hands right there in the beginning. And maybe the guys are listening to me. Vasilis decides to let it go with 7-3 offsuit. Tamas with the 12 mil. I think go. Well, Vasilis, look at this, 19 million chips. Let me take a look. I'll see what the chip leader actually started with. If you guys don't know, our chip leader of the whole day was a player called Tourist, if you believe it or not. Player called Tourist from Germany with a UFC hat. I spoke to him, a recreational player. It's the first Kings Million that he's playing right now. He's not here with us. We can't see him on the feature table, but first time playing Kings Million, chip leader on the final day on one of the outer tables. And I will take a look. I'll find out momentarily how many chips he actually had at the start of the day. Vasilis on the button, King 4 suited, very strong hand, of course. All right, guys, so the chip count was, the chip leader before this almost triple up was Tourist from Germany. He had 17 million chips. So, yeah, it's confirmed. Vasilis, you're looking at our new chip leader, just like that, after hand number 2. The player at our feature table is chip leading this tournament. There we go. Tamas and Alexander. Tamas decided to go with that limp, with that garbage kind of connector. We have some backdoors for both players. Let's see what Tamas does here. And your commentator is a lemon poker, ladies and gentlemen. So lemon poker, if we can update that Twitch information, that would be great. Alexander. from Switzerland. He actually says, he didn't even tell me his name. He just said, hey, I'm from Switzerland, I'm winning this. He does have some nice backdoors. Honestly, you could continue. The problem for Alexander is he's got only, quote-unquote, 2.5 million, 10 big blinds. So unfortunately for him, that is not enough ammunition to play back with a speculative hand like that. You really want to have a big stack, so you can go ahead and call, turn that flush draw, turn those gutters, and then put pressure up against your opponent. But there's not much you can do with 10 big blinds, even though he's got all the confidence in the world, this man. Anyway, guys, if you want to be spoiled, if you want to see the real-time clock, and you have been to King's Resort at least once, you can use the King's Resort app. You see who busted out, how much they won, and the live clock 30 minutes ahead of us. Fair warning, so no spoilers in the chats. Vasilis, the freshly minted chip leader with the 7 deuce, does not decide to try and style and race for the audience with the worst hand in poker. Now Alexander, Queen 7. This might be go time, guys. Especially if the man came to play. There we go. As expected, he's very likely to get called here by Sinan. Sinan from Turkey. I don't think there is a universe where he should be folding. There is that call. And Alexander is up against it. Look at this. The 7 would be no good. We are hoping for a queen or double paired board. Those diamonds or hearts. He's heading to get that support from his rail. Can we hit that queen? Or will we lose yet another player at this feature table? Well, these are hearts, and it is a queen. Look at this. And looks like 2 7s were actually folded. If the graphic overlay is correct, Sinan has 0%. It is a lock. The remaining 7 was folded, so there we go.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
He told me he's going to win this tournament. So far, so good. Because of the folded 7, there was actually no sweat after the flop anymore. And he will collect his spoils. And the carnage does not continue. We do not lose yet another player. I love this man. Look at this. He's animated. He's ready. He came to fight. He's hyping himself up after that win. You love to see it. And sometimes we are missing some bravado, guys. Especially, you know, we have low buy-ins. It's a lot of pressure when you go this deep in the massive tournament. So many players, so many entries. So a lot of the times the players do get a little bit nervous. Not this man. Look at it. That swagger, that style. He reminds me from some of the stars from Jersey Shore, if you guys know that show. But confidence is something that he is not lacking. He is all smiles. His friends are on the rail, obviously. Look at this, bringing all this energy. It is only 3 p.m., very early in the day. But you know what? When you came into the day with 12 bigs, there's nothing to wait for. Every hand might be your last. So why not celebrate in style? And here we go. Here we continue. A couple days ago, we celebrated 23 years of King's Resort. I can't believe it. I can't believe how far we've come. This is a small village in the Czech Republic. 800 permanent inhabitants are here, guys. What an absolute miracle to build the King's Resort on literally a green field. And now we're here 23 years later with 5,769 entries in a single tournament. This is nothing short of a miracle. Build it and they will come, as they say. It's tough to believe. Welcome, Re-Race Chili Dog. Subscribe with Prime. That gives us a great idea, guys. If you don't subscribe on our YouTube, if you don't follow our Twitch channel, what are you even doing with your life? Come on, we have the most amazing moderators here trying to help you day in and day out. Every single stream, we have 3 most amazing commentators. You have to go ahead and follow us. Our YouTube channel, by the way, has highlights. If you don't have the time to watch these 12 or 13-hour streams, don't worry. We have Aaron Paul, the big shot that is now working in Vegas. He actually comments over the highlights, the biggest hands of every tournament. So if you are not subscribed to our YouTube channel, do it now. Don't be crazy. Go ahead, jump in there. It's not just the live streams. We also bring you the highlights, everything you missed. We bring it to you in a very, very polished package. So go ahead and subscribe. By the way, Alexander with the King 10 suited, Marian. 5 deuce offsuit. We do have 40 players remaining. The ICM pressure is not completely sky high just yet. However, 5 deuce offsuit, it's a pretty weak hand. Always is exciting to see how the players decide to play it. Theory aside, it also happens to matter about how much do you know about your opponent. Are you actually confident that you can realize, what the nerds say, your equity with those great odds you are getting? You saw that he had actually 30% here, but you are out of position. You are facing a pre-flop raiser who can have all those strong hands. The big question is, how much of my equity, how often will I actually take it down post-flop without hitting a hand, for example? How often will I get bluffed? All that should go through your head, unless you're just looking at those charts like the nerds do, and you don't even think about what you're doing, and try to play that unbeatable GTO strategy. But really, I think that would be a mistake. Here at King's Resort, we have all sorts of players. This was a tiny, tiny buy-in, and really, if you are a professional, you should not just play the way the charts tell you. You should deviate. You should try to loosen your ranges, play a little bit looser against players you are confident you can outplay post-flop, for example. And this is exactly what we see here at King's Resort most of the time. Not just the robotic play you see in the high rollers. You see big blow-ups, big mistakes, and big plays. It's tough to see anywhere else where everybody plays by the charts. Paolo, the King Queen. First time we really see him. Tamas just posturing, it seems. Looks like he doesn't have any time banks left. Those are the white circles next to the player's stacks, by the way, guys. If you need an extra time, you can throw one in and use it. And Sinan decides to peel with the 6s on the button. Absolutely reasonable. Tag in Lee. Decides to let it go. And here we go. Italy against Turkey. Paolo against Sinan. Question is, can we hit that king or queen, or even that 6 on the flop? Yes, we can. It is a king for Paolo. Now look at this. He decides to be sneaky, checking out of position, surrendering that initiative, and well, Sinan. Oh, it really did look like a check to me, honestly. I am curious about what just happened. Chat, you have to go ahead and tell me. You can rewind, I cannot. If you are watching on YouTube, you can go back. But I actually thought the same thing as the dealer did. And it looked like he actually was checking. That finger tap on his hand. Yeah, there we go. There's the discussion. Ah, okay. Yeah, so Paolo actually, he was not checking with that hand. He looks like a really nice man. Look at it. Look at this, guys. If this will repeat, if this will be happening over and over and over, you might think, hey, maybe it was an angle. You know, I pretend I check even though I'm not checking. Then I say, no, I didn't do it. And you look at your opponent and try to get his reaction, right? I love Martin Cabral, for example, but if Martin Cabral was doing this and he said, no, I didn't check, there's a pretty high probability that he would be trying to see what his opponent would do. But we do give the players a benefit of the doubt, especially to the guys that, you know, are very likely to not be professionals. So I must say, personally, I think that check probably was pretty clear. But after the discussion with the dealer, he was allowed to actually put in that bet. Ralphie, I was wondering why he kept checking. Yeah, very interesting, very interesting. And this is really curious. Again, if I saw somebody like Vilka Soup, if I see Vilka Soup do this, and he says, no, I wasn't checking, I would, Vil is my friend actually, believe it or not, but I would be hard pressed to think that he was actually trying to see his opponent's reaction and then try to basically game and angle the system a little bit to say, no, I wasn't actually checking, right? So, but with this player, I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt. He was tapping for 20 seconds. Ralphie is saying that he's been tapping for a long time. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's basically a tick. You have to be careful at the table when you have those habits and ticks that you basically do that happen to be something that signalizes action in poker. So Ralphie, I didn't even notice. So he was tapping to 20 seconds. So obviously it's just a thing he does. And by no means there was an angle. That's why he was allowed to actually make that bet. And look at this. This is 2 Croatians. I can't believe it. Yes, it is. And Mato. Every single time we are at King's Resort, this happens. 2 players from the same country at the feature table. You would expect them to take it easy, to maybe play small pots, you know, not attack each other. That almost never happens. Every time there's 2 players from the same country, suddenly it becomes about national pride. Who is the better Croatian here? How can I outplay my opponent? And suddenly there's a free bet. So Marian, will he go for that call? We are counting those chips. Yep, here we go. So the 2 countrymen battling each other, and it's Mato who outflops his opponent. Marian has those 2 overs, has those backdoors, and has that position, but obviously has 3.5 million in the middle, 4.5 million behind. Effective, Mato is not going anywhere. And now the question is, Marian, when you have the king-queen, it means it's less likely that your opponent does have kings and queens, but it would be very, very tough to play. What if he does have ace-king, for example, and your king comes? But if he does have ace queen and the queen comes, even if you call and hit, there's no guarantee that your hand is the best. That's why he simply releases his hands. And let's take a look at this. Vasilis Nicolas, the overall chip leader after that near triple up during hand number 2. Suddenly this nice man, he always has a good time at the tables, is the man to beat with 80 big blinds. On the opposite end, Tegin Lee and Marian with 15 and 18 bigs. But everybody else, at least 24 big blinds. Alexander, Sinan, Matzo, Paolo and Tamas, they have a lot to play for. All of them behind Vasilis, of course. Tamas being the closest. But none of these players has to simply go push or fold. They still have a reasonable stack to play with. By the way, Re-Race Chili Dog, welcome. I already bigged you up, of course, as one of the most amazing moderators. Welcome to the chat. And of course, as you know, guys, all these big streams, they really rely on the moderators, especially on Twitch, who help educate you guys in the chat, give us that important information. They are absolutely invaluable. Let me tell you, I've done streams that had no moderators, and it's always very difficult. So kudos to JV Cello and Re-Race Chili Dog for their amazing service. And JV Cello says, I'll be at Kings in August for the Dutch Classics. Great to hear. Of course, Ronald, a legend here at Kings Resort. The Italians and the Dutch bring a lot of action to Kings. And Vasilis, a freshly minted chip leader. With that solver hand, ace-5 suited. If you ask those robots, if you run those nerdy solutions, ace-5 suited, it's one of the favorite hands to go ahead and jam before the flop. It does way better than those ace juices or ace-7s. It's one of the prettiest hands that isn't actually premium. And JV Salu, thank you for that information. So at the start of the day, guys, 48 players, Germany had 9 remaining, 18% of chips in play, of course. Italy 6. Our Euro-rounders are helping us organize the Kings Million. So a lot of Italian players have been here playing this 21st birthday celebration, special edition of the Kings Million. And this time they are reasonably represented, so 6 out of 48 were Italians. 4 Slovakians though, I'm quite surprised, you know. Our Slovakian brothers, this is the first time I have not seen 4 Slovakians in the top 48 in quite a while here at Kings Resort. So Slovakia punching above its weight right here. And it would be interesting. I can't remember the last time we actually had a Slovakian winner during one of our bigger festivals. So this is very exciting, of course. And Croatia, Netherlands with 3, Poland with 4. And 3 Czech players as well remaining. But the thing is, the Czech ones, in all likelihood, you will not see too many of them high up because they didn't have too many chips. Only 3.1% of chips in play were in the Czech hands, so that's bad news for the Czech fans after Patrik Jaroš took down Lanote Deliassi a couple weeks ago. And we didn't even have time to look at the earnings. We can take a look at that. Estegin Lee, 15 bigs. Despite her flag, she actually speaks German, believe it or not. Paolo, ace queen. Donna, one lady in his hand. Vasilis, I don't think he's going anywhere here. Jack 10 suited. A royal flush draw potential against Paolo. The only question is, whoa! I am very surprised. We actually see a fold from him. Consider me shocked. Which opens the way for Thomas, actually, in the big blind. Bit of some garbage to at least think about this. There we go, showing that hand, and Paolo gets no action from such a strong hand. Jack 10 of diamonds. Vasilis, what are you doing? Why are you telling them what you folded? Now they will think you are a big nit. I really wonder what was behind that fold. Well, Vasilis is saying he had live reads. He's saying, hey, I know you were strong. You probably had some of the strong broadways. So he pretty much admitted to the player himself that this was live reads. So he says, hey, I have some tells. I knew you had a really strong hand. And he folded a monster in a small blind, Jack 10 suited. Come on, you can make a royal flush. How do you let it go? You actually have a decent drawing hand. But what he is saying, Vasilis, is that he looked at his opponent and he says, I know you are strong right here. And he let go of a hand that you normally, of course, would continue with. Mato, King Jack. Paolo. Well, it's possible that, you know, Paolo, if he folds hands like these, Vasilis probably thought, hey, he is on the tighter side. And he looked strong as well, so he just lets it go. Alexander with 22 big blinds executed. That's a very easy defense. This man with all the energy. I was very excited to double up. I expect him to continue here. And he will simply call in the big blind. No crazy free bets right here. And we have Matomisic against Alexander Ruth. Heading into the flop. Can we get some hearts here? No, we cannot. Alexander does have some backdoor gutters, but really without the backdoor flush draw, if he faces any sort of reasonable bet, it will probably be time to release his hand. And 300,000, that's a very, very small bet here. Alexander, this man has a lot of swagger. He told us he will win this tournament. But with a hand like this one, do you really want to continue? I guess a raise. If you want to continue raising here, is pretty much your only option. But no, decides, hey, this is not the time to play the player, not my cards. And let's go off a pretty weak hand here on the flop. And by the way, Vasilis Nicholas, Greek origins, Swedish flag. His biggest success in his career was right here in April. I remember commenting on this man. He won 59,800 euro during our Blackbeard Mystery Bounty. Of course, thanks to Hand and Mop for providing all this data. And we do not track, Hand and Mop doesn't track Mystery Bounty. So we don't know how many he actually took down, but 59K in April. This man obviously is very experienced here. And that's not all. In January, he actually was third in the WSOP in the circuit in this 777 No Limit Hold'em Lucky Sevens. And to top it all off, in March, he actually, in the Euro Millions Mystery Bounty, he came fifth for 10K. So yeah, this man is on a heater when it comes to making final tables here at King's Resort, Vasilis. And now he's chip leading. He's in a prime position to repeat that feat and make it a fourth final table in a bigger event here at King's Resort. Alexander. King Queen in the small blind. That's a premium hand, bona fide premium hand. You can actually simply go ahead and go all in. It would be plus EV. It would be profitable. He decides to go for that raise. 3.7 bigs, bumping it up. Well, Sinan, Queen 4. Will he be deterred by that open raise size? Yes, he will. And Alexander is chipping up right here. And Rozvadov started with 12 bigs. Now he's got an actually decent stack right here. JV Silo says the Dutch team is playing at 3 a.m. tonight. Plenty of time to watch the stream. I have bad news, JV Silo. I think you will have to multitask, okay? I would guess that by 3 a.m. we might not be finished today. Usually when we start the King streams, it's 24 players. Sometimes we do 32, but today 48 players, 60-minute blinds. I mean, that's a lot of poker ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you. So it really will be a race to that 3 a.m. game. And if we will lose JV Cello, of course, or not. If you're Dutch and your team is playing, of course you have to watch it. And that's right, Alexander Rupp. Thank you, Re-Race Chili Dog. This man, unless he was playing under aliases, that is allowed at King's Resort. He only has about 8.8K in earnings, so this would be a big deal for him. He goes deep in this, of course. Already, if you bust right now, you have 1,750 euro on top of the main cash you already got yesterday. If you guys don't know how it works here at King's Resort, if you make it into the money, usually day one is played until the money. And then some. You get your min cash deposited straight into your account. So for example, you can extend your hotel. You have enough money for whatever food you need. And then we play for the remainder, minus the min cash, on the subsequent days. Checky says in 50 minutes, 11 players left. I might have to bet against that. Let me know how much you want to bet, Checkies. But I will give you, I'll give you 50-50, okay? Even money on us not having 11 players in 50 minutes. Sinan goes for that check. Marian in the big. Backdoor flush draw. For both players, actually, Sinan does have the ace high, however. So he can easily check and call here. Not only you beat all the bluffs, you actually have that insurance in that backdoor and not flush draw, of course. Wow, I am actually surprised. Sinan does get outplayed here by Marian. And the strong is a7, probably can call, but you know what? There's respect against Marian. Expecting him to simply go ahead and bet, and I kind of understand it, you know. If my opponent has a king, I am dead in the water, more or less. Even if I hit that backdoor flush and hit it, I might lose all the chips that my opponent actually has in his stack. So I understand where he is coming from. Of course, in these positions, you probably want to continue most of the time, however. We are losing players left, right, and center. 36 players right now. And apparently yesterday, a lot of time banks have been used. You see a lot of these players with not too many time banks. It has been a battle yesterday, let me tell you. Of course, a lot of the guys, some of them have been firing 10 bullets. So when you do go deep, you want to think about every single situation. And it went really, really slowly yesterday. Nobody wants to be the odd man out before the final day of this massive tournament with so many entries. That's why we have so many players. And let's see if Vasilis, the chip leader now, will get some action. Marian should let go. Yeah, there we go. And Tegan Lee, he does have the option to continue. It's 2.3 big blinds. We bumped up the race size a little bit. And she lets it go. The thing is, she has 13 big blinds. I'm guessing that Tegan simply wants to say, hey, I don't want to fight against the chip leader post-flop. When all the aces dominate me, I want to keep my 13 bigs. I want to be a threat. When I actually go all in, I want to give myself more chances to double up. So even though, of course, a hand like this one in the big blind, with those fantastic odds, it's a strong candidate for continuation, you will see the players deviate and adjust their strategy based on what their goals are, based on what their bankroll is, for example. And as always, guys, it's such a tiny buy-in. There's, of course, a lot of pressure on a lot of these people when it goes this deep. So every pay jump is a big deal relative to how much you bought in with. I wouldn't say for this man, though, Vasilis, he must be comfortable. Again, multiple 10K plus scores this year here at King's Resort. I think Vasilis will be very comfortable in his boots. And look at this. Finally, we see some pre-flop aggression. Tamas decides to free bet with the ace-10 offsuit. Put some pressure on that chip leader. Well, Marian, he's just taking his time pretty much. He knows that he's not going anywhere with a hand like 9-5. He either A, misread his hand, or B, he's trying to go for that pay jump. I'm not sure if there is one. Let me check. Yeah, so at 35 players there is one. I think we're there already though. So no, I don't see there any pay jump being here right now. As the chat already said, we hit it. So he was maybe thinking about styling on his opponents with 9-5. Taking leash, he will be releasing her hand anytime now. As will Mato. Now the question is, Vasilis. He will be under pressure. Well, Mato is thinking about it, but I don't think he will continue with the freeze. Now, of course, a hand like this one, the thing is, if you don't think you can actually call, it becomes a reasonable 4-betting candidate. But Vasilis, who has folded 10-jack suited, 10-jack of diamonds to a simpler raise before, decides to play cautiously and fold against Tamas. And you have to be very, very careful. Then you have an aggressive player to your left, and he starts free betting you. You have to be wary about folding too many strong hands, because he could take an advantage of you sooner or later. JV Selo in the chat, you scared me. I was wondering how come we are down to 26 players already. If I hit my head and we hit a time warp, you know, and I was suddenly in the future down to 26. But we are still We are now at 35. Josef Cibicek. Good game, sir. The Slovakian busted out of the tournament. 1750 euro plus his main cash he got yesterday already. By the way, bad news to the Czech fans. 2 Czech players also have been knocked out of the tournament. Lukáš and Jan Krahulík are out. I'm very curious about what's going on here. Marian, this is the 2nd time in a row he has been using his time banks. Now the thing is, there is no reasonable pay jump here right now, so it doesn't make sense for him to stall. Maybe he's trying to really think through the decisions, think about his opponents. But 7s, of course, on the cutoff is a mandatory raise here. And interesting, he actually does decide to go for a slightly unconventional sizing, 700k, which is 2.8 big blind, so he bumps it up. The question is, will he do this with all hands, or is it simply a function of, hey, I have 7s, large majority of the time I flop 2 overs, so 1 over at least. I don't want to see the flop necessarily. I don't want to give my opponents with something like Queen Jack off a chance to see the flop here. Let's see what Paolo does against this larger raise sizing. He lets it go. Very interesting. So Marian, the bigger sizing, gets the job done. And you guys in the chat, you have to tell me, hey, will he change his bet sizings? Or was this simply a bigger raise because he had those 7s? Timos in YouTube chat is asking, is the food free here? Well, basically to get into the casino, it's 10 euro on 6 out of 7 days. So to get into the casino, you pay 10 euros, but within that, you have a buffet. So 1 entry to the buffet, Timos. You can be there as long as you want. The buffet is too good, by the way, guys. I keep gaining weight every time I come to King's Resort. It's fantastic. You have both a buffet, but you also have made-to-order rotating selection of dinner foods, for example. So you can have burgers, there's kebabs, pizzas, all sorts of crazy stuff. And you get into the buffet by paying the 10 euro entrance fee, and then you simply go there once per day. If you want to go another time, more than once, you have to pay the 10 euro again. And take a look at this Tag-in Lee. She was waiting for this. She folded the ace-deuce offsuit in the big blind, so she has more ammunition when she actually does go all in. And because of that fold, she's now a little bit more dangerous. So 3 million roughly all in, 12 bigs. And it's very likely to work and get through Damas. Showing the 8 and the deuce. Well, now thinking she would want a call now, but it is what it is. $625K. 625K goes her way. And let me tell you, she's got style. That's one stylish lady right here. Marian, if you remember last time he had 7s, he open raced, he bumped it up to 2.8 big blinds. Let's see if he continues that trend with a weaker pocket pair. Nope. Let's see go here. I'll take it Lee. Suddenly after that jam that went through, you have a decision here. With 15 big blinds, you can actually go ahead, open race and fold, or just let it go. Tag in. Looks to play very straightforward. looking for those hands, looking for that double up. And if Paolo does what we expect him to do, he will also let go of his 9-3 off.
Eine Hand ist die andere. Ich bin gut. Ja.
Alexander, he was trying to influence his opponent. He was telling him, hey, I've been good, don't race against me. Love to see it. Look at this. Alexander, of course, our amazing moderators have found out he only has about 8K recorded on the hand and mop. So he's having a great time here. And 275 is the bets. Sometimes it's the problem in poker, you know, when you are all buddy-buddy and you're friendly and you decide, hey, we're going to high five, I'm going to ask you to play friendly, and you do, but hey, it's still poker, you know. Then you have to play against each other, and especially blind against blind when it's tough to make hands. It's easy to see aggression. I don't think Tamas can continue. He does actually. Look at this. He thinks that Alexander, he would not bet with an ace or a king. Queens are extremely unlikely, so actually Tamas thinks he's got showdown value. And Alexander just checks back his full house. Very, very interesting. And I'm not sure if the guys will remain as friendly as they have been in this hand. Sometimes the cards do the talking. It might look a little bit crazy. Why is he calling with jack high? But yeah, you kind of expect your opponent, if he does have ace high or king high, he would simply go ahead and check back. So it's easy to say, hey, he has either a 6 or the extremely unlikely queen, or he has nothing that my jack high actually beats here. So he decided to continue. A very interesting hand. Well, Mariam, that's the thing. When you open raise to 2.8 big blinds, it basically means that you have to open raise fewer hands on average if you keep that raise sizing consistent. So we see him folding a hand like that one. Again, she will be releasing her 7-6 offsuit anytime soon. As will Mato Misic do with his 6-5 off. Now I stand corrected. Looks like Mato says, hey, I have not been entering too many pots. I have a very tight image, and he decides that, hey, now's the time. I'm going to get out of line, and opening 6-5 offsuit on the hijack. Let's see if he will get punished for this loose play. Now Tamas does have the best position in the game, the button. And a decent hand. It is offsuit though. There's always a worry with this hand that he might be dominated, but he values position enough to simply go ahead and call. And let's see if this will invite more players into this spot. Looks like Sinan says, hey, I have decent enough odds. And all of a sudden, Mato Misic has 2 opponents he has to get through. If he wants that 6-5 to be profitable, well, look at this. Actually a decent flop for him, low enough. Does have that gut shot. Does have a very weak backdoor flush draw, but as the pre-flop raiser, he says, hey, I do have 6-5, I have absolute garbage, but I could have those aces, I could have those kings, queens, jacks, and ace-10. What are you gonna do, guys, about it? Well, Tamas, of course, he has a hand that can call for sure 2 streets here. And now let's see, we're looking for that 3 here. That would be extremely sneaky. You don't expect your opponent to have many of these hands. It is a 4 of diamonds, however. Chumato should be a hand he should be giving up on quite a bit. Those hands like 6s and 5s is what you want your opponent to have. That's the hands you put on pressure against on the turn and on the river. So he just gives up. And in all likelihood, this out-of-line race with a 6-5 off is not going to work out, as Tamas simply goes ahead and protects his hand here. It's one of those situations, you know, when you get out of line before the flop, you know you have a hand you have no business having in this spot. Many times it's tempting to continue with that aggressive strategy, but no, he just lets it go. Good discipline, Mato. You should not compound your mistakes. If you go loose, just because you did that, don't go crazy now. And we lost the chip leader from this table. We have to rebalance our tables from time to time, of course. And Tamas is the biggest stack right now with 14 million. I'm sure this is not the last we've seen from Vasilis, however, from Greece/Sweden. And you can see that even Tegin Lee, after the couple pots she won, she is up to 15 big blinds. So nobody in an immediate danger of having to push or fold very aggressively. She can actually raise fold easily. And everybody has between 23 and 40 bigs. Marian, Sinan, Alexander, Mato and Paolo are there in the middle. Tamas, the clear big stack here. And our last remaining lady at the feature table, she has 15 bigs, the smallest stack, but still a lot of game left in her, I am sure. And Paolo, we know this man is playing tight. He just plays conservatively. He will be folding. Oh my goodness, look at this. The first pocket rockets of the day. $5.25 is the raise. Slight bump up from that min raise. 25k chip thrown in there. Can he get some action? He shoots from Marian. And Marian, it should be a clear defense. And by the way, guys, a friend recently told me, it's so unfair I never get aces. You actually get them once every 221 hands on average. So if a dealer deals about 28 hands per hour, which is roughly the average of a decent dealer, you should be getting aces in live poker once every roughly 8 hands. So basically once per day, and Tamas has just used up his quota of the one American Airlines per day. Let's see if he can get some value out of Marian, who does have king high, who does have backdoor flush draw. And Tamas goes ahead and checks back. It's an interesting option, of course. You know that against sixes, you are basically cooked here, and you're trying some other hands that have almost no equity to at least catch up, to catch something, to get extra value. And look at this. Marian, who is literally dead here, decides to go for it. And I think after Tamas shows us his performance, his acting performance right here on the turn, you want to make yourself look as weak as possible. You're basically trying to tell your opponent, oh my God, I have ace high. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Reluctantly call. So your opponent thinks, hey, I'm gonna go ahead, represent the 6, bet really, really, really big, and then of course get called by Tamas. So Tamas, his hope is that his opponent bets big on the river. And oh my God, guys, I think that this is a reasonable betting candidate. 7-8 actually got there. Marian can reasonably represent it. I would love to see a big bet. That's not going to work. Regardless, it would make a lot of sense. This is about 800k, 900k bets, insta call. There we go. The trap has been sprung, and Marian gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar by Tamas, who executed his plan perfectly. We can't blame Marian that he bet here. Only question is maybe he should have bet bigger. But our Hungarian friend with the pocket rockets, he played it really well. If we didn't see the cards, you kind of would believe him. Hey, he is reluctantly calling that ace high, that he has to fold on the river. Nice acting performance right here from those aces. And he picks up a nice pot from literally nothing. A king high. Very well played aces. Matt Tomisic with the snowman. Well, Tamas, you have 9-3 off. You will posture a little bit. This man, he went to acting school, I take it. Let's see go. Now, very interesting. With ace-7 of hearts, you are on the button. The double-handed call here. With the 600K. And this suited ace in position will try to outflop those snowmen. Tegin Lee, well, we have seen her trying to preserve her stack. She wants to have enough chips to simply go ahead and go all in with enough to put pressure on her opponents, but she decides, hey, this is only a min race. I'm in the big blind. I am getting absolutely fantastic odds here. I will see the flop and see what happens. We're heading into a freeway pot here, ladies and gentlemen. Sinan hits that 7 and the ace as well. Look at this. Tegin Lee does have that flush draw. Does have 34%, but the thing is, you don't really think your hand is strong. You can already be absolutely crushed by a higher club. So even though she has a lot of equity right now, very unlikely to see her continue to large bets here. But it's Matt Tomisic. Look at this. He decides he wants to take it down right now. Doesn't expect those aces. Well, the thing is, Tegin Lee shouldn't have too many good aces. He should be simply shipping them before the flop. But Sinan sitting pretty with that top 2. Now against a tiny bet like this one, the question is, do I want to raise or just call? The raise, what it accomplishes, it basically knocks out these lower clubs that have a lot of equity against you. And Tegin, wow, she's actually thinking about it. But again, the danger that you are dead is just too strong, just too big. She releases her hand. And Matt Tomisic, he will have to fold here. The thing is, when you want to get cute in a situation like this one, you want to have that club really, really, at least a little one in your hand. If you decide to continue, and because he did bet those snowmen that don't have one, I don't expect him to really do much here. There we go. Releasing that hand, and Sinan protected, not against Mato, but against that club. I must say that was the right play. And we are taking it down right here. By the way, Chad, let me know. There's a new tournament which is called the Dream Maker. So it's going to be twice per week at King's Resort. You can play a tournament with a 20 euro buy-in. 20 euro buy-in. And you have 20K guaranteed. Yesterday was the first one. It had 837 players, I believe. Over 800 players in the first edition. And I'm really wondering, guys, what do you think in the chat? Do you think this is just a joke? What is this 20 euro? Or do you think this is a good idea for the guys that basically busted? You can go ahead and late dredge, have some fun, fire 20, 30, 40 bullets, try to win some money, you know, with no pressure pretty much. Let me know what you think, because I don't think I've seen a concept like this anywhere else. It's in Europe, it's pretty much impossible to do it. I love what we're seeing here. Hell Raven says gateway drug. I think you might actually be right, because you know I was playing it yesterday. I came in about 70-something place, and the thing is, you play this tournament. It's basically nothing, right? 20 euro, and you have 4K up top. It's absolutely crazy. And the thing is, it was so much fun. You had players. I literally had players there who were playing high rollers here at Kings. Players who fired 11 bullets in this main event, in the big one. Even these guys that have literally bankrolls that go into hundreds of thousands, even these players jumped into the 20 euro tournaments. A lot of them were actually complaining. A lot of the guys that play the 500 euro plus high rollers, they were playing this 20 euro tournament and they were complaining, oh, I have so many chips, I can't go play my high roller. Would you believe it? There's WSOP winners actually playing a 20 euro tournament all over. And I must say, so the concept is, guys, so it's a brand new tournament. It's called a Dream Maker, and you buy in with 20 euros, and you have 20,000 euro guaranteed. Part of that is a ticket for the super main event that has 5 million that you see here. That has 50 mil guaranteed. No, 5 million. Sorry, 5 million guaranteed. You can see on the table. So you buy in with 20 euros, and you play for 20k guaranteed. The winner also gets the ticket to the super main with 5 mil guaranteed here in September/October. And you basically play poker. And the thing is, it's not a joke tournament. It's actually a serious tournament. It does get sent to Hand and Mob. So I will have 45 euro cash out of 830 people from a 20 euro buy-in. And I'm telling you, the high rollers were playing this. Some guys, they couldn't jump into the high roller because they were playing this 20 euro tournament and they went deep. And I have to agree with Hellraven. It's so much fun. You basically come here, maybe you don't even play poker. You come here for the food, you play the 20 euro tournament, and it's so much fun for you that you decided, hey, I actually like these big field tournaments I usually can't afford, and you will jump into the 200 euro buy-in, the 300 euro buy-in later, you know. So, yeah, I have to agree with you. I think there's two reasons. I don't think Kings can be making money, right? The dealer costs are insane. You have 20 euro buy-in tournaments, and you have to have proper dealers. There's hand for hand when you are on the bubble. You have it properly tracked. It's basically run the same way. These massive tournaments, if you have 500 euro buy-in, it's run exactly the same way with a 20 euro buy-in. So yeah, I think it's just giving back to the players that maybe bust from the main event to have something to play. And yeah, a gateway drug, it makes a lot of sense because you play poker that you otherwise wouldn't even dare playing these tournaments, pay even a couple hundred euro. You play for those 20 euros. Suddenly you see how much fun it is. Maybe you win a couple hundred euros from your 20 and you are hooked. You'll be playing poker more often. So very exciting concept. I don't think it was ever done before to have this twice per week. You need 1,000 players twice per week for 20 euro buy-in, and I'm really curious how it will develop. The blind levels, you start with, I believe it's 30-minute levels. So it's a normal tournament. You have 30-minute levels in the first 8 levels, and then it goes to 20 minutes. So 30 minutes first 8 levels when the late dredge is open, and then it turns to 20 minutes. So turbo E structure, but it's not the 15 or 10 minutes you would expect from a 20 euro tournament. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane value, and there's no other poker room in Europe that could possibly make this happen. You need so many dealers, you need so much space to have a 20k guaranteed 20 euro tournament. You basically, you pay so much just for the dealers that it really is a gateway for people to try poker, maybe enjoy it, and then jump into the bigger tournaments as well. Yeah, so you can look it up, guys, the Dream Maker. Actually on Instagram, I think Poker News collabed on that as well. And it's going to be happening all summer, every Friday and Sunday. And the hilarious thing was, yeah, there were players that have almost no hand-em-up earnings that barely play poker. They were playing these 20 euro tournaments, and right next to them were literal WSOP winners that won hundreds of thousands here in Rozvadov playing the same 20 euro tournament because they fired 10, 11, 12 bullets in the King's Million, and they wanted to have some fun. That went so deep that they couldn't even play the high roller because of the 20 euro tournament. Okay, Tamas with a 9-6 in the big. There we go. There's that peel. I must say, Tamas, pretty strong player so far. We like his place. Oh my goodness, look at this. The 6-9 outflops. Mato Mishic's ace 4 off. Well, Mato, he basically wants to bet just to make nothing fold. Protect his ace high, more or less. Let's see if Tamas will simply go ahead and call here. No, he doesn't. And the reason why sometimes you want to mix in these raises is because when your opponent simply go ahead and c-bets very small with absolutely everything, you don't want him to, what the nerds would call, realize his equity. You don't want him to see the turn very, very cheaply every single time. So from time to time, even though this should be a call most of the time, you can mix in some raises. And then with a hand like this one, you can actually consider turning it into a bluff, possibly, on future streets. But even though it's a mid pair, it doesn't look like it makes much sense. Sometimes mixing it in is indeed possible. Take a look at this. Mato is a non-believer. Absolute non-believer. We are playing the game of chicken, but now it becomes really exciting because once you hold the 6 in your hand, it just means that it's less likely that your opponent has the pocket 6s that are one of the hands that could re-raise that have the nuts right here, you know? And I think a set of 7s should be actually less likely to free bet on the flop because 7s have it kind of locked up, right? So this is very, very interesting. It's possible it's not the last we've seen from Tamas's hand. Once you mix in the check raise and you have that blocker, you can consider playing back, and wow, he just lets it go. So he does get punished, absolutely outplayed here by Mato Misic. And the race with the mid pair backfires. Once you make that check raise though, I do think that you have to, at least from time to time, use that blocker if you don't believe your opponent to try to play back at him. He did not do it, he gets punished. And this man, he did not play his cards. He absolutely played the player and the action. He simply didn't believe that his opponent was strong here. And that mid pair easily could have check called and get to the showdown. Got punished and knocked out of the hand right now. Igorielu says, ha! So Thomas is not a strong player. He called my all-in of 15 bigs button against big blind with ace-3 offsuit. Did you lose that? You had the worst hand in poker. Jacks, of course, never win. As everybody at least keeps telling me. Yeah, very interesting, very interesting. That's the thing. There's a very thin line in poker. There's a very thin line if you see an unorthodox play, but if you look at the solvers, for example, they mix it in some of the time. There's a very thin line between a genius and someone who is simply having a good time and maybe clicking the buttons, playing the player. In some situations, it's very, very tough to play which is actually which. This might have been one of the cases. Mato Misic, ace-9 off. Al Raven says, yeah, that's the beauty of the game, absolutely. But yeah, that's the thing, guys. If you really, really want to know, of course, with some of these players, there's a lot of factors that come into play. For example, a lot of the guys tell me that some of the people that play on the stream table, they play much worse than they would play away from the stream. There's a lot of cameras on you. You see this dealer saying everything you do to our production team. You have these chat pros like Hellraven and everybody else. So yeah, some players will be making mistakes here when it's streamed. Ah, I see. He actually won. Yes. So the Jacks lost. What a shocker. Miguel, that's the meme, of course. The running meme in poker is that the Jacks never win. This time it was the case yet again. Well, Paolo, we have those back doors. We have a strong ace here. There we go. There's that call. Any 9 gives an open-ender. Any club. Possible not flush draw. Five of diamonds. Well, Mato, will you continue betting now? Of course, he has got that gut shot. And by the way, on YouTube, the payouts are not correct. Let me talk to my production guys. We are playing for about 128,600 euro up top. We see the check. And look at this. There's a split. Now it becomes the game of wills. Who wants it more? None of them. It's a check and a check. And we split the pot right here. Miguel says he called off ace-free offsuit against Jacks, 15 bigs. Yeah, I see how that could have been a fault from Tom Thomas, absolutely. Yeah, we will try to include those payouts, of course. Grave CSGO, 125k plus that 3k package, plus the mint cash we already got on day one. That's what we're playing for from a 230 euro buy. I mean, let me tell you, what a value. You know, over the last about 6 events, especially once the World Series of Poker Europe happened, I know a lot of the players, they spend a lot of money trying for that bracelet, going to Prague. So we did not go above the guarantee in about 6 events in a row, but now it was 1 mil guarantee. Over 1.1 million is the total pot we're actually playing for here. So yeah, it's a really nice payout for whoever takes this one down. And how long does the tournament generally last here? Well, today the thing is, usually when we are in the final day, we tend to start with either 16 or 24 players, right? But today, because we had so many entries, there was 5,769 entries. We started with 48 entries, right? So, and we have 1 hour levels. So today, you can expect this stream to go until 3, 4, maybe even longer. We will see. I know Netherlands is playing today at 3 a.m. We're basically racing to finish before then. I think that the odds are against us, however. Grave CSGO, yeah, the thing is, guys, Kings always hits the guarantees, but in about 6 events, we went under the guarantee. Of course, it's amazing for the players. As a player, every time I play any tournament, I am hoping that they will not reach the guarantee, because it basically means it's extra value for me, right? Extra value for me. I think Kings, what they're doing with the 20 euro buy-in tournament, 20k guarantee, they had 830 players, so they were missing about 160. But I just think they straight up do it as a giving back to the community. You know, basically they do it. So it's a marketing expense. But me as a player, every time I'm sort of secretly hoping. I love the Kings Resort. Obviously, I play around a lot of places in Europe, you know. And as a player, I always want to kind of hope that, hey, maybe there will be some overlay, I get extra value, but of course that's not the case. We had so many players here, so many rebuys. Everybody wanted to be deep in the 21st birthday anniversary, so we smashed the guarantee. We went way past it, and 5,769 entries. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. And there's actually tournaments. I know Euro Rounders. I spoke to Euro Rounders. There is a tournament here at Kings Resort that just to reach the guarantee, they will have to beat the all-time record for buy-ins in Europe. This is how crazy Kings Resort actually is. Grave CSGO says he's a fury. Fury of why, well, we did have why overlays wouldn't hurt King's Resort. Well, the thing is, guys, Rozvadov is an actual resort. There's 6 different places where you can stay at. All of them are part of the King's Resort. So, of course, when you come here, all the hotels, you get the discounts from the hotels. If you have actually a rake back, you have the statuses. So, of course, that helps a lot. And that's why, of course, from time to time, it's not the end of the world if the players get extra value, of course. There we go, Paolo taking it down with the King-Jack of diamonds. It does feel like a lot of these players, we don't see too many crazy plays. We saw the 6-9, of course, check raising on the flop. I didn't use the blocker to go back, but yeah, the players are trying to play reasonably straightforward, trying to get to the top 24, try to inch ever so closer to that final table where the real money starts. By the way, YouTube, don't worry, we are getting those payouts updated momentarily. Paolo, letting it go actually. He's one of those guys that is straightforward. Tamas, Razy Daisy with Queen 10 off. Let's see what dirt we have on him, by the way. Can he get some action? Look at this. Sinan actually calls on the button with King 6 of clubs. Well, tag in. Even with those great odds, letting it go. So Tamas actually has 87k of live earnings. And the biggest score came at a Stoss. The 500k guaranteed. Well, he actually final tabled. And back in the day, in 2018, he was here at WSOP E, where he was 7th. So Tamas, no stranger to final tables here at King's Resort. Even though I know against one of you guys in the chat actually called with a weak ace. There we go, bet and a call. Sinan only calling with that a really strong draw right now. Tamas is absolutely nothing. The interesting thing is, though, with the ace, he can actually continue and try to represent it. The problem for him is, as you can see, he's not winning at showdown. So if he follows up right now, he will have to follow through on the river as well. And yes, he goes for it. 1.1 million is the bet. And Sinan, you know what? With such a strong draw, what are you going to do? We are only calling. This will be a bizarre situation on the river, actually, where Sinan can he actually win with King High? I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. Now all the pressure on a blank will be on Tamas. Can he actually follow through with a hand like this one? And Sinan gets there. Look at this, that flush. I think Tamas has a mandatory bet now. Absolutely mandatory bet, however. With a Queen of Clubs. After betting that turn, you simply have to go for the bluff on the river. Unfortunately for Tamas. No, he gives up. Wow. This is surprising. I am surprised. Sinan should have gotten some extra value. Instead, he will go ahead and bet. And unless Tamas decides to go crazy and jam against a small bet, that will be all she wrote. But Tamas definitely had an option to go ahead and bluff and lose a lot more chips. $1.7, only leaving 3 million behind. I think Sinan made it smaller. Tamas could at least thinking about it, but now he's just trying to save face. He did not pull that trigger. This is basically making me think, though, if you don't bet on a river like this one, where you block all those strong hands that your opponent can have, it makes me think he would be giving up otherwise. So his opponent, he would probably still win with that king high, even if he actually missed. But yeah, the nerd in me, when he looks at this board, the queen of clubs there and the 10, it kind of makes me really, really itchy when I see someone not using that combination to bluff the river. But of course, if it was me in that position, I'll be probably out of the tournament. At least out of the chip stack that my opponent did have there. So he gave up and he proved me wrong at least. Ah, Jay Vicello actually, look at this. Ace-3 offsuit is a fold, Ace-4 offsuit is a call. Yeah, that's the problem, guys. When you try to study poker, of course, most of the time you look at what they call chip EVs, like how you would play with cash games. But when you add the in the money considerations, how many players there are left, the payouts, and then you add your reads on top of that, you know, who's getting out of line, who's being too tight. There's a lot of complexity that comes into tournament poker, especially when it comes to those 13 big blinds. Most of the time, you see me not judging what players do, but try to figure out why they did what they did. And yeah, especially when you have such varied fields. These are not high rollers. These players don't sit at home studying poker for 8 hours and then go to the casino to play for 12 more every single day. There will be a lot of deviations, what you would call, in how they play, in what they call. And by the way, look at this, Taegin Lee, all in 6.8 bigs with 10, 9. She actually has Mato pretty crushed. Well, Mato, what are you going to do? The odds are fantastic here. Only 2 million is the jam. As you can see, you might be just about priced in, even against 10-9. The question is, do you want to gamble? Or do you want to play tight? It's a massive win for Taegin Lee. If she takes this one down, as she does right now, it's a big bump, buying herself an extra orbit of action. Well done. By the way, Grave CSGO says, yeah, the probability, by the way, yeah, King's Resort, of course, is the biggest card room, but you have live games as well and other stuff that you can play here. Actually, I was here during the festival series, and believe it or not, there was actually a blackjack tournament. And hold that thought, let's take a look what we actually have here. Eugenio, have you seen this man? I'm not sure. So Eugenio right here, 20 million is the chip stack. There we go. So one of the new guys, 68 big blinds, biggest stack right here. And take a look at the bottom, that's the most important for us right now. Marianne with 8 bigs, Taegin Lee with 9. Of course, she must be very happy about taking down that pot. She was down to 6.8 big blinds. Now she's up to 9. Still push or fold strategy is what she has to contend with. Alexander, Sinan, Matzo, Paolo, and Tamas right there in the middle. 19 bigs at least. Plenty to lose, plenty to win. And that's how this feature table will look from now on. Yeah, so of course, guys, biggest poker room, but you have other ways to entertain yourself right here. And there is that casino. And yeah, during the festival series, there was a blackjack tournament. It had a lot of, maybe 100 entries or something like that. So you bought in with a fixed amount and you played, I believe, 10 hands of blackjack. So you didn't play against the dealer only, you played against the other players. And whoever accumulated the most gaming chips, they basically won the blackjack tournament. And This is the one time as a poker player I don't really do any of that, you know, any of that crazy stuff. But it was really, really entertaining, I must say. And hold that thought, Marian. There we go. Our short stack. We were just talking about him. All the way on the bottom. Goes all in with the big slick. And Eugenio, with so many chips in his stack and ace-8 suited, he will have a really strong case for calling and being really behind Marian in an all-in. We want that count. Every chip is important. How much does Marian have? Now this is a purely odds play. The only consideration about the player is, do you think he's actually tighter? We have not seen Eugenio too much, however. There's been a lot of play yesterday. It's possible that these guys have faced each other. We're using the time bank. And you guys in the chat, let me know. Is ace-8 a call? Should he just be letting it go? Of course, in Marian's shoes, when you have ace-king, you are hoping to get some folds. That is a big strength of the hand. You are taking out those aces and kings. Possibilities, and you're doing pretty well against everything else. And look at this, he actually does get the fold. So even though it looks like, hey, oh no, he folded with ace-8 suited against my big slick. I wanted to get it in. It's absolutely not a loss for the short stack. Again, buying himself an extra orbit of play right here, and then some. So with a short stack like this, just taking it down without a fight, even against the hand that you dominate, is not a loss by any means. Sangai51 says on Twitch, congrats, nice work, big hug from Portugal. It's fantastic to hear somebody from Portugal cheering on us. The last time I actually heard Portuguese, you know, I make also a lot of reels when it comes to poker, and Instagram started adding the translate feature. So it was pretty hilarious when my friend here at King's Resort, he actually recorded the Sviten special guide. If you guys don't know, it's a crazy game, mix of Omaha and 5-card draw. You play both at the same time. But the thing is, he actually made the guide, and Instagram offers the translation. So I could hear my friend AI translate it into Portuguese. It was quite some experience. I love the Portuguese, a little bit harder Spanish, if I can call it that. Please don't be insulted by me calling Portuguese that, but hold that thought, guys. We have another all-in Marian now with 13 big blinds, another Croatian, Mato. Letting it go. Eugenio in the big blind, he will be letting it go. Here we go. Lorenzo says the ace-8 was simply a call. Yeah, I do think so, honestly. I have to agree with you with the ace-8. With those odds that he had, that's why I said the ace-king, when he takes it down with such a short stack, even if he saw the ace-8, he would be very, very happy that the ace-8 suited just folded. He probably was just priced in and should not be folding. So yeah, when you have the ace-king, even if you see your opponent having ace-8, if you could decide just making him fold, it's not the bad option at all. Lorenzo, by the way, says to Grave CSGO, welcome, discover how casino works. It's funny. There are some poker rooms, by the way. Of course, the thing is, guys, if you are like King's Resort and you have those hotels and you have that restaurant, right? And it's a resort, so you can play other games as well. It's a lot less pressure on poker than, for example, if you have only poker and nothing else. There are some card rooms, for example, in Bratislava, where there is a room where you cannot have any gambling whatsoever. It's only poker, and there's no hotels that they own directly. So there's a lot more pressure, of course, on you to if you only have poker than if you are a proper resort. Same in Vegas. In Vegas, the big resorts, they don't actually make money from poker. They try to get you into the door, and then they make money out of you from the restaurants, from the hotel, and from the other games you have there. So yeah, welcome to how a casino works. That's absolutely right. And for me, I know there's a lot of players that literally live. There's a lot of Romanian players, for example. They live in Rozvadov. There's 30 people from Romania that live in Rozvadov, and they are waiting. And whenever they manage to see, hey, there probably might be an overlay, they start firing, flipping. Yesterday, even though there was no overlay, some of the Romanian guys, they flipped 12 times, for example, in the last day. It was absolutely crazy. So yeah, this is how it works, of course, and the economics are very, very exciting. But for me as a player, of course, I'm always hoping that, hey, maybe I will get some extra value. And take a look at this. We're thinking with Tamas's shoes in the big blind with the 9s, that's a very, very strong hand. You see that he's basically crushed against the 10s, but the 10s only called here. Against the raise of Alexander. This is quite an awkward spot here. Tamas. That is a raise, isn't it? There we go. It's a free bet. So 9s against 8s, against 10s. Can you believe it? And both the 8s and the 10s, they might be just short enough. They could consider just getting it in. Wow, Alexander, he was down in the dumps. He was really short at one point. This man has only about 8K of live earnings before this. Of course, he's shown us clearly that he likes to have a lot of fun, but will he actually stack over the 8s? Now, this is an awkward position. You're not only thinking about Tamas. Of course, these two guys have been very friendly, but we all know that Marian is the guy who has them crashed with the 10s. So Alexander might be making a bit of a mistake. Look, he's only looking to his right. He doesn't even consider Marian right now. When Marian, he's the one holding the strong cards now. He lets it go. Wow, okay, so looked at Tamas and Marian. He's not going anywhere, I don't think so. At least he shouldn't. And you only call the 10s here against the big blind. Unless you don't believe that your opponent is actually squeezing with those hands like ace-queen and ace-jack and possibly 9s. You simply have to go with this, right? Wow, he folds! Oh my goodness, Marian folds the 10s and the 9s against all odds. Take it down against the snowman and the 10s. Tamas gets away with a murder with that squeeze. His opponent simply did not give him credit for being able to squeeze with the hands that should be squeezing, and he releases pocket 10s against 9s. That's the problem sometimes. If you don't give your opponent enough credit, sometimes you get burned. And the 9s somehow become the bluffing hand that knocks 10s away from the pot. Lorenzo was saying, it's time. The time is to fold the 10s. Wow. And that's the problem, guys, sometimes. It's very easy in poker to project about how you play, project on your opponents. If you are not a professional, you may be thinking, hey, in the big blind, I am not squeezing. That means if someone calls a raise, and you are in the big blind, it's a lot of potential dead money. So for a lot of players, it's very tempting to go ahead and free bet and squeeze, try to pick up all those chips in the middle. But some of these players, they simply don't do it. And when they don't do it themselves, they don't expect their opponent to be light there either. That's why the 10s simply fold it. Not enough imagination to see even 9s squeezing in that spot. Or those hands, like I said, those ace-x combinations are the most likely to be squeezing. And he simply let it go. Very interesting, a very, very nice pickup. And Marian. Very interesting, look at this. 4.3 big blind raise, we're leaving 8.4 behind. So we basically are committed, but if we decide to fold, we still have a reasonable stack to play with. Tegin Lee. Uh-oh, don't do it, Tegin. She's reaching for chips. really don't think she should. Okay, we had a bit of a scare there. Sometimes you decide, hey, it's my time to take a stand, but it would not be the right time. And there's no way Thomas will be paying off those jacks. The man who got away with that squeeze. Let's see go. And Marian and his hooks take down a small pot. And we are on a pay jump. Jay Visello says, if you guys want to see the exact clock, you can check out the Kings Resort app. As long as you've been to Kings at least once, just use the email that you registered with. You'll be able to see what the players see about half an hour before our delay hits here. Megan Lee, she's really taking her time. She does not want to make any mistakes. It's very, very important for her that she makes the right decisions. By the way, yeah, this is a pay jump spot. Okay, Visello, Johan, there we go, Johan Visello, our moderator. So 27th place gets 3.24K plus that min cash. 28th place, 2.4K plus the min cash. So now there's a reasonable pay jump ahead of us, ladies and gents. Now the pay jumps, they might not look like much when you compare them to the first prize. We're playing for, in effect, over 128,000 euro. But remember, the buy-in was really, really small. So even a 700 euro buy-in, 700 euro pay jump is a big deal. Tomisic, ace-9 suited. There we go, Marian pushing it all in, and yet again we see a suited ace being up against a jam where an offsuit ace is going all in. Now, this is a different situation than the ace-8. Insta-fold, look at this, looks like there's a lot of pressure on the players, but Marian did have 14 big blinds. That's a lot more than the 8 that we've seen before. Trying to see what will happen right here. And if you're wondering, why do I say 128K up top when 125K is the payout on the clock if you are actually watching it? So here in the Twitch chat, we have 125K for 60, so you get paid that. And you get the package. There's some action behind us. Okay, so we heard some commotion behind us. I will try to find out. There will be a break coming, so I will try to see what actually happened. Of course, during the breaks, I can run off to the outer tables. I can figure out who's doing well, who's not. If anything crazy happens, I will let you know, guys, after breaks. And we will see what the developments are. I'll try to find out who the chip leader is, especially how Vasilis is doing. The Greek man who has a Swedish flag, who left us with a lot of chips. And look at this. We have a raise, a call, another call. Will this be the first four-way pot we've had here all day? No, it is not. So we're heading into the flop freeway. Thomas is the favorite right now, but as you know, the more players there are, the more equal the odds will become. For example, aces, they go from 83 all the way down to 30% if the whole table calls you. Let's see what develops right now. Sinan hits that king and has his opponents absolutely crashed now. Let's see what Thomas does. With that ace-10, he does have the initiative, however. There we go, he bets. When you have the ace and a 10, hands like 10-9 and ace-9, they are less likely. You have the initiative, so I don't blame him for betting. Well, now Sinan. He has no other option but to call here, pretty much. There we go, there's that call. And Marian will let it go. Now, this is very, very interesting. If the turn is a queen, for example, will we see another barrel from Thomas? It's a heart. No backdoor hard draw in sight from either of the players. Now in Sinan's shoes, the question is, what am I really beating that would call me if I bet the turn and potentially the river? Answer is not much, which allows Thomas to actually have the option to try to represent the heart. The problem is, when you are the pre-flop raiser and the hearts hit like this, you have to be asking yourself, does my story make sense? Wouldn't it make more sense if I turn a backdoor flush draw with the ace of hearts, for example? Wouldn't I bet it myself and turn it into a semi-bluff? That's the problem. In Thomas's shoes, I probably would be seen as betting the heart on the turn, so that's why he gives up. The story wouldn't make too much sense here to represent that heart. And Sinan, it's the showdown with that weak king, two pair, three pair actually, and he takes it down. So 825 euro pay jump. We raise Chili Dog. Not so good right now. Well, it's sad to hear we raise Chili Dog. Come on, we are here for you. We are looking for that pay jump. Who will be the odd man out? Who will miss out on that 825 euro pay jump? Most importantly, chance to take it down. 128k up top. It's a lot of money. Part of that is that 3k package for the big one, for the 5 million guaranteed. Super main and 3 other tournaments. Tomas letting it go. Look at this, Marian actually letting go of 10-8 suited. The players know that now with 28 left, this is not the time to get glory that you get on the final table. So you see all the players taking it easy. And with that pay jump on the line, Tegin Lee is going all in with King 6 of Hearts, instantly called by Mato. Ace is a powerhouse, blind against blind. And Tegin Lee has to dodge exactly what we said, the ace or deuce, to stay alive in this tournament. Can she do it? So it's ace deuce against King 6 for that pay jump. Price pool is over 1.1 million euro. And Tegin wants to stay alive, to keep having a chance at hitting it. The flop is clean right now, but Tegin, she is behind. She needs that king or a 6. No good on the turn. Only a king, only a 6 can keep her alive in this 1.1 million purse tournament. No, she cannot do it. Tegin Lee, nice performance. Unfortunately for her, King 6, that's a very strong hand, blind against blind at that stack depth. Unfortunately, she could not hit, and we lost. One woman here we had at the feature table. Well, this was a cooler. It might not look like it. Ace deuce against King 6. It's tough to call it a cooler, but it actually was. And that's very, very unfortunate for her. She takes home 2,415 euro. Today, she already got that min cash. On top of that, you get here at King's Resort when you make the money. 28th place for Tegan Lee. A really, really deep run. Of course, with 5,769 entries to come in the 28th place. That is a big achievement. That was a lot of poker she played. Unfortunately, that will be all she wrote for her. Yeah, so over 1.1 million, 1 million guaranteed, but everybody wanted to play this. I know yesterday there was this Dreammaker tournament, guys. 20 euro guaranteed, 20K up top, and a lot of the guys that were playing this 20 euro tournament, they were the same players that fired 11 bullets in the big one, in the King's Million. And because so many players were here, everybody wanted to play. Nobody wanted to give up. The amount of entries is as big as it is, and the prize pool ballooned well over that 1 mil guaranteed. And take a look at this. Tamas, actually another decision. We have been seeing a lot of folds here when it was close like this. Marian, he's not messing about. He didn't go for that small free bet. He simply jammed the tens in. And now it's the question, Tamas, do you think you have the odds? Do you think Marian has enough of those, for example, ace-jack combinations? It's a big, big decision when you're deciding whether to call or not. Is my opponent shoving those offsuit combos that I'm at least flipping at? Or do we think he only has those higher pocket pairs and those suited ace combinations? That's the question. Then you have to do the math. Do I have enough to call here? And that's the thing, the cutoff, yeah. It's a huge difference if Marian, with the ace-jack, by the way, he's got 16 combinations, 4 of them suited. So if he does do this with ace-jack off, 12 extra combos that he can be having here. So really, that's what you want to think about. If you think your opponent is on the tighter side, he would not use those offsuit hands to jam here. You might actually consider a fold. Let's see what Tamas does here. Marian. Oh my God, he makes the call. This time the tens do not fold. They go all in and they get action, and Marian is in a commanding lead heading into this all-in, in a prime position to double through Tamas from Hungary. Now he has to dodge the unlucky 7. It will be absolute disaster for Marian if the 7 hits. It will be very unfair, I must say. But Tamas here decided to make the call. He gives enough credit to Marian for shoving those offsuit combos. Can it be the 7 on the flop? It is an ace, 3 and a 5. No extra hope for Tamas's 7s. Marian, so far so good. 87% is the chance to double through Tamas. There are only 2 outs. 2 7s, both live. Can Tamas hit one of those 7s and knock his opponent out of the tournament? No, he cannot. He was thinking about that call for a while. He did make it, and he did get punished for it. These 7s leave him with 26 big blinds. That's still 7.8 million chips. Plenty to play with. Still a lot of hope for him, of course, but you never like to lose. Especially not against this player that you give credit to for being aggressive. So now this is the season of big prize pools and a lot of rebuys is starting. I think the summer might still be on the slower side, right? And technically it should be, but when it comes near the end of the summer and September, every single time the guarantees smash past whatever we set them. So that's where we are, and the exact number is, thank you so much, guys. The moderators, 1.114 million, 570 euro. Is the prize pool after we got 5.7k entries in this single tournament. Crazy numbers. Sinan with the ace 7 is a very nice hand to raise, of course. There we go. 2 big blinds. It is that min raise. We have seen some players opt to go for a larger sizing. Genio in the big blind, 5-4 suited. That's a really strong hand, especially when your opponent has 10 million plus. They're very, very deep effective. You definitely want to call a hand like this. This is the aces cracker. So even if your opponent does have those strong pairs, you of course want to continue. You will hit a lot of disguised hands. And you have a lot of live outs usually when you do hit something. So here we go. 5-4 suited against ace-7. Well, ace-7 he hits the word. Look at this. Not flush draw. A backdoor straight draw as well. Eugenio. There's the 5-4, but look at this, Sinan. This is a really tricky play. He decides to instantly check back with his ace-7. Eugenio with the gutter. Sinan, that's the thing. He actually does represent the ace really well. You do have the option of checking back with your aces on the flop. Betting and checking would have been fine there, so that's why Eugenio gives him credit. And I think in Eugenio's shoes, you either fold, you could consider check raising here actually. Just bluffing with this hand. But no, we've seen it time and time again. The players, with only 27 players remaining, have been on the tighter side. So really advanced potential check raise does not get pulled through by Eugenio. And he lets it go here. Better safe than sorry. And we really are speeding through. So Tegin Lee, she busted in 28th. We also lost Sven Paul from Germany, 29th. Another Dutchie. We lost 2 Dutch players almost back to back. Knut Oostveen. I can't pronounce that. So I apologize to my Dutch fans and the Dutch players watching the King's Resort stream. But yeah, we lost him. Sinek from Poland, 31st place. Simon Yi in 32nd from Sweden. Gregory Divine. Yeah, we're losing a lot of players down to 27. One thing I don't see with a couple of Romanian players, none of them actually busted yet. It is the year of Romania. This is the tournament with the least Romanian players in the final day. I'm pretty sure of that in a very long time. So I am curious if the couple of Romanians that are still in the field will pull the flag of Romania and try to punch above their weight, actually make it to the final table yet again. It might be, if we have 0 Romanians at the final table, it might be the actual first time this year since I've been commenting here at King's Resort. It would be crazy. Matomisic, King, Queen of suits. Of course, a strong hand. Opts to bump it up a little bit. Extra 50k in there, 2.2 bigs. Look at this, Paolo. Paolo is very snug. Paolo folding. Such a strong hand on the button. As Jack-10 suited. It's clear that he basically wants to play straightforward. No, look at this. The overlay was wrong. Even our direction, even our overlay makers, they didn't believe in Paolo. They thought he would simply let it go, but no. Paolo proved us all wrong, and he does defend with the Jack-10 suited. %40 of the royal flush. And he gets rewarded for that call. We didn't believe in Paolo. We thought he would fold a strong hand like this. But he does make that call, and he has top pair. Decent kicker and the backdoor spade draw. 2 boots. Matomisic checking to him. Paul Preda, yes, we are playing until the winner, guys. We're playing until the winner today. I have to make a plane. I'm flying to Tallinn literally tomorrow. So hopefully when my shuttle comes at 9 a.m., we can make it by then. And looks like we are heading into the break, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, We're playing until the winner. We have a lot of play ahead of us. Pace yourselves. Keep the stream open maybe, but if you have some chores to do, do them now, because we are playing until there is a champion with over 128,000 up top. We might be here for a long time. Enjoy your break. I'll see you in about 17 minutes for the thrilling continuation of the King's Million 23rd birthday celebration.
Yeah, Diane's played quite an unconventional game so far. Lots of limping, not so much aggression.
Working out for him so far. Zubov, ace-king for the 5th time.
Not more.
No, 5th time with aces once.
Honestly, I think Zubov had ace-king about 6 or 7 times.
Ace-5 offsuit for Diane, gonna let it go.
I'll
Hockman.
trust you, APK, but I will check in a bit.
King-queen of diamonds in the hijack.
Here he comes.
Yep. Uh-oh. 4.2.
Uh-oh, indeed.
Folds around to the blinds. Hennon gonna let the queen deuce off, as well as Patavi with the 6 deuce, and back to Zubov.
And here comes the pain. Problem is, when you 3-bet a hand like King Queen suited and get 4-bet, it's not a comfortable spot at all. Especially when it's Zubov and it's UTG. Oh, it just calls. Danger.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Ooh.
Ace 4 jack. 2 diamonds.
Oh, indeed. What a hand we're looking at here.
What a hand, what a flop. Top.
5K, 5.5. I mean, Zubov,
Top.
all options open here.
Top versus the gut shot and flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, Hockman's like 80 bigs effective. 80 bigs effective here with Ace King versus a 3-bet. I probably raise. I don't think I want to call like all the time.
Does just call. Needs a fade, a 10 or diamond.
Oof.
Does the first time, 9 of hearts.
But now he does.
Check from Zubov, option on Hockman. Ooh, look at this.
A little split screen.
Little side-by-side action. Shout out production and cameraman. Men.
Oh, women.
I think I saw the... Ooh,
He did this last time. Ping the king on the river. It was good last time, but this time it's not.
not good. Top 2 for Zubov.
Big bet.
18K.
Yeah, very big bet. Hockman straight out of there, though. Good discipline.
Yep, just lets it go.
Cash is underneath that. Also from Triton as well in the 20K. Has a 278 cash. And also in the 25K no limit hold'em super high roller.
Speak of the devil, ace king
Yeah.
offsuit for him again.
Another 273K there. And a couple of 230s
Oh.
and 218s.
Diane with pocket jacks +3.
Well, hand 7 it is then, I guess.
Let's see what kind of fireworks. Ooh,
Probably like 4K again.
interesting tattoos on Hockman there. Just gonna let the 7-5 offsuit go. Peixoto will also be passing.
Pretty nice 3-bet size here from Diane as well. Early position versus early position. And using 4.5 as Zubov goes 1.2.
Folding back to Zubov, 3.3K to call.
Just going to flat this one. I really like this. Playing the hand out of position versus a 3-bet from +3 after opening +1. Got to be very careful here. 6, 8, 10 on the flop.
Not the worst flop for jacks.
Not the worst flop for ace-king either. You do
Correct.
expect your opponent to have some jacks and queens and stuff. You expect a lot of continuation bets on this board.
Well, I certainly think both players will be continuing to a turn.
Very nice sizing here from Diane, by the way. Half pot on these boards with the coordination of the 8, 6, and 10. Zubov's supposed to have a lot of ace-queen, ace-kings, and stuff like that. Mainly the ace-queen suited that would like to call here pre. And obviously ace-king off. Has choices to 4-bet as well. We won't be folding here as Alexander Zubov.
Both players, like I said, going to continue to this turn. 9 of diamonds.
Pretty interesting turn. Zubov probably very likely to not show any aggression here. I'm probably going to have to fold on this turn. This turn is going to be way better for Diane, I would say. Does have like queen jack suited and stuff like that he would 3-bet. Obviously, Zubov can have a hand like pocket 7s that would call the flop bet as well. I feel like Zubov would have to go pretty big if he wants to start betting here. Maybe like 15K. But I would probably just check. This is just not great for us.
Here we go. He is going to bet. Looks like 12K.
He's gone 7. He's gone smaller. So the idea of betting smaller here is just to get your opponent to call and to just like try and get a river that connects better to our range than his.
9 on the river.
You know when you put bread in that silver machine and it comes up, what is it after?
Toast?
That is exactly what we are in this hand.
How do you prefer your toast, Bobby? A nice golden brown, or do you like it a little extra crispy?
I'm a crispy boy.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Maria's the opposite. She likes it like less than golden brown.
You're so British, and I bet you put beans on it too.
Sometimes, but I put loads of butter on first. This is pretty brave here from Zubov. Like, we're just not going to get jacks to fold. Obviously, 7s won't fold. This is a big bet, though. Did he bet full pot? 30K into 34.3. Zubov pretty much just representing pocket 10s here and pocket 8s. Pretty unlikely to be pocket 6s, but we could call this deep pre with pocket 6s. This is a bit wild, I would say. I just feel like we're representing such a small range. Diane has 2 jacks, so he's blocking queen jack suited as well. He blocks 2 combos of that. I don't think you can fold as Diane here. Like, jacks is just way too strong of a hand. I feel like I'd be very shocked if Diane folded here. Like, our hand is just, I think jacks is just the best hand to call. We're beating an ace-10 still, which is a hand Zubov can have. Oh. Wow, he does let it go.
Zubov.
Power play from Zubov.
You animal, you.
That is power play. Kas Vurvefrik says, the boy loves to tank. Can we stop tanking with those stupid cards? Holla that, my friend. Holla that. I'm not a fan of the tank. Wait, tank, wait. As Tony G says, you internet players make your decision straight away. 2 seconds. You come to my game and waste my time. Don't waste our time here.
So +3 Banish, raising with the 4-3 of clubs. Gets a call from Dine with the Jack-10 offsuit. A call from the 6s of Peixoto and Tantillo with the Ace-Jack offsuit in the small blinds.
Apparently, Tantillo is a top reg. I will dive now.
Make sure to hold your breath.
Was that limping? I didn't see.
Four-way to the flop. Queen, 5, deuce, 2 more hearts on board.
1.1 million in earnings live for Fausto Tantillo.
So he's right around there with Hockman.
Yeah, I feel like he's more of an online player anyway. Plays a lot in Malta. Makes sense being Italian.
Six is going to take a stab at it. 2.5K. Banich open ender. Makes the call.
Well, sixes take a stab at it, and if they ping a 6, they're in deep trouble.
That's right.
Banich will have the nizzles. King on the turn. Pretty inconsequential to both of these hands.
Certainly could slow action down a little bit, though.
Yeah, it's not really a turn that we would bet multi-way, but heads up, we don't mind taking a little stab.
Banich going for it, 3.5K.
I mean, if this river comes 6, oh dear. Oh dear! Oh dear!
Bobby, you've done it again.
We could see the end of Peixoto here.
Bobby, you've done it again.
That was absolutely brutalica. Oh my goodness me. Only 2 6s left in the deck. Banich Ivan makes the nuts with the 4-3 suited. And Peixoto, who has about 190% VPIP, has drilled a set on the river. And there's no chance that he will think Banich.
No.
Oh, look, he's all in! Snap call, surely.
Snap call, not snap call. What you gonna do with your set of 6s?
All in.
Yes, he has less chips.
Puts them in. Says straight. Yep. What you gonna do? Wow.
Buena noche to Peixoto there.
Wow, indeed. And he says, like, what are you supposed to do there?
Call is bet, and they have more ships than me.
Hustle Media, you can tell me how I did there,
I
buddy.
used to play Rainbow Six Vegas, that was it.
That one was just for you, and because it's late at night. And our last hand.
What better way to close the stream than some impressions?
There you go. Hijack, ace jack, offsuit for Czar.
He said spot on,
Thank you, thank you.
and some guy on Twitch called Cafe R said very good.
Thank you again.
I don't really do impressions. Not entirely true, but
On the ride home, I'll play the Halo guy's voice for you. You can tell me
okay.
how good it is.
At least you don't have to listen to me sing again. That's just safe for the mornings.
I was saving that just for our friend earlier, and you know, I told him he had to stick around to the end of stream.
Oh, the
so-
Balkan fella.
Yeah, Balkan. So you guys at home, all 761 of you on YouTube and 200 on Twitch, got a little treat there.
2.7.
Last hand of the day. Are we going to get some action?
Oh, we're
It
definitely
looks
getting
like
action.
it. Love to see it.
Oh, look at this. By the way, I actually think this guy's nickname is Whiskey. I think that's what we were calling him before, I can't remember. Rzishkowitz. That was actually very good.
It's not bad.
Wow.
All in.
Finds the rip. Last hand of the day.
Max pressure, last hand. Pocket sixes,
Look at
all in. 47.6K to call.
I mean, one of the sixes are missing, because Oz has it.
Mm-hmm.
Kaya's got fives. Someone in the chat says, wait, that's a real name?
That is a real name.
It's Remy. The voice sounds like the YouTube guy from Honest Trailers. Don't know what.
Unfamiliar with that.
Is that an American thing as well?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Okay.
Vito.
40.
50,000. Aaron. Last hand of that money, yeah?
Let it go, Kaya. Let it go. Not gonna sing that song, but let it go.
We'll check out the honest trailers on the way home.
My brother.
Hmm?
My brother. Please no. Not the last hand. Where's Martin? I need him to say his catchphrase. Nope. Nope. We made a promise on the ride-in. We were not going to say...
Not like that!
You broke your promise, Bobby.
Yeah, but that was for yesterday. It's gone midnight.
Oh, man. Please, Kaya.
Promise you, no one was ready for that at home.
Your name means the Rock. Don't be one here.
No, a rock is... Oh, no!
Aaron.
He's actually got more outs, you know. Rzyszkowicz has got 6s, but there's only 1 6 left in the deck.
Oh, Bobby.
Komm mal, jetzt kommt bestimmt, ne?
That's not going to help. 10, Queen, Jack.
Kaya does have the only
Straight
5.
on board? Maybe a straight on board to
He's got the only
finish?
5 of hearts as well. Oh my god, he's got a flush draw.
Heart or 9. 5.
Oh, it's chop. It is a straight on
Straight
board. Are
on
you
board, I
mad?
called
Oh my
it.
god.
What a way to finish the day.
Schöne Grüße nochmal an Ferrari.
Wow.
Jeden Freitag
Called that.
Ferrari und Christo immer Runde. Werbung für die machen.
These wild guys are going to chop it up, and us wild guys that are in booth are going to wrap it up.
Well, they did wrap it up, but we are back in the final day of Kings Million 23rd birthday celebration edition. I am really excited to see what we will get at this featured table. If you guys just left us before the break, we did have that pay jump. And let's see what we have. So there we go. Mato Misic, 27 bigs, just like Paolo, and Mariam, so 26 to 27 bigs on this feature table. Tamas is right there at the bottom with 18, a lot to play with. Eugenio Supellini, 17.9 million. We are playing, of course, for 1.1, over 1.1 million euro in the prize pool, 128,000 plus. For the first player, including that free K package. I can't wait who will win this. We had so many people play this tournament. A lot of guys were firing 9, 10, 11 bullets. Of course, it's the 23rd birthday of Kings Resort. Absolutely a massive deal. The miracle in the Czech Republic 23 years ago. We started on a green field and we built up what is the biggest poker room, permanent one, in Europe. And these players are the ones fighting for the 21st birthday edition main event with cooperation with Euro Rounders. Of course, this event is one of the most prestigious ones you can win here during the year. And the number of players and entries reflects that. 27 left. 5,769 entered today. Already, all these guys have locked in about 2,400 plus that min cash they already got on day one. Last player we lost was Tegin Lee. She busted out of the feature table. If you are just joining us, guys, is there anywhere in the world a bigger poker room than the rooms they built? I'm pretty sure Commerce is bigger. Commerce Casino in California. Of course, the model is that you have a small room and then you expand into the bigger ones. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Commerce in LA will be bigger. And in Europe, of course, biggest permanent one. I can take a look, guys. We'll try to do that research. But USA is the country of poker, of course. And there's a lot of Texas clubs as well. I'm not sure what capacity the Texas clubs have. They have a very interesting legal status as well. But because they can't have any form of gambling, I would expect them to also be pretty big. Thomas with the ace queen. That's a really strong hand, 18 big blinds. I don't think the question is, will he continue with this hand? The only question is, will he call or will he free bet? The free bet is the answer. And after Marian folds, the question will be, what does Mato Misic want to do here? The ace-7. Thomas only has 11 bigs behind. The problem with a hand like this one, if you only call, what is your plan post-flop? Time and time again, we see these suited aces just folding against free bets. We are at 27 players from over 5,700. So we've been playing pretty snug. I'll try to find out the biggest poker rooms in the world, guys, and where we stand here at King's Resort. I know for a fact it's the biggest in Europe, but I would expect the US to beat us in multiple places. Paolo, ace-5 offsuit. We'll be letting it go. Thomas, 8-3 off, absolute garbage. He likes to take his time. And we were just talking. Poker Discover, top 10 biggest poker clubs. JV Silo says. Marian in the small blind. I'm quite perplexed. He calls, okay, that makes sense. Mato Misic, however, he's taking the time. He's deciding, am I going to raise or simply limp? And here we go. He used that time bank to make this pre-flop raise. And Marian, against 3.5x, he still can make that call comfortably. With 9 million behind. He lets it go. Mato Misic, very nice pickup with Jack-4 offsuit. BVB will be very happy about that, and spending that one time bank was worth it. By the way, huge shouts out to our dealers. if you guys don't know, the World Series in Vegas, it's a massive, of course, massive series. So they have to hire a lot of external help, huge tournaments. But there's been a lot of news about, for example, jokers and instruction cards showing up on the flop. I mean, I would be perplexed if somebody deals the river and it's a joker. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But a lot of, if you read about it on Twitter, for example, people are very open to the, hey, it happens, you know. The thing is, it doesn't really happen in rooms like Kings, right? In Europe, and you go to EPT, it's almost unheard of that you would see an instruction card show up on the river, for example, because they always fan out the cards. But yeah, absolute kudos to our dealers to be dealing with the time banks, to be dealing with the stream as well. It's an absolutely skill. I would have no idea how to do it. You have to multitask while being precise. It's a very, very tough job. And really, when you read the news about the World Series, you really have to appreciate all the professionals that you make, because inexperienced dealers, they are struggling, and it's not an easy job by any means. Yeah, so I consulted AI. You can look at Poker Discover. JB Salo posted that link. You can go online, but according to ChatGPT, guys, Commerce Casino is the biggest historically. But Kings Resort 200, it looks like Commerce has cut some tables as well. You might argue that Kings Resort is the biggest, but definitely first or second. Then you have the Bicycle Casino, the bike. And actually I have no idea what the Gardens Casino is, but yeah, there we go. So the biggest, or one of the couple biggest in the world, of course. When you take permanent tables, Kings Resort is for sure. And that's why we were able not only to run this huge event, so around the same time where the day 2 started, this tournament yesterday, we had a brand new tournament, the Dreammaker, that had 20K guaranteed from a 20 euro buy-in, 837 entries, I believe, we had yesterday, and they were played at the same time. So the day 2 and the Dreammaker for 20 euro. So one tournament plays for 128K up top, the other one plays for 4K from 20 euro. They were both played at the same time in the same poker room. That's why Kings is the biggest, and it's the only place where it's really possible in Europe. And there we go. You can see our featured table. We have 0 short stacks. Look at this. Tamas has built up to 22 bigs, Marian 23, Paolo 27, Mato 28, Sinan 31. It almost doesn't matter. These guys have such similar stacks that there's so much poker to be played. The only standout is Mr. Cupellini with 17 million. But yeah, no clear short stacks, a lot of poker to be played. Hopefully we will see some sick post-flop spots as well. Some big coolers, big hands, big bluffs. That's why you watch the stream before that final table, where it's an all-in or fold bonanza for the big money. Now is the time to see the poker actually being played on the flop turn and the river. Paolo letting it go. You see his return to his folding days. Our overlay actually thought he folded 10-jack suited once, but he did play a hand as strong as that. And Eugenio, excellent odds, blind against blind. He decides to take his chance, try to see the flop cheaply. Well, Tamas, you do have the option of simply knuckling it or raising. 5-4 is an interesting candidate for raise, but no, we are heading into the flop. And more often than not, blind against blind becomes the battle of wills. It's very tough to make pairs when you have 70+% of hands. And I say that, and we have trips against 2 pair. Eugenio against Tamas. And look at this, very sneaky check from Eugenio. He simply decides to check the flop with his trips. Now it's time to get some value. No, he's checking again. Oh my goodness. he decides that trapping is the right play. And Tamas says, hey, you checked twice, there's no way, no chance in hell this Italian has anything. I'm gonna go ahead and bet and protect my hand. Try to get some value from those ace highs. Eugenio, how do you want to play it? Do you want to put on a show, say you have absolutely nothing, hope your opponent actually bluffs you? Yes, he does. I played it like ace high, and I will continue telling the story of I just have ace high, and look at this. Full house against full house on the river. But for Tamas, it's not obvious at all that Eugenio can have the 9. He checked twice, you have to remember. 9s actually had trips on the flop. When he bets now, he will be absolutely baffled and perplexed when the race will come in. So Tamas, you have to bet for value. It's absolutely mandatory. There's very low likelihood that your opponent has the bigger full house after the action he took on the flop and the turn. There we go. 2.2 million in the middle. The bet is 1.6 million. This is a very large sizing. And Eugenio, are you going to be a chicken? Will you only call? It's blind against blind. You basically are having a tough time of telling the story of having this full house. It would be super hard for Tamas to let it go here. And here we go. 3.5 million. Tamas insta-folds. Wow. Speed of light release by Tamas. I am shocked. I would think that he would take his time. It's super tough to represent the top full house. But also, on the other hand, it's also tough to find the imagination of somebody finding that check call line and then check raising as a bluff. It does take a really, really crazy player. Didn't even cross Tamas's mind that his opponent can be bluffing. So if there's a small probability that he has a higher full house, but there is no probability that he would be bluffing in a crazy way like this, I'm just gonna go ahead and fold. And he saved himself some money. There we go. Very, very interesting place, especially from the 9. And I am quite impressed by it. Snap fold, honestly. I would at least think about it. It was very difficult to represent the higher full house, but this unorthodox line, when you check twice, you check call, then you check raise, there are very, very few players in the world, especially those that play these low buy-ins, that would find enough bluffs when they go ahead and check raise the river like that. Matzo, ace-9 off in the hijack. We'll get it through. Sinan does not want to play his offsuit king. And by the way, the top 10 players, they get themselves a 3K worth of tickets for the Big Kings Million. That has 1.15K buy-in, 5 million guaranteed super main event. That ticket is included, plus there's 4 tickets total, so that one plus 3 more tickets. Top 10 players actually get that. And I was just talking to the production team, how will this actually look like? Right now, there are 3 days of streaming scheduled. We'll try to bring you more info from the floor then, because that's the thing. The Big Kings Million is actually replacing World Series of Poker Europe that used to take place here at Kings Resort, but moved to Kings Casino in Prague. Obviously, the same people, Federico Brunato, co-helped to decide the structures, etc. So, same organization, but here in Rozvadov, that is our biggest event of the year. And top 10 players from this tournament, so only 16 bust, you will see them here at the end of September, start of October, for that super main, and 3 more events here at Kings Resort. And obviously, it's the first year. It will be a big deal for everybody, especially for Kings Resort. And it's pretty much the World Series of Poker Europe 2.0, and another huge event for Europe aside of the EPTs, the Irish Open, the World Series of Poker Europe. It will definitely be on par with the biggest festivals that you can go to in Europe all year, and the top 10 players will qualify for that. So I'm really curious about how we bring you those updates, especially that day one. On that day one of the Super Main, the top 10 players from this tournament, but from all the tournaments we've played throughout the year, you will be able to go ahead and shake their hand. You will be able to congratulate them for their win in the Pirates Poker Treasure, the Stoss, the Festival Series, or this one. You will be able to play against them, so that is the big one. The one time, if I had to pick one time of the year I would come here to Kings Resort, it would be for the Big Kings Million. I hold that thought. No, now Sinan with the ace queen. Mato Misic, ace 7 off, is good enough to call, especially against the min raise. Actually a free bet. Wow, we have not been seeing this almost at all. Mato Misic decides to mix in a free bet from the big blind with ace 7 offsuit. Of course, Sinan should be continuing here, but because we have not been seeing these very frequently, he's actually reaching for those time banks. Do I want to go ahead and stick it in? Do I just call here? This would be the standard, arguably. Do I even fold here against the big? Wow! He actually lets it go. Mato Misic showing the ace. Makes ace queen fold. I have to tell you guys, we have not been seeing these free bets almost at all. Of course, ace queen is almost a monster when you are facing a standard free bet range in the big blind. But the players have been playing super snug. 230 euro buy-in. We're playing for 128k up top. Every single pay jump gives you a big multiple of whatever you paid to enter the tournament with. So we have not been seeing those free bets, and that means that, hey, I don't think he will be doing it light. I will actually fold ace queen, and that's exactly what he's done. And that's always the thing. When you come to these stages, the top 30, top 24, when you have one player who doesn't give a damn. For example, we saw Patrick Jarosz, who won Alonte Deliassi a couple of weeks ago. He actually won the whole thing. He was very aggressive. Whenever he could enter the pot, when he could free bet, he went for it. And that's the question. Will one of these players take the reins, use these free bets like the ace 7 off, and try to push around their opponents that obviously care a lot about every single chip, every single pay jump, and trying to stay alive? That's the sign of a strong tournament player. You realize at what stage of the tournament you are at. You see how your opponents play, and if they do seem to care too much about laddering up, about staying alive, you try to punish them. Marian just calls with the 4s, and Sinan outflops him fully and completely. Do we see 100%? That means that 2 4s must have been folded previously, so Marian is drawing completely dead. It can be tempting on the button. I do think that you want at least a club, a little bit of insurance in case you're not good. There we go, he lets it go. And that's the right decision. And here we are By the way, I looked at the outer tables. There was some action. I walked in on a big pot. Of Alexander, if you guys remember Alexander we had. The Swiss man with the big swagger, he actually went all in before the flop and he lost it. Now alive with a short stack. Vasilis is still in. The Greek origin Swede that was the big chip leader here at our feature table. And of course, we started with the most players in a long time. We didn't have 48 players at the start of the day. I don't think we had that this year. So we might rotate quite a few players here playing the feature table. But hopefully some of the fan favorites will return, like Vasilis. And Eugenio decided to go aggressive with the jack, and he gets rewarded by hitting that middle pair. There we go, pot controlling with it. Now Paolo Costa actually gets a flush draw there on the turn. Not only a flush draw, he does have a gutter to boot, but even though he had such strong draws, now it looks like we will simply check it. And it's very tough to make pairs blind against blind. Paolo, will you correctly sniff out that your opponent actually had something all along? Or will you simply fold? I think this is a really nice bet, by the way. Paolo is very likely to bet with a 10 when he has it himself. And you look like you're either bluffing or you have nothing here. So very nice bet by Eugenio, but he doesn't get paid. Look at this, Paolo. Respect for his opponent. He wants to preserve his stack. Decides to simply release it right here. And thank you so much, Re-Race Chili Dog. So part of that package, the top 10 players, this is what they get. They get the super main ticket. They also get the 1K mystery bounty. They get the mini main event tickets and the monster stack. They have they have huge guarantees, these tournaments. Really, the whole festival, it's pretty much on the level of World Series of Poker Europe, and the production will match it as well. We will have at least 3 separate days of streaming. We will try to get myself, but also Aaron Paul Kramer, who does World Series of Poker Europe, to come along. And the plan is to also give you updates from the floor itself. Usually we just show you the streams here, but we will try to bring you the action, especially on that day one, where all the big winners and top 10 players from all these festivals come. Obviously, you guys want to see what happens when we just put them together and pit them against each other with the packages and tickets they want. I really want to see, you know, how will Patrick Jarosz do against Paul and all the guys that won tournaments here. Actually, now we have, look at this top set for Eugenio against 6 tray of Thomas, blind against blind. In any other position, there would not be much action, but it's super tough to make hands BVB. It was actually a trap pre-flop. Take a look at this. There you go, Thomas has to pay off. It's a bet and a call. He's the one betting. Can you believe it? Eugenio with that trap yet again. He has the absolute nuts. And oh my God, an absolute disaster card for Thomas, who checks back and now wakes up with trips on the river. Eugenio betting big, full pot size bet. Thomas can never fold. He's never folding this. Question is, do you want to consider raising here? What a slow play by the Cowboys. Incredibly tricky play. And there's no universe where Thomas can let it go. Your opponent is basically trying to represent the hand you have. The only question is, if I raise, do I get paid off? Or is he actually thinking about folding? Yeah, well, all the threes, they have a better kicker. You don't really think about kings or jacks right here. All in, oh my god. He is eliminated just like that. The insane trap for Eugenio worked all the way through the river. And this cold man, who was doing check, 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 like Teddy KGB would say, he actually stocks his opponent, who goes all in with the trips. Can you believe it? Insane slow play from the Cowboys, gets maximum value from what looked like a completely uninteresting hand. On the flop, a greedy jam on the river. I told you guys, I didn't think he was thinking about folding there. He went for that shove and he got absolutely punished. And here we go. We have a redraw, guys. We have to shuffle the tables. I will see you after the break, after this brutal cooler, at least on the river. See you in about 16 minutes.
So some quick folds in the early positions. Coyote, 7-4 of diamonds, +3.
Okay.
Looks like he's going to open it up.
I just won one pot with a very similar looking hand. Let's
Try pretty. Ooh, boy.
oh, the kid.
Aces for Zubov.
By the way, I think Zubov's about the same age as us.
I would say yes.
I think he's about 34 or 35.
Coyote, not the same age as us.
No. But Coyote might think that Zubov is at it.
5K now. Advantage, 10-9, just going to let it go. Diane should be out of the way with the 6-3 of hearts. Pushes him in the middle. Hockman, unplayable. Our newest player. Miguel, going to look down at the 5-4 and let it go. Back to Coyote. 3.5K to call.
I think there's more chance of me becoming mayor of London than Coyote folding.
Flicks it in and going to need a 7 and a 4.
Oh my God! Zubov's flopped a boat and Coyote's got trips. Hand of the day incoming.
So far,
Well, yes, for sure.
trips versus a flopped boat.
I didn't see any sevens folded. There's still an out.
There is 1-7 left in the deck.
Oh my goodness me.
Coyote's like trips back to back. Give me that.
But he goes
no.
for the lead, which is very interesting because Zubov is the aggressor. And Zubov's going to be sitting there going, oh my God, he's got a 7. I mean, when we have the board as locked as this, we just call for sure.
Queen of spades on the turn.
Well, I'm pretty sure Coyote is going to go for another big bet. Maybe a bit smaller, actually, because I found when this particular type of player has a hand that's very strong in their eyes, where the other opponent should have a very strong hand, but not as strong as theirs. Was he going 12K? Oh, no, he is going big. He's over bet.
Looks like 18.
He's over bet.
19.
He's bet 19K into 17.5.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, indeed. Look at Zubov. He's like, woohoo.
Just got to double check real quick. Yeah, that's an A and an A. Just like my first name. What you going to do now, Zubov? Just call, buddy.
But look at Coyote staring him down. He's like, yeah, what are you going to do, kid? And again, as Zubov...
Surely hoping he has like ace-king or ace-queen here.
No, he's probably more thinking Coyote has hands like 7-6 because we just saw the last hand with the 6-5 suited.
No, I'm saying Coyote hoping Zubov has ace-queen or ace-king
yes.
here.
We don't want to see an ace or a queen. We would,
Yeah.
Like a 4 would be insane. Okay, it doesn't really matter because
Still hoping he has ace king or ace queen here.
for sure. And like Coyote's trips would be like winning anyway, like a lot here.
Right, so I think that's what Coyote is going to try and target here, unaware that he is in deep, deep trouble.
Maria nailed it. Happy birthday, Zubov. Honestly, Coyote might jam.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh. He's having a look. Look at Zubov.
He's trying to target the 2 pair.
Oh my gosh. This is the man who's going to go all in. He's stacked all of his chips. Oh my gosh.
Dangerously close to putting him over the line. Zubov on the edge of his chair. Look at that.
He's
You
going to
see
take
that?
one look at the dealer and he's going to say all in. Well, I mean,
Essentially,
effectively all in. Look at Zubov. He is absolutely loving life right now. 80K on the river. Coyote
Just
with
gonna-
4K behind. Is Zubov going to leave him the bus fare home? Oh,
All
he's
in.
not. He's all in. Snap call.
No, he didn't.
No, he did. He did. He said all in, yeah. He said all in. Yeah, he did. He did. He did say all in.
Okay.
Scalia. UTG here with the 3-deuce suited. Or as APK likes to call it, the clean diaper.
The clean dipey.
2-5.
Karnak comes in with a 2-5 again, with the ace-queen off.
Radicki, 10-8, just gonna let it go. Nichols will as well. King 10 of the clubs now for Kershaw.
Not so bad.
See your stack, please.
Wants to see Jan stack.
3-bet incoming. Oh, just a call.
Yep, does call. Fold from Knopp. Mendez gonna fold as well. Vidic with the 9-5 offsuit in the big blind. 1.7K to call.
What a great smile.
Lets it go. Heads up to this flop. Ace, Jack, 6. Gut shot for Kershaw. Top pair. Queen kicker for Jan.
So Jan Karnak's definitely not going to want to make 2-pair with a queen here. That would be very sad times for him.
Certainly would be detrimental.
I haven't called it in. Okay.
Jack of spades on the turn.
I need to drink water.
Five.
5K is the bet from Jan.
I mean, as Kershaw here, we can just throw this one away. Or we can try and turn a hand into a bluff like we've got a jack. We do a lot of flatting with jacks in the cutoff. I'd love to see like 12.8. Just put a bit of pressure on. Have some fight.
There you go, Bobby. There's the fight.
Oh, baby, yes.
17K now.
That's very big, though.
12K to call.
Karnak does not look like the kind of man who wants to fold top pair with a decent kicker. Vinny Boy says it's strange to him, but I actually really like it because we flat so much strong Jack X on the button.
King Jack.
King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited. There's quite a lot. We even have like Ace Jack off as well that we would have here.
Jack 10 suited.
Yeah.
All the suited jacks.
Oh, Kershaw, you have my heart. I mean, Kernak's going to call with that 25K chip. He's going to put the chip in and he's going to say the word call.
But then what is he going to play with?
He's got another 25k chip.
Oh, okay.
I think he's going to take the chip, he's going to look at the dealer and just say, cool.
What does your sweater say? No, don't tell me.
And they're missing letters. And it's French also. Yeah, say.
Normal club?
Yeah, normal. So,
I
no
am
normal.
normal club?
I don't know.
It's better than wearing one that says that I am crazy club.
Doesn't sound too normal. the club. I like it. I don't know.
Might be a little bit distracted from Renee. Oh, he's put the chips down. He's now holding the
There are a
cards.
lot of people who are
Think
not.
wrong, think wrong, like you say, Bobby.
That's what you're saying.
Normal is the new special nowadays.
Right? Just be normal and
Folds and shows an ace,
Does fold.
and shows an ace.
So Kershaw just stole your heart. Don't tell Maria.
Pretty good, to be fair. It's not like some places where you have, like, you know, a honey lemon mint ginger tea and they just put like the smallest bit of ginger.
No, these has actual chunks of ginger in it.
I mean,
they're floating. I see
the man
them.
has literally taken like a large amount of ginger.
I
and
dig
just
it, man.
Chopped it up.
So Jan gonna raise it to 3K with the ace-5 of diamonds.
I feel like Jan's had a bit of a rough time, to be fair. He's had so many good hands and just either been bluffed off them, which he would have seen by now.
Or run into better.
Yeah, and you know what? Renee's had similar thing, but he's just had to fold a lot pre.
Well, at least he's having a lovely conversation. Made a new friend. Consolation prizes.
This is the most Renee has ever spoken at a table, for sure.
Ace-7, just gonna let it go. Vidic with the king-4 of hearts in the big blind. 2K to call. Looks like he's gonna defend it.
Could have been 7K to call, and I feel like he would have done it.
And does three-way action.
Edwin said the duck face fold. That was an absolute duck face fold.
For sure. Flop comes. 4, 5, 4. 2 more clubs.
And
Vidic
trips.
with trips.
Yeah, Jan flopping top pair with top kicker, thinking about betting, then deciding,
Poor
actually, you know
Jan.
what, someone's probably got a 4.
Poor Jan.
Told you he had a rough time. How was your feature table? Rough. Ooh, Renee.
3,500.
Cheeky.
3 and a piece. Jan. Still to make the decision. Does call. Gonna need a 5 to improve. Renee, almost 0%. Has to go runner, runner. Deuce on the turn. Does give a gut shot for Jan Karnak here.
$6.6K to call now for Jan.
Does still have Renee to act behind him.
Makes a call.
Oh, at least Renee can fold.
Fold from Renee. And now Jan at least has 5 outs.
Gonna need one of the 3s. All 5s remaining. 3 of hearts would be a good card.
Ooh,
Oh my
boy,
God, I'm
Bobby,
done. I'm
get
done.
out of my booth,
This
brother.
is ridiculous. People are going to think we're on a delay, like a delay to the actual hand. We are literally watching the hand.
I promise you, chat, we are not.
How many times?
Get out,
10
Bobby.
of clubs for Rob Cowan.
Remember how I just said less psychic, more commentary? More psychic, less commentary.
Bro, for sure. I did 10 of clubs for Rob Cowan. I did King of Diamonds for Sean Deeb.
Jan, there you go, brother.
That one's for you, my friend. You've had a rough time.
By way of Big Lee out of Bobby's mouth, 3 of hearts on the river. You've been having a rough go about it. This is your time.
English only.
Let's draw. Is high.
I mean, let's be real, Vic. Probably not folding, are you?
I mean, a 4-card straight is out there.
Sure,
so,
but
I think he could possibly get away from this.
He's got the 10K already set out. It might as well have Jan Karnik's address on it. Because that's where it's going.
Working it out. See if he can get there.
So much footage of me just eating at the table.
I saw way worse.
I'm sorry.
I saw way worse.
I mean, Vidic had the chips in his hand for quite a while. Now he's put them down.
I like to drink my tea.
Looks like he is possibly gonna get there. Can he do it?
Captain Stare down here.
Can he get there? Can he find the fold?
Friends over there?
One of them.
The rail?
No, just.
Well, I mean,
I know him from here.
Jan Karnik doesn't really have any bluffs here. Oh, he does fold.
There he is. I saw it. I thought I saw it in there. That he was gonna get there and fold. And he did.
I mean, I provided the 3 of hearts for no reason.
Well done, Vidic.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
It's time to come back to the final day of the Kings Million 21st birthday celebration edition. And if you missed out on the last hand before the redraw, we had a full house against trips, where the slow played Cowboys eliminated a player who rivered the trips. Absolutely brutal hand, which leaves Eugenio right here at the top, 28 million, 71 bigs. We have another Italian player, the nameless man, joining the table with 23 bigs. And now we have new stars, ladies and gents. Michal Pozák from the Czech Republic. These Czech guys were on the short stack. One of them has not only survived, he has thrived. Built up 22 million chips, 55 big blinds. The last Czech hope, it looks like, with an actual stack. Giovanni is there with 29 bigs. They are the same. Thomas Demos from Greece joins us with 16 big lines. Trinity with 7. Alexander Rupf makes a comeback. The man with a style. The man who is very passionate, doesn't have too many live earnings, but he is here to play. Is the short stack of the feature table right here at the Kings Million 21st birthday celebration edition. We had so many players coming in, so many people firing a lot of bullets. There were guys firing 10, 11 bullets trying to get to the stage that all these players find themselves in, because really, when it comes to the birthday, the 23rd edition of the Kings Million, you don't want to miss out. You want to be part of history. We are playing for 128k worth of value up top for the first player. We started only with 230 buy-in. I mean, that's absolutely insane. How is that all possible? Well, we have a lot of entries. Kings Resort is the biggest permanent poker room in Europe, one of the biggest in the world. That's why we can have these massive guarantees from low buy-ins. And you know what? These players did take advantage of that, and they've been playing, they've been firing. They had a really good time trying to get to the stage that these lucky few find themselves in. And now it's anyone's game. By the way, if you're wondering, Vasilis, I checked out the outer tables. He is still in there, very much so. The man who almost tripled up in hand number 2. And he is very healthy. We have last 3 tables remaining. So we're very likely to see that Greek/Swedish man make a comeback, unless he blunders his stuck away. And of course, we're playing for a lot of money up top. And Re-Race Chili Dog says, family arrived, going to have dinner. Don't worry, guys, don't worry. Usually, this is the point, around this point, we actually start our streams. So this is the very early stages. We will be here tonight for a while. We are playing until the winner. 23 players remaining, 3 tables. Usually, you would be joining our stream at 2 p.m. when this stage of the tournament is just beginning, but because of those 5,769 entries, we will be here for a while. Buddha says, can we see all players left? 23 players left. And the player names, if you want to see them. No, you cannot. You can see who busted on the Kings Resort app, if you have it. If you've been to Kings Resort, you actually see who was eliminated from the tournament, but you cannot see the actual names. Yeah, there we go. So 23 players out of 5,769 entries. And Trinity, look at this. What an introduction to the table. Trinity decides to introduce themselves by going all in with the ace-queen. And Tomas Tirodimos, I don't think he has a call here. And I've been checking out the outer tables, guys. I actually went there, checked them out. The chip leader from Germany, whose name is Tourist, believe it or not, he used the nickname Tourist. He is still in, so the final day chip leader is still in. Vasilis also is still up there. Very strong stack. I checked it out. So the Swedish man that has put up a show in hand number 2 by almost tripling up, he is still going strong on the outer tables. And if you have any specific questions, I can run out during the break and see what's happening. I can even interview some players if you want to. So all the info we have is the info I have. So when the break is coming, this is what you want to do, okay, Buddha? If you want to know what's going on the outer tables, when the break is coming up, remind me, okay, ask me the player you want me to find the information about. And as long as they are still in, I can simply run in and find out how they're doing, even actually put them on camera if that's what you want. Giovanni Capuano, 10-3 off. So remind me if you want to know. Of course, you can see who busted by using the Kings Resort app. The 24th player was Tamas that we lost. Max von Arnim came out in 25th. Stefan Bednas, we mentioned already, is out. And look at this, Thomas in the small blind goes all in with the 6-5 offsuit. Aggressive jam here against Alexander. Alexander, he likes to have a lot of fun, of course. We only could find about 8K worth of earnings prior to this tournament. And Ever the comedian, Alexander told us he's winning this tournament. Ever the comedian, he just lets it go, but he does it in style. Oh yeah, is it 5 or 6? I'm surprised that there's usually best question ever. I don't think I've seen many. I think we basically picked up all the players with the sunglasses. Suddenly we got them at the feature table. Chase Hendricks. Paul1425 is asking, why does the majority of tournaments at Kings have the final day on a Monday, opposing to having the final day on a Sunday? Well, see, the thing is, Paul, we want the players that are actually playing the big fields. We want them to be here when they schedule their time off, right? We want them to schedule their time off. So it's on the weekend. The logic is, if you have only, now today is an extreme, okay guys, we had so many entries, 5,700 entries, all right, it's a massive, massive field. So we started with a lot of players. Usually what happens is, when you are in the final day, you have 24 players, you have 16 players, that's the standard here at Kings Resort. And if you are in the top 24, top 16, you're playing for a lot of money, you already have that main cash guaranteed, right? So you don't really mind taking an extra day of work to stay along, you know. I think that's why we do it, so we can focus on the streams. And also, you know, when it comes to streaming, I've been streaming quite a bit, and there's a lot of tournaments that do end on a Sunday, so it's a bit of a unique thing. When you want to see these big pots and big prizes, you can simply jump in on a Monday, and you will be able to see it, as opposed to Sundays. And by the way, I will find out, okay? I will find out how many players on the outer tables have sunglasses. Next break, I'm writing it down, guys. This is absolutely vital information. We want to see the sunglasses per player ratios. Absolutely. I will run off and find out. And Alexander, look at this. Alexander jamming in the small blind with the ace deuce. Giovanni, I don't think he can fold here. Not with the ace queen, and Alexander, the fan favorite. He's definitely my favorite. This man has a lot of swagger. Simply risks it all. And Giovanni. Alexander had a lot of chips. He actually lost pre-flop and pre-flop all-in on one of the outer tables. He actually had a lot more than he does here now. And now he finds himself at risk and behind. And are we going to lose one player with sunglasses from our feature table? Alexander, he's been a lot of fun, having a great time, obviously. Let's see, can he hit that deuce? Well, there's that backdoor flush draw. We are looking at those clubs or those deuces to keep the Swiss man alive in this tournament. And ace doesn't really change anything, does it? 9%. Those deuces need to hit. Can he get there? This stylish man from Switzerland who said he will win this tournament. No, he cannot. Good game. Thank you for the show, Alexander. He's been incredibly entertaining. I love seeing players that show emotion, that are willing to put their heart on their sleeve. And I don't think he's too distressed. Look at that beer in hand. He departs to the inside of King's Resort, probably to have a little bit more fun. Are there any Polish players left in the field? Well, let's take a look at the stats from the beginning. I know my friend Sebastian Kotovic, one of the best players in the low buy-ins in Europe, he told me one of his friends is still in. I'm not sure if he passed it. We can take a look. So we lost Sinek from Poland in 31st place. That's one Polish player we lost. And it looks like, oh, yo, yo. And I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, right now there is at least one player remaining in the field. Piotr Marcin Kolacz. So Piotr Marcin Kolacz is still in the field. That's at least one Polish player still in. And Eugenio open raising. Actually, Poland started the day with 4 players. 6.6% of the chips in play have been in Polish hands today. So if the math is correct, we only lost one of them. So technically there should be still 3, if I'm seeing it correctly. Michal Plzák, the sole Czech hope. There were multiple Czech players, but all of them were on short stack. Michal Plzák just folding. It's pretty interesting that he just decides to let it go. Touché, sir, touché. Yeah, so 4 Polish players entered. Sinek busted. And I have seen Kotovic in the building. I've actually saw Mielon. Mielon is a Polish player who pulled a 70,000 euro bounty during the Pirates Poker Treasure. Can you believe it? 70,000 euro mystery bounty in a tiny bind. It was 390, was it back then? Something around 300 euro. So that Polish player is in the building, and I know they'll be cheering on the ones remaining. Bert says 53 big blinds should defend. Yeah, the ace-9 is almost a mandatory defend. I understand that. I think this is pretty common, guys. When you get to the later stages and you have a big stack, you kind of should be the one that is aggressive. And thank you very much. Yes, 5,769 entries. We had 1 million guaranteed. That's irrelevant. The 1 million guarantee doesn't matter because we went way past that. 1.1 million and 14,570 euro in the prize pool. So even though we had a guarantee, when you go way past it, the only thing that's relevant is how much was actually collected. Take a look at this. Michal Plzák, he was very tight previously. Can he actually go ahead and play aggressively? Looks like we're sizing up to a 3-bet here. There we go. Those are those 500k chips. 2.25 million. So even though he was very tight, he does decide to 3-bet. Maybe he doesn't want to play offsuit hands out of position without initiative. And look at this. These are 2 huge stacks. Massive, massive stacks. 19 million. Still behind for Michal and Eugenio. He's got 28 million, 71 big blinds. It's time to call and play some post-flop poker. And this might be one of the last few levels where we can still see such deep post-flop poker as we are very likely to see here. So 8's 3-bet against ace-6. Well, there's one overcard for Michal, but the thing is, Eugenio, he doesn't really have any backdoors. No spade to be found here on the flop, so Michal should probably be taking this down. And payouts, by the way, the payouts we see here, there's a min cash that's actually paid out. Yeah, hopefully we updated them on YouTube as well. You can try the payouts command on YouTube. I told my production team to hopefully update those. And there we go. Eugenio, really, you only continue here if you feel like your player that you're playing against is full of it. And Michal's 3-bet works out. Yeah, it's always tricky. We have basically multiple places where we show payouts, and some of them, they don't show the 460, basically the min cash. Sometimes we do show the packages, sometimes we don't show them. Yeah, this is interesting. If you guys don't know, if you play at King's Resort and you make day 2, you don't have to wait for your min cash to be paid as part of the total price. The moment you hit, the moment the floors and the dealers confirm that you actually, yes, you made it in the money, your account, you immediately receive that min cash. So, yeah, hey, if you're in the final day, maybe you didn't plan for the hotel, you can buy in for your hotel, you have your food money. So, yeah, that's how it works at King's Resort. I definitely agree with that, you know, because that's why we have them on Monday. That's why you get the min cash. If you happen to go ahead and go into the final day, go into day 2, you didn't maybe plan on it, you will have the funds. If you spend somehow everything from your liquidity, of course, you should have a proper bankroll and play responsibly. You at least have that min cash to fall back on. Trinity in the small blind. King 3 off. Actually, is a potential to just jam it. 21 players left, though. That's a lot of pressure. So he just lets it go. It's a really strong hand, blind against blind. It would for sure work against Jack 4 off if we simply went all in. So we don't even go for that limp by Trinity. And this is what happens when you go this deep. Some players will be really tight. Some players will get out of line. You never know what happens. By the way, BLP, he was here. He was literally here yesterday, made it into day 2, eliminated towards the end of the night. I was here as well. It was funny to see. Some tables, they had a really, really good time. I know the table of Vasilis, you know, our Greek-Swedish man, who's one of the chip leaders still. I've seen him on the outer tables. He is one of the big stacks still. His table, they were basically joking around. They were having a lot of fun. And then there were other tables during the day too. There was a player yesterday thinking for 6 minutes straight. 6-minute decision with a top pair, believe it or not. And the time was called on him. And he was playing against a player that held poker face absolutely clean, relaxed poker face with a 4-high flush draw for those 6 minutes. So yesterday, the day 2, there was a lot of contrast. Some of these guys, they just have a good time. Vasilis, for example, he's already been at 3 final tables only this year here at Kings Resort. For some players, this is massive money and big decisions. They take 6 minutes just to decide if they will call or fold. And that contrast was amazing. And too bad that BLP, it's too bad that you actually busted. And the payouts for first, yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. Giovanni, look at this. Eugenio decides to get out of line at the very worst of times because Giovanni Capuano wakes up with a big slick in the suited variety. Oh my goodness. And he's about to pick up a nice spot. Both of these players have nothing. Eugenio now has to pretend, oh my goodness, I am folding my ace-jack suited or something. I definitely did not get out of line with king 10 off here, did I? So this is the only reason why he's taking his time is to save face, to not make it too obvious that he was simply bluffing with the king 10 off. And Giovanni, oi, oi, oi. This is exactly what you want. The ace-king, sure, it is a strong hand, but a lot of the value from ace-king comes from taking it down, from blocking those aces, blocking those kings, and pretty much flipping against everything else, crushing some aces, but to go all in and take it down, that's big, big part of why it's such a profitable hand, and much better than people give it credit for. Yeah, so BLP, thank you so much. You also got, you have 125K plus the min cash already, so 128K including the package, and about 625 you get for the first place if you're here. That's a lot of money for 230 euro buy-in. That's why a lot of guys were firing like crazy. Our anonymous player up against Trinity. Trinity decides to go for it all in with the suited ace. Giovanni in the small blinds. Just trying to stall here. Trying to balance his thinking range. Letting the clock run down to about 4 seconds. Then are you actually reaching for chips? No, you are not. And now the question will be, will our anonymous Italian with the sunglasses, so one man with sunglasses be lost? The anonymous man has a hoodie and sunglasses, of course. He actually called the sixes. Well, we see that he's behind, even though the ace-8 is there. What will he decide to do? 21 million in his stack. Decides to let it go, and Trinity will be pretty happy about this. No contest against this free bet jam. And just like that, we're up to 17 big blinds. A very playable stack here in the Kings Million 21st birthday anniversary. Chase Hendricks checking out the payouts. Yeah, so 460 was day 1 payout. 125K on top of that we're playing for, and the top 10 will get that 3K ticket package. 4 tickets for the Kings Million European Poker Championship. Trinity. Now with his newly gained 17 big blinds, doesn't have a push or fold stack. It almost looked like he wants to get aggressive, but no, he let it go, which allows Giovanni obviously to raise with his king queen. You have over 20 mil. You have a really strong hand, and you have the best position in the game. It's raising time right here. Dan. Jakovljevic. Sounds more like a Serbian name, but Dutch flag. And Thomas in the big blind, King Jack. We will see him at least peel here. Well, BLP, the reason why we were running out of dealers with so many tables, we also had the Dream Maker yesterday. So we had 800 players in a 20 euro buy-in tournament. That's absolutely insane, I must say. So even though we had the day 2 of the main, the floor was absolutely full. There were no free tables yesterday because we had 800 people playing in a single day tournament for 20K. Yeah, the Dream Maker was absolutely crazy. I actually, believe it or not, but I played the Dream Maker yesterday. I came in about 78th out of 835, and it was so much fun. Hold that thought. This is an absolute disaster turn card for Thomas. He has 13 big blinds, and he just hit a top pair good kicker, but he is absolutely dominated by Giovanni, who has that king queen. And this is an absolute nightmare scenario for that short stack. There we go, 1 million is the bet. The question is not if Thomas will lose chips. The only question is how many will he actually lose here. And with so many draws, there's clubs on the board. Queen Jack suddenly has an open and there are diamonds on the board as well. I would not blame him if he actually wants to stick it in right here. There we go, there's just that call. And once you call a hand like this one, if the river is a blank, there's only one way. Okay, look at this. Some draws came in on the river. Exactly pot size bet left. I think Giovanni actually should go for smaller bet size here. Maybe going all in would be too greedy. The thing is, still a lot of draws that Giovanni can have, they actually missed. All those clubs, if you decide to check the flop and bet them, can possibly have, in this situation, basically if you have a lot of possible bluffs, if you are in a situation where a lot of your hands can be bluffs, you basically want to go big. What would pay him off? There we go, smaller sizing. 1.2 million, and it's almost impossible, especially with the Jack of Diamonds, to get away from this for Thomas. That would be an incredible fold if he finds it, but I just don't see it happening. Almost a mandatory call here, especially once you hit that king. There it is. There's that call that he had to make. He will get that bad news. And Giovanni, nice pickup here. Nice bet sizing. And Thomas knows that it could have been worse on a blank. Giovanni could have gone all in. Now he finds himself with only 7.3 big blinds and still the small blind to pay. Our dealer did not change for 3 levels / 2 hours. Yeah, the long levels are crazy. By the way, let's take a look at the chip count. So Eugenio, 24 mil still, but Giovanni, look at this. Giovanni and Eugenio, these two Italians, both with 60 bigs, almost the same stack. Michal Plzák is right there. Wow, look at this. We have 4 players with 53 bigs or more, over 20 million. There's so much poker that will be played. This is quite a rare scenario because Thomas is down there with 7 bigs, Trinity with 17, Dejan, Jakovljevic with 26, but look at these 4 big stacks. In all likelihood, we could see some huge fireworks between them. An absolute shout out to the dealers of Kings Resort. 5,769 entries. We also added the gigantic 800 plus player tournament, 20 euro buy-in. I mean, yeah, Apparently, we couldn't change the dealer for 3 levels, and they still are absolutely professional. If you guys have followed the Twitter sphere, the X sphere, the World Series of Poker is basically the other big series taking place at the same time, and they have to take a lot of inexperienced dealers, and mistakes simply happen. It's inevitable. But I haven't heard anything major here from this massive field. You know, no jokers coming in on the river, no instruction cards appearing out of nowhere. You know, and that's absolutely incredible. I don't know how the dealers do it. They're some of the hardest workers in the industry, and as BLP says, sometimes they couldn't even change. You know, there's so many players. Everybody wanted to play the 21st birthday anniversary tournament. We couldn't even change them, but they still prevailed, and it's absolutely incredible. I don't know how they do it, honestly. I don't make a lot of content. I comment on these tournaments, but you know what? It's not as hard. Danny's asking, does Mr. Lemons just come in every couple of weeks and leaves again? Do we need to wait indefinite times to hear sweet sound of Mr. Lemons? Don't worry, Danny. The big one, I'm here for the big one. The next European one, I think, is the end of the next month. I'm here for, but most importantly, I am here for the big one. If you guys don't know who I am, basically, I travel across the world. I have about 26 live events, basically non-stop. I was in Bratislava, now I'm here. Tomorrow I'm flying off to Tallinn, and I have Swedish Championship, I had Norwegian, Irish Open. Basically, I'm all over the world. But every time I have the time, of course, I try to be here on commentary at King's Resort. But we have most amazing subs here. Christine, I think she's doing a great job, especially for those smaller events. You know, she's keeping you company. And we have your most amazing moderators. So I don't think you will be missing me too much. But for the big ones, for the remainder of the year, yes, we should be here. And of course, the big Kings Million. Hopefully, we will get the big shot, Aaron Paul Kramer, the man who comments over our highlights on YouTube. If you head to YouTube, you check out the Kings Resort highlights of the best hands of every single big tournament. He is the one talking over them. Our Instagram has his deep, booming voice. Hopefully, he will be able to make it for the big Kings Million as well. But for me, yeah, I travel the world. I go to big festivals, big events that I work at 7, 8, 9, 10 days in a row. But when I'm not one of those, I try to make it every time. Here's the King stream. Let's face it, guys, one of the most entertaining streams there is. There are so many high rollers. There are so many 50K plus events that it does get a little bit boring. I know the World Series, they are mixing it up. World Series actually are adding mixed games as well. This is one thing that is absolutely missing in Europe. We have 0 mixed game streams because they're so hard to do. At least the World Series, they had the Poker Players Championship. Where they did show mixed games, but aside from that, it's the streaming landscape is big buy-in cash games, big buy-in tournaments, and high rollers, 5Ks plus, where a lot of the strategy is pretty much given. You know, there's only slight adjustments and some sick reads from the best players in the world. But really the variety that you see at Kings with such big fields, it's really, really rare in the streaming landscape. And Eugenio, look at this. Down with the ace-3 off. Is he actually thinking about it? No, he folds. And this is the time. This is the time when you really see skill shine. The players with deeper stacks. There's a lot of space to play aggressively, to try and 3-bet, try to put your opponents to the test. The question is, will somebody actually do it? Trinity in the big blind simply jams it all in with the ace-10 off. No messing about. He says, hey, I'm against one of the big stacks, Eugenio Cupellini. I think he can be opening wide. I'm just simply going to jam the ace-10. And it goes through. Just like this, Trinity is up to 20 big blinds. By the way, if you guys don't know what BLP is talking about, so this is an absolutely insane concept. Kings decided that, hey, you know, we had this these rewards, we have to optimize them, we have to make sure that the rewards work well, but, you know, some people were complaining, what's the way we can give back to the players? And the concept of the Dream Maker, it came about. One of you guys in the chat said it's basically a gateway drug. So you buy in with 20 euro and it's 20,000 euro guaranteed in the same day. 20k guaranteed for 20 euro buy-in. Yesterday it was 837 players played that thing. Yeah, so that's why there were so many people here, and even the dealers, they struggled to change their shifts. But it's absolutely hilarious, the concepts that Kings come up with. And it's going to be 2 times per week. Twice per week you will have this 20k with 20 euro buy-in. It's absolutely incredible. Yeah, I mean, do you blame him? Yeah, we push our dealers. That's the thing. We actually didn't expect. There's so many players here, guys. 5,769 entries. And during the same day, Thomas takes down the pot with 9-8. Imagine, you know, after WSOP Poker Europe, we were just hitting, we never exceeded the guarantee, right? After about six times in a row, we didn't exceed the guarantee. But yeah, the demand to play this tournament, the 21st birthday, is really special. So a lot of players came. Even it exceeded expectations, 1.1 mil plus in the prize pool. So obviously the dealers, yes, they have been tired, of course. But just that they managed to do it is incredible. And you know what? I love it. When I make content here where I'm not in the commentary booth, you wouldn't believe what the people at Kings Resort are capable of. There was this tournament, Ola Poker Tour is actually coming in September, and they wanted the winner. You know, when you win a side event, usually the floor just takes a picture and that's it. But the Ola Poker Tour, they wanted it with the official background. So you have the background of the sponsors, you know, and it was 4 or 5 a.m. Some guy won about 3,000 euro, and I was like, guys, I was taking the photo, and guys, come on, let's skip it. Let's skip it this time. There's no need for the background. And the floors of Kings Resort at 5 a.m., 4 or 5 a.m., they were like, no, let's take it. And this big metal background banner, they dragged it over the entire largest poker room in Europe. They grabbed it, they put it behind the player just so I can take a photo. And then they grabbed it and dragged it all the way back. And they told me, no, we're supposed to do this. So let's do it. And even I, who was actually taking the photo, I said, no, guys, come on, let's screw it. It's 4 or 5 a.m. Buddy plays for 3 or 4K. He won that, you know. That just tells you how far they're willing to go. And I absolutely love it. I must say, the Kings Resort staff are more dedicated than me in many times. And Eugenio goes ahead, open raises Giovanni, calls. Blind against blind. I think Giovanni definitely had the option to go ahead and bet. It's very tough to make pairs, BVB. Check. Giovanni, will you really wave the white flag? I know these guys have big stacks, both of them. You have 9 high. Well, is it possible? You know, I haven't seen too many Italians play against each other. It's usually the Romanians, we had Greek guys, Czech guys, Slovakians even. And usually when 2 players from the same country, they play against each other, I'm not sure quite why, but they are more aggressive than usual. They try to outplay each other. Is it possible that the Italians are actually friendlier than all the other nationalities? I think the 9 high definitely had the option to bluff here. So 19 left, and BDT says, yeah, so we had that's the thing, it was a massive demand, guys. So many players came here. We had so many people, 574 players started the day 2 of this. So you get into the money, then you play down to 10%. And on top of that, we had the Dream Maker. We didn't expect, actually. You have a 20 euro tournament. You announce it only 5 days prior. I know people will be rebuying, but honestly, I don't think anyone expected for the first one that people didn't make plans for to hit 837 entries, right? It's a 20 euro buy-in tournament, and you have 800 plus entries. We kind of didn't expect that. It just shows how much of a demand there is for that. I think the concept is basically make a tournament like this, and the people play. They buy in with the 20 euro, and you have that overlay. You basically give it as a gateway drug, you know, try some poker. The overlay is the marketing expense, but we almost hit that 1,000 players on the first try. And by the way, look at this, Michal Plzák. Michal Plzák was actually tight in one of the spots, but now he open raises 60 suited, and Dejan in the big blind is only jack high now. Will Michal's out of line raise from the hijack actually work here? In all likelihood, it actually will, yes. This is about 850? 800 or 750? There we go, 850. And Dan, what are you really going to do here? You call, you hit the 10 jack. Are you really happy about it? If you hit the queen, are you really happy about that one? Your opponent can have a higher straight draw. So Michal Plzák, finally we see somebody taking advantage of the highly stressful situation of being in the top 19 of 5,769 players. I love to see it. Last time we had a 1 mil guaranteed, it was Michal Jarosz who took it down, and every time he could be aggressive, he was taking his chances. Of course, he's the top 7 highest ranked player in the Czech Republic. But that's exactly how we want to play. By the way, let me know, guys, what do you think about this concept? That seems absolutely insane on the outset. Do you think having a 20 euro buy-in tournament with a 20k guarantee, one day, you actually, it's not a hyper turbo or anything. You have 30-minute levels for the first 8 levels, then you have 20-minute levels until the end. What do you think about this concept? 20 euro buy-in, 20k guaranteed. 30-minute and 20-minute levels. Let me know. They basically need 1,000 players just to break even. It's absolutely crazy. 1,000 entries. Let me know what you think about this. Trinity raises. And Giovanni, is he trying to style here with 7 deuce suited? I don't think so. Chase says it's a great idea to get gamblers in the door. To have a 20 euro buy-in tournament, 20k guaranteed. Thomas in the big blind, lets it go. Yeah, so the 20 euro buy-in was played alongside the day 2 of this event. So there were people buying in with 20 euro on the same floor of players playing for 128,000 euro in the main. And I must say, I actually played it. I came in top about 9% of the players, and it's been so much fun. I really hope that more tournaments would be played like this, you know, because it's 20 euro, and a lot of the guys that have won hundreds of thousands here at King's Resort, they actually played it. I literally played a 20 euro tournament next to a bracelet winner from Rozvadov. And you had a lot of people that just want to play poker. They don't care about the buy-in. But still, you get about 4K up top, over 4K. And it's a great way to get people, yeah, people try poker. Maybe they enjoy it, that wouldn't play it otherwise, you know. And maybe they will like it. Maybe they will then give a shot to some of the higher buy-in tournaments. But still, as a concept, it's absolutely crazy. Tomas in the small blind. This is an absolute monster. There's only one thing he can do right now with ace queen off. And that thing is an all-in. Here we go. And actually, I think the king deuce might have a call here. The thing is, when you only have 2.7 mil, 5.4 big blinds, even taking it down, just winning, is a big win for him. So whatever the king deuce does, Tomas will be happy. Time banks are coming in. He actually lets it go. And as I said, for Tomas, the king deuce, I do think he could have actually potentially called, but for Tomas, that is a big win. Another orbit bot with no contest. And he is still surviving. Another man with sunglasses. And here we go. We are inching ever so closer to that final 9. And the final 10, which is the ticket bubble. Only 9 players remaining between us and those top 10. We'll be coming back in September for that Kings Million European Poker Championship. BLP says, I did not play the Dreammaker. I was in day 2. I have checked the structure. It was also unbelievable. Yeah, we had 30-minute levels in the first 8 levels, then 20 minutes for the rest of the tournament for €20 buy-in. You would expect to play a 10-minute levels throughout. That's what you expect for it to be a hyper, surely. But yeah, exciting concept. And I love that poker rooms are innovating. I think it's very, very important. Yes, you have these big events, big buy-ins, big payouts for low buy-ins, rather. And big fields, a lot of rebuys. This is pretty much the standard in the industry. But to mix it up, throw in a €20 tournament series. Hopefully throw in some mixed games. Get out of line with some mystery bounties. I think this is absolutely what we need to keep poker relevant and fresh and fun in the long run. And it's good to see that Kings Resort is taking risks. Even though I understand that was very tough for the dealers to have a massive event like the Kings Million that we're just watching alongside that huge €20 buy-in tournament. For the dealers, it doesn't matter. They still give you professional care. You have a hand-for-hand on the bubble. Everything's the same. You have the high standards of Kings Resort. Whether it's a €20 or €500 buy-in. So it was a pressure test for our dealers, but they somehow managed it. Even though, as BLP says, some of them might have been overworked. Tomas in the cutoff, 10-6. Very speculative hand. But he's definitely considering it. The beauty of the 10-6 is it's actually behind almost everything that calls you. But it's also live against almost everything that calls you. Tomas says, hey, this is not enough. I'm not here to wait around. I'm not here for the big blinds to eat me alive. And he goes ahead and jams the 10-6. And just like we said, look at this, 33% equity, even if he does get called by Trinity. So a little bit of a gambly jam here by Tomas. Extremely likely to actually get called by Trinity. Now let's see if the gamble pays off. In the big blind against 6.4 bigs. Only 6.4 bigs call. That's almost mandatory. Using that time bank though, we do have 19 left. It would be sub 10 bigs if he actually loses this. That much is true. Some of the players, they like to preserve that above 12 big blind stack, even though it means making tight folds. Will Trinity be one of them? Or will he take the chance with the great odds he's getting on that call? He lets it go, and Thomas, oi, oi, oi. That is a big victory. You take a chance on a crappy suited hand, it works out. It's exactly what you want. Takes a shot, and it pays off. Look at this, Giovanni wakes up with the Cowboys. And a big stack. Let's see if he can get some action after he inevitably raises. There we go, 2.2. Big blinds is the race, 1.1 million. Can he get some action? Thomas, he's been out of line, but I don't think that Queen Deuce is a hand he wants to get out of line here. So he just releases correctly and anonymized. Italian, we will see an Italian battle. Michal Pozak. Wow, he actually folds Queen Jack suited on the button. Does not want to tackle against the two Italians. This is very interesting to me. I think the Queen Jack definitely is a hand you can call there with. I mean, it's pretty strong, right? We let it go. And Eugenio can now come along with the force. Trying to hit that set. Here we go. There's that call. Well, Cowboys, they looked really strong, but now look at this, 59% equity. He has to dodge not only a 6, but also a 4. Try to not get crushed by those sets. So far, so good. And he decides to put control right here. That's the thing, not much worse that can call him. And the 8s, of course, are already better than him. Well, Eugenio decides, hey, every single river I hate, besides basically a 4 or a 3, it's an overcard, so I'm going to go ahead and protect my hand. Bumps it up, 1.3 million. Reasonably sizable protection bet. Giovanni continues with his plan of keeping the pot small. Well, anonymized, in your shoes. You have to be worried about Giovanni. Giovanni easily can check back with the overpairs, just like he has right now. Somebody could have hit that 10. So I'm very curious what happens on the river. Can we hit that 4? Yes, we can! The 4 hits a full house against the Kings. Absolutely brutal river for the Cowboys that slow played on the flop, and now Eugenio is the one in the saddle. Now the question is, how much value can he extract? That's a lot of 500k chips he's counting out. 6.7 million in the middle. Is that about 6 mil that we are betting? Insta call, absolute snap call from Giovanni, and he is disgusted by this absolute cooler, and he had to pay a 5.5 million on the river. He absolutely had to call. When you put control like this and that 2 out there, for Eugenio pays off. Wow. What a river. And I don't want to be the one who takes the blame, but I did call, I did warn against the 4 on the river, and it came. You know, if poker gods were listening, somehow, even though this happened half an hour ago in real time, I do apologize to the Cowboys for getting that absolutely brutal river against them. Rivers full house against slow played kings. That always hurts. He of course made that absolute snap call. And reverse chili dog, always a surprise around the corner at kings. It is true, guys. It's insane. Every time I comment on the final table, we have some crazy runouts. We've seen a bunch of 2-outers and 1-outers. But obviously, in the long run, there's no such thing as getting out of line. So over infinity of hands, you will run in poker exactly as you're supposed to. So the probability is now that we will run completely normal, and at some point we'll get completely boring final tables, completely boring top 24 and 48. But so far it has not happened a single time. Always a surprise around the corner. BLP says, dealer is a great guy, super focused, chatty and keeping the energy high. Yeah, sometimes we have that. Some couple dealers they come to King's Resort, you know, and in the first few months they can be a little bit stressed out about what to do, of course. But yeah, when you see the veterans, especially, they're absolute experts. And that's the thing. You say that the dealer couldn't get a change, so obviously he was tired, and the players had to help out sometimes. If you guys been watching what's been happening at the World Series, you appreciate the experienced dealers even more. Imagine that you needed someone who does not deal for a living, you know, they come in for the big series. It's incredibly difficult. And there were such huge blunders like a joker being dealt on the river in a big pot, or instruction cards. They appeared at least twice already, instruction card being in the deck. There were some super slow dealers as well. So yeah, it's such a tough profession. It's not easy to play at all. To be the dealer at a big series like this one, or the World Series, it's not easy. And absolute kudos to the real heroes that allow us to play a card game with some plastic chips and make good money, have a good time. As Eugenio decides to play the A7, will he free bet or just call? This looks like actually a free bet. 2.6 is it? Michal Plzák. 2.5 exactly. Look at this Giovanni Capuano. He wakes up with the tens right now, but the problem is both of these players, they are kind of loose. You know, Michal, King Jack, Eugenio, A7. What are you going to do? He goes for the flat call, so cold calling a free bet. A lot of the players, they don't recommend this. They say, do not try this at home. If you are out of position and you have a hand like this one, just jam it or fold it. But Giovanni is confident that he'll be able to navigate post-flop reasonably well with the tens. Now let's see what happens with the other players. Dejan will fold, but Michal, he has an offsuit hand. The problem with multi-way pots with offsuit hands is that you're basically hoping for one pair, but one pair hands. The more players enter the pot, the less value, relative value, relative strength they actually have. So I'm really interested to see what Michal will do. You really want to have a suited hand when you enter a freeway pot like this. And Giovanni basically played it kind of face up. There we go. Michal lets it go. And we will see Eugenio against Giovanni. Now that's the problem when you call the tens out of position. You don't have that much behind. It will be really difficult to play on most boards that you hit. There we go. So far, so good. But Giovanni has that overpair. Eugenio, however, it seems like he has nothing. He has great backdoors. And now this is one of the backdoor hands, backdoor cards that he hits. So he's got the nut flush draw. And now he has the king. He can easily represent when you go ahead and free bet on the button. King, queen, and ace king are very much in your range. So is king jack potentially. So this will be very difficult for Giovanni to decipher. And even if you call, all of the times you can face a river barrel with your tens. So let's see what the plan was when we called. Free bet before the flop. Will we simply wave the white flag? Eugenio really tells a convincing story against Giovanni. Giovanni called, basically saying, hey, I have something like tens, eights, jacks. Now I checked, so I can have a king, and there's that fold. And Eugenio played it well. He definitely could have bet the flop, by the way. Bet the flop, you hope to improve. Try to get that 8, backdoor straight draw, try to get that club draw. But he got the pot down anyway. And let's take a look at the damage. So Eugenio, 76 big blinds. The rich get richer, 37 million and 700K. And he is on the top of the world. Michal Plzák, 48 bigs. And the other guys, they're going down a little bit. Our anonymous player, 19 mil, 38 bigs. But Giovanni, down to 22 big blinds, 10 mil. Trinity, 18. And our Greek player is the short stack with 10 bigs. And we see 2 guys with the sunglasses, 1 guy with a cowboy hat. You know what, guys? We're playing Texas Hold'em, so it's only fitting. We have the hats, but he also has the sunglasses. I know this is very important to the chat. I know you guys were saying how many players on the outer tables wear sunglasses. And you see that we have, how many is that? 4 players next to each other with them. We will try to find this vital piece of information during the next break. I will go to the outer tables and count the sunglasses for you guys that have been asking these important questions. Eugenio, yeah, there we go. He actually acts exactly how a big stack should act. If you have a nice hand that blocks other people's hands that can push you around the ace, you should go for it. But look at this, wow! Dejan with 15 big blinds, he's getting very much out of line. Queen Jack offsuit jam. And Eugenio, oh, yo, don't do this. Don't let your opponent know. He is simply folding the ace. Wow, Dejan, this is a very ballsy play here from the man. Queen Jack off. Obviously an out-of-line hand for 15 bigs. It pays off for him. And finally, we are seeing some aggression. That's the thing. Most of the time, when you get this deep, at King's Resort, in these 1 million plus guaranteed events, most of the time the players are they really seem to be reasonably tight. You rarely see these aggressive plays. But when somebody wakes up, he decides, hey, I don't really care about every single other up. I don't care that I paid 230 euro every single jump. Basically gives me many multiples of my buy-in. I'm just going to play aggressively. Those are the players that often end up near the top of the leaderboard. We've seen it a couple of weeks ago with Patrick Jarosz, who won our last big event here. And we might be seeing it here. Michal Plzák in the big blind definitely has a hand that he can play with. There we go. Does have a gut shot with the 9-7. Any 10 would give him essentially the nuts. Any 6 also would give Michal an open ender, so it's not completely nothing. It might look like it. By the way, the green chips, it might look like it's a lot of them, but the green chips are the smallest ones. So 850. Michal, what are you going to do? We just let's go. When I tried to look up Michal Plzák, I couldn't see a Handelmo profile, but he does grind those Czech series. So he played the Czech Poker Tour at King's Casino. He does play in Prague. If you guys don't know, King's Resort is in Rozvadov, but under the King's umbrella, there's also the King's Casino. It's a much smaller one in Prague, but for that one, if we need more players, if we need more space, we usually expand to the Hilton. So the European Poker Tour is coming in December. It's already been confirmed. And this year we had the World Series of Poker Europe. It's extremely likely to come back next year after the big success and smashing the guarantee there. And it looks like the Czech grinder Michal Plzák likes to play in a King's Casino in Prague. That's the thing. When you are in the Czech Republic, the landscape for online poker is absolutely dreadful. You basically have only two options here. But when it comes to live poker, Czech Republic and Slovakia, they're really, this region, are absolute powerhouses. So there are a lot of live grinders that you don't really see them online. A lot of the times they just drive around the small rooms, and then when they build up the bankroll to at least be able to afford responsibly the 200 plus buy-ins, they come to Kings. And Eugenio, look at this, goes ahead for that c-bet. Trinity decided to defend the King 6 off. Now against the later position, you can actually go ahead and call, but it will be very problematic here to peel one. Your opponent can easily keep barreling. And it's tough to be confident that you actually have the best hand in showdown. But let's see if Trinity will get sticky. No, he will not. Let's it go here. Eugenio takes one down. So the battle of the sunglasses. One of those guys, there's a backwards hat, and there is the cowboy hat. And you know, the story of Hold'em that we're playing right now, obviously the game originated in Texas. And if you guys don't know, before Texas Hold'em, when you went to play in Vegas, it was all mixed games. It was stud, it was 5-card draw, and all the other mixed games you actually see today. They were the staple. But in Texas, there were a lot of grinders like Doyle Brunson and Amarillo Slim. They were playing Texas Hold'em, and they brought it to Vegas. And sooner rather than later, all those mixed games, they started to be replaced by Texas Hold'em, the Cadillac of poker. And look at this, Dan, wow! This man does not mess around. He's got 19 big blinds. He decides to put it in. He's basically playing this like a satellite. In a satellite, you basically do this. Go all in. Don't give the other players a chance to take chips away from you. But this man says, hey, I want to go big or I go home. Jams in. 9.55 million. And here we go. He makes a hand as strong as King 10 suited to simply fold here. Looks like Dan, he's the man to watch. He's not shackled by the ICM, by the pay jumps. He's the man who came to play. And now, speaking of Texas Hold'em, now we are in a bizarre situation when basically the OG games, like you see in the mixed games, like draw games and stud games, they were the status quo, right? They were the games that everybody played. Nobody knew Texas Hold'em. Now it's in the reverse, actually. Now when you play Hold'em and you see some mixed games, they seem like almost alien, like something you never play. So I think it's very, very interesting how we go full circle. And of course, the problem is we would love to show you some mixed games as well on stream, guys. But it's so difficult. You have multiple cards. You have a lot more betting streets because of the fixed limit patterns as well. And that's why it's very, very difficult. That's why you see the Cadillac of poker, Texas Hold'em, sometimes PLO. That's why these are the games we actually show you. Giovanni in the big blind. He's not happy about it, but he lets it go. And Trinity takes one down. By the way, if you are just joining us, Chase is saying, just prove that trends recycle. Mullets are back. What year is this? Are mullets back? Guys, come on. This is absolutely shocking information to me. Are mullets actually back? You know, we are in the Czech Republic, and I think the most famous sports person in the history of sports was wearing a mullet. Jaromír Jágr, of course, if you guys don't know who that is. He's an ice hockey player, and he's one of the best players of all time, best attackers of all time in the National Hockey League, the best league in ice hockey. And he was very famous for coming from the Czech Republic and having this hickey, this redneck mullet haircut with him. He was actually living on a farm back then. But hold that thought. Look at this Giovanni jamming with ace-8, guys. What's going on here? Eugenio went out of line with 4-3 offsuit. And Giovanni picks up a nice pot with ace-8. The aggression is ramping up. These players have come to play. Loose opens, jams that punish them. This is what we want to see. They didn't come here to try to get that little pay jump. They came to battle. And it's been a while here at King's Resort since we have actually seen this. Most of the time, the players play very tactically. They get tied down when they go this deep, when every single pay jump is so big. When it comes to multiples of your buy-in, looks like today might be different. Oh, so mullets are back, guys. Absolutely crazy. Mullets are back. The pre-flop aggression is back to King's Resort. I'm absolutely loving it. And now, and this is the thing, when something is phased out, when you don't see it, even though it seemed standard at one point, right? We've seen a lot of the times, we've seen people being aggressive at this stage. Not this year. I don't recall people being this aggressive before the flop in a long while. Same with the mullets, right? It's pretty much the standard at one point, but then you forget about it, and when it makes a comeback, suddenly it's exciting. It's just like the same with mixed games. Here at King's Resort, you have 5,769 entries with the Hold'em, and suddenly, when some quirky, like the festival series came over to town, they played 8-game. And people were looking at it, hey, what is this? What is this poker? When at one point, it was, when it comes to the stud games and to the draw games, it was the only thing people played. So yeah, I think it's hilarious that the trends come back. And let's see what Trinity does here with the ace-8s. Unfortunately for him, anonymized, he's got a bigger stack than him, and he's got a lot of chips. And he's got that open-ender. That is a lot of outs, ladies and gents. He also has the backdoor hard draw. He's not going anywhere, that's for sure. Notice how Trinity bets big, though. 2 million. That is a really large bet sizing. Anonymized has to think, hey, if I jam this, do I actually have full equity? If I call here, the pot's going to be so big, I will be in a really uncomfortable spot on the turn. Wow, he actually lets it go. Trinity's large sizing gets the job done. Anonymized, basically the thought process I think he was going through is exactly what I say. Because he bet so big, my opponent, if I jam here, he might not be able to fold anything. And if I only call, I will face a big bet size on the turn. I cannot call, so he simply let it go. With a strong hand like that, and the ace-8 just like this picks up a nice pot just through the power of big bet sizing. Wow, it's very, very interesting. What do you guys think? Do you think the Queen-9 should have closed the eyes and maybe jammed it against the big sizing? That's, by the way, the thing that you should do if you see someone bet big. You should be raising more. There's more dead money in the pot. More to pick up. Or would you simply call there and face an awkward situation on the turn? You know, you definitely didn't expect it. You don't expect the bet sizing like that. Because if you plan to fold when you hit a hand like this one, you simply wouldn't call pre-flop in the first place. Sunglasses at feature table. Yeah, that's right. We didn't have them in a while. I remember at one point we had a big trend of tattoos at the feature table. We had 4 players. All of them had full hand tattoos. 3 of them had both hands fully tattooed. Now you see we have one guy with the tattoo. So imagine it's both hands, and we had 4 of them at one feature table. Today is the table of sunglasses. There we go. There's that call. Michal Plzák also peels. Giovanni Capuano. And for the first time in the tournament when it comes to the stream table, we have a 4-way flop. This is the very first time this actually happened and anonymized. The hidden Italian with his hoodie, with his sunglasses, is ahead of everybody else. Let's see if he will try to bet his strong draw, his pair, flush draw. He's got everything. This man is absolutely everything here. 86%. There you go. He almost doesn't care what everybody else will do. And all the other players are very likely to simply release their hands right now. Giovanni wants to think about it, but 4-way, you simply have to give the credit to your opponent. And if you were to float here, you probably want to have something that blocks strong hands or something that is drawing. So here we go. And the Jack 10 picks up a nice spot. 3.5 million, just like that, in the first 4-way pot we have seen all day. And here we go. When the dust settled, Eugenio Ciuppellini, 74 big blinds. That's a big stack, guys. 37 million. Michal Plzák and Anonymized, who just took down the 4-way pot, are around the same stack size. And looks like we might be reshuffling our tables yet again. Is that time already? Well, don't go anywhere. We are heading to the finish line pretty soon.
So, Catalan.
Oh, no, that was, I guess,
Catalin
that was the
Pop.
end of hand one. Sorry.
Catalin Pop.
Kata.
Yeah, Kataman. We call him Kata. I met him in Vegas this year with my friend Rano. You remember Rano? You saw him the other day?
Saw him 20 minutes ago.
Oh, must be nice. I did.
He was saying hi to Sarah and Max.
Oh, okay.
Good buddies of Max.
Okay. Yeah, so I was with Rano in Vegas, and then I met Kata. Very nice guy. Sarah Link here, also known as Slink. 5-3 off in the small. Doesn't get fruity. No guava yet.
Queens for the queen, Saliba.
Yeah. You know, Viv has like one of like the deathliest stare downs ever. It's actually insane because she's so like nice and friendly as a person.
Two
But
sides to every
she,
coin, Bobby.
Bro, honestly, she scares me when we play poker. I had her on my table and she scared me. I'm not even joking.
Like I said, she is a bracelet winner. She won the women's event. 3 betting to 15K.
Chunky free bet from Viv. Not messing around.
Well, she came to play. She told me that.
Yeah, button versus big blind. Ooh, Corey's going to look her up.
So heads up to this flop. Already 32.4K in the middle. Here comes the flop. Ooh. Jack 10 ace rainbow. Little piece for both players.
Not the best flop for Viv, but not the best flop for Corey either. I mean, I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of Viv's game, a little bit. You know, like she's going to play pretty correctly.
would she think that you have a good understanding of her game? I'll ask her later. I'm not even going to ask. Wait for your question. I'm going to say, how well do you think Bobby knows your game, Viv? And she'll tell me honestly. I know she will.
Dude, she's just solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. 8K. Action back to Corey.
Corey calls the quarter pot bet.
Understandably so. 6 clubs on the turn.
So Viv goes for the check on the turn. Often gonna have the best hand still when it goes check, check. 8 on the river, no good for Corey. And basically in this situation, Viv has the choice of going for a thinnish C bet, sorry, a thinnish river value bet, or going for the check call.
Option.
I think Viv will go for 15k on the river. 12 to 15k, quite thin. But you're mainly just targeting Jack X, like.
So semi-thin, not super thin.
Yeah, not super thin. $12 to 15k, I think, APK. Oh no, she goes all in. Effective.
66.4k and a quick fold from Corey. Just taking it down sleeveless. She just went polarized there.
Yeah, I mean, like, you
He
kind
never
of...
has an ace after that.
But it's not about that. It's more about the fact that, like, you only really get called by ace jack there.
Right.
Or, like, ace 10.
But he never has that there.
Right, he never has that there because the way the action was played out.
Right. Ace queen of clubs for Kata. +1. Gonna open things up to 3.5k. Maitika with the 8s in the cutoff. Make the call. Max on the button. 7 deuce offsuit. Pitching him in the middle. 9-7 of diamonds in the small blind. 2.7k to call. Will call. Action on Sarah in the big blind. King 4 offsuit for her. Just lets it go. 3-way action. Flop is 10, queen, 9, 2 more clubs. Top for pop. And a flush draw. Corey, bottom pair. Nine
Nine on the turn. Corey making trips. Kata with that unbelievable flop now goes down to 21% equity. And my Tika, his 8's still not looking great.
Still top with flush draw versus trips now.
I think the problem is here for Kata is like, he probably doesn't know that Corey's calling quite light from the small, where he shouldn't really be calling. Like, okay, so like 9-7 suited doesn't call from the small in general versus +1. It's just a fold. 9-8 suited, some calling, some 3-betting. So he's not going to expect Corey to have too much 9x. He's very fortunate that Corey just calls, to be honest with you. Seven on the river.
Boat for Corey.
Yeah, Corey just boats up, just goes runner, just like that. Poor Kata. Flops top pair, not flush draw.
An unfortunate run out indeed for Pop. A great rhyme on the flop.
That's true.
Top for Pop on the flop.
I respect it.
It's bet 15-5.
15-5 is the bet from Corey.
Well, the backdoor flush draw got there as well. Kata's not folding.
Can't fold there, pays him off. Nice pot for Corey, just shy of a starting stack for him now.
Having fun? Having fun? I know them all.
Defina, ace-7 of clubs under the gun.
Looks like he's borrowed a jumper off someone called Fred.
I'm joking. I come off.
5.5K. Cassian, the queen-jack offsuit, gonna let it go, as well as Haddad. And Frankie. Over to Glenn with the dirty diaper and the cutoff.
War schon mal hier am TV-Tisch, aber nicht mit 5 Kameras.
I don't think I'll ever refer to it as the dirty diaper.
Das ist aber
We'll get you there.
ungewohnt.
You can most certainly try.
Fold over to the small blind. Tamsakis also lets it go. And now Bogush. King, queen offsuit in the big blind. 3K to call. Will defend. Heads up to this flop we go. 8-King-6.
Ah, some fireworks.
2 clubs for Defina. Top pair for Bogush.
605 players now. Looking like my 632 guess or whatever it was is pretty close.
You might be under 2 at this rate.
That's good.
Yeah, it
I
is a
wanna
good thing.
be.
Yeah, that's a good thing. We want that.
Defina goes for a C-bet here with the nut flush draw and overcard. And Bogush with top pair, second kicker, gonna flick in the call.
Going to a turn now.
A crucial turn. We don't want to see the queen of clubs. That would be a brutal one.
Don't want to see that club either.
Ah, we don't mind that one. Defina makes the nuts. Bogush, no good.
Check there. Option on Defina now.
He gives it the one-handed lazy arm slap check.
15K.
Very quick bet here from Defina. Didn't really think about his sizing or anything, just bets 15K. For me, when I see someone bet that quick, it's an indication that they don't care what you do. They're very happy with their hand. Panda might say no.
See what the panda says. Does make the call. Inconsequential river.
Oh, I knew.
Boy.
I just, as soon as you said inconsequential river, I was like, well, watch it be a really important card.
My bad, dog. My bad.
Oh, boy. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear indeed.
This is going to be interesting because if Bogusz goes for a lead on this river, he's going to go for value on this river, I think. $35K incoming, I reckon. 40. Things you absolutely love to see here is Claudio Defina.
36.5K.
Oh dear. Well, Defina's only got 105 behind. He's going to just make sure. Do I have the nuts? Yes. Am I going to put all my chips in? Yes.
All of it.
I give it less than 20 seconds.
Well, it's less than 10 before he grabbed his chips.
Yeah, 12 seconds since. Panda looks sad. That's what Gigi says in the chat.
Panda gonna be very sad if he makes this call.
Little grin there from Bogusz, knowing that, oh man, how am I so cooked on this board? I must be. No one jams as a bluff. This one is going to take some time, ABK.
Reasonably so.
So Defina, does Defina jam a straight is what you have to think about.
How much is exactly?
Potentially.
Wants an exact count.
It's like 107, right?
Looks like a 105 to me.
103,500.
We're both wrong.
103.
103.5. Or 103. Okay, so we lose to all flushes. We lose to...
Quite literally a half of your stack to call, Bogusz.
Yeah, so we lose sets of sixes, lose the sets of kings. We obviously have king-queen, so quite hard for them to have that. Lose to all of the suited ace-x that makes flushes.
So good.
Doesn't really have 7-9 or 7-4 when they raise under the gun. Take your time, sir. Think about this one. Another thing to think about, APK. We saw the bet on the turn from Defina very quickly, not really too bothered, right?
It's down.
Yeah, good fold. Because the thing is, we see the quick bet on the turn from Defina. Then we decide to lead very big on the river. When
Right.
you bet big on the river versus someone who bet into you on the turn and didn't look like they cared about what you did, they are probably not bluffing.
Yeah, that seems about right to me.
Final table with 2 big blinds or day one with massive chip lead?
Oh, I care about the money. Final table with 2 big blinds. 2 big blinds, you can spin, you can win. Bendinelli win the APT with 1 big blind. So
Yeah.
final table with 2 big blinds, definitely. So for sure.
Final table, 2 big blinds.
Okay. Okay. Final table with 2 big blinds left, because then I'm in the money anyways. Yeah. If you have to choose 2 big blinds on the final table or massive chip lead on day 1?
The final table one.
Final table.
Yeah?
Yes, because winning is different.
Okay.
But both option, I take it anyway.
That's tough. I mean, depends, I guess. It largely depends about like what your bankroll is.
Mhm.
Okay, if that's like money-changing life-changing money. Sorry, I'm a bit. Of course, then you're gonna take the 2 big blinds, you know, and whatever. But if you're playing on roll and that's just a normal tournament for you, I probably prefer to chip lead at day 1 and try to deep stack until the final table, maybe.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the final day of the Kings Million 23rd birthday celebration edition here at Kings Resort. Of course, we are down to final 2 tables. That's why we had the abrupt break. If you are just joining us, we are playing for over 1.1 million euro prize pool. And these are our chip counts at the featured table. Tourist, the day chip leader, retains his chip lead now with 31,064 big blinds, joins the featured table. Michal Plzák remains here with 20 million. Mato Misic, 17 mil. Mircea Olaru, if you were wondering where the hell are the Romanians, it's the year of Romania. We need at least one here at the featured table. Well, you waited for the right time. Finally, someone from Romania. Paolo with 13 mil. Giovanni, 10 mil. Trinity, 10 million, and our short stack Kamil Borowiec at 7.1 million. I know one of you guys in the chat were asking for that Polish player. Is there anyone left? Yeah, I think we had 2 left, and Kamil is the number 8. Now let's take a look who were the unlucky guys who actually busted. So we're down to final 18 now. I believe we should be down to final 18 or less. So in 23rd place, we saw that Alexander Rupf busted. 22nd place, David Pertol. GG, 3,240 euro plus that min cash already. Benjamin from Denmark busted in 21st place. Piotr Marcin Koláč. Koláč basically means a sweet cake. From Poland, out in 20th. All these guys got 4,340 euro plus that win cash. So let's see who else busted after our production reveals how many players are actually left. And of course, we're asking the important questions. How many players on the outer table are wearing sunglasses? I went to check it out. So right now we have a couple tables remaining. And the outer table, 2 players are wearing sunglasses. So however many we have here, 16 left actually only, so we're down to 16. 2 players on the outer tables are wearing sunglasses. And that means that we lost even more players. So Marian Milas from Croatia, 19th place, GG. Tomas Tirodimos from Greece is the man we also lost. And another player from Poland bit the dust, Przemysław Krzysztof Szymanski in the 17th place. Very, very unlucky. The next pay jump will be the 15th place that we're looking forward to. So we have dropped most of our Polish players right now and trying to see who will remain, who will get to that final table, who will get to that top 10 that guarantees you a 3K worth of tickets for the big Kings Million that comes in September and the start of October. By the way, sometimes 18 players, can you believe it? Sometimes we are actually starting the day at 2 p.m. with this amount of players, but today, because the field was so massive, we actually started with 48. So in a way, now the stream really starts. You might have a fresh beginning, and you're looking at the ship leader at the start of the day, Tourist. I actually asked Tourist, hey, what is your story, Mr. Tourist? And Mr. Tourist told me, actually, this is my first ever Kings Million. He is not a professional, he's an amateur player, and he managed to go on his first ever try here at Kings Million. He's in top 16 and he's the chip leader. I mean, what a story that would be if he takes it down. And he's not lying when he gave us his nickname, Tourist. That is not a bluff. He really is a tourist. And the man with the UFC hat, I'm pretty sure he'll be delighted to already be at this stage. When I talked to him, he really was excited to be chip leading, and that was in top 48. Now he's in the top 16, still with a really strong stack. That would be a Cinderella story for the ages. Chase says 616 with sunglasses. That's a rough count. I'm not sure what happened, guys. We went so long without any sunglasses here during our streams, but I guess because finally we went way past our guarantee, they have so many entries that the players decided, hey, I'm going to wear my sunglasses, I'm going to hide my eyes. And even two players, I understand, listen, if you had a stream table, we have lights that basically simulate daylight, right? We want you to look at the players, we want them beautifully lit. But on the outer tables, it's not as bright as here, but still, two of the players have opted to wear sunglasses on the outer tables as well. This is actually curious. When you watch the high rollers, when you watch the big buy-ins, 100K plus, 500K plus, the top players, the high rollers, very few of them actually wear sunglasses. You know, they asked Phil Ivey, hey, Phil, how come you don't wear sunglasses? And Phil Ivey responded, well, I tried to wear them once. I misread my hand. He made like $100,000 mistake because he was wearing sunglasses. It's harder to see the hands. And that was the one time Phil Ivey wore sunglasses. Ever since then, never wore them. He never uses them. And that was all she wrote. Look at this, Mircea, the one Romanian, the sole Romanian hope, I believe. I think he might be the last remaining Romanian hope in the year of Romania. Remaining in the tournament, goes for that aggressive free bet, just like we would expect from someone from the country that has been absolutely dominating here at King's Resort. Kamil Boroviec, King Jack offsuit. It's a pretty weak hand to just go all in with. Yeah, here we go. He does actually fold. Chase actually likes the sunglasses. He's trying to pick a side. Does sunglasses win or lose this turning? Well, I'm not sure. I must say, I do have to say, I mean, Trinity with the cowboy hat and the sunglasses, he does look really cool. He's even showing us his chest. He's showing us his cleavage. He does look like a cowboy, doesn't he? And Mircea, look at this. I'll be very, very, very careful about having a Romanian near the final table. This is the tournament with the least Romanians in the final day we've had all year. I'm about 80% certain about that. But the one Romanian, always a danger. You can never write them off. Bert says, I bet on the guy with two cards in his hands will win. Somebody who plays two cards will win this tournament. Well, I'm not a betting man, but that's a pretty good guess, Bert. God damn it. We have our moderator trolling now. I swear to God, swear to God. Man with prescription glasses are a prescription against the sun. Yeah, I mean, if the sun is hurting your eyes, wear sunglasses. It makes sense. Hold that thought. Paolo with the hooks against the big slick. 27 big blinds. That is a lot of chips here. Will he simply decide to free bet, or are we going to see only a call? Yeah, he wants to play it safe. 12 million. We are nearing that final table bubble. We already lost one player. 15 left. So Paolo only peels with those jacks. Both of them have a really healthy stack, and of course there are shorter stacks behind you. You don't want to risk your tournament life on the worst hand in poker, as some claim. So he only calls with the jacks. Everybody else will clean the field. And what could have been a pre-flop flip suddenly turns into a post-flop spot where both players have roughly an equal chance to actually take it down. Mato, of course, has the pre-flop razor advantage. And it is the king right away. Now Paolo must be very happy about not free betting, not risking his tournament life now with those jacks. 1.7 million is the bet. Well, Paolo, that's the thing. When you don't free bet the hand that you definitely can decide to free bet, you are kind of what the nerds would tell you at near the top of your range. So you might simply want to see the turn purely based on the fact that you're folding so many other hands. You have all those weaker pocket pairs, even hands like Queen Jack suited you might opt to call here. So when you have those jacks, you go ahead and call. You're beating all those bluffs. It's a very interesting turn. Paradoxically, it actually hurts Paolo that he does have the jacks, because with a hand this strong, you don't really want to turn it into a bluff. So if he did have some sort of flow that doesn't have a made hand, you could have easily just went ahead and tried to start bluffing. But look at this, Mato, undeterred by the 8. He says, hey, I raised under the gun, you're under the gun +2. You're not on the button, so you should not be calling before the flop with a lot of hands that have an 8 in them. So actually, I'm going to treat it as a reasonable blank, and Paolo gets away from this. Arguably losing the minimum with the jacks. Yeah, and a big topic, the sunglasses. Six sunglasses left in the tournament, and top, what is now, is it 15 or 16? Top 15, I believe. And actually the trend is, if you watch any high stakes streams, so you watch the players that buy in with 100K and play those high rollers, actually the current meta is not sunglasses, but it's scarves. And the most common tell, the most common way how people read you, how they read your language, body language, it's actually your pulse. So this is the meta now. If you really don't want your opponent to get reads on you, you cover your neck. That's it. Scarves are the new sunglasses. 10 years ago, sunglasses were the main thing. Now it's the scarves. So if you want to play like the pros, bring a hoodie, bring a scarf, or anything that basically covers your neck. And don't let your opponent see your pulse that is usually clearly visible on that artery on your neck. So we come to the paradoxical way of our cowboy, for example. He has a cowboy hat and he has the sunglasses, but he literally opens his shirt. So the usual place that the high rollers cover his neck, he leaves wide open and exposed. A hoodie with a scarf, the poker face hoodie from Kings. Oh my God, it actually tilts me. It looks so sick, it looks amazing, but it covers the people. The people that really want to stay anonymous, they use the poker face hoodie and a scarf from Kings. It does look cool, but honestly on stream we want to see your face, ideally. And here we go. Tourist. That is a nickname, by the way. If you couldn't tell already, calls in the small blind. We have not been seeing these calls from the small blind very frequently today. People opted to free bet or fold most of the time, but this chip leader started the day with the chip lead. Now it's up there, still up there, biggest stack at our feature table. Decides to call, and let's see what Giovanni can cook up here with those sixes. Four, 9 tray. That is a flush draw and a gut shot, a combo draw for the big stack. Tourist. It's basically any way he can play this at this point besides folding, and it would be correct. Giovanni. Yeah, he wants to go for that c-bet. The main reason is you can charge weaker hands, but especially with the sixes, you almost hit every single turn, so just taking it down is absolutely fine. Now let's see. Tourist, who is not a professional player. This is his first Kings Million ever. He never played a Kings Million. He's not a pro. Let's see what he will do here with a hand that you can easily get aggressive with. Well, no matter what the bet size you use, no matter how much you raise, it's never a mistake. With a hand as strong as this one, you're doing well against anything. Just simply sticking it in would be fine. We're going, how much is that? Is it about 9 mil? No, about 4.5 mil, 9 500Ks. 5 million is the check raise. Giovanni, oi, 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 oi. Probably knows that he will have to fold here. You don't want to risk your stack, even if you have a hunch. Your opponent might have a draw here. There's so many draws though. 5, 6, so many gutters, flush draws. If you were playing a cash game, it would be very tempting to just stick it in here. But we are at the top 15 of 5,769 entries. The pressure is real. Tourist can risk his chips. You really cannot. So we could kind of feel that Giovanni doesn't believe Tourist. There's not much you can do with so much pressure. When you are that middling stack with those 16 bigs, in terms of projected money, every single chip is worth that much more, especially when you relate it to the big stacks, the chip leaders, where the extra chips actually lose value in projected money. And he has to let it go. Vissela will be back. By the way, the payouts, 125,460 up top. All the players already locked in. 6,225 euros. You can see that we have a big pay jump. 9th gets 10K, 10th to 11th, 8K. But remember, guys, top 10 also get the free K package for the Kings Million European Poker Championship. Rest with that for you, soft suit. Let's see go. And we are in a blind against blind spots. Razy daisy. Michal Plzák. This is a garbage hand if I've ever seen one. Let's it go. There we go. By the way, before the break, BLP said the dealer is a great guy and dealer super focused, at the same time chatting, keeping the energy high. Yeah, it's incredible. Of course, you have to be the best of the best to get the spot at the featured table. And actually, funny story. If you guys don't know, the CEO of Kings Resort, Federico Brunato, believe it or not, but he started as a part-time dealer. So the CEO, my boss, who can fire me at any time if you guys in the chat complain too much, started as a part-time dealer. Hold that thought, let's take a look. So Tourist started as the chip leader, now as a big stack, 34 million, 69 big blinds. At the bottom, Kamil Borowiec, the last remaining Polish hope. Giovanni Capuano with 16 and 18 for Trinity. Paolo Mircea and Michal Plzák still in a decent shape. When you have above 22 bigs, you're absolutely fine. But yeah, it will be a fight of Tourist against the others with Kamil Borowiec in danger. He tries to double up as fast as he can. Yeah, but if you guys don't know, Federico Brunato, if you do speak Czech, there is a brand new interview on King's Show. He was interviewed by Philip, our marketing director, I believe. And he basically said, yeah, he was a part-time dealer at King's Resort, but he was so fast, he was experienced from Boston, he has some experience, but he was so good, he was so fast, he was so precise, that even though he was a junior dealer here at King's Resort, he got a spot at the featured table rather quickly. So very, very shortly after our CEO joined as a part-time dealer at King's Resort, he was put on the featured table, and well, the rest is history. He was climbing through the ranks over and over and over. And now he's the CEO of the whole group. He's got a family now, a fresh new family, and he's still younger than me. Makes me think, hey, what am I doing with my life? You know, he's a big CEO, and I only get the pleasure of being with you guys here in the chat. 101%. Yeah, so incredible story. If you want to know who the man behind making it all happen, he's deciding the guarantees, by the way. He's deciding the buy-ins. That is Federico Brunato. Michal Plzák. We know he likes to play, but the hand like this is a little bit too weak to play with. Paolo. Let's see, go in the big blind. This is surprising to me. Queen 9 suited, obviously a very strong hand, but remember guys, there is a lot of pressure on all these players. In 16th place, by the way, we have lost Tomáš Sedláček. Our Slovakian hero goes home with 4,340 euro plus his min cash. That means that right now, everybody got into that pay jump, 5.7k, plus that min cash on top, already guaranteed. 6,225 if you put it all together. And yeah, when it comes to Federico Brunato, the CEO of Kings Resort, I think it's one of the fastest and most meteoric rises in the poker industry. If you discount the early days, when, for example, you had sites like PokerStars, you know, when it was young guys starting poker sites and being the pioneers of poker. I think in the modern history, to simply go from a part-time dealer to a CEO in just several years, it's absolutely unheard of. And he actually started, believe it or not, he started organizing games when he was 17. In his small town, he organized a poker game, and it got so big that the local club actually invited him. He was making in pubs or something. Absolutely incredible story. It's not just the players that go ahead and become stars from nothing. If you are working in the industry, you are a dealer, for example, and you are passionate, you're precise, you do your best. You can also climb as well. That's the beauty of poker. Giovanni, there we go. Call with the 5-4 suited. He only has 12 big blinds left. It will be interesting to see if he actually does manage to hit. And flush draw, straight draw, will he simply stick it in? And not only he hits a flush draw, he hits that straight draw as well. A straight flush draw here at Kings Resort. Are we going to simply stick it in? Yes, look at this. Giovanni flops the world. He still technically has 5 high, but he is the overwhelming favorite with that straight flush draw right here. And Michal Plzák, even though he has the best hand right now, technically, in terms of equity, he's actually way behind. And I like what Giovanni did. He wasn't sure, hey, do I have actually a full equity if I check a raise? Didn't want to take that chance. Well, Michal Plzák, this is such a curious spot. It does look like Giovanni does have a draw. It looks like it's ace-9. It looks like it's 4-5. It does look like it's a flush draw here. This is absolutely crazy. Only me and you guys in the chat actually know that, yes, his instincts are 100% correct. His opponent actually only has a draw and 5 high right now. But the draw is so strong that it actually crushes his made hand, the ace high. I can't believe what we're witnessing right now. Too many outs, he makes the call. I'm not even sure if he'll be happy about this. He's extremely behind the straight flush draw with the ace-king. What a great call, I must say. He was completely right that his opponent was on a draw. Amazing instincts by Michal Plzák, the Czech hero, but he is very much behind. The chat is saying too many outs. Is this too many outs for Giovanni to win? No, it is not. Straight on the turn, and he goes straight into that double up, and Michal Plzák, you know what? Yeah, you lost. Yeah, in terms of equity, you were way behind. But let me tell you, this man's instincts were spot on. He could sniff that draw from a mile away. He made that ace-high call, and even though it did not work out for him, in all likelihood his opponent would do the same thing with much weaker draws than we have seen right here. So, straight flush draw, takes it down, but we do have to give kudos to Michal Plzák. Clap, clap, clap. His instincts were correct. It's not that often that you actually find yourself in a situation where you are against 5 high and the 5 high is absolutely dominating you. Happened to be one of those times, but I have to give kudos to the Czech man for his instincts. And yeah, we disagree. Chase Hendricks You know what? I think this is the most extreme too many outs situation. You cannot have more outs. It's physically impossible. You have a straight flush draw. You have 2 live cards, and you know what? Everything we believed in is a lie. Not only the mullets are coming back, as the chat is claiming. I'm not sure if I can believe them, but too many outs doesn't apply anymore. I mean, what's going on? This is the maximum of outs you can possibly have, and they somehow won. And the action does not stop. Kamil Borowiec goes for that jam with the 10s. Yeah, 12 big blinds, that sounds about right. There is no pay jump. Kamil already went into that pay jump level. 6,225 he guaranteed for himself. And Mato, look at this. Oi, oi, oi. Mato with the 9s against the 10s. I mean, it is 12 big blinds. We still have 30 bigs behind. Even if we make this call, there we go. There is that call, and Kamil, he will be happy. A happy camper right here, as the 9s will be revealed, unless somebody wakes up with Jacks Plus behind him. Kamil Borowiec will be heading for the double up. Don't go anywhere, guys. You never know what happens in poker, but obviously, Domination Nation. This is exactly what you want to see. And you have the short stack, somebody calls you. As that fold, Paolo will let it go. And nobody else is in there, so there we go. You're hoping Mato doesn't show you those aces or kings. Maybe he was trapping with them. Well, let's see the reaction. So the 10s are shown, and Mato, he knows that this is very unlucky. He was hoping for ace-king, for 8s or 7s. Oi, 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 oi. And Kamil Borowiec in a prime position to double up here. There we go, the last Polish hope remaining. Only thing he has to do is dodge and 9. That comes right away on the flop. Can you believe it? This is an absolute dagger into the heart of the Polish Kamil Borowiec. Unbelievable, but there is still hope. Look at this. It's that redraw. Can he counterpunch in the face of Mato and hit that straight on the river? No, he cannot. So much drama. Oi, 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 oi. Kamil Borowiec gets eliminated in a brutal fashion here at King's Million 23rd birthday anniversary celebration. Not like that. We even had the chance. The poker gods can be cruel sometimes. Even when you were behind, they give you hope. They give you rope that you just need to grab, but he didn't manage that. And look at this man, stoic face. He looks a little bit ashamed, you know. He's sniffing his hand, maybe asking himself, what did I do here? Oops, whoopsie doopsie. I busted a player with 9s against 10s. But I'm sure that any negative emotions will evaporate quite quickly. And just like this, 2 all-in dramas in back-to-back hands. Exactly what we would expect from the King's Million. Roller coaster of emotion, absolutely. Oi, 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 oi. Bert says, I always feel good with 10s because 10s are my cards. How do you feel now, Bert, huh? How do you feel now about this? Look at this. Is this another cooler? Paolo Coser has ace-queen. Mato, well, I think he deserves now to maybe give some back. There we go. There's that all-in. Paolo jamming those ace-queen. Giovanni, guess what he has? It's another ace-queen. Ace-queen for everybody. 3 aces already right here. Well, Giovanni, what are you going to do? He wants to see the stack size. He's got 25 big blinds. That's a lot of chips that he would risk, but both of them have ace-queen. I am not quite sure what is happening. Did we build King's Resort on an ancient Indian burial ground? But back-to-back-to-back hands, we have drama, and all-in drama to boots, and somehow both of these players have ace-queen while the other guy actually is blocking the ace. Go figure. Somebody do the math. How probable is this situation to occur? Now the question is, Giovanni, can you figure it out? Can you figure out that your hand actually ties with one of these guys? He's definitely thinking about it. He is on the button. Nothing invested in the pot. That's very important. When you are on the button, you didn't put any chips in the middle yet. This is not the big blind exactly. So you have to basically match what they have. And the problem is, if Paolo is jamming with those pocket pairs, you are behind, and that's why actually he releases. There we go. So it's away. Hopefully big blind doesn't wake up with a strong pocket pair. That would be almost unfair because Paolo, Mato, and the man who just folded, they are blocking each other's outs. They're basically counterpunching each other. And there's very little hope to hit an ace now. Lucky for them, Mircea folds, and let's see what Mato does here. Mato, do you want to risk it with that ace-jack? There we go, there's that fold. Bert says would be a really bad call with ace-queen offsuit. Yeah, that's the thing, you have nothing invested, really. There's plenty of big blinds, you still have the open raiser behind you. So he just let it go, and there we go. Ace-queen, get it done. Easy peasy. And the other ace-queen, oh, did they tell each other? No, they did not. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it might look like he folded the same hand and it's a mistake, but you are dealing with the jam. You don't have anything invested on the button, no chips in the middle, so you have to call the full amount. You're behind pocket pair slightly, you know, you're flipping, and you still have the open raiser to deal with. So yeah, he took his time, but he figured out, hey, nothing I can do here. And I think especially the open raiser still being there, having all those jacks plus, all those aces, ace king in his range, yeah, that made it a correct lay down with the ace queen. Yeah, Chase Hendricks. Going back to the tens hands, you never know what happens, you know. So we didn't have time to actually say that, but great performance to the Polish player. I believe he might be the last one. So Kamil Borowiec, our 15th place. And no pay jump until the 11th place, I believe. Yes, so 11th place, they will bump up the money they actually win. €8,100, including that min cash from day 2 that you get for advancing from the day 1. And right now, all the guys, they have 6,225 already guaranteed. So no pay jumps until the 11th. You can slightly loosen up the ranges, but still, we are nearing that final table bubble. What the nerds say, ICM pressure is the second highest after the actual bubble, where it's deciding between getting something and nothing. Mato Misic definitely should continue. Looks like it's just a call. And the sole Romanian hope has a decent stack, 15 million. It would be almost shocking if we had 0 Romanians at the final table. It's the year of Romania. And look at this, what a flop for Mato. A nut flush draw, 82% against Mircea's queen 5, but he's very likely to continue. You have backdoor spade draw, and a queen can improve your hand. Now look at this, he simply checks. That's quite surprising, we only see a check from Mircea. Well, Mato, he says, hey, I have a really good draw, I'm gonna go ahead and put money into the pots. Well, Mircea, are we letting it go here? Now, Rearage Chili Dog says €1,875 pay jump at 11th place. Now, guys, of course, listen. we're playing for 128k plus up top, okay, if you include the package. It seems like it's nothing, right? It's whatever. Who cares about caring about the pay jump? But you have to remember, we did start the day with a 230 euro buy-in. You know, if you are a player that plays this level of tournaments, 1800 pay jump is still very significant relative to your bankroll. Very, very likely, unless you're one of the players like Vasilis who final tabled 3 or 4 times this year already. So you will see players that don't care about the pay jumps. They really are looking forward to that 128,000 euro. But you will see quite a few people that really, really want to go ahead and ladder up, want to hit that next pay jump, that 11th place, and get that extra 1,875 euros. Oh, Tourist has mercy. The thing is, guys, Tourist, he's very face up. He names himself Tourist. It's his first King's Million. He's very open about not being a professional that studies 16 hours per day. So, yeah, I think an aggressive player might find that the King 5 would be an open, try to put the pressure on the short stacks. But, you know, when you're not experienced in poker, when you have zero experience of being in such a deep field in the top 14, it's very tough to recognize that, hey, I should be the one really getting out of line. And by the way, speaking of getting out of line, Mato Misic, he decides to open raise for free off the offsuit garbage, and Michal actually hits a super strong hand here on the flop. Let's see, Mato, will you keep applying that pressure? It's very tempting. Michal has 11 million, 19 big blinds. He's under a lot of ICM pressure. You really, really want to make sure that you cover the short stacks, the other ones. So every single chip is important, much more so for Michal than Mato. That's my Mato, goes ahead and bets, even on a terrible board like this one. Well, now we see the check. Oh, Michal, this is very, very, very interesting. We basically have a third pair, but we have that open-ender to go along with it. So it's a strange hand, but a relatively strong hand. He goes for a pretty big bet, 2.2 million. Can he get paid by worse? I think the worst hand it can call him is exactly what Mato has here. For free. What else is a worse hand than other than a weaker 9? Maybe 8 7s? He can pay you off, but yeah, Michal just wants to bet and he takes it down. Nice pickup for him, of course. One thing I'm curious about, how long will we be here today? Of course, usually when it's the final day, we have 60-minute blinds. We usually start with 24 players, right? Sometimes we actually start with 16 players. That's during the festival series. It was a mixed game series. It's a little bit less players playing Hold'em, so we started with 16 players on the final day. Today it was 48. That's why, even though it's going fast today, there's 14 players left. 20 million average. That's a lot of blinds here. 20 mil average here at final 14. So a lot of poker to be played. We will be here for a while unless there really will be 1 or 2 chip leaders that go ahead and take the reins and start crushing everybody. But I think especially because Tourist has all the chips, and we've seen that he doesn't want to bully the players with really weak hands, it's possible that he will not apply the pressure that you would need to end the tournament pretty quickly. And Mato Misic open raising ace-7 offsuit, of course, very strong hand. Now Michal Plzak, he lost a few chips, decides to go ahead and play this. Look at this. I think this actually is a free bet. The aggressive trend of free betting we have not seen in the late stages at King's Resort for a long time continues here. Michal Plzak is getting out of line against a bigger stack. We check 5 and Paolo Kosser. Well, Paolo, what are you going to do? The 7s probably is a fold against somebody who has a tight range, but you know what? If he realizes how Michal plays. Maybe they played against each other. At the start of the day, we didn't really see these two guys. The chances are they have been at each other's tables. If you think Michal can get out of line, if he's way too loose, it's actually a possibility that he might actually jam it in here. Paolo, he's been so tight all day though. Yeah, I'll be surprised if he goes for it. Well, Mato, and like this, doesn't play well post-flop. Is he reaching for the chips? Will he actually do it? All in. Wow, Mato Misic playing the player, not the cards. Absolutely seeing through Michal Plzák. Puts in that jam with ace-7 offsuit near the final table bubble. Oh my goodness, what a play by Mato. And Michal Plzák is only trying to save face. This is a man who got caught. He got caught with his pants down bluffing. He threw in the time bank just to pretend that he wasn't just caught with an absolute bluff. And look at this man, Mato Misic. He doesn't look like a serious man. He looks like a straightforward man. But this guy knows how to play. And suddenly, guys, we have a dynamic that you absolutely rarely see in a 230 euro bind when you get this deep. Suddenly, we have an aggressive pre-flop dynamic where people 3-bet bluff, 4-bet bluff. Really? This is what you see. Not at the absolute high rollers, but you see it at the mids and high stakes, those 5Ks and 10Ks, where the people try to outplay each other. They don't just stick to the charts. That's what you see. So, refreshing change of pace, I must say. I am not used to this. I must say I didn't even see the need to study these ranges. But yeah, these guys go to war. And this is a rare occurrence where multiple people just go after each other before the flop. Yeah, Depev, yeah, pay jumps are a serious thing. They absolutely are. This is why vast majority of the time, pretty much every single top 14 we have seen here at King's Resort, you never saw this. You never saw a smaller stack going ahead, being aggressive, and being punished by ace-7 off. But here we go, guys. It's the 21st anniversary. A lot of the good players I know fired all the bullets. So we have what we have not seen in a long time. Mato Misic with the ace-king. Giovanni, 23 bigs, 9-6 suited. That should be a hand good enough. One thing that he should consider, Mato actually open raised slightly bigger than you'd expect. It's 2.5 big blinds, 1.5 million. And because of that, I think because of the bump, because of the pressure, the ICM pressure, Giovanni just folds a hand that I think even a couple hours ago would be a insta call on the big blinds. And this man, wow. This is I really like that he did this. Dapev says got fourth in PLO, 1500. And this WSOP, 35. And every player constantly always looked up the screen from down to 4 tables. First of all, Dapev, I have to say, nice hidden brag. Congratulations, everybody. We have to say congratulations. Nice humble brag over here in the chat. So, well done, well done. 4th place in the PLO. Very well done. And everyone was looking up the screen. I can tell you guys, yesterday we had the most insane tournament of all time. We had the Dream Maker. It was 20 euro buy-in, 20,000 euro guaranteed. So 20,000 euro guaranteed. In one afternoon, you had 840 players. And, you know, the min cash was 40 euro. 40 euro min cash, 15% paid. Well, let me tell you, it's a 20 euro tournament. Everybody was still looking at the board. We were all talking about those sick pay jumps and the pay jump from 40 euro to 45 euro. It doesn't matter how much money you play for. The pay jumps are always important and people always look at them and hold that thought. Trinity now, the big slick, ace-king, going all in the big blind. Paolo Coster, well, that's the problem, Paolo. You do cover him, but if you call here, you are all but out of the tournament with a couple big blinds only. Dapev, humble brag, well done. Well, Paolo, what are you going to do? I think it was about over 4K, in the 20 euro over 4K with the ticket. One of the tickets was for the Super Main. It would be hilarious. You basically spent 20 euro and the winner got the 1,150 euro ticket for the Super Main that you see, the felt, the 5 million advertised. So the winner of that will play it. And it would be hilarious if you spend 20 euro, you win about 4K, you win the ticket, and then you win 1 million from the 5 mil. It would be absolutely hilarious. Yeah, this is you for 20 euros. It is absolutely massive. But everyone was looking at pay jumps, even though the pay jump was 5 euro. I'm telling you, literally 5 euro pay jump, right? The first pay jump was 5 euros in a 20 euro tournament. Everyone was still looking at the board. So that's why most of the time when you are at this stage, and by the way, Paolo, look at this, continues to be tight, his tight approach, decides to fold. That's why vast majority of the time, you just don't see what we have witnessed a couple hands ago, where someone free bets with Jack 5 and he gets jammed in the face by Ace-7 offsuit. It's super rare at King's Resort when the pay jumps are involved, and obviously massive multipliers of your buy-in are involved as well. What's 2 scoops of ice cream cost in a casino? 5 or 10? Guys, this is the Czech Republic, okay? This is the Czech Republic. First of all, at the buffet, you have free ice cream. But if you go to the restaurant, probably something like that in Aria. We actually did the math. It was funny. We did the math yesterday, and we were trying to figure out, because there was a 5 euro pay jump, right? I was playing the Dream Maker. How many beers you can actually get for 5 euro in the Czech Republic? You won't believe the answer, guys. The cheapest possible beer in a supermarket, can you guess how many beers you can get? Guess in the chat, guys. 5 euro in the Czech Republic. You go to the supermarket. We're talking half a liter in a glass jar, right? Half a liter normal beer, like you see, in a glass container. How many beers do you think you can get for 5 euro in the Czech Republic? Let me know. Let me know your guesses, guys. And look at this, Mircea, the Ace-5. Giovanni bumped it up to 2.7. We're seeing actually bigger sizes, guys. Bigger sizes right now. Being employed, that's why the big blinds, they have been folding more than usual. There we go, the Ace-5 actually releases. So, and we have the guesses. Re-raise Chili Dog, there we go. So, how many? 1. Chase Hendricks has 1 in a supermarket, guys, in a supermarket. Let me just do the math again. So for 5 euro, there was a 5 euro pay jump. I told you everybody was looking at it. And actually, if you go to what we call, there's a regional discount. I'm not sure. I think it started to be in US. In the US, it's on the East Coast only. They started expanding there. But there's a German chain called Lidl. And actually, their cheapest beer is about 0.33 euro. So you can get 15 beers for 5 euro if you go to a supermarket in the Czech Republic. 15 beers for 5 euros. I kid you not. Now, many people, yeah. Tens Mexica, that's right. Many people don't call it beer, you know. I think Czech people will not call it. It's brewed in Czech Republic. I'm not sure how it's actually made. Yeah, if you want Czech beers, you would have to pay Czech beers at a discount. You only get about 8 or 10, okay, proper Czech beers, like normal, decent ones. But yeah, if you get the cheapest possible beer, it's 15 beers for 5 euro in a supermarket. Now it explains the culture here is crazy. Czech Republic is #1 by far in per capita consumption of beer, of course. By the way, when we talk about this, I have to tell you, gamble responsibly, drink responsibly, never do both at the same time. Hopefully, guys, you realize that. It's an 18+ stream, but I have to put those disclaimers in. Drink and gamble responsibly. Obviously, be of age when you do it. But yeah, it's true. Czech Republic is #1 when it comes to that metric. Whether it's a brag or it's a beat, I will leave up to you. Ashtuka says Czech beer doesn't count as beer. Well, come on. Czech guys in the chat, tell him why that's definitely not true. Giovanni folding, queen 5 suited. And by the way, motivation here in YouTube. Not sure what language that is. Is that Hindi? Possibly. There we go. Mircea, the last Romanian hope. It would be a huge upset if you are just joining us, if you have not been watching the streams here at King's Resort. If there was 0 Romanians at the final table, it would be a huge upset. Romanians, it feels like they win every other tournament. The last 1 million guaranteed, 36% of players in the final day were Romanian. 4 out of 10 were from Romania. And in the top 4, 2 Romanians made a deal with the other 2 players not from Romania. So a lot is riding on Mircea. He has to keep up the reputation of his fellow Romanian brothers in what we call the Year of Romania. Because if there's no Romanian players at the final table during the 23rd anniversary, we might have to go ahead and reconsider, you know. The new half a year has started. Maybe it's over for the Romanians. We will see. Oh, yeah. By the way, there is a super cheap. The problem is there is a super cheap beer on tap in Prague if you go there. So super cheap beer on tap. But the problem is every time there's a big discount in the Czech Republic, there are massive queues, and basically it's worthless for you to go there as a tourist because all the Czech guys, they will be waiting for it. They will stand for 3 hours in a queue just to get a 30% discount on a beer, you know. So yeah, you can get super cheap beer in the Czech Republic. Sometimes it's ridiculous. You go to a restaurant and actually it's cheaper than water. I kid you not. Actually, most of the time it is. And look at this, Mato. It kind of looked like he was going all in at first, but he just opened raising. But this is the small blind. So here we go. This is an all-in. And Michal Plzák has to fold ace-9. I'm pretty sure if you look at the charts, especially if you consider the stage of the tournament that we are in, this is actually the optimal play. Just go ahead, take the 5s, go all in. And let's take a look at the damage. So Tourist still leading here, but Mato Misic, wow, he has been absolutely aggressive. He's been putting up some plays, some really aggressive plays, and it brought him all the way near the chip lead right now. And that leaves Giovanni, Mircea, and Michal down there with the 25 to 20 bigs range. Trinity and Paolo still have 16 to 17. No clearly defined short stack, but Mato is the man of the hour, especially that ace-7 off 4-bet. I mean, that was ballsy. And he's the man who is trying to catch up to Tourist as the biggest stack of the feature table. Absolutely insane. Here we go. I was waiting for the beer bottles in the chat. It's exactly what we want to see. I think they do Pilsen here. That's the thing. The biggest beer, of course, everybody knows is Pilsen. It's not even Czech, by the way. It's not owned by the Czech. There's only one brand owned by the Czechs. And that's just the way the world lives right now, you know. All the global corporations, they own everything. And most of Czech beers are actually made here. They've been developed here. But the ownership is not Czech anymore. So when you say, hey, for example, it's the same with cars. Trinity raising, by the way, ace-8 suited. Let's see if he can get some opposition. Well, Mato Misic, look at this. This man, he's been very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. He definitely has the option to put on pressure on the button. He must realize that for Trinity, yeah, the pay jump is at 11, but you really want to survive. There are shorter stacks than you. He could apply pressure. Doesn't decide to go for it. Yeah, so Posner's Czech heritage, but I have to say, you know, it is kind of sad that it's not Czech owned anymore. It's the same with one of the most well-known budget cars in the world are Škodas. They're from the Czech Republic. They are actually owned by Germans now. So that's unfortunately how the world works, you know. Re-raised Chili Dog was working. Yeah, you know what, the Dutch, the Belgians, the Germans, and the Czech, everybody says their beer is the best, but you know, I think it's about acquired taste. There we go. Ashter, okay. I think you can. Yeah, you can. We will allow it. We will allow it. Dapev says Volkswagen make the Skoda so big, not a bad development. Yeah, I mean that's absolutely true. It used to be a regional brand. Now, you know, in the UK or you go to Asia, Skoda absolutely is a powerhouse. Actually, funny thing is, I've been to Malta. I go to Malta a couple times per year, and there were ancient Skodas. I'm talking favorite from the 1990s, and I saw at least 3 of them on the streets of Malta. Can you believe it? So 1990s car from the Czech Republic, and they are right now being driven in Malta en masse, if you can believe it. Why is it Malta? Why is it those ancient Skodas? I have no idea. How did that happen? Who knows? Globalization is a hell of a thing. As we see Giovanni, look at this. Giovanni actually decides to go ahead and call 7-6 off. Of course, it is a speculative hand, and now he will have to speculate about trying to hit the runner-runner because Tourist is right here with an absolute lock on the board. This man, still the biggest stack. It's his first Kings Million. Can you believe it? He never played the Kings Million. First tournament here, and he already has a massive stack in top 14. What a story Tourist is. He is not bluffing with his name either. What is Giovanni going to do? That's the thing, when someone names themselves Tourist and he doesn't look like a pro, maybe some of the pros would try to play aggressively against him, but look at him, man. For someone who doesn't grind as a professional, he is calm as a cucumber. No emotion after winning a pot. And I must say, he reminds me of the doctor on season 1 of High Stakes Poker. If you guys haven't seen it, it's a piece of poker history. Basically, this is where Daniel Negreanu, Sammy Farha, David Benjamin, and Patrick Antonius, this is where these names we still talk about were made. Season 1 of High Stakes Poker. And there was this doctor, that amateur, of course, surgeon, and he came to play High Stakes Poker. He put on the fanciest sunglasses, you know, he had the hat as well, and he really took on really fancy clothes. And he played against these pros. I must say that our Tourist a little bit reminds me of him, but so far he's been playing really well. And look at this. Is it chip stack? It almost looks like it's in the middle. Yes, it's an all-in. There we go. So Michal Plzák sticking it in with 19 big blinds. We continue this insane trend. These players are playing the game like it's a satellite. Go all in or bust. I don't want to lose any of my chips. Did nobody tell them that this is 13 players remaining? We are near the final table bubble. They don't care. They simply go push fold with 19 bigs, 20 bigs. Like literally it was a satellite to your daily turbo. That's crazy. Michal Plzák. And yeah, people say, try Bud Light, you'll love Heineken. Yeah, very interesting. By the way, guys, again, every time we mention anything like this, please drink responsibly, gamble responsibly as well, of course. Make sure that you are of age. And I have seen some guys drinking a beer or two, but you see that everybody's taking it seriously. Now, Tourist standard again. Let's see how he will play this. I really want to see, because again, it's your first King Million, and you find yourself already first time here at the Kings Million, and you're already in such a deep spot in the tournament. He looks super calm and collected to me, Tourist, though. And we have some drama here in the chat about the World Cup. Oi, 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 oi. No fights, guys, no fights. Giovanni, what do you want to do? A6 offsuit, I think he should be folding. We have seen some aggressive free bets. Now Trinity against two bigs. He actually has the option to simply call here. Now we're reaching for the chips. There we go. There's that call in the small blinds. Mircea getting those godlike odds, but I don't think he should be calling. Yeah, 8-5. Even if you hit, you're not a really happy camper. So here we go. Let's see what the big stack, the day 3 chip leader, has got with his ace-10 against the king-queen. Now it's anybody's game. Neither of the players hit anything. Of course, you could argue that for Trinity, when he does call in the small blind, he could have more of those hands like pocket pairs, 7-6s. But it's very tough to tell. Maybe he would simply go ahead and go all in with those. Tourist with the best hand. 700k is the bet. Trinity. Look at this. He does not want to fold. Wow, it's a float with king high against the under the gun open raiser. We are short-handed, but still, this is an ambitious call. And if you make this call, your plan is to go ahead and bluff on some street on at least some run-out. So if Tourist goes for the check right now, I am very curious to see what will Trinity do. But wow, against all convention, Tourist decides to bet again. And this is 2.2 million. Wow, this is a big bet sizing. What's happening here, guys? Tourist, first King's Million, and this man is blasting a pot size bet. Almost, no, it's 2.2 mil. Half pot. On the turn, still a pretty big sizing here. Especially given that Trinity only has 8 million left. I don't think Trinity can do anything about this. I mean, you have to let it go. And Tourist, wow. I'm really curious if he would actually fire on the river as well, if it was a diamond, for example. Yeah, but now you see, guys, he calls himself the Tourist. He tells everybody, oh, it's my first time, never played this one. But he might be a wolf in sheep's clothing, and we might have just witnessed how he picked up all these chips here in this tournament with over 1.1 mil prize pool. And by the way, Valverde, I have no idea what happened with the World Cup, you know, because the Czech Republic, our team was the worst. Like, there's no question about it. #1, the worst European team at the World Cup. Basically, when people saw my country play at the World Cup, they were saying, there's too many teams here. Why are these guys even here? Tying with South Africa, for example, the former top 4 in Europe. Oi, 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 oi. So after that, there was no time to watch the World Cup either. But yeah, kudos to everybody, guys. If you are from a country that still is competing, good for you. But if you are a Czech fan, it was a big success of making it there. But after that, it was all downhill. Very much so. So a lot of us lost interest. Portugal. Yeah, I can't believe Ronaldo. How you know, what, that man never ages. I can't believe it. Him and Messi, they are still scoring. I'm so glad that I'm old now. You know, I'm in the, I can't say old, not in the poker industry. I am 39 years old, which is not old in the poker industry relative to everybody else, but relative to the general population, you know, middle ages. But I am so glad that I lived through that era, and now we get to see the tail ends of Ronaldo and Messi. And we are trying. Look at this. He's looking at his heart. Wow. I'm not sure if that was a tick or if he is in danger of getting a heart attack. But Giovanni was pounding his heart with his palm. Hopefully this man is okay. I know the stress can get to you. When it comes to degrees, I think it's about 24 degrees here. It's a little bit higher from the standard 22. If you guys don't know, in the Czech Republic, there was an absolutely insane heat wave in Europe, in Germany overall. We actually had maximum was 42 degrees Celsius. And you have to realize that in Czech Republic in the winter, the weather actually and the temperature, they go down to -20. So plus 42, I know in some countries, in Florida, for example, it's just another day. But people were passing out from the heat. So a lot of players, I know for a fact, a lot of players just went to King's Resort because they had the proper air conditioning and it was below 25 degrees here, you know. So a lot of players, literally, they couldn't stand the heat if you live in an un-air conditioned house, which is normal in the Czech Republic. And they simply went to King's Resort just to survive the weekend. I kid you not. And here we go. There's that C-bet. Oh, whoa, no, it's not a C-bet. Bet in the big blind against the button. $7-4. Mircea lets it go. Does have those back doors. 1.5 mil picked up. And interesting bet here by Mato. But this man, he came to play. He's really, really aggressive. I have to say, I love it. Yeah, but let me know, guys. I know I was in my apartment, right? And we don't have air conditioning. 99% of the time, it's fine. But I woke up. I went to sleep late. I woke up, and it was 33 degrees inside my flat. 33 degrees. I actually came to the King's Resort to play the Dream Maker early. And the big reason why I definitely was happy about the decision was because, yeah, the heat was insane in the Czech Republic and where I stayed. God praise air conditioning, let's say. King 9, you see those tight ranges coming into effect, especially when it comes to raising. We have only 13 players remaining now. And on top of Kamil Boroviec, we already know that busted. Sinan Seremetli from Turkey. I believe we've seen him here at the feature table. So Sinan Seremetli busted in 14th place. GG, kudos to Turkey, making it to top 14 out of 5,769. Obviously a big achievement. And Tourist raising. Mato Misic, he likes to play. This is a clash of the big stacks. Take a look at this. Both of these players above 30 mil. Mato doesn't want to play. He was actually thinking about it. Right now, this man is so confident that he was even thinking about playing back in the small blind with offsuit garbage against Tourist. He lets it go. Apparently Japan, Brazil 1-1. I think it's just like in poker, you know. For example, now the Tourist is the underdog, but he's making those plays. He's aggressive. He's got all the chips. This is one of the reasons why we love poker and also football. You know, in football, you want to see the underdog win. Obviously, it's a lot more exciting if Japan beats Brazil than the other way around. You know, that one you simply expect. So that's why I keep watching, even though I have no horse in the race anymore. Mircea. Year of Romania, and there we go. There you see it. You see Mircea is one of those Romanians that actually stay at King's Resort. And he does employ that scarf. Tourist. Look at that chip stack, by the way. He's got a big tower, Tourist. And against 2.5 bigs, he bumps it up to 2.5. Paolo, what are you going to do, my friend? Lets it go. Doesn't want to be against that big stack. Oh, a beautiful tower. Look at this. Tourist really, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the 20s, you know, 20, 20, 20. This man doesn't care. He just stacks his chips into two massive towers. Let's see how far he can get with this. Maybe by the end of the day, he will be up to the ceiling with the pinks. And here we go, Trinity, 6 deuce offsuit. Proper garbage, that is. BLP says controlled aggression wins. Yes. Well, we have seen some uncontrolled aggression with some free bets and light 4 bets. But I think there was method to the madness to both of those players. Actually, yesterday during the Dreammaker, one of the guys who actually has a WSOP bracelet, he also was stacking his chips like this. So he stacked them on top of each other. And I told him, hey, do all in one tower. So he did all of them in a single tower. And of course, just like Paolo has them, one big tower of chips. And they actually fell. Is that the Italian? It's kind of like the Italian flag. Look at this. Paolo putting the Italian flag in the middle with his 12 big blinds. His chip stack literally is his flag turned to the side. What a proud man, and his fellow countryman has no option but to fold here. Pippi long socks. Yes, I was wearing the poker suit last night. I was the man, trying to see what's happening on the board, trying to see who are the fun guys, who are not. I know that Vasilis, one of the chip leaders still today. Last time I checked the outer table, he had about 20 mil. I know he had a really, really good time yesterday. So yes, Pippi long socks. Whenever I can, I try to come to King's Resort. I try to look at the players, talk to the floors, try to see what's actually happening, see the atmosphere, and it's much, much easier. I know when Christine comments here on the events, she has to do it remote, unfortunately. Just not the same thing, let me tell you. You want to see those players making those big bust outs and big mistakes when you have seen them in person, when you can talk to them. And Paolo, 14 big blinds, this definitely is a raising candidate. He only calls, look at this, sevens only call against Michal Plzák, who bumped it up to 1.6 million, 2.8 big blinds. Well, what's going to happen? Trinity in the big blind. 12 bigs, he wants to preserve that stack. Every single chip matters right now, and Paolo had the option to make this a pre-flop flip. Instead, heading to the flop with Michal Plzák being out of position and Paolo being the favorite, at least in equity. Does not have the pre-flop lead. He has been pretty snug. We know that Michal has been applying pressure. It's anyone's game, really. Paolo does have that backdoor flush draw. Michal decides to check. Let's see if the turn is a check, for example, if he will continue betting. Well, there we go. Paolo breaking up that Italian flag. That was his chip stack. If we imagine that the pinks are actually red, and oh! Michal is sticky with that ace high. Sticky man Michal. Can it pay off for him? Can he get an ace or king? No, he cannot. And he will get the bad news here. Oi, 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 oi. I think he's frustrated, but more frustrated at himself. For not willing to fold right there. Pippi long success. I thought so. I was playing the high roller last night, so you loved your shoes. By the way, funny story. Here at King's Resort, we had the Dreammaker, right? 20 euro buy-in. It was 20,000 guaranteed. We need 1,000 players for the casino to break even. They had 837. But the thing is, right next to it was a 500 euro high roller. I was playing the Dreammaker just to basically experience this insane concept. And I saw two players at my table. They could not play the high roller. They didn't play the 500 because they had so many chips. They were in top 10% of the 20 euro tournament that they skipped playing the high roller that had 16,000 up top. They were having so much fun and they were running so deep, they had so many chips in a 20 euro buy-in tournament with 837 runners that they passed on the only high roller during this series. I kid you not. And Pippi Longsocks actually was playing it, so he was not one of the guys who missed out on the high roller because they jumped into a 20 euro tournament. It was absolutely crazy. Oh, one of the guys was actually multi-tabling, so this is insane. So we had a player multi-tabling a 500 euro buy-in tournament with a 20 euro buy-in tournament. Can you believe it? Running between a 500 and a 20 euro, I mean, that's just crazy. I'm not sure who came up with this idea at King's Resort. Was it Federico Brunato, the CEO? Was it one of the staff? But whoever said, hey, we are the biggest poker room in Europe. We're top 3 biggest in the world, permanent one. Why don't we put up a tournament with that needs 1,000 players for 20 euro, and let's make it 30-minute blinds. Why don't we? 30-minute blinds, first 8 levels, 20 minutes in the remainder. It's absolutely insane. And people he cashed both. By the way, the min cash in the high roller was 1,000 euro. Do you know what the min cash was in the 20 euro tournament? 40, okay? 40 euro min cash. So he cashed both. So on the Hendon Mob, you will actually have this recorded. You can play a 20 euro tournament. This is the only time in the world, I'm 90% sure, this is the only tournament in the world that you can play for 20 euro and you will get the score on your Hendon Mob, very likely. I'm not sure, it's not confirmed yet. So this man will have a 40 euro cash, and right next to it, he will have over 1,000. I have it, by the way, I have it. I want to see if it actually happens, but this is absolutely insane. So imagine you have a 40 euro cash from a 20 euro buy-in on your Hendon Mob, and right after it, you have the high roller, and both finished around the same time. Is this insane or what? And these tournaments will be here twice per week. Twice per week, Kings are doing a 20K guaranteed for 20 euro buy-in. I mean, I don't know who thought of this. Absolutely insane idea. I pity the dealers. I mean, you need dealers just like for any other tournament, right? As Giovanni takes down another pot with the 7s. It doesn't matter that the buy-in's 20 euro. They still have professional dealers. You have the same King's Resort experience. The bubble was hand for hand. We actually waited about 10 minutes to figure out who busted. They take it very seriously, and you get full King service for 20 euro buy-in, you know? It's crazy. Yeah. Should be an exclusive club. Yeah, exactly. You get, if you play all of them, you get one beer in a you get a voucher for a beer in a supermarket for 0.29 euro, you know, for that 790 Czech crowns. Yeah, no, you get a voucher. You have to go to Lidl and you have to pick up yourself that bottled beer. Okay, if you play free tournament, if you cash in free 20 euro tournaments in a row, I think that's only fair. But you know what, guys? 20 euro tournaments aside, let's go back to the one where you get 128,000 up top, which is what we're watching right now. Giovanni bumping it up with ace-4. Tourist wakes up with the 9s. We don't know how he plays these. Will he free bet? It's his first King's Million. He was very open about that. He's not bluffing when he says, hey, I'm a tourist, but we have seen some aggression from him. Let's see what he does here. And that's just a call. So he goes for that passive option. Pippi Longsocks is saying undervalued. Okay, maybe we give you a 2 euro beer. Yeah, maybe we should. If you cash 3 Dream Makers in a row, you get a 2 euro beer, I suppose. A coupon, but you have to go to the super. It's a 20 euro tournament, okay? You have to go to the supermarket to get it. Come on, we get enough value playing this already. And look at this tourist with the 9s. Giovanni with ace-4. He has the not flush draw. And let's see how tourist will play this. He only called the 9s. Well, he gets sticky. He has a backdoor, not flush draw, only a flush draw himself. A crappy one at that. Looks like he will get sticky. Yeah, that's the 2.1 million that needs to be called. Well, there's that backdoor flush draw coming in for tourist, but Giovanni has the stone cold nuts and not flush for Giovanni. Now the question is, how will he play this? How will he extract value? What is the bet sizing? That's a small bet, I believe. 2.2 million right here. A small bet that might entice tourists to call, actually. You might be beating hands like ace-king and ace-jack that continue betting. You still have the backdoor flush draw you think might be good some of the time. Surprise, though. You're up against a nut flush. And here we go. It's the 10. What will he do? What is the bet sizing here on the river? Will he get scared of potential 7s or 5s? Will Tourist show us that he is a tourist and pay off Giovanni? Or is he a wolf in sheep's clothing? Will he do something crazy like a check raise? We will have to find for Giovanni's bet to find out. 13 million in the middle. Wow, this is very, very interesting. 2.5 million only. That is a tiny bet. This is basically you trying to take your opponent to value town with a queen, with a 10. No, not with a 10. 10 it would call a bigger bet. You basically want a queen to call every single time. A queen that doesn't really beat much. Tourist has a worse than a queen. There we go. 3 time banks. What is he going to do here? Is he thinking about raising? If he raises here, that would absolutely not be a tourist play. If he's an actual tourist, he would simply call this because it's a small bet, even though he doesn't beat much. He beats no value bets, and you have to ask yourself, what is Giovanni betting as a bluff here? What would he bet to such a small sizing as a bluff? Surely he would probably size up, and there we go. Tourist makes that call. Probably loses the chip lead, at least at the feature table. And Giovanni, welcome to Value Town, Tourist. Population, you. Look around. I am your tour guide, and my name is Giovanni Capuano. Let me show you around. And the Value Town is all around you, and your chips are in my stack right now. You got the maximum, I think, from a hand like 9s. By the way, BLP says, yesterday I was so happy after the first chip race when you received 3 white chips. Now are the mid as 100. Yeah, now the white chips are meh. You know, the white chips are like whatever. And when you have so many players, of course, you know, to have only 1 chip, by the way, to have 1 white chip is a big deal on day 1. A big deal. I made it, guys! Woo! I have my white chip. Yes, now it's basically just the small ones that they throw in for fun. Oh, by the way, yeah, this is actually true. We have insane news. BLP, you know what, guys? Just to tell you that Kings is not messing around. They take it very, very seriously. Even though you buy in with 20 euro, you get a full Kings experience. The guys were saying it's like a gateway drug. It's for people to try poker and get the VIP experience. It absolutely is the case. And there was a bizarre situation. So you are playing with a 20 euro buy-in for 20k guaranteed. But the bubble, and I was on the bubble. One of the players was at my table who actually did bubble. And the hilarious thing was that 126 people made the money in the 20 euro buy-in, 40 euro min cash, and 3 of them busted at the same time. So you had Richard Eller, Biggie, and Koga. So Greece, Germany, and Slovakia, they busted the Dreammaker at the same time. So their Hand and Mob, I'm not sure if Hand and Mob will actually show it. I'm guessing. Kings did send it to Hand and Mob. So if this is actually true, these players will have a Hand and Mob cash of 26 and 27 and 27 euros. Can you believe it? That's almost like a rare Pokemon, right? I'm pretty sure that this will be the first time in history that you will open some guy's Hand and Mob page and the number 26 euro will be right there in black and white. And if this is only score, it would be absolutely hilarious. Yeah, so this might be the lowest cash tracked by Hand and Mob in history at 26 euros because 3 people bubbled at the same time. And the winner... Oh, actually... Yeah, 3.8k. But basically 4k was there for the winner. Absolutely crazy. Trinity raises. There's in the hijack. This is a very nice hand to 3-bet with. It's a little bit awkward because Trinity open raised to 2.8 big blinds. It kind of seems like he is committed here. So again, we continue with the big sizes. And by the way, believe it or not, the Dreammaker with a 20 euro buy-in, it was actually won by Milad Hossein Samadi. He won 3,355 euro. They made a deal. Actually, they made the deal for the win. So 3.3K he won. And the funny thing is, he only had 13,000 of earnings. So 13K lifetime earnings. You play a 20 euro tournament, and you got almost 4K. I mean, it's crazy, right? Crazy, crazy story. And I think the most hilarious thing, so we were playing this event, 1.1 mil collected in the prize pool, 128K up top. And at the same time, there were 800 people playing a 20 euro tournament on the same floor with the same dealers, same TDs. And there was a high roller as well at the same time. Only at King's Resort, let me tell you. And Trinity, let's see what he does. Will he bump it up a little bit? He can. Yep, here we go. 2.8 big blinds. Trinity continues with the large sizing. Well, Tourist, what are you going to do? Hey, simply let's it go. Mato, yeah, it looks like these bigger sizings, they are getting it done. The players are getting through. They're cutting through their opposition. So I guess they don't have any reasons to change their strategy. But yeah, bigger sizings, they work. The way you're supposed to, in theory, if someone raises bigger and they do it with the same hands, that they would raise smaller. You're supposed to call less, but you are supposed to go ahead and free bet and basically re-raise more often. Because by raising big, you generate more dead money in the middle. And if you're open raising the same hands, the player that plays against you, they don't have as much incentive to call. They have worse odds to call, but they win quite a bit more when they go ahead and re-raise you and try to pick up that money in the middle. And so far, this seems like the strategy of the players. They don't really want to give a chance to anybody else to just see cheap flops. That's why you see the 2.8 bigs open raises rather than the 2x and 2.2x we've been seeing so far. Very interesting. And now, this is the King's Resort I remember, guys. Come on, we had so many aggressive hands. Now, finally, the guys have realized, hey, maybe I shouldn't just go ahead and free bet Jack 5 suited. Maybe 4-betting Ace-6 off every single orbit is not the best thing when you have 13 players and you have that big pay jump at 11. Suddenly the guys have decided, hey, enough show with those pre-flop spazzes, pre-flop craziness. Now let's play a little bit more standard. The 11th place, 8,100 euro as opposed to 6.2K. And the 10th place, of course, 8.1K, but they get that free K ticket package on top of that. So the guys realize there's 2 more bust outs until we get to the real money. Giovanni taking it down with that ace queen. I love the outlook of the cowboy, you know. The glasses, the cowboy hats. We don't see them too much in the Czech Republic at the tables. There is one Czech influencer, actually. I'm not sure if you guys know him, if you guys can name him maybe. He keeps wearing a hat like this. He goes to the smallest places around town, around the Czech Republic, but he wears a cowboy hat. But you know what? It's fitting. It always seemed to me strange. Why would you wear a cowboy hat if you are not from Texas? But you have to realize, this is Texas Hold'em. Still, many places call it that. It originated there. So actually, when you see a cowboy hat, it should be much more common than sunglasses, right? You're playing Texas Hold'em, maybe you should have that hat. I do apologize to all the Americans for my terrible accent, by the way. So there we go. With that solver hand, the ace-5 suited that the solvers love so much. Every time you see an aggressive action. A lot of the times the ace-5 is the first hand that creeps in, and the robots tell you that you should play it aggressively. So we go ahead and open raise it. Mircea, well, this is awkward. 13 left. You are the sole Romanian hope during the year of Romania. A lot of riding on you. We are in the new half year now. If there's no Romanian at the final table, does it mean that the year of Romania is over? He wants to keep it safe, play it safe. He simply lets it go here with ace 8-5 suited. And it really is an anomaly. Last 1 mil guaranteed at 36% of the final day from Romania. Now we have the last Romanian hero standing. Matomisic. King Jack under the gun. This is a mandatory race when you have 33 million. Now is the time when you should see those big stacks be the big bad bullies. They should be raising. They should be punishing everybody who has considerably less chips than them. Can really get out of line now. This is the highest pressure situation. It goes both ways. If you are on the mid stack, you should try to outlast everybody. But if you have a lot of chips, now is the time to be the bad guy. Well, Tourist, he lost a big pot when he got taken to Value Town, but I don't think he's losing this one. Pocket rockets for the Tourist. It's his first King Million. He must be super happy to beat this deep already, but his story is far from over. There we go, that free bet. Crazy daisy, 4.5 million is the price to play poker. In the big blind, well, Mato, we haven't seen Tourist free bet too much. And the King Jack, it doesn't really play well post flop. What is he going to do? Trap call would have been nice, says Bird. Yeah, I suppose, but the problem is in the big blind, maybe with Tourist's image, it would make sense. But in the big blind, you know, you kind of don't want to let your opponent basically get all the hands to the flop. The thing, when you trap call aces, I think it's better when you have players behind you. So you can trap and they go ahead and re-raise. I know we used to see this, but before the solvers, back in the day, you actually saw a lot of calling with a hand like this one. People would just flat call aces. And actually, before solvers, even strong players, basically the logic was, I am in the big blind, right? I am in the big blind. And back in the day, when we were trying to study and outstudy our opponents, the logic basically was, hey, in the big blind, I call a lot of weak hands, right? I call a lot of weak hands, and I cover all those small, medium boards. But I want to cover the other boards, so we used to call aces. Now you see it very rarely. And let's take a look. Tourist, actually, look at this. Tourist does have the most chips still, 35 million, after that nice takedown. Matomisic still behind him. I'm not sure if this is actually accurate. Michal Plzak, 8 bigs, Trinity, Mircea, all these guys at the bottom. And Paolo, the mid-stack, Giovanni and Mato. Right there in the middle. And we have a long way to go, of course, ladies and gents. Build a pot. Yeah, Mato does not want to build one. How do you know? Maybe he would flop quads with the King Jack, you know? You can never tell. It's poker after all. And you know what? I'm sorry, but I have to appreciate, of course, Michal Plzak goes all in with his last 8.3 big blinds. Paolo, I have to appreciate his chip stack. Imagine, you know, it kind of looks like red the chips, but he basically built an Italian flag with his chip stack, with his tower. You got to appreciate that. Now let's see, Michal Plzak, he's had enough. He has been betting and jamming with much bigger stacks. Now he's all in with a 7 of diamonds. Can he get a customer? Tomisic showing the deuce. Not showing the king. Well, Michal Plzák, this is a really good scenario for you. You take it down right before the big blind. Now you get to pay the big blind with the other players' chips that they put in the middle. And you basically stay at what you have, but of course he still is the short stack. After he was curious with the ace-king. Paolo, the man with the Italian flag, kinda, in his stack. Let's see go. What will his fellow countrymen do with the Queen 7? I do think that he has the option to open raise this. Plenty of chips to play with. Question is, you have to look at who's behind you. If it's one of the chip leaders, maybe you don't want to go for it. Trinity, the Hungarian cowboy. Let's see go. Well, Mirasea, it's pretty clear that he's waiting. And by the way, guys, we are on the ticket bubble right now. 12 players remaining. We lost a player. Let me find out who it was. So it's a player we have not seen yet. It's Paolo from Italy in 13th place, busted on the other table. Michal Plzák, by the way, is all in. Look at this. And Mato Misic, there we go. Can he dodge that queen or 6? But it is a flush draw for Mato. He's actually the favorite to bust out Michal Plzák. The last Czech hope remaining. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. It is a flush for Mato Misic. Michal Plzák, he had some aggressive plays. He waited for those frees for that flip, and unfortunately for him, he is eliminated. Oh my goodness. So we are losing Michal Plzák in 12th place. Now everybody got that pay jump secured, and we are on that ticket bubble. Oi, 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 Michal, nice performance. I know he was one of the short stacks coming into the tournaments. He lasted all the way, right up till now. So close to the gates of the final table. And that ticket package, you know what? I don't think he has to be too sad. 230 euro buy-in. That's what you came in with. And you're taking home 6,225. Not too bad. Not too bad of a payday. A big multiplier. I could not find his hand and mob entry, by the way. It's possible he mostly grinds the Czech tours. But nice result. Kudos to the Czech Republic. Mircea. Ace off. Let's see go. €8,100 already in the bag for all of these guys. A massive ROI from the low buy-in. Now it's all about going to that extra package. Top 10 get 3K worth of tickets for the Kings Million European Championship. That massive, 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 massive €5 million guaranteed super main event and 3 more other tournaments. I can't wait to see it. By the way, I will definitely be here. It will be hilarious because on the day 1 of the super main event, you will be able to see all the players that were in top 10s during these final tables. Basically, it's going to be the battle of the final tablists and champions. All these guys that you see here on stream, -1, one of them will bust. Here or at the final table, at the feature table that we can't see, the secondary table. So you will see all these heroes that have been in the top 10s during the day one of the Super Main. And you can shake their hand, you can try to bust them. And I think this is absolutely fantastic. I know some people complain, oh, why do you have tournament tickets as part of the prize pool when you're playing for 128k up top and only 3k out of that is a ticket package. I think that's reasonable for us to be able to see these heroes back at King's Resort for the fans playing 4 separate tournaments. And here's, yeah, interesting. It's a trend of quite a few players in the recent years that you don't just go ahead and jam or fold, especially when the ICM pressure is so high. So he only raises with the King Jack and takes it down. And now the pressure's on. Tourist in the hijack. Doesn't decide to style with that 7 U's. There was then in poker. Now, Paolo, what are you going to do? He simply lets it go. The pressure is mounting. It's simply so high that he does not want to risk the chance at the top 10 places that include that ticket package. Even a 9-8 heads into the Mac. Giovanni, though, King 6 is more than strong enough. And Trinity has to fold the 8 free suited. This is not the face you want to bust out in, of course. That's why you will see the players be as tight as this. 9-8 suited, what a gorgeous hand on the button. But he does not want to risk it. Now Tourist, on the other hand, he should absolutely be raising a hand like this one. He should be the big bad bully. These 2 big stacks that you see right next to each other should be applying a lot of pressure on everybody else. Here we go. Fold from Paolo. Giovanni will follow suit with his offsuit garbage. Well, Trinity, Queen Jack suited. There we go. It's go time, he says. And the odds are just too good, I think. For Tourist to let it go, or are they? Wow. How much is it, he's asking. Is there actually a possibility that he will let it go? We're looking at the payouts. Wow, Trinity finds that fold from Tourist. He will be very, very happy about this one. He was well behind the ace deuce, same suits as well. And a very, very nice pickup against Tourist. Trinity can still live the dream of staying alive. And here we go. All day we've been waiting for this, guys. For the ticket bubble and then the final table bubble. When you are this close, you really want to make it. You want to be the final 9 during the 21st birthday celebration at King's Resort. Let's see if Paolo will feel so much pressure that he will fold the snowman on the hijack. Looks like he's going for it. It's just a raise. Players are leaving themselves options. And I'm really curious. One Romanian left. There's so much riding on this. Can the year of Romania continue? Or was that a story of last half year? We will see. But somebody has to be the odd man out, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody has to be the one who will miss out on that 10th place. Paolo, 6th tray. Queen 4 off, let's go. Trinity in the cutoff. What are you going to do, my friends? Of course, it's a fold. Tourist in the small blind, Jack 10 off. This is a powerhouse of a hand, blind against blind. We're never folding, but the problem is you're out of position against a fellow big stack. Wow! Matt Tomisic takes down the 8-3 off. That's the thing. You are on the verge of playing your first King's Million. And you are on the verge of making that final table. I honestly can't blame him for making this tight fold against an aggressive player. Of course, in theory, you are supposed to always continue, at least make a call here. But in tourist shoes, preserving that stack when there's so much on the line for you, you never expect it to go this deep. To just play it safe, not even risk it against the aggressive player that has position on you. You can't blame him too much for simply letting it go. Now Trinity, another reasonably tight fold. So much pressure on everybody. You are hoping that somebody will flinch. This is not the only table. There is the one outer table that you hope will be the one where the bust out will come from. Mato open raising against Paolo. Paolo has 8-4 offsuit. There's not much he can do here. And now he will be left with only 13 bigs. By the way, I'm looking at the payouts. In the app, it actually says the 10th place gets 10K, is that right? Plus the package. We have a different in our bots. Yeah, I'm very curious about the exact pay jump that is coming. But now it's very clear. We are waiting for that odd man out. Matt Tomisic. Why are we celebrating? Did we just lose a player? You saw Tourist, the big stack, celebrating something. Does that mean that someone busted on the outer table, guys? We don't see the number of players tick down just yet as Mato takes down a pot. Mato knows how to be aggressive, very well done. Queen 5 off, of course. A loose hand, as he should be using. Now, there was a lot of commotion. Look at this. Tourist actually stood up and he yelled. He was celebrating something. Does that mean that we have lost a player on the outer table? We have to wait for the overlay to update. Yeah, one player is leaving. I think that's it, guys. I think it's confirmed. So we will play 5 and 5, and let's wait for the official confirmation. Yes, here we go, guys. This is why Tourist was celebrating. It's his first ever Kings Million, and this man, just like the remaining top 10, made it into the top 10. He's got a pay jump, but more importantly, he's got that package, the free €1,000 package. One of those tickets of the 4 that you get includes the €5 million guaranteed super main event here at Kings Million in September and October. Obviously, this is an absolutely great story. Tourist, first time he's playing the Kings Million, and he already got himself from €230 buy-in, 3K worth of tickets to another Kings Million. I mean, this is fantastic, you know. And I think it's kind of hilarious. You can see how much it matters to the players. This man is one of the chip leaders. He's one of the top 2 or 3 stacks in the whole tournament, but he's celebrating that 3K, even though he's playing for 128K, because it really, really matters, you know. Imagine you come to Kings Resort, maybe you were thinking about playing the €20 tournament, you play at 230, so first time in the Kings Million, and bam, you make the top 10, you get yourself a package to the big one as well, and suddenly you're one of the legends here at Kings Resort, just like that. So congratulations to all these players. We will see you at the end of September, and during the middle of September, where the Superman is played, there are 3 other side events throughout September that all these players have tickets for. I will be here in person, and you will be able to see Tourist as well coming into Rozvadov, and he was very, very, very happy about that. So the ticket bubble has burst. All of these guys are coming back. Remember their faces, because if you come here in September, you will be able to see them in 4 separate events. And congratulations to them all, but there is still a tournament to play. Pixel Plus B, awesome as an experience. You could see that. He was celebrating like he won the tournament, you know. He was high-fiving his friends. He was fist-pumping. Oh, my God. He was. You never see someone be as happy about 10th place, even though they're a freaking chip leader. He's playing for 128K. Hell of a story. And I can't wait to see him back at the big one. You know, there's a lot of stories like this, but really, when I spoke to him, he says, I can't believe it. It's my first time. He was calm as a cucumber. You could see some plays that he made that maybe show some lack of experience, but it's always lovely to see emotion being shown here. And you know what, guys? We have to give kudos to the player who's the odd man out. And the unlucky guy who does not have that package is Yuri Shkarin. Yuri Shkarin, unfortunately, busted out in the 11th place. This is why the guys were celebrating, because it was the outer table. It was Yuri who made way for everybody that you see here and the other 5 guys on the outer table to get that ticket package to play for that €5 million guaranteed or more. And Mato now 53 bigs. Tourist, who already celebrated like he won. Big win regardless of what happens. Doesn't really matter. Big favorite to make the final table still. 33 male. Mircea Olaru, the last remaining Romanian hope. You know what? If he doesn't make the final table, can we still call it the Year of Romania in one of the biggest event of the year, actually? We smashed the guarantee. We went past it. So this is so far the most important event we've had this year. At Kings Resort, of course, we had the WSOP in Prague in the meantime. But yeah, he has to hold that flag of Romania high. But it really doesn't matter, because when we lose one more player, we will be heading to that final table. You will see all these talents trying to outplay each other, and the outer table heroes will rejoin us. I'm really curious if Vasilis is there. Last time I checked, Vasilis was actually there, playing on the outer table with about 20 mil, so we should expect him to come back. And by the way, Tourist made his victory already, and now Brazil won as well, 2-1 against Japan. First Tourist and now Brazil. Wow, the dreams really do come true. Speaking of Tourist, 7-6 of hearts. He already celebrated getting that ticket package. Now he only has any single pay jump he makes. It really is a bonus for him, even though he has all these chips. You can tell. And look at this, he's the bottom pair. Paolo, though, That backdoor flush draw is what he has, and the ace high. But when you don't have too many big blinds, you're up against the big stack. Not much you can do. And that backdoor flush draw materializes and transforms into an actual flush draw on the turn. But it's Tourist who's betting. Look at this. Paolo, you can never tell. He's got that Italian flag of a stack, if you imagine that they are reds. And it always looks like he's going all in, but no, he's only counting his chips and actually gets there on the river. Look at this. Paolo had that nut flush draw. Now he gets there with the ace, and he wants to play it safe. It is the final table bubble. No reason to open yourself up to a check raise by the Tourist. And Paolo picks up a nice spot. So a hell of a story. Of course, right now, the big underdog Tourist is the biggest story of the tournament so far. But there will be plenty to see during that final table. That will be coming any time now. We are five-handed. The action has picked up. It's very, very tough. Of course, you're trying to fall your way into the top 9, and also there's a lot of pressure on you. But because you're playing five-handed of both tables, it will be very tough to just sit back and not do anything, especially if you're in Mircea's shoes, for example. He lets it go. Tourist releases. Matomisic shows him that he had a really strong hand. Tourist wouldn't be able to do much against that powerhouse. Let me take a look at the chip counts on the outer table. Wow, so on the outer table, guys, Vasilis Nicolas, who already made 3 final tables of 10K and 110K plus at King's Resort this year, he actually has about 50 mil. It's crazy. So we have some big stacks on the outer table that we don't really see here. So even though it looks like Tourist's 30 mil is a lot, there are some players that have 50 mil plus on the outer table. Same goes for Mato, 42 mil, but there are 2 players that have more chips than he does, Eugenio and Vasilis. He takes it down. And here we go. As we said, Matomisic, 42,500,000 chips. Tourist right behind him. Mircea is in danger, the Romanian. 9, and looks like it actually busted. Yeah, it looks like we have lost a player on the outer table. Everybody's moving. So this is it, guys. We are moving to that final table. Congratulations to everybody. And the player we lost is Trinity. Trinity is the odd man out. He did get the package. However, for the big one, I'll see you after the break.
I know, man, I know.
Hey, man, this is like such a good disguise.
But imagine when I'll be 40, I will look still like 25 or 30.
You are like that guy who is like doing this longevity.
Oh, yeah, I saw those videos, yeah.
You are his son?
No.
I think he's talking about Brian Johnson, the entrepreneur.
Of course.
Banich in the hijack here. Jack 10 off, lets it go.
Second hand of the day. Embarrassment
Vlad,
departure.
ace 6 offsuit in the cutoff.
Embarrassment exit. Departure. But it's better to have it quickly without the pain.
Probably still want to let this one go or jam. It's 10 big blinds, basically. 10, 11 big blinds. Does let it go. Karoo on the bottom with 9 deuce off. It's not Glitzendorfer, so we won't be playing this one. Ace King suited for Pristina.
Two things, floor man, WSOP Europe 74-6. Not possible to cover the face. Daniel Negreanu approves. Right, Daniel?
somewhere Daniel Negreanu is
Not
surely
like
watching
that.
this.
Very
You know?
ambitious call.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is like, I call this very ambitious call. I think if I go all in, he would fold. My opinion.
All right, both players having hearts.
Blind versus blind action. Cabral versus Vlad.
With a dead hand. Dead
5,
man hand.
king, 8. Top pair for Pustina. Cabral, middle, I mean, bottom pair, sorry.
It's early, it's okay. We'll be fine.
Sorry, it's still warming up the tongues. Second hand of the day. Option on Blas.
Yeah, I imagine Vlas just bets like 1 to 1.5 big blinds here.
Is it allowed?
50k. Is it allowed?
I think it's too much.
Where's Martin going?
Nobody
Where is
knows.
the floor? We have floor here somewhere. Can you call the floor, please?
It's here, huh?
Can you call the floor? Please. Can you call the floor, man? I'm asking you. Please call the floor, man. I'm asking you. Mister, you understand English?
We will call floor. We are in the middle of the game.
Yeah, it's important. Please call the floor.
Floor man.
Oh, 5 on the turn!
Wow. To more vocal and do that.
Here we go.
Turns the 5, trips for Cabral.
Oh my god.
Flash.
Top, top.
Top.
I think it's too much.
And so it begins.
I don't know. I don't recognize him. I don't recognize him. But thank you for your service, sir. Awesome. Alex, what are you drinking? Oh, very surprising. What are you drinking? Show me.
Protein shake.
Huh?
Protein shake.
It's not good, man. It's not good. Is my time already?
I think Martin's probably going to go for a bet here. Around 150.
Don't pressure me. 225.
Oh, he goes big. He goes over pot.
And just stares at Flash.
Do I need to put it? I think it's for nothing.
Oh my
For little
gosh.
thankful.
Martin hoping he got the quick fold there so he didn't have to move his chips.
I don't think he was hoping for a fold.
I hope I'm not giving any tells. I hope I'm not giving up any tells. One little thankful in the forest.
Oh, Vlas is going to find himself in a world of pain here.
Not like that! Houston, we have a problem. Sit
Houston, we have
open,
a problem
TV tables,
indeed.
Position
670 in the pot.
One out. That's not it. Oh boy, Bobby.
That's too much of a safe card as well. Wow, look.
670k in the middle.
Vlas is playing this hand very well though. He's letting Martin bluff, but the thing is,
Martin's not bluffing.
Martin's not bluffing.
One last chance. If you put the glasses and
What's the size and care from Cabral?
Probably I check. 3, 2, 1.
850. Over bet for sure.
Wow, what a poker face. He's not even smiling. I would even smile in that position when I see Alex, 17-year-old kid. 760.
Bet is 700.
Oh, 760. Big bet.
Not like that!
Insta call.
Casino! Royale!
So now please.
Oh, poor
Can he
Flash.
show the hand, please?
Cabral up to just
Please.
around 6 million in chips
Martin,
now.
the hand.
What a start.
He has to show.
2 for 2.
Indeed.
9-6 of diamonds for good.
Get
Lay
the
it
lead
down.
a bit more.
Action on Asham with the ace-queen offsuit.
Okay. First we bust last and then we can play.
Okay.
Asham's going to open up here for sure.
And does. 80k now. Shoko passes, as will Banich. Vlad gonna fold as well. Off to Karoo. 8-3 offsuit.
That hand's a lot more complicated than you think, chat. Trust me.
Lets it go.
Player profiles.
Lasta gonna fold. Last act in the big blind. Martin Cabral, king queen offsuit. 40K to call.
You don't know?
Something like that.
9 behind, yeah?
1.
He's just gonna call.
Makes the call. Heads up to the flop. We go. 8, 6, 10. 2 spades.
This will be more of a case of who dares wins, because Cabral is very likely to check. Might go for some small leads. Does check. The one finger side of the table check. Did you see his check?
It did.
But because of his stack being so big, the dealer was like looking around like, did you check? Goes check, check. Well, this is a spicy turn card because Ashhelm now has the nut flush draw and Cabral has the queen high flush draw. Check from Cabral. I think Ashhelm has to start putting some money in now.
Checks back.
Oh, if it comes spade, it's going to be scary. Oh, it comes the king of spades. That means Martin has the second nuts and Ashhelm has the nuts. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Oh dear. Indeed.
Oh dear, indeed, yeah. Wow. There goes a bet from Cabral. $295, I believe. Yes.
This is going to be a wild spot. He's just going to be all in, right? He only has 9-10 behind. It's going to be a big pot. Oh, just going to raise.
I know.
Like 745 maybe? 775?
How much?
Oh.
715?
750K now. 420 to call from Martin.
715 is very close. Whew.
1.2 million in the middle already.
Bluff? Le bluff?
Not le bluff at all, Martin.
Call.
It does call.
Does call.
Hard to fold the second nuts, to be honest.
7?
Not the full double up, but close to it for Ashhelm. 1.84 for him. Cabral's still at 5.6 million, essentially.
Very nice bluff.
Back. to the action. Lule Hu, queen 6 off, under the gun. Out of there. Bastian Galitzendorfer with ace king. Going for the 110 open. Good with jack 5 off. No good. De Persio. I wasn't even trying. De Persio with ace 5 off. Let's it go. Ace 7 off of Pedroso on the button. Maybe he's played a little bit with Galitzendorfer throughout this tournament. Not sure. Should pitch though. Don't really want to play this hand. Just want to fold.
Does let it go.
Yeah. Yartnen in the small blind with Doyle. Oh, and Yuhan Wang
wow.
in the big blind with pocket queens. And these guys are pretty deep. Over 50 big blinds deep. $400 from Wang from the big blind versus +1. Range is super tight here. Might just make it 1 million. Gonna use a time bank first. $950 or 1 million?
El Clasico incoming.
Here it comes. 910?
1,010,000.
Ah, 1,010,000. Yeah.
Our first 4 bet of the day.
Yeah, this isn't a particularly great spot for Wang though. When +1 opens and you 3-bet from the big blind, he's just going to go for it.
He's going for it all in, and this is going to be
cannoli. This is a big
back
one.
to Galitzendorfer, 1.625 million to call.
Okay.
He does only have 1.76 million.
I understand that Galitzendorfer is asking for a count, but I'll be honest with you. Once you
doesn't matter. You have
once
to call,
you 4-bet this spot, you aren't folding.
Yeah.
You are praying that they have queens.
Correct.
Look at Lule Hu's face.
One more. I have 110. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay. 30.
How much?
2.635.
Well, the time bank's going to get used now for sure. This is a monster pot.
Approved.
APK, this is going to be over 100 big blind pot. This is going to be one of the most crucial pots of the tournament with 28 players remaining. I understand Galitzendorfer is having some reservations about this spot, but you should not 4-bet if you ain't calling the 5-bet, mate, you know?
Keep in mind, 2 other aces were folded.
He doesn't know that.
No, but we do.
This would be a wild fold. Like, it would actually just be like a super minus EV fold, for sure. Even like ICM-wise.
Look at Lule Hu.
He is laughing. Look at love Lule, he's the best.
Ooh, there he
Here
goes.
It goes. Yeah. Massive, massive
El
flip.
Clasico incoming. Queens versus Ace King. Hu enjoying he's just sitting back enjoying it. But Yuhan Wang all in and at risk of being eliminated in 28th place unless his queens can hold.
I feel like Lule's going to go and sit on the rail and watch this one.
Look. 5.3 million chips in the middle. Ooh,
No way.
10-7 ace. Only
Don't
one
celebrate too early, Galitzendorfer.
Only one queen in the deck now. Deuce
on the
of
turn.
spades.
Surely Wang cannot hit another one-outer. Oh, I mean, I saw it was red as well. So, wow, Yuhan Wang has been eliminated in 28th place. That is so crazy.
That was the last ace in the deck as well, but wouldn't have even mattered. You hit the king on the river as well.
Yeah, that is honestly so crazy because it's such a big flip.
Hijack, Jack Deuce offsuit for Banich. Let's it go. Ace King offsuit now for who in the cutoff? $180K.
Apparently it's 43K, the cash now.
Yeah, that's what I said. 43,000. Oh, it was different. It got updated. Oh, I see that now. Thank you, Richard Armand, for updating that.
Yeah.
Okay, so into the big blind. Pocket fives for DiGiacomo.
Oh, it's my glass. Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought you wanted some.
Gonna go for the re-raise, and they're gonna run it. Lou Hu, standing up like usual.
760, 1,760,000.
Makes the call. Pocket fives versus ace king.
Oh, we got ourselves a classic flippo.
Ule Hu, all in and at risk of being eliminated in 22nd place. Needs an ace or king.
How do you feel about Lulehu's chances?
I like them.
Me too.
I don't
I
like
still
them
like
as
them.
much.
I still like them.
Deuce 5 queen, all clubs. Who does have the ace of clubs? 5 outs for him.
9 of clubs.
4 clubs. That'll help.
It still counts.
That'll help. Now DiGiacomo, just 7 outs for him. Needs the board to pair.
Oh no! Lulehu is gone.
Oh no!
Wow, that was sick.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is confirmed. It's time for the final table of the King's Million 21st birthday celebration edition. One of these players will be going home with a 125k euros, and already in the bag, everybody has that free K package. Let's take a look at the exact payouts, including that min cash from day one. Eugenio Capellini, the chip leader, but number one will get 125k. Number two, 77,960. Free, 55,960. Fourth place, 41,000 plus euro. Fifth place, 31,960. Sixth place, 24k. Seventh, 18. Eighth, 13,960. And the ninth place, 10,505 euros. Everybody already has 4 tickets package guaranteed in their pocket for the big King's Million. You will be able to see them here at the end of September. Yeah, they were on a break. Now they are back. And the players are Eugenio Cupellini, Vasilis Nicolas, Mato Misic Eros, Turis Giovanni, Paolo Dejan, and Mircea Olaru. I actually went to the Euro Rounders staff that Stefano makes the blog happen for them, and Eros, so Eros Zapacosta, is a spin and go crusher, online poker crusher, especially in spin and goes. He plays EPTs, trying to break into that live scene, but Eros obviously a strong player. Eugenio, this is what the Italians say, is not a top player. He won the high roller during People's Poker Tour here at King's Resort for 30K. Doesn't have any massive scores, so Eugenio, not a full-time professional, but obviously him being the big chip leader plays to his advantage right now. And Paolo Kosser, we have info about him. He is a very conservative player. I'm not sure if Euro-rounders are making fun of him, but apparently he played only one hand on day 2, and that was the aces, and somehow he tripled up or quadrupled up through the other loose players, and that's why, in part, he's actually this deep in the tournament. And of course, we have Vasilis Nicolas. If you guys don't know, if you haven't been watching King's Resort streams, he has already 3 10K plus final table finishes this year only here in Rozvadov. So Vasilis Nicolas, the Greek man who plays with the Swedish flag, obviously a powerhouse to be not taken lightly. Mato Misic, let me take a look. I actually don't have research on him. If you guys know him in the chat, let me know. And by the way, yes, now we are live with a 30-minute delay. Elephant will be here in 3 weeks. He was actually commenting on the all-in against Lule Hu. And let's take a look. Mato Misic, 67,000 in live earnings, and he actually plays a lot in Rozvadov. No massive scores just yet. The biggest score came during the Czech Poker Masters here in 2023. So Mato Misic, he is definitely an experienced regular here at King's Resort, but now he's looking for that biggest score of his tournament career. $30,000, 27K euro in 2023 for 3rd place. Here at King's Resort, he's looking to get that big score finally. So the table is set. I must say this is one of the more skilled final tables that we've had here. The fields are massive, so the likelihood usually is that a lot of amateurs will make it. We can see Tourist. A Cinderella story is this man with the UFC hat you are looking at right now. He played his first Euro Rounders. This is his very first Euro Rounders that he's played, and already he's made it in the top 10 in this massive, massive field. He was celebrating getting that 3K package for the big one, for the big Euro Million. For how much? Yeah, he was celebrating like he won the tournament. So Euro-rounders helped us organize this, but this is the King's Million, of course. His very first King's Million, his very first Euro-rounders event, and he already made it in the top 9 of 5,769 entries. Tourist, he is so far the story of the tournament. But, of course, we start fresh. We started the final table. Some of these players have not faced each other just yet. So we have a lot to look forward to now that the final table bubble has burst. Will people play looser? Will they try to get as much money in as possible, try to play for the win? Or will they still be content with those ladder ups? Let's find out as Tourist open raising with that Queen 10 of clubs. Elephant is coming in 3 weeks to Rozvadov. Let's actually see what we have here. And look at this. Vasilis decides to call. Again, Vasilis, very experienced player, especially when it comes to King's Resort. We have seen him make multiple reasonably big final tables this year. So, experienced guy, and is very likely to continue with that bottom pair. But Tourist, 41% equity. He's got those 2 overs to Vasilis' 7. He's got the gutter as well. On an any 8, he actually turns an open-ender, but he completely breaks everything on the turn. Vasilis still ahead. By the way, we reached Chili Dog, found out that Dejan has 294K in live earnings. So also a player to contend with, a potential contender, I might say. Very good find. There we go, Tourist finds that double barrel on the turn. It will be extremely difficult, actually, for Vasilis to continue. The problem is, yeah, there's a lot of draws. Tourist can be betting with a ton of draws. So many spade draws, flush draws, so many gut shots like the hand he has now. Wow, Vasilis actually decides to call the 2.4 million. What a call that is, but the problem is your opponent still has a lot of outs, even if he misses. And Tourist gets there on the river with his flop bluff, turn bluff, and on the river he actually improves against Vasilis' pair. It's almost unfair. But you know what? Vasilis, he had his moments. It's tough to root against the underdog, who Tourist definitely is, and he scoops a nice spot. I like that aggression. First time playing the King's Million, and already he's at the final table celebrating the 3K package like he won the tournament, but this man putting in aggressive double barrels. Sure, he gets lucky, but that aggression is something that maybe we wouldn't expect from someone who's never been at this stage of a deep stack and deep field tournament. Rema, payouts, there we go. 100 and that's the kind of hand Lemon would play, Checky says. Absolutely. I think this turn barrel, there are so many potential. The problem is not the turn bet, right? The problem when you bet Queen 10 is to know which rivers you should bet or not. When you are betting the turn, basically you should already kind of know if it's a deuce, basically complete blank, am I gonna bet again? What am I doing? If one draw completes, the other one doesn't, you know. And to be frank with you, you know, I've been on the content side for the last couple of years. I've been playing for 10 plus years professionally before then, but it was cash games, of course. But in a deep stack like this, I'm actually not 100% sure what rivers I'm actually bluffing if we do miss with that Queen 10. And that's the big part of the puzzle, big piece of the puzzle is knowing not only when you bet on the turn what you do, but what your plan is for the river. And Vasilis, undeterred by that river, continues to play. And look at this, actually a limp with Queen Jack. This is pretty much a trap. Blind against blind, Queen Jack suited is absolutely a hand you can raise and call a free bet with. He will simply go ahead and call. Now let's see. Will this be just a call, or is he planning to limp free bet with the Queen Jack suited? It is just a call here. And here we go, we're heading to the flop. The bad news for Vasilis is that both of these players have clubs. So on potential club boards, it's not good for him. No backdoors for Vasilis though. Eugenio goes ahead and flops a top pair, great kicker. The chip leader now is about to increase his chip lead. Vasilis does have some decent backdoors, 2 overs, and not only 2 overs, if you turn a king, if you turn a 9, you have an open ender, a really strong draw. That's why he decides to call the small bet. Now it will be interesting to see if Eugenio decides to check what is Vasilis' plan for the river. Is Trinity out? Yes, Marcel Trinity is the player who was unlucky. We saw him off screen. I know it's terrible when in movies they show an off-screen death, but he's very much alive in real life. I want to point out that's a very unfortunate phrase that I used, but he is out of the tournament, okay? Trinity is out of the tournament from Hungary. He was the unfortunate man who did win that package, 3K, as Vasilis folds on that turn that didn't really help him. But yeah, Trinity, you will see him here in September for that King's Million, the big one, but unfortunately for him, he did not make the final table. He is the odd man out. So kudos to Trinity. Nice show, my friends. Thank you for the entertainment. But unfortunately, we will have to be content with busting in 10th place. 8.1K, but he did get that package as well. So 11K payday from a 230 euro buy-in. I mean, you can't really complain, right? Checky says you would probably just value bet on the river if you hit the 10. Check it, just so I can be in the spot where somebody raises over the top of me. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm honestly not sure. These boards, when there's 7,000 million potential draws and you hit a pair on the river, this is where the super strong players can actually find some thin value bets, but would I have no clue. And there we go. Matomisic lets it go. Mircea, the last Romanian hope. Can he get called? Eugenio with the 9s. I think that Mircea is about to get some action. There we go. It's a massive free bet. This is almost a jam, pretty much, by all intents and purposes. And we have our first flip of the final table. Can Mircea get there with the king-queen against those 9s? These percentages don't seem right to me, by the way. I don't think king-queen has 69% against the 9s. I would guess that it's more, a little bit more even. And the kings, of course, now they do 95%. Looks like our overlay was predicting the result here. Mircea, it is the year of Romania. He's the last Romanian standing. Will the year of Romania continue even in this half of the year? So far, it looks that way. Last time we had a €1 million tournament, 36% of the final day players were Romanian. Now we only had a couple, but one of them just doubled up at the final table, and he's very much alive. And we can keep calling it the year of Romania. Altar Ace, another familiar face in the chat. Welcome. You joined us just for the final table. Of course, guys, because of so many entries, we will be finishing later than usual. We had 48 players as opposed to the usual 24, sometimes even 18, that enter the final day here at King's Resort. So we might be here for a while unless one of the guys starts to make a run. One or two players, if they get huge chip leads, gather big chip stacks, we can play a little bit faster. Of course, there's something I didn't even know about. If you make a deal, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but if you make a deal, they actually cut the blinds by half. So if the blinds are for an hour, if there's a deal reached, they will be cut down to 30-minute blind levels. And I never understood it. I always thought that, hey, the players are playing more aggressively when they make a deal, so that's why the tournaments tend to end pretty quickly. But actually, we do half the blind levels when they decide, hey, we want to flatten the pay structure, we will make a deal and play for the trophy, and they're at least 10% up top. That's why after the deals, the game is much, much faster, not just because they play for less up top, the ICM is not as significant, but the blinds actually do get faster. Thomas is saying they use cards, dead cards for percentages. One of the 9s was folded. Oh, okay, there we go. Thomas Müller. So a 9 was folded. Here we go. So we lost a 9, and our teacher, Thomas Müller, welcome to the chat, told us how it happened. Is it? Wow, I'm actually surprised. I'm going to sound like an absolute fish, but purely because 1 9 is folded, you lose so much equity pre-flop? Is that right? Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to, you know what, like... recently, I ran a refresher on the amount of combos that you actually have in poker, what the probability is of getting a single hand. And I guess I never looked at equities when one hand was folded, because this is a really unique thing. I've commented on other streams, and there you don't have this feature of the folded outs and the equities being adjusted. Is it really such a big difference when a 9 is not there? I have to take a look at that. And look at this, Dejan. The man with a decent amount of winnings, actually, 294K in live earnings, goes all in with the 6s. Eugenio in the cutoff. Well, you have a lot of chips to play with. You are up against the button. So let's take a look. And yeah, our equities, they are changed when somebody folds. I was just surprised that it's by so much. Oh my goodness. And we have the call. Eugenio actually has so many chips. If you have a lot of chips, the chips at the top, they don't actually have as much value in projected money throughout the tournament as the middling stacks and the short stacks. So he simply goes for it. And right now, Dejan can be out of the tournament if the ace hits right here. Ace on the flop. Oh my goodness. Right there. There is some hope for Dejan. Backdoor hearts. And the backdoor hearts are here, exactly as we called it. Can he go ahead and hit a miracle after being almost dead on the flop? No, he cannot. Never easy, but Eugenio, who took a risk, he put his massive chip stack to use. Past our first player here in the final 9. Crazy. And Thomas Müller, of course, we have to read this. Shout out to Lemon, the best commentator I have heard. I'm not going to say where, because we have some fantastic commentators. Blind levels usually have either freeway or heads up in live tournaments. Yeah, I think the rule is, though, if there is actually a deal, it happens automatically. It doesn't matter how many players you have. But the halving of the blinds is normal. So if they halve, you might actually have them again. Not sure exactly how it works. We have to pay attention to it today in case there will be a deal. I know there's a few candidates that will actually go for the deal. Some of the guys maybe not. But I'm very, very curious to see what happens. Vasilis doesn't decide to go for it, but Eugenio, well, this man has all the chips in the world, 74 million. I asked the Euro rounders for some information. Apparently, Eugenio, he's not a full-time professional, but he does play poker, so at best a semi-pro, but he does have a 30K score here at King's Resort from the People's Poker Tour. Let's see what Mircea does. Free bets from the Romanian. It is the year of Romania, of course. A heavy weight lies on this man's shoulders. And he takes it down. And Mircea, if we do have the right one, yes we do. 58,000 in live earnings. But he's been playing, he's got a lot of cashes here from Rozvadov. 4 cashes already. He used to play a lot in Slovakia, but yeah, very much a regular. Take a look at this, Eugenio, the big chip leader, 25% of chips in play actually. And Vasilis Nicolas is right behind him, the Greek man who has the Swedish flag, who's been living in Sweden for a while, is second, and Mato Misic right there with them after that big pot. Mato Misic, 67K in live earnings. Also a guy with a bunch of scores here from Rozvadov. So we lost 1 player. Plenty more to go. And with every bust out, the ICM pressure actually goes down. That's what the nerds say anyway. So the man who busted out, 10,405 euros and the free K package. Congratulations. Still a massive payday. I know it hurts to get out of the tournament in the 9th place, but you made the final table. You outlasted 5,760 players. You're going home with 10K. You will be coming back here to Rozvadov for the 5 million euro guaranteed main event and 3 more tournaments. I mean, not a bad day for him. But of course, we have to root for the underdog, guys. And the underdog in this tournament, I think, is Tourist. He was really excited first Kings Million ever that he's played. First time, and already he's at the final table with a middling stack. He was actually, if you missed out on this, he was celebrating getting the free K package like he won the tournament. There was a bust out on the outer table, and the tourist, he was pounding his chest, he was high-fiving his friends. He wasn't even at the final table. He had a really big stack, so he was not at danger of being busted out anytime soon. But he was super happy about coming back in September. I mean, obviously, first Kings Million, and right away you get 4 tickets for the biggest one ever. That's a hell of a story. Now look at this, Mircea, Year of Romania. He was the short stack at one point. Now he wakes up with the Cowboys in the cutoff. He's not one of the strongest regulars from Romania, at least when it comes to live poker. We have some heavyweights playing day in and day out in Rozvadov with over $1 million in earnings. Mircea is a modest winner live compared to them, but now he's the one holding that Romanian flag. The odds were stacked against Romania today, of course. Only a couple Romanians in the top 48, but somehow, during the Year of Romania, one of them made it to the final table, and now he's here with the Kings. Free betting Giovanni, who has to let it go with ace-9 off, I would imagine at least. There we go. And there's one thing you don't want if you are a player at the final table when you play an event at Kings Resort in Rozvadov, is to have a Romanian with a decent stack. As history has shown, over the last year they have taken countless titles. Almost every single final table has multiple Romanian guys. There are so many strong regulars here in Rozvadov. Today is actually crazy that we only have one here. Believe it or not, it's an actual anomaly. Michelle says, I am Giovanni. Are you Giovanni Giorgio or just Giovanni? I'm not sure why we saw that, but we saw the spin of the clock. So the dealer did a 360 of the time counter. That was a cool trick. I'm not sure what the purpose was, though. And here we go. You're looking at our big chip leader of the day, Eugenio. Over 25% of all chips in play. Final table is where you have a lot of really difficult decisions to make. You can make a lot of money jumps. Of course. And the thing is, there's the thing. Hold that thought. Tourist. Speaking of miracles, Tourist, who plays his first Kings Million, has the pocket rockets on the cutoff, and he's open raising to the very minimum, trying to get some action. Will somebody oblige? Or will he be punched in the gut? That's the feeling. If you guys don't know, we actually did the math. You get aces when you play live poker about once every 8 hands on average. So during any single day, you basically get them about once. And this is the worst feeling when you finally get the aces and you get 0 action. And on average, you have to wait for 8 hours to go ahead and try to get them again. Not like that. Yeah, so there's 221 combos of aces. Now, you get aces. You get aces every 221 hands. That's basically how we did the math. If you divide it by all the combinations, you have 6 combos of aces. And if the speed of the dealer is about 28 hits per hour, the math is that you get them once every 8 hours roughly in poker. Just so someone complains. Yeah, and actually it's easier to solve the theory, to actually use computers to solve the final table, than it is to solve, for example, the final 60, final 70. Because there's so many variables, there's so many different stack sizes. So if you study poker and you are a big nerd or you hire a coach, a lot of the studying that you can do without using those big online databases will be with software that basically deals with final tables. And it's kind of a paradox, because if you have 5,769 entries, the likelihood that you will make a final table is incredibly tiny. But even then, when you do make it and you put in those hours of actually trying to figure out how to play at the final table, you will have a big, big advantage. And one good score, as BLPOQ says in the YouTube chat, one big score can literally change your entire year when it comes to poker results. That's why the tournament pros, they study final tables like a religion, even though they don't get there too often. And look at this Vasilis. Oh my goodness. He might be from Greece, but he's flying the Swedish flag and he's making the Swedes proud. He decides to free bet with Jack-8 offsuit, but Mato Misic, he is the one player we have seen light 4-bets from. When he sniffs out weakness, he puts the money in. Look at this, he's reaching for chips. Is that a call or is that a 4-bet? Looks like they are the 1 millions. Oh my goodness, will he do it again? I think he's doing it. He's doing it, guys. Oh my God. That is a 4-bet. Yeah, we're counting out the chips. And Vasilis, I know you like to push people around. You have that Swedish flag, but Mato Misic, he's the one player you don't want to mess around with. Second time we see a light 4-bet from Mato today already, and yet again he sniffs out weakness. He saw right through the player trying to get really out of line, and this time it's Vasilis who gets punished, who gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And oh my goodness, this is not what we're used to be seeing here at King's Resort, not this deep in tournaments. Mato is showing you a clinic in light 4-betting, punishing those aggressive players with aggression, which, by the way, if you study theory, this is exactly what you're supposed to do. The old school wisdom, you know, 10, 15 years ago, you would think, hey, a guy is aggressive. He plays a lot looser than he should be. He's very, very aggressive raising. I'm just going to play tight. I'm going to play tight. I'm going to wait for strong hands. But no, a lot of simulations, a lot of theory, and the nerds that study this kind of stuff, they actually found that if somebody is aggressive, that means they are not playing optimally. They're not playing as they should, which allows you to play more hands yourself to counter their strategy. Because if someone's not playing perfect poker, they're playing too loose, you can get loose yourself to counter them. And this is exactly what we're seeing for Mato. And this is so important. This 4-bet absolutely can change the trajectory of this final table. It's extremely dangerous when you let a guy with a Swedish flag go ahead and free bet you, put on the aggression, pick up free chips. I think simply that one 4-bet will make Vasilis' life a lot more difficult. Everybody else saw that he free bet folded. But hold that thought, Eugenio, can you believe it? The rich get richer. Paolo with the King Jack suited, that's a really strong hand. Eugenio is asking, well, how many chips Paolo has? This is Italian on Italian violence. No, come on, guys. But Eugenio is going for it. It's a small free bet to 4 million. There we go, nothing to wait for. Paolo against his fellow countryman simply sticks it in. He says King Jack suited is too strong to fold, but he is up against it, and in 87% of the time, we will lose yet another player. Looking at final 7, Paolo is looking for a miracle. A straight, a flush, any hope whatsoever? Well, there's that pair. Suddenly, we have 2 outs. We have the backdoor spade draw. It's not over till it's over. 16% for the underdog. It's not one of his outs, unfortunately. Now the jack and a jack only. 2 outs can keep him in the tournament, or the chip leader will get even richer. 11.9 million added to his stack, and Paolo He made it all the way to the final 8. Well done, sir. A nice payday, 230 euro buy-in. But he took home 13,960 euro plus the 3K worth of tickets for the massive Kings Million. 5 mil guaranteed super main. 3 other more tickets. Nice performance. But it looks like after a very long time we might see an Italian be the favorite of taking down an event that we here at Kings Resort co-run with Euro Rounders. It's been a long time coming. Enzo Tisano on YouTube says, "Vai Giovanni." So we have some Italian fans right here. I know we've been waiting for this for a long time. It's been all those Romanians. That Czech guy won. Germans taking tournaments down. Now maybe, just maybe, it might be Italy's turn, and 23rd anniversary. You know what? Federico Brunato, our big CEO, is basically half Italian. A lot of Italian floor staff, dealers, they are here, so it would be quite fitting if we had an Italian winner in the 23rd birthday Kings Million Anniversary Edition main event. But of course, there is still a long way to go. He might have a massive stack. He might have all the momentum in the world. But still, a lot of hands to be played. But look at this. The man with 86 million puts his opponent pretty much all in. There's not really too much of a need to even count this. Blind against blind. Maximum pressure with the lucky sevens. And Giovanni, 22 bigs. Check 5 suited. I think he will be forced to let it go. Yeah, here we go. And that's basically the danger when you have a chip leader that can apply pressure. That's a really, really bad news for everybody else at the table. But I don't think he will be able to bully the other players. There's at least 2 opponents that are very aggressive, that 3-bet and 4-bet lights, that will not be run over. So he might have all the chips, but we know that he's not a full-time professional, guys. He's not a full-time pro, at least from what the Euro Rounders information is. And he's playing against some heavyweights right here today. A lot of poker to be played, but right now, obviously, by math alone, by the chip stack that you're looking at, he, of course, is the favorite to take the whole thing down. Eros, speaking of professionals, Eros absolutely is a professional player, the online grinder, spin and go professional, who plays EPT, online crusher. Eros has the chips, 37 million, and the Euro Rounders tell me that this man is very, very dangerous. And let me do the correct payouts. We actually have them on YouTube. I'll get them to you momentarily. Now we actually have them correct. And look at this, jacks for Mircea. There we go. There's that free bet against Eros. Yeah, Eros, online crusher. This online pro. Five seconds to act. He's using his time bank. Oh, the king queen. You just, the thing is that's not nice about it. If you just call here, you will be often against hands like ace king and ace queen. Even if you hit your top pair, you absolutely crashed, and it's an offsuit hand. So it's tough to have those backdoor flush draws that you really, really want. When you play in position, you try to take away the pot against a better hand. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. He simply lets it go. And the year of Romania. I think we have so many good players here, by the way. I know the Romanian, he doesn't have a massive pedigree of live caches, but he has a lot of experience from Kings Resort, from the small buy-ins. You can never write them off. But Mato Misic, wow. Mato, I'm absolutely impressed with him. This man is the one who can stand up to bullies. He can put in the light 4-bets. Him and Vasilis, these guys, they will not be run over by any means, from what we've seen so far. So between these two and Eros, I think our chip leader has still a long battle ahead of him. Mircea, the one short stack, now sporting 22.8 million. And here we go. You could cut the tension with a knife. You can see that a lot of these players, I was walking around the day 2, you know, it was about midnight or 1 a.m. A lot of these guys you saw having a good time, like this man, Vasilis. He was joking around, high-fiving people, having a good time at the table. But even for him, this is a high-pressure situation. Tourist with the 8-3 off. Now, Mato Misic against Eros. Eros, yep, there we go. He's a strong professional. Spin and go expert, as Euro-rounders tell me. He decides to defend with the great odds. Unfortunately for him, it's a bottom pair for him, but Ace-King, top 2 pair for Mato. Wow, look at this. This is very unorthodox. Mato says, hey, I have both the ace or a king. It's just less likely that you have something. So he decides to slow play. But Eros sees right through him. That's the problem. When you go ahead and you hit the flop like this one, the ace and a king, the question you have to be asking yourself as your opponent is, why would you not bet your bluffs, right? If you go ahead and check the flop and bet the turn, what air do you really have? If you have a random 2 undercards, wouldn't you just bet them on the flop, you know? So actually, it's one of those curious scenarios where you could argue that unless you have the big sizing that maybe you should deploy on the ace and a king, if you have a 1 small sizing, if you're checking, it's really, really suspicious. You have to ask yourself, why are you actually doing it? Vasilis. Queen Jack suited, obviously a strong hand. He will be opening every time. 2 bigs is the sizing. Eugenio, wow. That's a lot of chips that he has. I'm very curious what Eros does. One thing, Eros is a spin and go crusher, so the closer we get to free-handed, especially when we get free-handed and heads up, Eros will become a big favorite. It's almost unfair, actually. When you play spin and goes, if you guys don't know what that is, it's basically a free-handed kind of lottery. You basically roll for the prize pool, and there's 3 players, and it's a freeway sit and go that you play. So you start free-handed, then you get heads up, and winner takes all. And Eros is a specialist when it comes to those. So I think now he might be still a little bit outside of his element. But once we get free-handed, he will be extremely dangerous. And Vasilis, open raising. He has that backdoor straight draw. Oh, look at this. Mato Misic says, I don't care that you have the pre-flop lead, Vasilis. Whatever you want, son. I'm just going to lead here. I don't want those overs to roll over. There's a race. I love to see it. You know what, Vasilis, I think he was born in Greece, but he moved to Sweden. Now the question is, did he become aggressive after moving to Sweden? Or was he aggressive, so he moved to Sweden, so he would get the appropriate flag? Because all the Swedish regs, starting with, especially if you know Victor Blom, Isildur one, they are known to like to employ aggression. And you know what? He's got the 2 overs. Any 9 or any king gives him a really strong draw. This is why I really like this play. But Mato Misic, one thing that he's been really good at so far today is sniffing out when somebody's trying to outplay him. And of course, Vasilis has done that before, tried to free bet him light, got punished. Now, look at this. Yet again, Mato is very suspicious of his opponent's motives. The thing is, if you are Vasilis and you have aces or kings, maybe you would just call here. But yeah, here we go. 1-1 in outplays. Vasilis strikes back against Mato Misic, and maybe we have an aggressive dynamic developing between these 2 players. One time, Vasilis bluffed. Now he bluffed against Matzo, but before it was Matzo who got the better end with nothing before the flop. And a very nice raise. And at first glance, it might look like that Queen Jack is absolutely nothing on the flop, but yeah, 2 overcards and a really strong backdoor straight draw. The thing is, if the turn is a 9, or especially the king, it's easy for you to represent the king. So you raise the flop, try to hit your backdoor draws, and if your hand improves, you keep barreling. Very nice hand choice from Vasilis. It wasn't absolutely reckless or anything. It wasn't an air raise there by any means. And he gets rewarded by his aggression and picks up a nice few chips. Now let's take a look what Eros does. And Mato, of course, he will be involved in yet another hand. Mato Misic. Misic or Misic, let me know, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. Goes for that free bet. Ace-10 suited is a powerhouse against the button. Well, Eros. We know that this man plays online, so he's not afraid to continue when he does have the chance. And on the button, it's just about the only position, maybe on the cutoff, where you can call a free bet with King Jack off. Just like that, we're heading to the flop. Misic. Okay, Misic is correct. Thank you very much. And Misic goes ahead for that c-bet. It has a really strong backdoor, but the thing is, Eros actually hit here with the top pair and good kicker. He does have the king of hearts, so there's not too much incentive for him to raise. He doesn't really mind the heart rolling off. And now Mato Misic is looking for that ace, or he's looking for those diamonds that he would barrel on. A queen is also a decent candidate, but I think S6 will be all she wrote. We will probably see a check fold from the very aggressive player from Croatia. Oh my goodness, he's reaching for the chips. Oi, 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 oi. When you reach for the chips right now, a lot of the time you have some plans to not only bet now, but also fire on the river. A lot of pocket pairs with one heart, they would continue against you. A lot of one heart hands will continue. So 7.3 million is the sizing. And after Eros calls, I think we are very likely to see a river bet on a decent amount of runouts here. This could be an absolutely massive pot developing between these two players. And it is the Italian who has the best of it right now. Can Mato hit the miracle ace, but not the hearts? Only 2 outs, as you can see. Only the black aces can save him right now. Well, that's not an ace. It is a black card, but not the ace he was hoping for. And as I said, guys, oh, he just gives up. Didn't go for it on the river. I think actually you should. When you bet the turn, I think a lot of hands with one heart can call you only to fold on the river. So a good amount of the time you should consider betting. Some hands did connect with the 9, 7-8 for example. Maybe that's why you just given up, but a very, very nice spot going Eros's way. And Mato, he was doing well with his aggression. This time he sniffed out the weakness incorrectly. His opponent actually had a top pair good kicker and a backdoor flush draw, and he gets punished for it. Kudos for trying, regardless. By the way, guys, if you would like an expert to join us, expert maybe not on the game, but expert on an Italian scene, I think if we will see these Italians get into the final stages, we will definitely get somebody from Euro Rounders to come into the booth and give us some dirt, some backdoor and secret information about the players. So I definitely think we will use that, especially if the Italians keep crushing. It would be almost a crime not to have an Italian with us here in the booth, I think. So we have that to look forward to. It will be just my voice. I will try my best to get someone from Italy. If we will look like that we have one of the Italians about to win or go really, really near winning, we will try to get someone from Euro Rounders here to get the proper hype train going. Vasilis with that check, Eugenio. Blind against blind, most of the time it's about who wants it more. And you can see it's a little bit of a frustration on Vasilis' face. He likes to be the table captain, he likes to command the action. We've seen it time and time again. He is a fun player, but he has to bow to his opponent. It's been a while since an Italian winner. Can this be the day? Well, we have so many stories right here. We have Tourist, his first ever Kings Million. Him winning it would be absolutely crazy. Mircea Olaru, it is the year of Romania. The Romanians have been absolutely crushing. Never write them off. Vasilis, of course, absolute crusher. 3 final tables with 10K plus already. This year at Kings Resort alone. This is one of the strongest final table lineups that we've seen in a long while. Eros, free bet to 5 million, 2.5x. He likes to apply pressure. He does have those chips. He must realize that Mircea will value the medium chip stack a lot more than Eros values those extra chips above what Mircea has. So with that king queen, puts in that free bet. Giovanni lets it go. The man with the supporters in the YouTube chat. Shout out to Enzo Tisano. Well, Mircea, what would you do? Ace-10 off is quite weak. You only play back if you think that your opponent is out of line. And, well, Eros, was he out of line? I don't think so. It's a little bit on the looser side, but with the pressure you can apply against the smaller stack, it seems pretty reasonable to me. And Eros takes it down, and this man is very dangerous. Never write him off. A spin and go professional, he will be absolutely godlike when it comes to free-handed play and heads up. He will have literal hundreds of thousands of hands of experience when it comes to free-handed and heads up. So it would be an absolute nightmare scenario for all the other players if this man gets there into the top 3 and has a lot of chips. We can expect near perfect play from Eros once he gets to that stage. You can already kind of decipher that Eros is playing with that reasonably straightforward online play. If you think that you smell weakness, you don't just go ahead and re-raise any two. You simply, what the nerds say, expand your range. Just go ahead and play a little bit more aggressively. Right now he has 52 million chips. And with every chip gain, with every position, we get closer to that top 3 that he's been playing day in, day out. The stock of Eros Zappacosta is rising. Of course, we're playing for 125,460 euro up top. All these guys already have bagged the 3K package. And there we go. There's that call, Giovanni. That's a little bit of a loose call, let me tell you. He might get punished by Eros. Oi, oi, oi. Mess with the bull, you get the horns. Offsuit combination with 13 bigs behind now only after you called before the flop. That is a danger zone. And he's either hoping for a 9 or a scare card that would make him not lose his entire chip stack. But I think this will be all she wrote for Giovanni. Eros has the trips. There are 2 flush draws on the board. I don't think. There is 0 chance that Giovanni will fold now, and unless it's an absolute nightmare river, it will be extremely difficult for him to let go on the last card either. Giovanni. There we go, he puts the chips in, and he will get the terrible news from Eros, who has the ace-jack and has Giovanni absolutely crushed. Now the only hope for him is that 9 or a chop on the river. Post-flop, there's nothing he could have done. Once you call before the flop with a hand like this one, this is it. The hand plays itself, and it plays itself right into the arms of Eros, who eliminates Giovanni. And oh my goodness, I would say Eros now became one of the favorites, if not the favorite. He might not have the most chips, but this online grinder, who has a lot of experience, the Euro-rounders tell me that free-handed in those spins, he is a powerhouse. He will be playing near flawless when it comes to free-handed, and he just got a lot more ammunition to get to those final stages of the tournament. Oh my goodness. Well, a great score. Nonetheless, of course, beating so many players we beat today. Giovanni, 20,900 plus that min cash he already got, plus the free K on top. Absolutely amazing payout for him from only 230 euro. You basically 100x your buy-in when you get this deep in a tournament with 5,769 runners. So the big kudos goes to him. Nice performance. Tomisic only calling here. And Mircea decides to try to see that flop. Try to hit that set. Well, this allows tourists to come along as well. And this is the second, only the second 4-way pot we've had all day on stream. Let's see who can take it down. As Tom from Fast and Furious would say, a family. It's a family pot right here. And I see a 6, but it's basically the only thing that can help anybody, as Mato Misic still there, 75% equity. With the 9s. But it's Eros who actually decides to c-bet. He does have the backdoor flush draw. And Mato, no option but to fold. And the reason why he's folding, he has got two players behind him. And look at this, a beautiful pickup for Eros. He had nothing on the flop, only a backdoor flush draw. But suddenly he scoops another pot. And oh my goodness, guys, it looks like all the momentum is swinging towards him right now. First one Italian, now the second one. And what a story that would be if an Italian takes it. Of course, King's Resort, we are in Rosvadov. Most of the players here hail from Germany. But you cannot deny that Italy is at the heart of King's Resort as well. Our CEO, half Italian, Euro rounders, absolutely key part of King's Resort and bringing us so many players. And the 21st birthday anniversary, King's Million Edition, sure enough. Is co-run with Euro rounders. BLP, Euros only has 7K earnings on Hand and Mob, online payouts included. Yeah, he's trying to play. He's trying to play EPTs, he's trying to play. That's what I'm saying. Right now, Eros, I don't think he has too much live experience, but he's an online player. So Eros is an online player, online spin and go player. At least that's what Euro rounders tell me. So I quote unquote, he's a crusher. So spin crusher. He's been crushing that format. If you guys don't know what that is, spins basically you pay free-handed, you play free-handed. There's a jackpot at start, and speaking of Eros, he goes ahead and calls with the ace-7. Mircea with that check back. Well, the thing is, once Mircea checks back, he actually is telling a credible story that he can have a decent amount of nines now. So for Eros, who does have the ace high, it's very difficult to represent the nines and not be afraid of Mircea actually having them. Take a look at this. So Mircea protecting his hand, giving himself the option of trying to rep the 9. Well, Eros looks like he will actually look him up. There we go. So straight up value bet from Mircea, and I take it he will simply check it back on the river if it's a blank. And here we go. Nice little value bet, but very, very important for him. I don't think it's a mistake, actually, that Eros only has 7K earnings on Hand and Mob. But remember, guys, poker is not just play live. Hand and Mob is not everything. When it comes to poker, there is a whole different world of online poker. And the players coming from online, they usually have millions and millions of hands of experience if they are pros. Of course, the big disadvantage when you are coming from the online world is using live reads, not giving away any tells yourself. It always is a struggle. I spoke to some high rollers, and they tell me, oh yeah, these young kids come to Tritons, and they think they're the hot shots, but all those big pros, they actually can recognize tells and little nuances in the body language and in the heart rate of the online players that the guys didn't even know they had. So, yeah, I'm saying that he would be in a very strong position in top 3, purely a function of playing hundreds and thousands of hands of free-handed and heads up. But when it comes to live tournaments, he doesn't have scores, any significant scores, and it does not surprise me. Many Italian dealers as well. That's right, Italian dealers, Italian floors. And it's been a while since we had an Italian taking one down. Saskatoon Sean says, oh, welcome Saskatoon Sean. Are you actually from Canada? Or are you just a big fan of Saskatoon? Says James Cameron. Does one of the players look like James Cameron? I'm quite curious. Do we have a James Cameron doppelganger? I actually have no idea how James Cameron actually looks like. I just know his movies. I know the name attached to the movies, but I have zero idea of what he actually looks like in real life. Mirza, look at this pocket rockets. Whoa, what's going on here? We have a straight jam with aces. He's basically trying to represent ace-king, hoping he gets called by a pocket pair like sevens. Now, let's see if Matomisic will fall for that trick that you do when you have aces. Vast majority of players, they go the other way. They min-raise, they try to get paid. I didn't go for it. Mircea Olaru trying some tricky trolley plays here when he just jams those pocket rockets insta shove. Very unorthodox play, of course. The only reason why I can think for you to do this is exactly that. You try to represent ace-king and try to get the pairs to call you. And take a look at this. Giovanni, 18,360. Nice payday, of course, over 20K. If you include the value of those tickets, 3K in value. Eugenio and Eros. It looks like Italy. Wow, Italy is up there. 55% of chips in play are in Italian hands. Vasilis, Tourist, and Matomisic right there. Mircea Olaru, he's sixth. I think all of these players are strong. Of course, we all know the story of Tourist. First Kings Million, already is super deep in the event. This guy was celebrating like he won when he got that 3K package. He must be out of his world. So never write off the underdog, okay? I think Tourist is my personal favorite. But of course, right now, it's the two Italians who hold the chips, who by math alone, if you look at the chip stacks, are the favorites to take it down. Most of the chips in play are in Italian hands. And we had a big drama here. We were asking how many sunglasses are here today. I didn't even notice. So Eugenio, the chip leader, does have sunglasses. And Chase Hendricks says sunglasses win today. Not if Matomisic has anything to say about that. With his flush draw. There we go. He'll probably take this one down. Now Eugenio, you don't really have much here to play with. A 5 would give him an open-ender, so backdoor gutter draw. Backdoor draw is all he has. He doesn't care. Look at this, he's reaching for chips. Matomisic, though, he can sniff weakness. We've seen this before. Eugenio gets out of line. The information I have from Euro Rounders is that Eugenio is not a professional. He's not a professional poker player. He did have a one nice score here at King's Resort, but he doesn't sit in a basement. He doesn't study day in, day out. Let's see what happens here. Obviously, Mato is not going anywhere. The question is, will he simply just race over the top? Because why really is Eugenio raising a queen here? It doesn't make too much sense, does it? Well, he just called. Yep, there's that call. And, well, Eugenio, that's not one of his outs. Now, we completely ignore our cards. Actually, when you have the 7 and a 6, you are making it less likely that your opponent has 7s or 6s that you're trying to bluff here. So this is a pure street poker, I play the man, not the cards type of play. There we go. Is that check? Mato, yeah, I think that's the correct play. Your opponent basically telling you, I have a queen or I have nothing. Goes for that check and, well, Eugenio, you want to keep telling that story. You want to go ahead and bluff now. I don't see how you can actually do that. What story is he telling? If he check raise a queen, why are we checking on the turn and betting on the river, right? It doesn't make too much sense. I think the only way he could consider getting one through is really big bet, but yeah, he found himself in a puzzle right now. What are you going to do? You have all the chips in the world, but how can you tell a credible story of having a legend hand right now? He couldn't figure it out. And for Mato, simply checking back. And there is that crack in the armor of the chip leader. And Mato Misic picks up a nice spot. Up to 34,600,000, 35 bigs. Plenty to put a dent even in the biggest stacks at the table. If he doubles through them. By the way, BLP says min value we could get. Yeah, with the aces, I mean, yeah. I haven't seen him really do this before with the aces. So when he decides to basically open jam shove with 20 bigs, it's kind of A. There's two reasons for that. A, you basically get a little bit too excited. It's like, oh, aces! And you say all in. You know, it's like a tick. It happens to you when you're starting to play poker. Or you're pretty much trying to level the people into thinking you have exactly ace-king. So a lot of players, when they simply go all in at that stack size, it's ace-king and ace-king only. Exactly ace-king. And you're basically trying to bait the other players into calling with those pocket pairs. But yeah, obviously the standard just small raise at that stack size will on average get you a lot more value than simply looking at your aces and say, I'm all in. All the chips in, boys. Speaking of Mercia, he's in the big blinds. He decides to defend against the hijack with king 5 off. We only have 6 players left now. Eros, what will you do? Checking back. He believes he's got enough showdown value here. And look at this. This is actually an open ender for Mircea. And when you call in the big blind, you can have those offsuit combinations that include a free. You can have those 5-7s potentially. He does call king 5 off, so a lot of decent hands. So he goes for 2 million into the 5 mil pot. Well, Eros, when you do check back that ace high, you might make an argument for wanting to see the river against one bet. Otherwise, maybe you would just bet on the flop, but no, he lets it go. Gives respect to Mircea and the board that really does hit the big blind a lot more than the hijack. And I think we can say that the Year of Romania continues. You are in the top 6 of the biggest tournament so far of the year. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say, no matter what happens, top 6 out of so many entries, Year of Romania is still here. We can still continue that trend or the meme. But you know, it's at this point we're not making fun of it. It's just a stone cold fact. There's so many Romanians. I know some of them, even though there's no overlay, we're well past the guaranteed prize. I met some of the regulars here. They were firing 14 bullets in a flip and go, trying to desperately get into the day 2. But yeah, we were really at a strong danger of not having any Romanians go deep, but this man saved them. He didn't even have too many chips at the start of the day, but because he's here in the top 6, securing that bag already, we will keep saying that it is the Year of Romania. 24,160 euro plus that free K package already in everybody's pocket. From a 230 euro buy-in. That's absolutely incredible. And Tourist calls in the big blind against Eugenio. None of the players improves, which of course means that Eugenio still has the best hand. Tourist reaching for those chips. 1.5 mil. He's in the middle. Well, Eugenio, what are you going to do here? You decided not to see bets. Will we see a fold with an ace high that's checked back on the flop? Yes, we will. And look at this, Tourist with a nice little pickup. The man we can call an underdog. Chase Hendricks is saying that some of the guys with the sunglasses will win. Well, Tourist has sunglasses. He is the underdog story at the table. The chip leader has sunglasses. And of course, Vasilis, the aggressive player, has them. Matomisic. Letting go of Jack free, but look at this. Uh-oh, this is dangerous. The action player wakes up with the Cowboys on the hijack. Let's see, he will go with a big bet sizing we've seen before from some other guys, or he will simply go with that min raise. Yep, here we go. The minimum. Eros in the big. Decides to defend. Strong enough hand, especially against him in race. Let's see how he can fare on the flop. Kings, of course, for a million advantage, but Eros does have that gut shot now. Well, against 2 million, when you don't have the heart in your hand, it will be quite difficult to continue here. It's not a tiny bet size. Never mind. When an online player has a gut shot, he doesn't want to just waste it and let it go. Eros with that float, out of position with the gut shot. What does Vasilis do? There we go, reaching for the chips. 2 flush draws on the board. Almost an infinity of gutters. And straight draws there, so you of course have to bet. And Vasilis takes it down with the kings. And this smile is coming out of the Greek man. He always likes to say he is a Greek that moved to Sweden. That's why he has the Swedish flag. And nice sportsmanship. I love to see it. There we go. This is one of the biggest stages that we've had here in the last 6 months, and in Rozvadov for sure. And the guys are still having a good time. Bumping fists. Nice sportsmanship from both of them. I love to see it. No matter what happens here, every single one of these players has achieved a tremendous success. 5,763 entries beat already. Matomisic does like to defend in the big blind. He likes those great odds, but are you really going to go ahead and call? No, he's not. Chase Hendricks, this makes me want to go to the Czech Republic. Poker room must be huge. Well, it's the biggest in Europe, biggest permanent one in Europe. Basically, the funny thing is, it was developed over the years. So it's 23 years of King's Resort. It was basically a really small casino with only a few tables. And that was the core. It looks almost the same. It always looks the same, right? The front with the little tower that you can see on the pictures, that's pretty much the same. But over the years, there were multiple expansions. First, I think the hall came, massive poker hall that came with multiple 5-star hotels. Then there are also about 5 or 6 buildings spread around town. You basically can come and stay for about 10 euro per bed, all the way up to about 70 or something like that. And yeah, what was a project, a little project that started on literally a green field on the borders with Germany. Rozvadov has 800 people. It ballooned over the years throughout the expansions to the biggest poker room in Europe. And I believe it's top 3 in the world. Commerce keeps adding and removing tables. They're the only ones really competing. And look at this, king for Mato. Bad news for Vasilis. Well, it's blind against blind. It's very tough to make hands, BVB. So he decides to peel his snowman. Matomisic. Wow, look at this. This man continues to try to value town. Vasilis now We've seen Tourist, our German player, pay off bets like these. Will Vasilis be baited or will he simply let it go? Yep, nice, nice. Shows it. Proudly shows his fold with eights. You're not taking me to Value Town. No thank you, Matomisic. Okay right here. Your little bets will not work on me. And he just lets it go. Yeah, that's the secret. I think that, you know, when there's, obviously this event has a massive amount. We went way past the guarantee. But we actually had a couple events with the overlay here. And there were Romanian players. We have super cheap houses. They're not that close to the Kings, by the way, the Kings Casino. Be wary of that, of course. The 5-star is literally in the building. Then you have the beautifully renovated Admiral. You can literally play, you can basically play indoor football inside those showers in Admiral. It's absolutely crazy. That's about a 3-minute walk, and you even have about 7-minute walk accommodation up the hill. One super cheap one is, I think, like 10 minutes or something like that walk. Yeah, but if you want to share with your friends, you don't mind sharing a room with 4 people, there's some ultra cheap accommodation. And Eugenio on the big blind, Jack deuce off against Mircea. We have seen that Eugenio realizes, hey, I have the most chips, but this does not mean that I will win this tournament. He knows he cannot sit on those chips, do nothing, and basically just hope to win through waiting for good hands. We have seen him get out of line with nothing before. And that's the difference between strong players and players that don't study the game and that didn't dedicate their life to poker. You will see that the strong players, they usually pick their spots. They, what the nerds say, expand their ranges. But our chip leader, he basically picks a spot, says, hey, I don't care I have anything. I have nothing. I'm going to outplay the player, no matter what the cards are. And that might be the path for the other players to gain some chips from the chip leader. He does not have that robotic approach that I would expect, for example, Eros to have as an online player. Vasilis on the button. Free bet, of course. He was born in Greece, but once you move to Sweden, you get the Swedish flag. Free bet is your middle name. And Vasilis, no matter how many times the other players try to punish him or 4-bet light against him, he will simply be applying aggression, and Eros knows that with King Jack off, he can't play back. He would love to have an ace himself. And Vasilis with yet another nice spot going his way. By the way, BLP says, thanks to Leon. Yeah, what a story. If you guys don't know, Leon actually stepped down. Leon Cokernik, King's Resort, was his concept, his baby. Small casino. I don't even know how he got this idea. Honestly, like, how could you possibly know that this would work? Sure, like, we are on the border with Germany, but there's not even trains. You have to take usually you have to take a car or use the shuttle, or go with the buses, you know. It's not a clear decision to build a massive resort, a King's Resort, where it actually stands now. I really wonder what led Leon 23 years ago to make this happen, but he basically decided, hey, this 800 people village, I'm gonna build a casino. Luckily for him, the genius decision was he actually picked a big green field. So there's a big green field. A lot of the times when you build something like this, you build it in a residential area, as Eros takes down another pot. Tourist, oh, look at this. He does not take it down. There was a mistake in the overlay. Tourist calls the queen 10, and he flops an open-ender and a weak backdoor flush draw to boot. Of course, Eros, when you are the open raiser and you have the backdoor hearts, you have the gut shot as well, you obviously will be betting. I'm very curious about the sizing that he will use here. This is 2.5 million. Yeah, here we go. And Tourist, what do you want to do? The man that is not bluffing with his name, by the way. It's the very first time he plays the King's Million. And already he made the top 6. He bagged a nice payout. Well, Eros, will he continue bluffing? No, he will not. Oh my goodness. So Eros actually hits a pair, but Tourist gets there. The fan favorite, the underdog, goes ahead and value bets 4 million. That's too much, Eros says. I don't believe you have nothing. Everything got there basically. But still, nice pickup for Tourist. 40 million right now. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, guys, so if you don't know, 23 years ago, somehow Leon had the foresight of building a small casino on a green field. And then when the demand was there, right, so the King's Resort that you know now, that's the biggest card room, biggest poker room in Europe, one of the biggest in the world, it didn't start like this. It was supposed to be a really small project, you know. You have gaming and you have some poker tables. People can come here, you know, from Germany that maybe can't play where they play. Maybe they will come here, but you know what? There was so much demand that it kept expanding and expanding. Biggest expansions came with a massive poker hall dedicated purely to poker. Huge hall with air conditioning, with a bunch of tables. I think it's 160, 200, something around that. The top floor has a bunch of tables for cash games as well. Then the hotel came, so the King's building itself has 2 massive hotel towers, but we have the yellow house, we have the white house, we have the Admiral, and basically from nothing, from a green field, the resort expanded and expanded and expanded, to basically being the biggest on a green field in an 800-strong town in the Czech Republic. It's an absolute miracle. And Leon actually has stepped down ever since then. I know he did have some health issues as well. He used to be much more active even in the high-stakes scene in the poker community, but he took a step back. Now it's Federico Brunato taking the reins, the man who built himself up from a part-time dealer, literally dealing part-time. Very quickly, he was so skilled that he was in the seat that this dealer is. You see our extremely skilled dealer, the CEO of King's Resort, was a part-time dealer. Very quickly, they recognized his skill. They put him on streams, and he was so popular. And he had experience from running tournaments from age 17 that he basically had an unprecedented rise in the modern poker era, all the way to CEO. Vasilis folded ace-9 of hearts actually there. Oi, 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 oi. By the way, Chase Hendricks is asking, how are the food options? Actually, the quantity, if you go to a resort in Vegas, it's getting ridiculous. So back in the day, when you went to the old Vegas, the key of any resort, whenever you went to anywhere you wanted, the Venetian, you went to Tropicana, whatever, Hard Rock, you name it, anything, any single resort, the absolute key food option was the buffet. By the way, hold that thought. We have 9 juice for Mato and absolutely nothing for Eros, but this is blind against blind. And his 6 would give Eros an open-ender. The guys are being friendly here. 2 pair for Matos. A gut shot for Eros. Mato Misic. What will you do with your absolutely powerhouse of a hand? Well, we're about to find out as Eros is using his gut shot. And remember, guys, this is an online player. Wow, this is such an online sizing. We don't see this very often at King's Resort, but he goes for that overbet on the turn. Overbet on the turn, and we actually might see, well, never mind. This will kill all the action. He will simply check now. But you just don't see live players use this sizing on the turn. Theoretically, I'm pretty sure that it's a really nice option with so many draws possible there. But Eros went with the turnover bet you very rarely see. I'm not even sure it's correct with the ICM still in play, but he went for it. And now the 8 deprived us of the opportunity of seeing what would happen if this was a blank. Mato Misic has no idea what the hell just happened. I don't think he's used to these online bet sizings. You know what? If you knew nothing about Eros, this bet size on the turn and the combo he actually used, it's a dead giveaway that this is an online player, and he is. Spins Crusher, if you guys don't know, format where you play free-handed. And wow, I love to see it. I played online cash games professionally for over 10 years. And, you know, these bet sizings you basically study a lot. So it's great to see here at Kings Resort. It's a very rare occurrence when you see these overbets on the turn, especially blind against blind. We just don't see it frequently enough. But it's a breath of fresh air to see Eros deploy one. And then, of course, unfortunately for him, he was trying to bluff against a two-pair blind against blind. That was futile from the beginning. Yes, Chase, you got it. The buffet. So, wow, King 10 had a fold there. Let's see what Eros does. Let's wait for this hand to develop, because we know that Eros likes to play. We know that he's an online player in spins. Obviously, six-handed, he will not have as much experience. And is that a free bet? Yes, there we go, 5.5 million. You know what, guys? If you want any more proof that Eros is an online player, I don't think you need it at this point. But Eugenio Copellini, he has a hand he should be playing bet with. Both of them have a lot of chips. The only reason not to play back is if you don't want to fight against a fellow big stack. But yeah, we have to call all four bets. And wow, Italy against Italy. The two big stacks are going at it right here. In quite a surprising hand. And it's 13.5 mil in the middle. This is a very important hand for the tournament right now. Eros, he will fire that c-bet in low likelihood. Make sure you watch the sizing. It's 3.5 million. A jack or a queen is very likely to keep barreling, by the way, with the king 10. Potentially an ace as well. So when Eugenio calls, he has to consider all that. You're not just calling the flop bet. You have to realize that you're very likely to be facing aggression on future streets as well. And Eugenio is using one of his time banks because he really wants to think it through. Before you call here, you should think about, hey, do I only call when the ace or a queen rolls off on the turn, or do I actually have a plan of calling more bets with my ace high? What the hell? Was he folding? Was that a mistake? I could swear I saw Eros have the cards in the middle. Did you guys see this? I could swear I saw Eros' cards in the middle on the turn. And he was saying something. Now, am I seeing mirages, or did he really make a mistake and check by accident? It seemed very, very unorthodox to simply check that quickly. Was that some sort of a mistake from the online player? Let me know if you saw that as well, guys. I'm very, very curious. Something was odd about the way that the hand played out on the turn and the river. It really did seem like the cards were below the line, actually. They were in the middle there. Well, that was very bizarre. By the way, I will tell you about the food options after this hand, because suddenly Tourist, the Cinderella story, continues to surprise us, and now he wakes up with ace-king. You can see that Tourist, he's not bluffing when he says he's a tourist. First Kings Million ever he played. He goes for a big sizing. It's a 3x. Most of the guys, they've been going a little bit smaller now, but he goes for it anyway. Well, Mircea, you must realize that Tourist is not the man to free bet much. So he lets it go. Yeah, guys, so when it comes to King Resort, the resorts in Vegas, even if you went back about 15 years or 10 years, even 8 years, every single big resort, as Chase Hendricks correctly said, the absolute centerpiece of it was the buffet. Now, the problem for the greedy casinos is the buffet doesn't actually make you money. It's not making you money. It's what you call a loss leader, right? So the buffets, people would go there for the cheap buffets, and they would stay there for the gambling, for the shows, etc., etc. But then the greedy corporations took over Vegas. If you go to Vegas now, Basically, everything's owned by the corporations. The Wynn is the smallest one, pretty much. It's not owned by the juggernauts. But still, it's a big corporation on its own. But they decided, hey, why are we letting people eat at these buffets? And they closed all of them. And now if you go there, it's basically like a big mall. And you have food courts. So you will have all these fast food chains, one next to each other. And that's pretty much every single resort is doing this. I think only a couple buffets remain in Vegas. And it's basically just to make more money. Buffets don't make you food. It takes a lot of staff, a lot of cleaning space. People obviously will waste food, and so it doesn't work. But you know what? Kings Resort still is old school. It's missing some of the entertainment. Like, you won't find any big roller coasters here. But inside the Kings, the absolute centerpiece for your food option is the buffet. 95% of players use it. It's you pay €10 to enter. Buffet is basically included in that. You have free buffet if you reach some form of rakeback. You have a rakeback, you have statuses here. If you reach them, you have a free buffet, free couple buffets. So that's the key. So basically, we have one big buffet, like the old school Vegas that you went for. It's for sure losing money to Kings. And then you have one fancy restaurant. So one buffet, one fancy restaurant that's inside the Kings Resort. And then, if you're a little bit adventurous, you have to basically, you take a 5-minute shuttle, and you have all sorts of restaurants in Rozvadov. There's a couple of Czech ones, and the best one is, I like, is Vian, the Asian food, where you can actually, and we've done this, I think one of my friends paid about €10,000, and he ordered about 60 kilo tuna. I think it was 60 kilo tuna. They order it fresh, and right in front of you, they take samurai swords, and they cut the 60 kilo tuna right in front of your eyes. As Eugenio, look at this, our chip leader, back on the horse. He was struggling a little bit. Now he actually goes ahead and takes down a nice spot. And the recap, yep, still the big chip leader. Look at this, actually, because the other guys have been trading. He's got 92 mil, 77 big blinds. We are moving up. 1.2K is the big. Vasilis now, he replaced Eros as the second biggest stack, 39 bigs. But really, between him, Eros, Tourist, and Matzo, it's really a toss. All of these players, 35 to 39 bigs. We really evened out the field. The last player, Mirza Olaru, the short stack, he's got 19 big blinds. It's a lot to play with. And don't forget, guys, he is Romanian in the year of Romania. No matter how many big blinds a Romanian has, if history, the recent history, is to be the judge, you can never write them off. Always very dangerous. And we had so many Romanians go into top 2, top 3, top 4. That, even though he's the short stack, I would not write him off just yet. Yeah, but basically, Kings Resort is the buffet. That's it. that's your bread and butter. If you want to spice things up with a 5-star restaurant, or you want to order yourself a 60 kilo tuna that Japanese guys cut up with samurai swords, or you want a traditional Czech, yes, you can do that. But basically, vast majority of players, they get that buffet for €10. That's some people are still complaining about it, but it's ridiculous. It's really good, and that's how you eat. And that's why I can't lose weight, guys. My doctor is telling me I have to keep taking blood pressure medication because A, I keep eating at the Kings Resort buffet, and B, the hands that the dealers keep dealing to these players during these streams, they are way too exciting. My heart is struggling to take it, okay? Banto Andre, I am Romanian. Thank you for the kind words. Well, it was danger. We were in danger, let me tell you. Year of stealing. Come on. Come on. That's not funny tunes. When it comes to poker, the Romanians absolutely are skilled. I'm not sure why, more communities are not realizing it. A lot of Romanians simply move to Rozvadov. They live here, day in, day out, grind the tournaments. They don't move out. They share the hotel. And that's what they do. Well, look at this. We're actually thinking about this Eros in the big blind. Now we're seeing it, guys. I told you, Eros is an online player. He's a crusher when it comes to spins online, but his inexperience when it comes to live poker is actually showing. I think I saw him make one mistake where I'm pretty sure in that free bet pot he checked too rashly, but now he made a mistake with the chips. He was wanting to just call, but because he tossed multiple chips in, I think one extra chip, the way he did it, I haven't seen how he did it exactly. He has been committed by the dealer to go ahead and min free bet. This is a really bizarre hand. Mato obviously is very much aware that Eros did not want to free bet, so somehow in these bizarre pre-flop developments caused by Eros's inexperience when it comes to live poker, he finds himself in a premier situation now. He basically has a big blind range. His opponent thinks he has a calling range in the big blind, but he bumped up the pot with a free bet that he was not planning to make. And look at this, the pot thickens. Now Mato Misic turns a backdoor nut flush draw against Eros's top pair. This is such a bizarre hand. Wow, and Eros confirmed that, you know what, you might be an online crusher, but live poker, completely different animal. Now he obviously will be calling. Will be interesting what develops on the river. But this hand has been absolutely confusing for everybody because Eros min free bet by accident, by not knowing how to move the chips properly. So even though he min free bet, by all intents and purposes, we can basically say that he has a big blind range, and this is why Mato might actually put on pressure right now. But Mato, again, he only called that min free bet. That was actually an accident. It's crazy to see this in a top 6 of such a massive field. And again, guys, Eros is not a recreational player. This is a crusher right here. And Mato waves the white flag, and woohoo! Eros got extra chips from Mato through that mistake before the flop. Yeah, so he's laughing about it, but yeah, 100%, this was a mistake. This was not an angle. So one of you guys, BLP, he did some research. He almost has no live earnings, right? But he is an online crusher. This is why it's so confusing. Sometimes you see a player and he looks like a complete fish. He doesn't know what he's doing. He puts in misclicks or accidentally made free bets with Queen Jack. It pays off for him. But somehow he comes up with these advanced overbets and lines that you rarely see from the other players, really ballsy lines. Well, how does it happen? Well, he's an online player. He played hundreds of thousands, millions of hands online. But when it comes to live poker, how to put in the chips, that's very difficult. So played millions of hands, correct. Knowing how to call properly, well, it can be a struggle sometimes. And, you know, we don't see this as frequently anymore, most of the online players, because online poker is very tough these days. They have been playing live as well for a while. Most people I know mix it in from time to time. At least they play live. But, you know, once in a while, you will still see these online pros come and try live poker. And sometimes they look like absolute geniuses with their lines and bet sizings, and sometimes they look like amateurs when it comes to handling their chips, for example. And Eros goes for that free bet again. I'm telling you guys, this man had to ask the other players, how do I call? Why do you count my play as a min raise? And suddenly the very same player is applying aggression against the pre-flop raiser with ace-9 suited. Now Mato Misic, however, he's got the cowboys against the aggressive player. This is an absolute dream scenario. And Eros, he goes with that big free bet, by the way, with 6 remaining. Of course, the ICM pressure is going down with every bust out, but still a pretty large free bet here. Mato Misic, here we go, reaching for those chips. Raisy daisy with those cowboys. And because Eros went for that aggressive and relatively large free bets, For a tournament with ICM, that is a pretty standard sizing. If you have no ICM, you will win a bigger pot than expected. Now Eros, this is the problem when you come from online to live and you make some mistakes. You have to be careful not to get tilted. Keep playing your game. And a nice fold, did not get baited by the small 4-bet. And a very interesting story we very rarely see here at King's Resort of having an online crusher enter the ponds and make it this deep. For bet 20 mil like true recreational. Yeah, that's the thing, guys. That's the thing. If you have no ICM, if there's no ladder apps, you tend to free bet bigger. Oh yeah, the 4-bet was big. I see. I didn't even pay attention to the 4-bet. But very, very interesting. I like BHR. Okay, guys. Just a teaser. I will try to get someone from Euro Rounders here in the booth, but I don't want to waste that. I think, especially if we will have those Italians in the top 3, for example, if there's 2 Italians in the top 3, I think we want to wait until that time. Obviously, the co-commentators, we don't pay them any money, right? So we want them to come here as a favor to you, Chad, and a favor to me. So we will be waiting for that. But obviously, if we will get to the end game and the Italians are still in, we want an Italian and a Euro Rounders rep. We want them in the booth, of course. So we have that to look forward to. But I'm saving that. I'm saving that for later. And Vasilis now flops the flush draw. And Eros seems to be involved in almost every pot. Goes for that C-bet. 2.5 mil. Vasilis. Wow, look at this. I think Vasilis, against anybody else, against basically anybody else, Vasilis would continue with this weak flush draw, being confident he can outplay him. But he's seen Eros. Eros, with that online play, he's been putting in overbets, he's been putting in free bets, aggressive lines. Even though he makes some mistakes with the chips, for example, I'm still pretty sure that he checked by accident on the turn when he thought that his opponent folded. So he does make these mistakes when it comes to live poker, but when it comes to the technical aggression, he simply has to give him credit for having it. And that's why these mediocre hands where you're not sure what you do, even if you do hit your flush, you simply let them go, not being confident in the play on future streets. And that's the thing. Other players might slow down, but Eros, he will keep playing his ranges no matter what. It's the min race with the Queen 5 suited on the cutoff, and Vasilis, whoa! Hey, it looks like against other players he might be actually free betting King Frey, not against Eros. Well, Eugenio have great odds in the big, but you also have 5 free off. It is a connector, also is offsuit. Not against Eros. And we're talking about Cyprus. I've actually never been there. I know they had some trouble recently with the whole situation in the Middle East and all. But yeah, or smoking inside. Yeah, the thing is, at King's Resort, when you come play poker, you just can't smoke, right? It's against the rules. But when you do the gaming, there's actually is a small smoking area. So I know my friends. We work on one of the smaller festivals that does mixed games, the festival. I know when they want to smoke, I'm not a non-smoker, they always go to those areas where you can actually do that. But obviously, I'm not a big fan. I think IQOS, no, I don't think it's allowed. No, it's not allowed. But you do have indoor areas where you can straight up smoke, and you have gaming there as well. So that's how they basically sorted it. But during poker, no, you can't smoke. I think the number one, it's not just about the other players, but it's about the dealers especially. If you would have staff that would have to inhale the smoke, it's just not good. And I know in Vegas, speaking of Vegas, the one place that still does have a buffet, the Wynn, everybody always complains that there is still smoking. Even smokers complain that, you have to throw away your clothes, basically. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that IQOS is not allowed either. Tourist. Now, with Tourist, we know that he doesn't only bet on the flop, he knows how to double barrel quite a bit. He takes down another pot. For me, Tourist is the dark horse of the tournament. I want this guy to do well so much. First Kings Million ever, and he makes it to the top 6, makes a lot of money already. This man was literally pumping his chest and high-fiving his friends when he made it to the top 10 with a good stack. He wasn't even a short stack, but he made it to the top 10. He was so happy about getting that package worth 3K. So first Kings Million, already he knows 100%. He will play 4 more tournaments, and one of them will be 5 million euro guaranteed. He was so happy. So I know he's the underdog. When you come to the strategy, you're playing against sharks like Vasilis, multiple final tables. He has a good time, but he's been playing here a lot. You gonna root for Tourist against all these experienced players. Folding with 1BB. Yeah, you never know what the strategy is. By the way, speaking of a crappy offsuit hands, Eugenio goes ahead and raises. This man, he feels it. I feel like that Eugenio, he doesn't know exactly how. He does not have that methodical robotic approach in playing looser, but he knows he should be playing aggressive. So he open raises with 4-3 offsuit. Well, unfortunately for him, he does have those sharks behind him. Murcia has been playing a lot at Kings Resort, and he decides to go ahead and free bet, another light free bet. We've seen more of them today than we've seen during any other final stages of a tournament. Wow, look at this. Speaking of the underdog, Tourist has the jacks now. Will he only call, or are we putting it? Wow, never mind. Doesn't even wait for it. All in with those hooks, with those hockey sticks. Yeah, Tourist does make some plays that pros wouldn't make, but I like his cojones. He's going for it. Zero thinking, jam it in. If you have it, you have it. I don't care. And a very nice pickup for him after Mircea decided to free bet. And the Romanian is down to 11 big blinds now. He might be a newcomer when it comes to Kings Million, but he definitely does not feel the pressure. He goes for it when he needs to. Double barrels with absolutely nothing, or with gut shots when he has the jacks. A lot of the players, they would be scared in this situation. They would simply call against the free bet. Oh, I don't want to be against Queens Plus. Not him. All in. If they have it, they have it. I don't care. Well, basically, every single one of these players would be a great story at this point. Vasilis, the hero at Kings Resort, didn't win a big one yet. He might be due, if you can believe it. Obviously, he puts up a show with his aggressive plays. Eugenio, not a professional. He does have a decent score, 30K here at Kings Resort. But he's an Italian. And, of course, Euro-rounders are a big part of Kings Resort. We have a lot of Italian staff as well. He goes for that min race. Eros Zappacosta, the online pro, also an Italian. Will be a fantastic story. Chase is Chase just wants to be right. Chase is basically he doesn't care, doesn't watch the poker. He just wants somebody with sunglasses to win. That's his whole story today. I kid you not, guys. Literally on the break, I went to the side table just because of Chase. I took a picture, a video of everybody. Then I studied it to make sure I know how many players actually have sunglasses. So very, very important. And that's all that matters to Chase. I understand. Well, Eugenio goes ahead and bets. Eros, he will know that he has to fold a hand like this one when he doesn't have the spade especially. Chase is going to buy a pair. And honestly, guys, I'm gonna be very, very biased. I am a non-smoker, so I would ban smoking inside. It's actually curious, you know, when I was young, I lived in Scotland, and actually the smokers, they were making me so angry. When we went to a pub in Scotland, right, that you don't just you have to order at the bar. So we would sit around bars, for example. Every single pub in Scotland, you have a bar. A lot of people tend to sit there, you know, or stand at the bar. So basically, I would be with all my friends, and suddenly they would pick up. They would leave outside because the smoking was banned, and they had company. They were talking to all these girls. They were socializing. They got fresh air, while me, a non-smoker, kept sitting in that pub alone, staring at my pint and the couple old guys that are always in a British pub. So yeah, smoking, you know, maybe it's a way of the past, but yeah, at King's Resort, if you don't play poker, there are smoking areas. I guess it's the same at other places as well. Mato Misic, 11 big blinds in the big. Well, I have no idea what's the right decision. I guess it's the fold here. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Of course, Mato would be a great story as well. I can't remember having a Croatian winner. He definitely would deserve it for his aggressive plays. Basically, all these players would be very worthy winners with a fantastic story. It doesn't matter who takes you down now. Either way, the book that the 23rd birthday anniversary celebration tournament King's Resort has ridden will have an exciting ending. BLP, that's right, BLP. Come on, guys. I never say this, you know, but come on, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you are on YouTube, of course. Throw us all those comments in the chat, especially in the recording, you know, after we release the recording, and especially in those highlights. We need more comments under highlights, guys. Let's face it. After this stream is over, go to the highlights of the previous tournaments. You have our most amazing APK with his deep broadcast-like voice, going over the highlight hands, and leave a comment. That's the most important thing. Share it to your friends. Help us out a little bit. Eros decides to fold with the King 4. Mato. As well, Vasilis. Well, the question is, not will he play this? Is he free betting or is he calling? I would say it's about 50-50 here. But no, he only decides to call against the big chip leader. And he's behind, but he does have some backdoor potential. Backdoor gut shots and backdoor flush draw for Vasilis. I absolutely expect him to continue even if he faces a bet, but Eugenio doesn't give him the chance. And doesn't give us a chance to see what would happen if we faced that bet. Well, now it looks like we're going into a check down mode. Oh, Eugenio, really the only point of betting is to protect your hand. That's why we go with the 2.5 mil. It's even on the larger side if you just want to protect them. Question is, Vasilis, are you actually going to call here with the ace tray? You never know what this man will do. Born in Greece, Swedish flag now though, living in Sweden. You never know if he has a raise in him. Oh my goodness, he's reaching for those chips. There is a lot of yellows. Is that 6 million or something like that? I think so. 7.1 million raise from Vasilis. I told you, I know my man. This guy came to play and Eugenio might regret that bet on the turn. You think you're protecting your hand, but you are just opening yourself up against that aggressive sweep. Look at this, he's not going anywhere though. What is going on here, guys? 2 ace highs and suddenly the pot has ballooned to over 20 million out of nowhere. Are you not entertained? It is a jack on the river, 10-8. Got there. Vasilis, well, if he's representing a 9, he might as well keep at it and keep bluffing here. He would have to go pretty big here. Yes, he's reaching for those chips. 20 million in the middle. This pot might be absolutely massive, ladies and gentlemen. They both just have ace high. And all of a sudden, he's counting up most of his chips. I don't like this though. I think that using a time bank might be a little bit of a giveaway. I think you would use maximum 30 seconds and then put in that bet with that 9. You wouldn't have too much to think about. He really wanted to put in that bet. There we go. There's that sizing, 20.8. He was reaching for most of his yellows, but he only, quote unquote, puts in around 10 million, 12.7. Still a pretty big sizing, of course. Vasilis, you madman. Born in Greece, but obviously plays like a Swede. He lives there, he has their flag, and now Eugenio, can you make a genius call with ace 10 high? The drama started when Eugenio decided to bet the turn with the ace 10 for protection. Now he's using the time bank. This would be a really, really ballsy call from Eugenio. Can the Italian sniff out that bluff, that insane bluff from Vasilis? Vasilis loves to go ahead and attack weakness. He did not give credit to Eugenio to check back a 9. He was absolutely correct. So he thought that Eugenio has a capped range. That means he cannot have those strong hands. And he went ahead and attacked it. Now, is Eugenio aware about what Vasilis is doing? Is he aware that, hey, my hand looks really weak and this man has been aggressive throughout the day. He's simply going for it right now. Is he trying to push me around with a random hand? There's no equity. Can he figure it out? As that head shake, he's looking at those chips. He does not believe Vasilis. He really wants to make this call. You can tell that his mind is telling him, let it go. There's plenty better spots. His gut wants him to call, to see what's happening here. What will prevail? That bet that he made, it started it all. Can he start it, but now finish it with an incredible call? That would be an insane call. He makes the call against the ace high. Absolute domination by the chip leader and Vasilis. He can't believe it. Look at this. These eyebrows go up. I think this is admiration in part about that call from Eugenio. This is one of the best calls we've seen in a long time, and Vasilis, he gets punished for his relentless aggression. He was correct that he smelled that weakness. He went after it. He pounced like a tiger. But that gazelle has legs, it has speed. And he caught the tiger with that amazing call with the ace 10. Kudos to the chip leader. This might be one of the key pots that you will see all tournament. I am incredibly impressed. Vasilis, he wants to push people around. I really didn't think he had it in him. I really did not think that the Italian chip leader, yes, you have a lot of chips. Even if you lose here, you have a lot to play with. But I didn't believe in him. And boy, was I wrong. What a call. I like 8HR says, GTO left the chat. This is absolutely street poker, guys. Absolutely street poker. The guys are saying 23rd anniversary. Let's give the fans in the chat a show. Let's give the fans, like, I like 8HR, BHR actually, a show. Chase Hendricks as well. And Baco is clapping in the chat as well. Absolutely insane hand. And 183 that was. This might be the hand of the tournament, honestly. Grandissimo Eugenio call da Fantascienza. Fabio Salvador says on YouTube, yes, it was a fantastic call. And you know what? I think the bets, I think it's extremely dangerous against a player like Vasilis. But he realized that I look so weak. Vasilis does not give me credit correctly for doing this with a 9, for checking back the 9. And you know what? I can't blame Vasilis either. He attacked that weak range. He happened to be wrong. And look at this. Vasilis, I think he's shell-shocked. He's folding. Oh, never mind. He was just on the button. Never mind, guys. It was a fine fold. And Eros, the other Italian, with that raise. He takes it. But yeah, Fabio Salvador, you're absolutely correct. With that claps. With the claps here. With those muscles for that call. If you do play with weak hands, if you are cupped, sometimes you have to make the call. I think vast majority of players, they would be too afraid to make it, but he went with his guts. You saw he didn't believe in it either. He was a little bit stressed about it, but nevertheless, he made it. And now, the Italians are big favorites, of course. By the way, welcome to the chat on Twitch, GGP. Fantastic to have you here. You came just at the right time. If you guys didn't do it yet, make sure that you follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, throw us some likes as well. If you are watching on YouTube, make sure that you sub and go to our amazing channel. Watch the highlights, leave some comments, share to your friends. Every little helps. We want to spread awareness. And when you come to King's Resort, you will be the star. And look at this. Eugenio, it turns Cupellini. It's just his show right now. This man has all the momentum. After that ballsy call, I mean, there's nothing stopping him. Mato Misic, he just sighs. Let's it go. And this man has 115 million chips. Oh my goodness. Average is 48 mil. What a run. What a domination. And 40% of chips in play in this man's hand at the expense of Vasilis Nicolas, who is down to 15 big blinds, but it's Mircea Olaru who has to worry. He is that short stack. All of these players, 24,160 in the bag, plus the free K package worth of 4 tickets, 125,460 up top. Huge money, massive money from a 230 euro buy-in. $5,769 entries. It's crazy. Fabio says, now they know who is the chef. Well, let me tell you, that man is for sure cooking. This man, Eugenio, has cooked up some nice meal and made a genius call there. This has nothing to do with GTO, guys, by the way. Absolutely strict poker from both. It wasn't even that crazy. You know, yeah, picking ace-deuce kind of might look a little bit crazy, but the thing is, Vasilis actually would be calling those better kicker hands, and the ace actually blocks ace-9 that the opponent can trap sometimes. So he was correct about his opponent being capped and being weak, but unfortunately for him, the Italian doesn't care about being capped. He realized it himself and made that crazy call. Well, Vasilis, now it's important not to tilt, not to panic. You still have one stack below you. You still have a lot of play here, 15 big blinds. It's very, very easy to double up a couple times, and you're right back where you started before that fateful hand. Ah, look at this, by the way. What's really cool is Eugenio, he did not see the clock, and the dealer actually moved it. If you pay attention to the dealer, he moves the clock so the player can see it. I mean, I would not even think about this as the dealer, but he literally picks up the clock, picks up the timer, moves it in a position that the player can see it, and then puts it back once the time is clear. I mean, wow. That is some advanced dealing service right here. Yeah, watching the dealer is an absolute poetry in motion. And I know I said it before, but the CEO of the entire Kings Resort, that means all the buildings we have here and Kings Casino, the CEO of Kings Resort started like this, part-time dealer. He very quickly went on to the stream table. He was exactly in the position this dealer is in. And because he was good, he had a great personality, he got well known, and he was picked to replace some of the guys leaving here. Now he's the CEO. And here we go, the short stack says enough is enough. I have the hockey sticks, I have the jacks. I'm going to go ahead and go all in. Let's see if he can get some action. Well, Vasilis does have the freeze here. It is 11 big blinds. One thing that you have to think about, if you are in the big against anybody else, you can be actually tighter. But there we go. Mircea has mercy. He shows the jacks. And Vasilis, I think he needed that. He needed some reinforcement after that brutal, brutal call down, where he was correct to smell weakness. But ace 10 high looked him up. And we continue. With 6 players tourist. I think he is the story of a tournament. First Kings Million ever, already in the top 6. Matomisic. Time to raise it up. Queen 10, of course, very strong hand on the button. Unfortunately for him, Vasilis, who might be perceived as tilted to the other players, has a monster in the small blinds. He's very likely to simply ship it. There's the time bank being used. The only question he's asking himself, hey, am I going to go small or simply rip my 15 bigs in? There we go. Is that an all-in or are we leaving a couple of chips behind? Yep, Vasilis, just in case. Just in case 2 other stacks wake up with really strong hands. He wants to give him an out, give himself an out. For example, if the big would have aces and got it in against Mato, he could actually have an argument for folding, but here we go. Scooping a pot and back to 20 big blinds. Vasilis with a comeback. No matter how many chips he has, though, you can never write off this player. You know he likes to play, he likes to pounce on weakness. It's very unfortunate for him that the players seem to actually be onto him. I think a couple guys already that we've seen here, they realize that he likes to be aggressive. They are willing and they have the courage to look him up or to 4-bet bluff against him as needed. So unfortunately for him, this is one of the strongest final tables we've had. One of the most aggressive ones, and I think most lineups in the top 9 that we've had here at Kings Resort, Vasilis would be doing really, really well against. But yeah, he's running into the players that are not afraid of playing back. Unfortunately for him, now he has to rely on the cards a little bit more than he otherwise would if these guys were not willing to make those call downs. Look at this, Eugenio, of course. Keeps putting in the aggression, 10 free suited. All you can eat against Mircea. Well, King 9 is a really strong hand, blind against blind. Vasilis is also in consideration. Look at this. Eugenio is actually looking at Vasilis' spot, Vasilis' stack. He has chipped up a little bit, actually decides to let it go here. Mircea surrendering to Eugenio. Rich get richer. And I think right now the chip leader is a big favorite. A lot of the time here at King's Resort, we see the chip leader being afraid of being the big bad bully, raising those hands that are considered loose, trying to apply pressure against his opponents. He was not doing it initially, but now after those couple pots he won, especially after the ace-high call, I mean, his confidence must be through the roof. He is on cloud 9, and that's what you don't want. You don't want an extremely confident chip leader with all the chips when you're yourself trying to ladder up and stay in the tournaments. Of course, he's raising now with the Jack 9 off. It is that min raise. Elmir Sea, question is, are you aware of what he's doing? Oh my God, look at this, no thinking at all. The year of Romania continues. He's very much aware that Eugenio has a lot of confidence. He's got all the chips, he will be very aggressive. And he's got just the perfect chip stack to actually make Cupellini fold here. Yeah, I think even Jack 9, I don't think Jack 9 will be calling here. That would be a mistake in my opinion. I think that's a little bit of a problem. You know, Fabio Salvador, they know who is the chef at the table. Well, Cupellini is the chef right now. He is cooking, but the problem is when they know you are aggressive, then hands like ace-3 off, when you have that blocker to whatever strong hands your opponent can have, then you can simply go for it and be aggressive. Mato, look at this. Mato Misic with the ace-king with the big slick. He did not bump it up. It's 2.1 bigs. We've seen some guys raise bigger. And Vasilis, well, you never know what this man will do with ace-tray. This time he lets it go. And Terist in the small blind. It's a really strong hand, so we have that gut shot. Any 9 would give Terist the nuts. But Mato, Misic flops that top pair, top kicker with the ace-king. He also has that insurance. There we go, we call with that gut shot. Basically you think that you have those overcards to random pair and live outs, but we know that's not the case. There you go, Mato continues. And you know what, Tourist, he likes to be aggressive when he plays himself. We have not really seen any light floats or aggression when he is facing other players, so he lets it go as expected. Visilo is back for the final part. Welcome back. Question is, Vasilis letting go of that garbage. Now look at this, pocket rockets for Eugenio. Who else but the chip leader with those aces? Well, Mato Misic, he does have a suited hand, and it is only a min raise. He should be calling here. but it looks like these players, none of them has any interest whatsoever in playing pots with this guy. After an ace-high call, you know when you have a hand that kind of relies on bluffing your opponent, it will be extremely difficult to realize your equity. Realize your equity, let's say you have, for example, 35%. If the hand would end right there when at the point when you're calling, realizing your equity means that you actually get that 35% once the dust settles, all the action is done, and you get to the river. And can you believe it? Pocket rocket straight into the ladies for Eugenio Cupellini. I can't believe how well this man is running. Of course, he made some really key plays with hands, but it seems like he cannot stop running over the table. Well, now Eros, his fellow countryman, has the ace-10 suited. Very interesting. If you look at Eros, he was not looking at Eugenio. He was actually looking to his left. You already see that the chip leader raised. The only people that are of interest to you are the other guys to your left. And Eros simply goes ahead and calls here. Of course it is. A top set for the overwhelming chip leader on the flop. Eros actually with the gutter here has something to continue with. Now are we going to go with that slow play? Or are we simply betting here on the flop? The bet is 2 million and Eros has a hand he definitely can continue with. You have the gut shot to the nuts, basically holding the ace. And the 10 means that it's less likely that your opponent has broadways. Like aces, for example, ace-queen. So we go ahead and float this. Now Eugenio, there's the flush draw. It's almost impossible for Eros to have ace-king here. He would definitely free bet before the flop. So that top set is still relatively safe. Basically, we're just afraid of king-9 suited and 8-9 suited. That's only 8 combinations, however. There we go, he takes it down with those ladies and that top set. And right now, he seems almost unstoppable. Even the aggressive players, they are starting to realize that, hey, it's maybe not in my best interest to try to play against this man with loose hands. We've seen some reasonably tight folds that wouldn't happen even an hour ago. So when this happens, you kind of have to be content. I'm basically trying to play poker against the other guys and just let the chip leader do his thing, and hopefully I get to heads up and I beat him then. And Mirza does the thing again. We've seen him just jam aces for 20 big blinds. Now he goes all in for 15 big blinds with kings. And I know you guys were saying he's losing value, but Vasilis, oh my goodness. I think that the 8s will extremely struggle to let go. Yes, last time with the aces, everybody folded. But again, when you go ahead and shove like this, why would you do it with kings? A lot of the players will put him, well, not put him on, but they will weight what he can have more towards those ace-kings, ace-queens, and smaller pairs potentially. They will basically discount the times he will have aces or kings or queens, and there is that call I told you. Extremely difficult to fold when someone open jams 15 bigs. It's very tough to put them on what he actually has, aces or kings or queens. But Mircea, we know he's been doing this before. A beautiful shot of those chips. Look at this. Kudos to our production team. These are all the chips that Vasilis is very likely to lose, unless an 8 hits on the flop. It is a queen trade 4. We are looking for that snowman to save Vasilis from a disaster that will leave him only with a few chips. Ace on the turn. It's only one out. 1-8 was actually folded. Only one card and one only can save him now. No, it is the year of Romania. We really thought that they were out. There were only 2 Romanians in the final 48. We thought, hey, it's a new half year. The year of Romania is over. They are done, finished, dusted. Last time we had 36 Romanians in the top 30 something in the final day. Now it was only a couple, but you cannot stop it. The fate continues. Cannot stop the Romanians. And this man is all the way up to 39 million big blinds. He was on the short stack. Now he's right there in the fight, right behind that overwhelming chip leader from Italy. And my favorite, I have to say, Vasily is absolutely my favorite player. He laughs with you. All of you guys that played day 2, you will be my witness that this man has a great time at the table. He jokes around with people willing to joke around. He likes to show hands. He's very, very aggressive. So I'm going to say it. Vasily is one of my favorites at King's Resort. Always super friendly. Now down to almost a chip and a chair. Dream situation. And obviously now everybody should be playing very tight, except for the big stacks. Vasilis lets it go. And exactly 100 big blinds with 6 out of 5,769 remaining. And he only calls, look at this. Bellini has Mercy, Mircea. Thank you very much, Visela, for updating those chips. Well, guess who has the better hand? Of course, it's the big chip leader. Mircea is just laughing. He's just, of course, it's 2 pair. Oi, 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 oi. This man just cannot lose. The sunglasses are on. Yeah, no interest. Mircea knows that he can be aggressive pre-flop, but post-flop he doesn't want to mess around with the chip leader, who somehow, with 9-4 offsuit, gets to bopsy the flop and flops a 9 and then a 2 pair on the turn.
If I have an 8 yard, I had 7 high. But it's not talking. Everybody tired. Yesterday play a long time, today play a long time.
Yeah, they are making a very good point because we had so many entries and we have pretty long levels, 1 hour. I mean, that's a lot of poker to be played. Everybody is tired. You can even tell, especially Eros. If you look at Eros, I kind of see the tiredness, you know, mistakes will happen. And when you get this deep, especially today, 6 remaining, 48 million average, that is a lot of chips. We do have the one big chip leader, right? There's 100 bigs, but if he loses those chips and distributes them to the other players, unless he goes straight to the victory from this point, we will be here for a very, very long time. 48 million average with 1.2k big blind in the ante. That's a lot of chips in play still. Depending on how the heads up goes, we might be here until 3, 4 a.m. Or, you know, or Eugenio will just run everybody over and this tournament is done in half an hour. You never know. Mircea only calling with the ace-queen. Nobody wants to mess with the chip leader. They don't want to free bet and risk getting it in. Especially the reason why they're doing it. Vasilis, the Swedish man, has a really, really short stack now. So even if you had kings, you just don't want to risk losing your stack here in Mircea's shoes. That's why a hand like as strong as ace-queen, it becomes simply a call. Because the risk of busting right now, you just don't want to even think about it. When there's a short stack, that for sure, that has to win multiple all-ins just to stay in the game. You just don't want to risk it. So Mircea only calls with the backdoors, the ace and possible queen. You can also turn some gutters on the 10 and king. Decides to continue. There we go. Actually, he has a gutter. This was one of the strongest backdoor draws you can possibly have. Now he has the ace-queen high and he has gut shots. Eugenio also a gutter on the turn though. And we know that this man likes to put on aggression. Mircea, do you really want to call and risk facing a river barrel when you miss? If this was a cash game, this is a call 100,000 million% of the time, but not against the chip leader, not when the stacks are so close, not when there is a short stack with absolutely nothing. I think it's pretty obvious that all the players are sort of content with this man running them over, trying to survive, outlast the other players. And you know what? When you have this strategy, when you get to the heads up, no matter how short you are, even if you go to a heads up with 9-1, chip deficit, anything can happen. It's heads up after all. Rangers are super loose. And look at this, Vasilis. He waited patiently, folded a couple hands. Now he has ace-jack offsuit. And Eugenio, of course he's looking with the jack-9. Of course he is. He just wants to bust him. He knows that the other players probably won't come along, and here we go. This is an absolute hate play against Vasilis. He wants to get rid of him, and everybody will call behind him. Look at this. It's not collusion, it's strategy, but really, all these guys, they are playing together to try to get that ladder up, get that aggressive, strong player out of the picture. You know what? Don't hate the players, hate the game, and we are extremely likely to see everybody call. Watch that King 4 come along as well. Here we go. And this is absolutely brutal. 5 against 1. The entire table is trying to gang up on poor Vasilis. I'm going to call it, guys. I'm supposed to be unbiased. Go ace-jack. Go Vasilis. Come on. This is unfair. And there you go. Oh, my goodness. Can you believe it? Four guys against him. Actually, somebody folded. Oh, one guy folded. Eugenio has the jack, but Vasilis, massive win. Remember how much he has. 2.8 million, 2.3 big blinds. And unless a miracle hits and he's busted out, this is a huge win for the Swede. Again, he dodged that 9. 3 outs for the big chip leader who's been running so hot, hotter than the sun all day long. He made some great calls. Can he hit that 9? It is a 5. This is so far so good. Vasilis does have that insurance paid as well. And here we go. He's up to 12.4 million. They all tried to get rid of him, all but one guy. All of them ganged up on this man, Vasilis Nicholas. But you tried to put him down, but you only made him stronger. Suddenly, he has a playable stack, and the whole dynamic of the final table changes just like this. The tiny micro stack chip and a chair story suddenly has a stack that can put a dent into everybody but the big chip leader, of course. And Vasilis, what will he do right now? That will be a hell of a story. Go from 2.4 bigs all the way to the victory. He still has a long way to go. But in the hand, 199. Vasilis gained a lot of chips, and look at this. It's actually raising to 4 million, 3.3 bigs, basically committing himself, but seeing what develops with the other players. Leaving 9.3. This is a pretty unconventional raise size, I must say. And yeah, he takes it down. And he's up to 18 million chips. 15 big blinds, just like that. This man who was pretty much out of the tournament, everybody tried to bust him. From rags to riches, can you believe it? And we have a hell of a story developing right here. What is a bet, Altar Race is asking. I take it you haven't been sleeping for a while. I don't think these players know. They've been playing for a very long time yesterday. I went to bed about 1 or 2 a.m. or something. Oh, re-race show dog. After Germany, Paraguay, I go to bed. Oh, yeah. I think, you know what? There's the thing. It all depends. It all depends if Eugenio, if he will keep his chip lead. And obviously, right now, I think we added maybe on average 20 minutes to half an hour, at least half an hour, to the game when Vasilis didn't bust. Unless he actually busts right now. So yeah, this will take a long time, let me tell you guys. Velvet is asking, it's not just the final table, it's the final 6 out of 5,769 entries, okay? So over 5K, almost 6,000 entries enter this tournament. These are the last 6 players remaining. So you joined us at the perfect time, Velvet. This will be one of the longest days we've had this year. Definitely the longest day we had this year, but one of the longest days here at Kings Resort. We didn't expect to have so many players. 48 people started the day, now down to final 6. And Mato has that, not flush backdoor he does have, and the ace high. But what are you gonna do? You're up against the chip leader and against Vasilis, who came right back from being basically eliminated.
Can we have instead 20 minutes break? No. Can we have instead 20 minutes break so we can eat something?
We're asking about the break.
Can we have 20 minutes break so we can eat something?
Yeah, I think after this hand we'll have a short break. It's gonna be a really short one, guys, about 13 minutes. I'm not sure he's asking. Was it Vasilis asking for a break? Oi, 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 oi. This man, absolutely crazy. He was down to 2.4 bigs. But now he's crushing like this. What an insane story this man is. Look at this, king queen suited in the small blind. Huge favorites to actually take down the blinds as well. Oi, oi, oi. I think this actually might be a calling hand for Eugenio. The way he's been playing, all the chips that he has, 12 big blinds. Is he actually going to pay off? No, he's not. It's right before the break. He doesn't want to mess around with Vasilis on a heater from his chip and a chair situation. And guys, you will have to wait for the exciting conclusion for about 14 minutes. Eugenio has 45% of chips in play. Vasilis Nicolas has 17 million, 14 bigs, but he was down to 2.4 big blinds. He will be very, very happy about where he is. Everybody else is the mid-stack. It's basically Eugenio's tournament to lose. Vasilis is to come back. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in about 13.5 minutes.
Oh, guys in the YouTube chat, we have lost Martin Cabral.
As of 1 hour ago, Martin Cabral busted. Eliminated in 14th place. So that is why we are down to 13 players.
Emily just typed in the chat, no.
52,400 euro for Martin Cabral. Eliminated by Murillo Garcia, who he was saying...
Brasiliano, Glaziano.
King Jack offsuit for sevens hold.
Well, GG Martin, it was a fun run.
Couldn't have the King Jack for sevens again from last night.
That was wild.
All right, so Neugebauer raising the 200K with the 9-8 of spades. Oh boy, 3-bet to 750 by Locke.
How has Kata found this spot?
Finding aces in the big blind.
How has Kata found this spot? Max has opened 9-8 suited from the cutoff.
Look at this spot for Kata.
Lauk has 3-bet from the small blind, and Kata has 25 big blinds and is all it. This is so strong though.
Well, Neugebauer's going to have an easy fold. Lauk's going to have to call.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Kata in great shape to be up to 5.6 million chips. What a spot for Kata.
Wow.
Magic again.
Wow.
13 players left.
What did he say when we saw him earlier? He said, I had a sick double up with aces against ace queen. Well, he's got aces against ace king now.
What do we need? Spades?
5.6 million pot.
You do need a spade, sir, or the 3 other Broadway cards.
But he did it earlier. Remember?
Here we go. Good start. Oh boy.
I mean, it's got
so still needing
spades, runner, yeah.
in either way. Running spades, or like a 10 and okay.
Let's not talk.
Has outs now, 2 of them.
Get some out. And king is super dirty.
Not a king. Double up for Kata Pop.
Kata Pop. He was down to a very short stack as well. We saw him earlier on the outer table. He was down to a very short stack. And then he came up to me and he was smiling. He was like, Bobby, I doubled. He was like, Bobby, I doubled with aces against ace queen. I was like, let's go, bro.
What a spot. Yeah, someone just saying Martin won't watch the stream. He's going to cry it off a few days of silence. I guarantee you he will watch the stream.
He'll be banging on the door in 10 minutes going, guys, let me in.
Yeah, I might get a text.
Yeah.
7 days, 200.
Ooh, Pidoon, who's had always the smaller pair, has got the smaller pair again. $550, something like this. 525. Nice sizing. Kata's gone. Karlich gone. Yeah, Kata is absolutely popping. He always has so much energy every time I see him. So Pidoon is about 33 big blinds effective here. Just gonna flat. We're having a lot of fun as it is, even without Martin in the booth. I like being with APK. Oh my gosh, 7 in the window.
Followed by a 6 and 3.
God, Jonas Laux had a bad hour. Lost a few of those big all-ins. Lost one to ace-9 with the no, what was it? Ace-8
from
win pocket nines. Lost that one. Ace on the river. Did win the one against kings though somehow with ace-queen. And then lost the other one to Kata with the ace-king against aces. And now he's been out-flopped against Pidoon.
From Lauky boy to unlauky now.
Oh, very unlucky here for sure.
Extremely unlucky.
450 is the bet. Nice sizing. By the way, whenever a player does that, like Pidoon did you see that? He brought all of his big chips forward with his hand.
Yep.
And then started counting them out and slicing them. And I was like, whenever a player does that, I'm like genuinely scared.
Pidoon doing a little posturing, squinting at the cards.
Yeah, Paul, I know he sucked out. Lauk's gonna have to call, but he hates it.
Here we go.
Still choptions.
Needs a king, only one left.
We've seen it so many times.
Someone for the king?
I think it's bad luck to ask, honestly.
Someone did fold a king.
It's a deuce. It's no good. That's no good.
No good as well.
Man,
so
Laux just had such a rough run of it, man.
Down to 880K, but Pidoon up to 6.43.
Keep the hope, keep the hope.
I think the only player on the table that I would say is maybe not a professional is the man who looks like he could kill everyone in the casino.
320.
6 raise 300.
But I'm going to scope him out now. Pidoon, I'm on you.
All right, he's on it. Neugebauer raising to 320K with the ace-10 offsuit.
The 9s jam with 23 bigs is 100% standard and very, 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 very normal. Just to confirm.
Karlich on the button, ace-3 of spades.
Is this guy called Daniel Pidoon?
Mm-hmm.
$1.7 million in earnings.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah.
Must not be a professional.
Played the 50k in
Oh.
Rosvedov in 2022 and come 6th, and played the 100k in Rosvedov in 2019.
Oh, okay.
He played the 100k little one for one drop. Sorry, the high roller one for one drop. Got 20th.
Heads up to the floor.
I mean, this guy loves the game. Plays 300 no limit hold'em turbo. This guy 200 no limit hold'em turbo in 2009.
Like Chet said, must not be a pro. So ace 10 versus ace 3. Flop is ace deuce 7.
6 check.
He also won the EPT main in 2013.
Oh.
For 880k.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's one non-pro.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting situation here. Neugebauer with the open, Karlich with a flat.
2. That's 260.
260k is the announced raise
I mean,
size.
Karlich flat at pre, right? Yeah, because of the size of the pot.
Are they going to open?
Yeah.
Flat, fold.
Just a call here from Max. Wouldn't do anything else. Karlich has worse ace-X. He has some flush draws. Our ace-10s can be best a lot of the time. We have the 10 of diamonds blocking Jack 10 suited. Obviously, the ace of diamonds is on board, so blocking ace 10 suited itself already. Pretty good turn.
Pretty good turn for Max, indeed.
Just a knuckle. Slow down, Max, with your checks. They're just too quick at the moment. It's true. It's just a live tell.
Laura, if you're in chat, you can tell Max later.
Text him. Yeah, Max is actually a champion already. He won 2 years ago this tournament.
2 check.
Don't really think there's anything lucky about that. If it comes 3, it would be lucky, but it's completely standard play by Max here. Okay, so Karlich is going to check back all of his ace-X here, basically. Ace-Jacks onwards is still going to check back. So we have to bet here. But we have to bet a price that we can get paid. Maybe like 1.2 million. That's my price.
Okay.
You want to pick a price?
I'm actually talking to production, so I can't pick a price right now.
Okay, don't
sorry.
pick a price. I mean, Max checks to allow Karlich to bet. Wow, he is going to bet.
875.
Ooh, 875.
I mean, at this point, I would just wager all of my chips. Thrust pump.
Pump it up, Max.
Got to go all in.
$2.8.
2.8 million.
2.8 million.
Max loves to pump it up.
That is
Let's go.
hardcore.
Love to see it. Great sizing, too.
Also. And all the time bank chips just go in.
Remember Martin earlier was like, did you see that? I love the way he put all in time banks. Very intimidating
You're
how he
the-
throw all time banks in.
What did he say?
all in time
Yeah,
banks.
but he said you're the time bank master or something.
Yeah, to the other guy.
You are the time bank master.
That's what he was saying to the Finn.
Yeah.
Yatnin. Actually, Lady Luck, I do approve these time banks. This is a rough spot for Karlich. It depends on how many he uses, okay? I'll allow... I don't want him to use all of them here, but if
You know what? It's a
one to
rough
two,
spot.
1 to 2 of his time banks is appropriate.
Shall I
here.
tell you why it's a rough spot?
Please do.
Because he went for value in a spot where he should check.
Put himself in a tough spot.
The cookie jar.
Yeah.
Whoa! Max is going to scoop a massive pot, up to 8 million chips.
Max value for Max Neugebauer.
Wow, that was wild, man.
8 million chips for my boy.
Oh my gosh.
Value or bluff? We are going to show players here at King's Casino this hand, and they have to come to a conclusion. Was it a river bet for a value or for a bluff? Let's go.
Oh, Martin.
Martin Cabral
Yeah.
and Chidwick.
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out. Yeah. Cabral. I want to say it's been 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever.
Oh,
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
pocket pack.
I like this.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
You know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral.
Is it value or is it bluff, in your opinion?
Value. It's a value bet.
Correct.
Yep.
And can you guess the hand of Chidwick?
Maybe ace king.
You are close. It's stronger.
Kings?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Would you have guessed it? Write in the comments, and don't forget to like and follow for more poker-related content.
Welcome back to the final 6 and the final table of the Kings Million 21st Birthday Celebration Edition. 23 years of Kings Casino, later Kings Resort. I can't believe it, guys. So many years, so many memories. But now it's time to get to that final 6 of the 21st Birthday Celebration Kings Million. And the cards and the table is set. Eugenio Cupellini, 79 big blinds, 44% of chips in play, and everybody else is here at the table as well. Only a question of who can try to outlast the other players. Can somebody make a dent in the huge chip leader stack? But right now, after a very, very long time, Italy, that country is a big favorite to actually take it down. Look at this. Eros is second with 39 million chips. Well, and the story so far of this final table has been Vasilis, down to about 2.4 bigs. He's climbed all the way up by, after 4xing his stack when everybody was trying to beat him. And chip and a chair story continues. Everybody else will try to have to outlast the other guys and then hope to get into that heads up against the overwhelming chip leader. One of the most interesting stories is this man with the UFC hat, Tourist. It's actually his very first time playing the Kings Million, and he makes it into the top 6 with a lot of money locked in already, and he's hoping to get even more right here. 24,160 euro for everybody at the table, alongside that 3K KMEC package all of these guys already got. And we're playing for 125,000 plus up top, plus that package already in the bag. And Tourist, speaking of Tourist, goes ahead and raise and takes down the first hand after the break. By the way, guys, if you are in the chat, let me know. Have you ever been to Kings Resort, and what is the first year that you've been here? How many years have you been at Kings Resort? And let's see if somebody has been here for 23 years. Who in the chat has been to Kings Resort 23 years ago? I am very, very curious. I don't think anyone will. It was a very small enterprise back then. Only a few poker tables. That has grown massively over the years into the biggest permanent poker room in Europe, one of the most likely top 3 in the world. Eros goes for that raise. Well, the man with the chips has mercy, actually allows the other players to win one without contest from him. And let's see what Tourist does. We know he likes to be on the tighter side. He does have the option to call here, but not today. And the blinds are actually going up. You saw the overview at 1.2K big blind. Now it's 1.6K. So the price of poker is going up. Now, we are still relatively deep, but the thing is, when one player has all the chips, everybody else will feel the pressure. Every single chip, every single raise, call or fold, matters right now for all the players but one, as we are down to that 20x, 20 big blinds for everybody else but this man who's sitting pretty at almost 80 bigs and 126 million chips. And here we go on the cutoff with the king jack off. Raisey daisy, of course. Let's see what happens here. Tourist in the small blind. I would not advise to call against the big chip leader with a hand like ace-9. It really can get him into trouble, and yeah, he realizes that, and let's go. Eros, on the other hand, the online player, the info we have from Euro-rounders say that he is a spin crusher. That free-handed format where you spin for the prize pool at the beginning of that sit and go. So he is very unlikely to be afraid, very likely to be playing his ranges no matter what happens. Well, no help for him. And the big chip leader is very likely to take this one down. There's that bet. Casually tossing in 3 million. He's got plenty more where that came from, and he's taking it down here. Of course, the story is Euro-rounders who helped organize this one. They bring a lot of players. I actually asked them, and where are these players coming from? They run qualifiers in regional clubs in Italy, and then all the players, they come together to King's Resort. Obviously, a lot of Italians play here every single festival, but in the recent memory, there haven't been too many that took it down, that went all the way. But today, in all likelihood, they are the favorites to be an exception to the rule of Italians not closing it down. And the top two stacks are from Italy, with most chips in play in that country's hands. Tourist on the button, 24 bigs. 3.5 million. Mato, Misic, yes, this is definitely a call. You're not up against the big stack. Here we go. And Tourist is a slight favorite, but of course Queen Jack suited, a very powerful hand pre-flop. And especially when you hit the flush draw and that top pair good kicker and those backdoor straight draws, you are on the top of the world. And what's good for Mato is that Tourist likes to double barrel. We've seen quite a lot of turn bets from him. Now there's not too much of a reason to raise here. You want to keep your opponent inside the pot. You want him to be bluffing. Look at this. Mato doesn't care though. I think it basically saves Tourist quite a few chips. Nothing a man. It has shown us that he really likes to put on the aggression on the turn, despite this being his first King's Million ever. I think he was capable of betting on the turn. Mato simply goes ahead though, raises, just in case his opponent has something like King Queen or a nut flush draw that would get it in, that he's in a really, really good shape against. By the way, Goofy Me, welcome to the Twitch chat. Obviously, it's past midnight now, guys. Huge appreciation to everybody who rejoined us after the break. I know, for example, the EPT is coming to Prague. They are testing something new. They call it the dynamic streams. So they actually have 0 breaks, no breaks for the commentators. They simply start with a longer delay. And it shortens as the day goes by, and it eats through the breaks. So obviously, every time you come back after a break, I know it's an interruption in your viewing pattern. It's very much appreciated. The difference, of course, is PokerStars have literally 5 people commenting on their stream. I'm here all by my lonesome, very likely to be joined by one guest during the heads-up phase here, at least. Mato. Wow, actually chooses the aggressive option, raising to 2.5 bigs. And Vasilis, well, you have King 8. I think it's go time for this man, unless he feels like Mato is trapping him, but no, there we go. Well, Mato Misic, I guess your plan was to raise fold here. But you gave yourself fantastic odds, unfortunately for you. Is he actually thinking about it? He might be. Oh my goodness. He got himself into quite a pickle. I think he did not think this one through. I think if you have to think about it, you might as well just go ahead and jam or limp instead, but because of his raise sizing, Vasilis picks up a really nice spot and is up to 21 million right now. And Mato might be kicking himself for that sizing. With that 4-3 off, I think I'm in race. Might do a similar job. And here we go. Chip and a chair story. This man was all the way down to about 2.4 bigs after the big chip leader caught him with his pants down. He called ace high against the ace high bluff. Ever since then, he's been up against it, but he is making that comeback. Can he be that chip and a chair story we are waiting for? Eros letting it go. Vasilis in the small blind. Recognizes that this hand is way too weak, especially against this man who would definitely continue. I think he's calling it all in. The guys are laughing about it. Yes, of course, all in the call would happen 100%. And this man is the man to beat. That's the thing. It's basically like a prisoner's dilemma. Do I really want to fight against this man? It's one-sided, though. It's one-sided. When you're up against the chip leader, do you really want to mess with him, you know? It's just very little incentive when you have everybody else has a mid-stack, basically. There's one short stack. 13 bigs to 23 bigs, basically, is the range of the chips that we're looking at. And Eugenio. He does have mercy. Well, tourist, what can you show us? Looks like he's about to take it down. Yes, there we go. The Cinderella story of today. Tourist, a soft-spoken man who was quite nervous, actually, I must say. But it's his first King's Million. It's absolutely understandable. And right now he's in a prime position in the 4th place to have a 40K plus payday, but everybody has 24,000 already guaranteed at least, and they all collected that 3K package, the top 10. You will be able to see at the end of September during the first day of the super main event, during the Big Kings Million. I will definitely be here. We will try to bring you more action, not just the stream, but we'll try to show you the action from the actual floor, so you can see how Kings Resort really looks like, not just under the glamorous big lights of the beautiful stream. Eugenio with the 10-4. You never know. He really wants to be loose. He knows he can apply a lot of pressure, but not with a complete garbage, it looks like. And Tourist lets it go. And here we go, guys. Still waiting for it. The final 6. They started with 230 euro, made it all the way here. What is your favorite story? I must say, this man, Vasilis Nicolas, I must say that this is one hell of a story, really aggressive. He always comes deep. He came deep 3 times during pretty big final tables this year at Kings Resort. He was almost out of it, but now he has a fighting chance, a fighting stack. And of course, this man, the Cinderella of the tournament, Tourist, lets it go against Eros. And we are incredibly tight, incredibly. One big chip leader, but everybody else, 13 to 24 big blinds. This, of course, is the dream scenario for a chip leader. I remember at EPT Prague last year, my friend was playing mixed games, and he had so many chips, and the other guys, they were fighting for so long that when it came to the top 3, the other players, they basically each had only about 2 big blinds. So it basically, when they went all in, the tournament ended. The heads up was like 40 bigs against 2, and right now it's kind of heading that way. And it's an absolute dream for the big chip leader, because when everybody is even, they have to really think about each other. They have to think about, hey, if I play with the big man that has all the chips, every single chip that I risk, I will be below the stack size of the other guys. If I go all in, I'm out of the tournament. So it will be extremely difficult for these guys to fight back. And in theory, they don't even have to. They probably shouldn't in the first place. And we are playing, Ati is asking, we're playing for 125,460 up top. 3K already in that bag. 4 separate tickets for the Big Kings Million. Mato Misic calling those 4s, trying to hit that set. Vasilis. So far, so good for the aggressive Swede. He doesn't have anything technically but those 2 overs because of those 2 8s. All in? Wow, putting on maximum pressure. Mato Misic, why doesn't he even think about it? Well, this backfired fully and completely, and somehow we are flipping post-flop against an underpair with King-Queen. This man was down to 2.4 big blinds. Can he do it again? Can he out-turn or out-river those 4s here? Or is this going to be it for him? So many outs, 43%, even though he doesn't have a made hand just yet. 17 outs on the river. All of them are still live. Too many outs. Yes, it's too many outs. Too many outs for Vasilis, and we will not see the chip and a chair story from 0 to hero. Unfortunately, this man moves into the night. This is the 4th big score, 10K plus from a final table for this man here at Kings Resort this year alone. Absolute stable, absolute crusher. He's very, very aggressive. I feel like he will go deep or he will bust. That's the story of this man. Great, great, great performance, of course. Taking home 24,160 euro, and the admiration of us all, hopefully appreciated. Someone doesn't just wait for the hands, somehow goes for it, tries to be aggressive. Today it did backfire, that ace free hand when he got called by ace 10 high after check raising a turn, betting big on the river by the man who has all the chips right now. Yes, it did backfire, but you know what, he was ready to take chances. I think the players at the table, they did not make it easy for him. Today, more than any other day, more than any other final table, all these guys were ready to fight back against his shenanigans. And take a look at this. Could we have Mircea now in the year of Romania? Doubling through Eros. Well, Eros, you have 24 bigs. You really have to think about it. Do you really want to call those sevens on the button? This is a very, very tough spot for him, of course. It's good that you are using those time banks. Now the question is, are you going to call here? The positive thing is if you call here, you are against the direct short stack, so you automatically ladder up. If this was someone who covers you, it wouldn't be as enticing. So that's definitely going through his head when he has this hand. But yeah, with the nines, he makes the fold. And we see that it is the correct one. And of course, going up against a Romanian during the year of Romania might not be the best idea. So we evened up even a little bit more. And every single one of these players, 31,960 euro in the bag already. Hell of a payday when you started with just 230 euro. Tourist with the jack six. No, of course, he's folding. Well done. Mato actually, look at this, Mato is all the way up to 36 bigs. Eugenio. He has Mercy, only calling. Mircea, that's a really strong hand, blind against blind. I think it's time to send it, or at least raise. He only goes for that raise. Take a look at this. 5 mil. You can kind of deduct that he's almost committed. Most likely actually was. By the way, he's got a t-shirt of Oslo. I got a little bit scared. He does look a little bit Norwegian. On the outside, right? He does look kind of like a Viking, but we do see the Romanian flag and name. I guess everybody's a fan of the Norwegians, especially after their rowing celebration at the World Cup. That's absolutely fantastic, by the way. If you guys haven't seen it, just you can go ahead and Google Norway football row. I've seen their schools deploy it, politicians in the house, they actually are doing that celebration as well. And it really reminds me of Iceland when they had the clapping above head celebration back in the day, the chant. Ages ago when they did really well. Speaking of doing really well, Eugenio, of course, the man with all the chips, decides to free bet. Decides to attack Eros, his countryman. And there's nothing that Eros can do here. 22 big blinds. Every single chip matters. Where this man with the glasses, he can do whatever the hell he wants. And he's doing it right. if you ever find yourself in this situation that you are the big stack, I know the tendency for a lot of players that don't play day in and day out, that are not psychopaths, will be to take it easy. I can simply fold my way into nice positions, you know, into that heads up. But really, those extra chips, when counted for projected money, they're not worth as much as you think. So you should be putting them to good use and put pressure on your opponents. If you don't do so, you make it too easy for them. So it's almost an obligation to be very aggressive as the big chip leader, especially the overwhelming one, when everybody else has dangerously close stacks to each other. Eros, already he's by far the biggest live score. From what we know, he is an online professional, a spin crusher. Goes ahead and flops a bottom pair, but yeah, does have the pre-flop lead. He doesn't really have anything, no backdoors or anything. He can hit a couple gutters on the turn. But when you raise, the big blind only calls, means they have a lot less aces. But it's tough to make pairs and hold them, guys. And Eros decides, hey, I have a pair, I'm gonna continue here. And look at this, an extremely disguised two-pair for Eros. Well, in Mercia's shoes, I mean, how can your opponent have ace-king or kings or any of these hands, you know? Even ace-9 could consider free betting before the flop, so in your eyes, your opponent's range might be vulnerable. He was thinking about it. But when you have absolutely nothing, you don't do anything about it. Not at this stage where every single blind matters, and we will see a check down. Oi, 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 oi. Stretching before that check, and he will get the bad news. And just like that, Mircea down to 12 big blinds, guys. But you know what? Top 5, I'll allow it. Now let's see who will flinch first. Eugenio. I asked the Euro Rounders to give us some more dirt. Only thing we know now that he's not a professional and he has 130k score from People's Poker Tour here in Rozvadov. That's just about all we know. Eros. A powerhouse of a hand, blind against blind. Ace-10 offsuit. You could simply ship it here and it would not be a big mistake. Here we go. Is it a race or is that simply a limp here? We're counting down those 1 million chips. That will be a race for sure. Exactly as we can expect from the online player. Now we put them back in the stack. No, it's an all-in. It's a verbal all-in. I told you guys, he simply ships it. It's not a mistake, blind against blind. And this online player, he is very much undeterred by a lot of the things that might be going through the heads of these players, even though he has almost no live earnings. This is his biggest score by far, of course, when you are grinding online poker for so many hundreds of thousands of hands as he is likely to be grinding when they call him a crusher in Italy. We've been in these situations a lot, and you basically just treat it just like another problem to solve without feeling that much pressure. So he simply goes ahead and jams blind against blind. As I told you, with a hand like that one BVB, it's simply profitable. You can simply go for it. Eros, Jack 10 off on the button. That's a raisy daisy hand. the man who just shoved. Blind against blind is raising. Those offsuit broadways. Speaking of offsuit broadways, Mato Misic has that king-queen. He's actually crushing Eros. That is a free bet. Did not even think about it. I love the way Mato has been playing. Controlled aggression, as you guys have said. And we have a lot of fearless players right here. And of course, Eros is making jokes, but he is folding. There we go. Some banter before we surrender. You know what? You want to squeeze the most out of the experience that you have here. I think that's really cool in poker, you know. The biggest buy-in I ever played was at 10.4K. And, you know, at first you are nervous. I, of course, sold action. But then you realize, hey, this is a big moment. I might not experience it again. It was 10.4K buy-in in Vegas I played. And I simply enjoyed it. And then I got a full house over full house on the very first hand when the player was not even supposed to be there. So I played in a big casino in Vegas. And on the first hand, imagine that a guy takes half your stack, full house over full house, and then the dealer says, oh, whoopsie doopsie daisy, this guy wasn't supposed to be here at the table. He grabs the half of your stack he just won, and he simply leaves the table. That's what happened on the first hand. During my 110.4K I actually played. Amir Sea folds again, Tourist with the pocket rockets. Pocket rockets, I wanted to say, he did have them, I believe, a couple times already today. Running above expectations. Ace Queen suited, under the gun for Eros. That is a very strong hand, of course. And it's time to raise. There we go. Can he get some action with this powerhouse? Well, yes, he will, from Tourist, very likely. We have seen him being quite snug in the big blind, but you know what, with the Queen 10 against him in race, of course, you want to go ahead and at least see a flop here. Now, let's see if there can be the disaster Queen. No, it is not. It's actually 10 for Tourist. And the first-time player here at King's Million is about to get richer in 84% of the time. Let's see what he does here. It's very interesting when Eros decides to check back. I take it it's with the intention of peeling one against the bet. There are a lot of hands that you actually beat, lots of gutters, possible draws that you beat with Ace Queen. There you go, there's that call. One thing you have to be mindful of is what you're going to do on the river. On the blankiest of blanks, we don't expect Tourist to go ahead and bet a deuce on the turn. So now I am really wondering, after the bet comes, 3.8 million. This is about, is it 3 million? Oh, more, it's 5.5 million. Oi, oi, oi. Eros will consider this for sure. We know that Tourist should not have a deuce here. There are a lot of draws possible. Now the question is, as an online player, you probably are thinking more in terms of how many potential bluffing combinations there are and calling ones, rather than thinking about the player. You can see that he is not even looking at Tourist. He's basically trying to figure it out. Oh, there it is. There it is. That stare at his opponents. Not a stare, but a quick glance at his hands at least. You know, this is the situation where Fedor Holtz would now be basically making love with his eyes. When it comes to tourists, you'd be staring him right in the eye. Martin Cabral would be there trying to figure something out. Is that a call? Yes, it is. He gave tourist credit for having enough bluffing combinations. He didn't expect a use, and tourists picks up a very, very nice spot with that value bet. And you can see Eros, the online player, gave him credit. Now the question is, would tourist, we have seen him bet the flop and barrel the turn. We have not seen too many river bluffs from him so far. And I am wondering if this might have been a mistake against this particular player. But, you know, when you weigh all the possible combinations, and that, for example, the computer would be betting, you arrive at ace-queen, being a call there. Especially blocking those top pairs. Against tourist, however, I am not so sure that that was the right call to make. We really haven't seen tourists be aggressive on the river. Matomisic, king-queen. Eros decides to defend his suited gupper. And this will be an interesting hand. A lot of possible situations where we see a lot of action. And this is not one of those boards. Eros absolutely nothing. Mato has an absolute lock on it, 95. It's pretty funny. It looked like Eros, I didn't see Matos even verbalize that bet. He basically just reached for the chips and Eros instantly folded. It feels like he is clicking buttons online. It really, really does. I can't help to unsee it. You know, once you see it, it's very difficult not to see it again and again. This is just an online player trying to break into the live scene. And that instant fold is kind of a dead giveaway. You do it online because you quickly want to get to the other 20 tables you have open, to scanning those lobbies. So speed of light fold from the spin and go crusher is really very much in character there. I think it was absolutely hilarious. And Eugenio, there we go. The big stack, the big bad bully has the blackjack, the ace check. Eros Zappacosta. Letting it go, and Mato, he has no option but to release his hand right now. There we go, the rich get richer. Matomisic, he's the one who can actually put a dent into Eugenio's stack, of course, 39 big blinds. That would hurt even the big chip leader. Everybody else, they kind of have to put their tail between their legs and let this guy run them over. But just a reminder, guys, from the info I have from Euro Rounders, he's not a full-time professional. So making mistakes is definitely not out of the question here. And the other guys shouldn't give up yet. But basically, if you look at it from ICM perspective, if you look at it from a math perspective, it's sort of what you simply have to do. Let this guy run you over, try to outlast everybody else, try to ladder up. So much money on the line here. 31k, 960 for fifth, 41k, 960, 10,000 euro in a 230 euro buy-in tournament. I mean, hell of a pay jump for you relative to how much you invested. You have to put your ego aside and let the big stack push you around from time to time. Mato decides to only call in the small blind. I think that if the situation was different, we were playing during the beginning phases of the tournament, he would actually go ahead and opt to free bet, but it is just that call. And the one man that can hurt the Italian chip leader is up against him, but he's out of position without initiative. and he just completely missed the flop. And even though, arguably, this board is better for Mato Misic, it will be very difficult to win the pot. Unless we award it to him for free, which obviously was not the case, guys. And Eros, come on. Oh, Eros is the short stack, so it's not the chip leader, actually. It's Eros that's in here. Wow, what are you going to do? He can't help himself. There is that bet. Mato Misic calls with that ace high. Wow, look at this. He's being sticky with an ace high. And now hits the 10. They both actually hit it. Now let's see if Eros will be greedy here. No, he is not. So Mato Misic, ace 10 against Eros' jack 10. And a very nice call on the turn by Mato. Means that he's up to 72 million chips. Are we seeing a clear contender that will be challenging even the biggest stack in the tournament? I would say that Mato, he will be very dangerous with the chips. We've seen that he's ready to be aggressive, pre-flop and post-flop. He likes to mix it up in a relatively controlled way. I would say he is a dangerous man to have chips. Tourist, on the other hand, playing straight forwards. Not making any big mistakes. He got value bet lightly a couple times, but hey, nothing major that we would call a blunder. Look at this. Is that an all in a call? It looks like it, right? Blind against blind. Eugenio goes ahead and jams against Mirza, and just like this, the Romanian can be eliminated. Only thing we need is a queen or a tray. Can they come on the flop? Yes, they can. Oh my God, it is a top pair, no kicker against the Romanian. It is the year of Romania, but it is the tournament of Eugenio Cupellini. There is some hope. An ace or a 5 on the river only, or we will lose another player in the top 5 of the biggest tournament so far. Yes, he gets it done. Can you believe it? The big chip leader eliminates another player. And you know what? This is enough. 5th place in a massive tournament like this, I'm going to call it. He busted, but he takes home 31,960 euro. He gets 3K worth of tickets for the big Kings Million. A new Romanian on the board. He didn't have that many live earnings before. Almost doubles what he had. And this man very much is keeping the year of Romania alive. I was worried, let me tell you guys. Only a couple of Romanians were in the final 48. I thought it might be the first final table where we will have 0 of them. No Romanians whatsoever. But one of them, he get through. It wasn't the regulars we see at every final table. It wasn't Bilan. It wasn't Paul, who won 3 tournaments a couple of weeks ago here. But it was this man who busts out in 5th place, taking home 31,960 euro. And you know what? With such a deep run, the status quo is preserved. A Romanian at the final table, year of Romania, is still in effect. I'm calling it now. Good game. Thank you all the Romanians. Hopefully you will watch the rest of the tournaments, of course. And now, the final 4 remain. Final 4 in this gigantic tournament. 41,960 euro in the bag. Alongside that 3K package. Unbelievable payout. Guaranteed. When you just put 230 euros. Now, we don't see how many bullets they invested. You know what? A lot of these guys, I know a lot of the big regulars here at Kings Resort, they really wanted to go deep. Some guys fired 10, 11 bullets, but it's not a number that we have access to right here. And now there were 4. And who else but the big chip leader? Oh my goodness. It just feels like he's destined to take this down. Matomisic, the one man who can realistically challenge this guy. 146,400, no, 146 million. There's so many chips, it's even hard to count them. 146 million in this man's stack size. And now he gets the jacks right after putting a bad beat on his opponent. Oh my goodness. Another one goes his way and showing the jacks. This guy is just invincible today. I'm not sure what would have to happen for him not to end up in the final heads up. What a run, what a story. Take a look at this. 53% of all chips in his stack, 150 million now, if the overlay is correct. Matomisic, the only contender really right now, 71 million. Tourist, slowly but surely, he keeps in the play, keeps laddering up. Already got himself 41k plus in the third place, and we have our clear short stack now. In the other Italian. So Italy 2, rest of the world 2. Who will take it down? There were a lot of Italian players playing this entire tournament. Today, 9 Germans were in the final 48. 6 Italian players were there as well. 2 of those 6 are now in the final 4. Absolutely huge day for Italy. Finally, they have been running so bad. We were struggling to get a lot of Italians up top in these big tournaments, even though there's a lot of players coming into King's Resort from Italy. But today is different. No matter what happens, 2 out of top 4 being Italian during a Euro Rounders event, 23rd birthday of King's Resort. We have a bunch of staff from Italy, a lot of dealers, floormen, our CEO, half Italian. So this is a big satisfaction for Italy. And you know what? If you're watching the World Cup, you know, the Football World Cup, maybe today, finally, will help with the pain of Italy not making it to the World Cup. I actually couldn't believe it. The other day I asked, hey, how's Italy doing at the World Cup? I asked a couple of the Italians here at King's Resort, and they told me, oh, yeah, we're not even there. Oof, absolute bad beat. So even though the Italians, they can't cheer for their team at the Football World Cup, they can cheer on 2 of their players right now. But uh-oh, look at this. Will Eugenio try to bust his fellow countryman with a crappy hand like 9-5 off. He has mercy. I think in all likelihood, with the way he's running, he would flop a 2-pair against Eros' top pair. But Eros takes one down. Up to 14 big blinds. This is, by the way, not the only big tournament we've had in the last 2 days. Yesterday, there was a tournament with 837 runners. One-day event started, I think, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. it started, 837 runners. Can you guys guess what the buy-in was? One-day event, 4 p.m. start, 8 levels, half an hour early registration, or registration ended after 8 levels. Each was half an hour. Then after that, the levels were 20 minutes. What do you think was the buy-in in this event? One-day event, one afternoon event that had 837 runners. Let me know in the chat with your guesses. And Tourist in the big blind decides to peel against Eros, who is now the short stack. But there's nothing that Tourist can latch onto. 3 spades also means that Eros should take it easy. And another issue, you know what? You kind of can tell that Eros is an online player. The dealer wasn't sure if he actually did bet or not. Eventually he put the chips in. And it feels like Eros is learning the rules of live poker as he goes. It's painfully obvious that he does not have extensive experience when it comes to some of the mechanics of how you're supposed to play, how you put the chips in, etc. So it's very entertaining to see him learn. But of course, when it comes to those ranges, the technical play, I would arguably say he will be one of the strongest players with all that online experience, especially once we hit top 3. If he manages to get into top 3, he should be playing close to perfect poker, as the ICM is not as important anymore. Every single player you lose, the ICM pressure goes down. And he's been playing spins. A spin crusher he is, I hear. That's what the Euro-Rounders guys told me. So he will be an absolute expert in free-handed play. And the Italians are needling each other. The chip leader is inching yet again towards those 100 big blinds. He's got all the chips in the world. Oh my goodness. And one thing that we didn't bring up is a deal. I guess at this point, when even you are four-handed, there's a lot of money up top, right? And the pay jump is absolutely gigantic. Second place gets 77,960 euro. The winner gets 125,460 euro. That's a really big damn pay jump between second and first. So if the stacks were even, I'm almost certain that there would be talks of a deal already. But the one problem is Eugenio over there. He has been playing aggressively. The other guys have to think about each other. So if they do an ICM chop right now, play for that 10%, I think that he would not be happy. He seems confident. He simply goes for it, picks up yet another pot. Everybody's folding. Oh no, look at this. The 8-6 actually did call. But anytime now, he will pick up another pot. There's no way that Mato will play back with a 6-8. Or is there? Nope, there's just no incentive. There's no incentive for Mato. Even if he thinks that Eugenio is weak, he has no reason to play back. He's got two other shorter stacks behind him. He has no reason to risk any chips, and just let it go now. Basically hoping to get into the heads up. Once he gets there, he can get really aggressive. And we've seen this at King's Resort quite a bit. A lot of the times the players, they're actually really, really tight. All tournament, they are tight. Then it goes to top 4, they make a deal, and all of a sudden they came up with the most advanced blocker bluffs on the river. Crazy, crazy aggression. You never know how somebody's game actually is until you remove the pressure of the pay jumps, remove the pressure of trying to secure that bag. But I think today is different. The overwhelming chip leader, he might not allow a deal to happen at all. He would have to ask for a lot extra, I think. That's the only way it would make sense for this man, is if they offer him a lot up top. Then the ICM numbers would predict. There is that peel from the big blinds. 2 overs to the deuces. And is anybody surprised that the big guy, Eugenio, outflops the deuces? I don't think there is a single soul among you that is shocked. The rich get richer. 90% to win. Is he sizing up raising chips? Yes, raise, he's min-raising. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen Tourist. The thing is, Tourist, when he is aggressive, it's usually when he puts in the raises himself. Oh my god, he's reaching for the chips. Look at this. Tourist is a non-believer. He wants to continue. He picked the really wrong spot with the really wrong hand with those deuces to try and continue. And you know what? Once you call and there's so many draws on the board, it will be really difficult to just let go here. I think this actually is a mistake. You're up against the big chip leader. You needed a plan, and with the deuces, your only plan is basically to hit a deuce. And that just doesn't happen very often, does it? And that's a much bigger bet. There we go. Now we're folding. I think we actually bled. Those chips were something you wanted to keep. I know it's only a min race. You may basically want to see the next card, but the thing is, this guy has all the chips. He has all the momentum. He has all the aggression in the world. He is extremely unlikely to min race and just give up if he doesn't have you beat already. So it's very, very dangerous. I know. It's so tough for the ego, guys. Imagine you are playing six-handed, seven-handed, now four-handed, five-handed, and one guy keeps raising, raise. Now he min raises, you know, and your every single hair on your body standing up saying, play back. Don't let this guy take it away from you for nothing. Why are you letting him outplay us? You know, your ego will not be able to take it, but the right thing to do, actually, is to allow this man, Eugenio, to get away with it. He's got so many chips. You have all the other guys to worry about. Unless you have a clear plan, unless you are absolutely sure about what you're doing, you just have to let him. You have to let him be aggressive against you. And there we go. There he continues. This is basically how it's supposed to go. And Tourist in the big blind. We said he doesn't care. No, he's not gonna care. Now he jams with the tens. This is a hand strong enough. I told him with the deuces, don't go crazy. But when he does have the tens, he goes for it. And oh my God, it is a call from Eugenio. He was committed. The odds were there. And let's see if he can hit that king. I would not be surprised at all. Tourist, his first ever Kings Million for the first time playing here. Top 4 finish already. Can he dodge that king? Well, there's a lot of outs now. Aces and kings as well would send him to the rail. Eugenio, can he get there? Oh, it's an ace! Can you believe it? This man cannot lose a single pot. And an absolutely brutal beat against Tourist. This is so unfair. But Eugenio is completely invincible tonight. This tournament is absolutely his, unless a miracle happens, and it was just meant to be. Absolutely fantastic round to Tourist, by the way. His first ever Kings Million. He makes it all the way to top 3 here. Top 4, 3, yeah, basically so deep. You can't believe it. What a story from him. He goes to his friends. He wants to be consoled here. And can you believe it? This guy, oi, 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 oi. He's got all the chips in the world now. Who can possibly try and stop him? Top 4, it is the finish. We still have 3 players remaining. Calm down, everybody. Don't get ahead of yourselves. But what a story for Tourist. Good game. Round of applause for this man. He's here for the very first time. And a massive score for him. 230 euros. He was celebrating like he won the whole tournament just when he got that 3K package. And now, top 4, 41,960. In all likelihood, he surpassed any live earnings in poker he had. Uses a nickname, so we can't tell for sure. But hell of a score, hell of a performance. No massive mistakes. The deuces, yeah, he could have folded, but the tens, what can you do? The chip leader on a sun run gets you. It's just meant to be. It looks like we are heading into a freeway pot. Nice family pot. Eros is the man with all the equity right now, 72%. Eugenio has basically nothing, but it's Mato who's betting at it. The Jack 10. Well, Eros, you have only 12 big blinds. Do you really want to risk a 9 rolling off, a Jack rolling off? Are you just going to call, or will you simply stick it in? There we go. There is that jam. No, he does not want to risk those bad cards rolling off. And wow, Mato actually has a decision now, I feel. You are having a lot of equity against any draw, pretty much, that your opponent can have. There's that call. You have outs, and Eros is very happy about this one. Crushing his opponent, 79%, but you know what? This has been a day of bad beats. Can Mato get there? Can he eliminate Eros and send us into that final heads-up of the King's Million 23rd Anniversary Edition? Oh my goodness! It is a flush draw on the turn. An absolute disaster is looming for Eros. If one of those 12 outs hits, we are heading into that heads-up match. Can he dodge all those outs? Yes, he can. Too many outs for Mato. Too many outs on the turn, my friends. There's that powerful high five. Wow. I'm not sure who the fan is, but I think it might actually break my hand if I get high-fived like that. And yeah, Fainby, I was just saying, right? Somebody high-fives me like this, I need to have a cask, and I won't be able to shake any hands or do any other things that I might do with my right hand, you know, that we can't talk about on stream for a very long time. I mean, that man, who was that? He looks like a power lifter, and he high-fived him with all his strength. Looks like Eros is used to it though, but oh my God, that was such a high five. I thought we transported into MMA right here. I'm surprised that our LED panel, it didn't get cracked from the shockwave from that high five, guys, honestly. And look at this. So, after this that's settled, Eros now, top 2 Italians, can you believe it? 1 and 2, 198 mil, 52 mil, 35 mil, Mato Misic. Can he stop those Italians? I can't remember the last time we had 1 and 2 Italians. Of course, this is Euro Rounders, guys. This is a series that is co-run with Italians. And you know what? We had a lot of Romanians. Last time it was a Czech guy who took the 1 mil guaranteed down about 3 weeks ago, but now Italy, overwhelming favorites to take this one down. They don't have a representation at the World Cup, but hey, I think, you know what, we can all agree that the King's Million 23rd birthday anniversary edition, the main event, is much more important than some World Cup in America, right? So, big day for Italy if they can just get rid of one more non-Italian. And we have that call, so everybody's in. 2 against 1. 1 Croatian against 2 Italians. And the Italian, Eros, actually pulls ahead. I'm shocked that it's not Eugenio. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oh, brother. Eugenio with that gut shot. Mato as well. He is in position. He does not like to fold. He also has the ace of clubs. So when you have the ace of clubs and the clubs hit, bam! You can actually bluff on the river. He's thinking about it. Let's see go. He actually has mercy. Dealer, rapid hand. Show us that 5 on the river. That was for sure coming. Fenby says, I felt that high five even in my own head. Yeah, in my own hands. Wow. Yeah, that was a powerful high five. I can't imagine what will happen if actually Eros wins, you know. He might get completely crushed by his fan on the rail. You gotta appreciate it. A hearty high five. Of course, it's great to have friends. And you know what, guys? It's 1 a.m., 1:19. It is a Monday. It's absolutely fantastic that the people are here on the rail. All of you in the chat, Fane B as well, especially, who's even paying attention to those high fives on the dark rail. It's very much appreciated that you invest your time to watch the Kings Resort stream. So, you know what? These three players, they are the big winners, but so are all of you. A big thanks to you in the chat and everybody who's been silently watching. I don't care if you wash your dishes, and I don't care if you're asleep and you're doom scrolling and have this in the background, trying to wait for that winner. All of you are obviously appreciated. Once it hits past midnight on a Monday, I know that every single one of you is extremely valuable, and don't think we don't appreciate you. Tomisic, 10-5 off. Let's go. Well, now, I think when we see those Central and Eastern Europeans play against each other, most of the time they get more aggressive. There's something about the Slav ego, the Balkan ego, that basically dictates that when there's another man from the same country, you must outplay him and play aggressively. But so far we have not really seen that much carnage between the Italians. And I think this is a pretty decent flop for Eros. What do you guys think in the chat? You know, could be better, could have been straight flush, but this not flush, I think he will not complain. He's betting pretty big, 2.5 million to 6. Genio calls on the flop. Let's see if the turn can actually pair the board. No, it cannot. We have that check mark. Proverbial. Eros his corner. Can he milk his fellow countrymen for a little bit more? Or will this be all she wrote? There's that bet. Oi, oi, oi. Not liking what we see, do we? There's one thing being aggressive as the chip leader, but are you really going to call against the guy who has another player to worry about? Yes, look at this. It's the call. Some way, somehow, Eros is getting a lot of value from the absolute nuts. If you forget about that straight flush draw potential, and he just flopped. Surely he will not get paid again. Surely he will not. I think that you have two options. You can go really big. Basically try to value bet against those trades. All in. Did I see that? Oh, 15 million. So big bet size. Insta-fold from Eugenio. Well, Eros is climbing. Guys, I told you, this will be a danger zone for the other players. This man might make mistakes when he's trying to call and by accident puts in a min raise. But this, at least from the info I have, he's a spin and go professional that has played hundreds of thousands, probably three-way sit and goes. And because ICM, every single bust out is lower and lower, and we have a lot of money up top, he might be just the man that you don't want to have chips. And you know what, Eugenio, right now he's the chip leader. He looks completely unstoppable. But you are up against a specialist. When it comes to freeway and heads-up situations, I told you guys, the second the freeway hits, Eros is basically going to play on autopilot. He can run circles around the other players. Even though I'm not sure what format he plays. There's multiple sites that have that format. I think mostly they play with 25 bigs or smaller, or 30 big blinds or smaller. So maybe he will not be completely dominant at that big stack, but once he gets to sub 30 bigs, you can expect Eros to show us some plays, show us some of those online poker lines, but hold that thought. Eugenio is up against Matomisic, who has to fold, unfortunately. And can we have that right now? The odds are very much in the favor of an Italian heads up. I will try to get, at least for a while, during that heads up. Somebody from Euro Rounders. And there we go, there's that flop. The two Italians against each other. And Genio, well, you have a bottom pair. It's not easy to make pairs and hold them, of course, so at least one we will peel. Well, on the turn, it should be somewhat of a scare card. I'm not sure what his c-betting strategy is. There's that check. He actually decides to give up. And yeah, I do feel like there's not as much aggression as we'd expect. I think any other country, especially, we've seen a lot of Romanians play against each other. They are always super aggressive. It doesn't seem to be the case for the Italians. They just play normal poker. They don't get out of line too much. And the Croatian is up against it. They really are squeezing him out of this tournament. There we go. There's that race. Eros in the big. Goes at and calls. Never mind, guys. I was saying that, hey, they're going to play nice and easy against each other. That is not the case for sure here. 10th tray, almost the gold Brunson, but it's a free kicker. Go for that c-bets. Well, pair against pair, it's very difficult to make pairs. But Eros has the better end of it. Looks like we do have that upswing for him. There we go, another bet. It's actually a two pair. Well, can you believe it, guys? Eros now. He was crushing on the flop. Now he is way behind. What is going on? At one point, it looked like Eros will be the man with that comeback. But Eugenio, it's just his day, it seems like today. There's a lot of draws. Wow, very nice fold from Eros. Well done, sir. Very nicely folded. He could have definitely paid off a little bit more against his Italian opponent, but his fellow countryman takes it down where he could have gotten a little bit more value, I think. And here we go, guys. Eugenio, 106 big blinds. I mean, come on. This is almost unfair after this hand. He seems to hit absolutely everything. Eros with 26 bigs. Mato Misic. Come on, Mato. Show those Italians. But really, it's an absolute uphill battle for him. And re-raise Chili Dog. See you next time. Thank you so much for all your work. You will miss the exciting finale of this one. And you will watch tomorrow. Of course, guys, if you missed any of the big hands, make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube. I know we have a lot of Twitch viewers, but on the King's Resort YouTube, we actually put up highlights. And it's not voiced by me, but it's voiced by APK, who hopefully will be here during the Big Kings Million. But if you missed any of the big hands, we are writing down those highlights, and you'll be able to rewatch them back to back to back. Of course, we have some lag between when the tournament is played and when we release the highlights, a couple of weeks sometimes longer. But if you subscribe to our channel, you will be able to rewatch those highlights when they come out. So make sure you do that. Take a look at this. Eros against Eugenio. Guess who takes it down? The man with nothing. The big chip leader who has all those chips. And now, such an overwhelming chip lead. Look at this. He can't even manage his chips. He has too many. They are falling over. And Re-Race Dog, I'll see you in about a month when I am back here at King's Resort. We actually will have 2 days back-to-back of streaming. Eros, ace-9. What is he gonna do? Raising 4 mil, that's the thing. Mato Misic, look at this, ace-10 of hearts. Domination Nation, we do not do those 9 bigs, and I think that Eros will actually find the call here. Look at this, oh no! Eugenio, ace-jack of diamonds. All in, he simply jams it in. Can you believe it? Well, I can. This man just cannot do anything wrong. Even if he does something wrong, he goes ahead and hits anyway. I think Mato Misic knows that this was just not meant to be today. There can be only one winner, and that winner has all the chips in the world. Oh my goodness. 32% though, guys. Remember, we still have that hope. It is 1 heart on the flop. We have those backdoor hearts along with those 10s to keep Mato in this tournament. It's an 8 on the turn. Now it's only those 8s, but actually chopping outs. We have chopping outs. Look at this, 9 outs to chop or win. Can he get there? No, he cannot. He's just like that. He's eliminated, and we are heading into that heads-up match with one absolutely massive chip leader and one guy who also has some chips. Good game. And by the way, I promised you we're saving a special guest here. So here we go. There he is. Now, hopefully we have our moderators. Now, moderators, it's absolutely vital that you tell us if our levels are equal here. Hopefully they are. So let me see. Let me hear if we can hear our new guest. And look at this. 243 million chips. 85% against 15%. Can you believe it? This is almost unfair. So many bad beats, so many sackouts. Eugenio, I mean, I don't think this man can possibly lose. I don't see how this heads up will last for over 2 minutes. It's absolutely crazy. By the way, first day I will know if I get Operation Radiation. Well, good luck with that. I know the problems you're going through. Hopefully get that sorted. By the way, we have a new guest. So introduce yourself first. We have to check if they can actually hear us.
Hi everyone, I guess that last time some of you have heard me commenting the other tournament. I was with the amazing Lemon, and then he called me for the heads up because it's an Italian heads up, so I couldn't miss it out.
There we go. So guys, chat, let me know. Did you hear our guest that just came in? Have you heard our guest? Can you hear that?
In case someone doesn't know me, I'm Stefano, reporter from Euro Rounders tournaments. you will see me here in Kings very often.
And there's a 10-minute break right now.
Definitely sending a lot of love to Kata. I think he's a great player. Banic is, you know, a personal friend of mine. But obviously, I'm on the tour quite a lot. I play, you know, a lot of other festivals. I was actually playing the World Series Poker Circuit event in Šamarin in Slovakia recently. That's kind of how I got into this position. I was actually playing the 2.5k PLO, busted, and then they asked me to commentate on it. Saw I was okay, and then did the hold'em, and then they liked that, and then yeah, here I am. Pocket kings for Good here. Obviously, he just had a pretty nice hand. Should just open up to the min. Don't really
After
think
the
he
break,
needs to
we
open
should
to
get a guest here,
300K.
guys.
You
Don't
can
go
just
anywhere.
open to 240. Jacko, yeah, the tables do change.
7 pass.
Redraw at 16, and then play into a final now.
8 gold, 300.
The Giacomo does call in the big blind with the 8-9 off.
Heads up to the flop.
Good, obviously, with the very dominating kings. Oh. Oh, wow. Open ender for De Giacomo. And maybe he can increase to this 10 million plus stack already. Would start off with a check for sure.
8 check.
And Good, I would probably use quite big sizing on this board. Like 3-7-10 does connect a lot to the big blind. So I think like we want to go at least 350.
6 bet, 250.
250 is a little small. It's not like horrendous. I would just go a bit bigger. Chat, feel free to let me know what you think about the analysis of the hands and if there's anything that you'd like to add.
Yeah, please do.
Obviously, make sure that it's something that's not, you know, pointlessly bad to talk about.
In YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah.
And if you do it in Twitch, which I'm watching, Bobby's on YouTube today, I'll make sure to show it to him.
Yeah, sure.
And he'll reply to you.
Oh my goodness,
Wow,
6 on the turn.
6 on the turn.
The Giacomo could be ultra stackamo. He's got 11 million already.
Might be the guacamole, if you know what I mean.
Oh, for sure. On this turn card, I believe that De Giacomo should do quite a bit of leading here, probably around 500,000. It puts kings in a bit of a weird spot. Oh. Oh, is that 600 or 700? 7. You cheeky boy. 700. I mean, honestly, like, Good is in such a spot here. The Giacomo does have quite a few 2-pair combos. Does still have some 4-5 suited as well that he would call in the big blind. Even call him 4-5 off. Oh my goodness me. That is a raise of at least 2 million.
Yikes.
This is not a raise on the turn. I will confirm that this is not a raise on the turn.
This kind of reminds me of the hand we saw Rand bust the
Yeah,
bubble.
yeah.
Aces versus the turn straight.
Oh, wow, Good is finished. Because the thing is, APK, when we raise this turn, we are committing ourselves, right? If we just call turn, and we can reevaluate river.
He's trying to set up the jam for himself, unbeknownst to him. He's
Oh,
drawing
boy.
dead.
This is not a good spot. Wow, this is, by the way, APK, this is going to be the biggest hand so far of the tournament.
7.2 million, yes. It's the largest pot we've for sure covered.
Yes, Buros says, why do you prefer the lead than a check raise? Well,
great question.
Because if you lead, they can still raise. Like, yeah, sure, we have 2 pairs and stuff like that in our range. I mean, he's going to use a lot of time here anyway.
Approved.
But it's very hard for De Giacomo to put Good specifically on kings, right? Like, he's opened the button, which is the widest position. And also, when you lead here as well, a 10 is in a very tough spot, but they're not going to fold.
Great explanation there.
Wow, he folds.
Whoa.
That is sick.
That's some G stuff.
Wow.
That's some old school poker.
That is old school against old school right there.
That is some old school poker right there.
Wow.
And I'm not just talking about their age.
Tom E says, sick run out, but nothing is ever going to top last night's run out.
That is factually accurate for probably the next year and a half of streamed poker.
Gergo asks, please tell me Frankie C is still in. Well, Frankie C is now in London, so if he's still in, he surrendered his stack.
Yeah, he's still in London.
Yes, Cabral is still in. Yes, it was the same seat where the guy had King Jack. Yes. All right. We see Kaplinski open from +1 with Jack 7 of hearts. Oh boy, that could have been sick. Jack 7 of hearts, King 3 of hearts in the big blind from Jonas Lauk. Check from Lauk with top pair and a backdoor flush draw. And Kaplinski with a gutter ball. Bet here from Kaplinski. Going about half pot.
Seems like a good size.
That's exactly half pot. Pretty sure Jonas Lauk is just going to flat here, as he does. All right, pot is 660, building up quickly. Heart on the turn would bring action. Oh, that's
King
not
of
heart on the turn.
diamonds.
Jonas Lauk making trips. And Kaplinski, not much going on. Jonas Lauk's going to have a bunch of King X in the big blind. Hands like King 8, King 10, King 9, King Jack, King Queen. Does still have some Queen Jack himself, etc. But Kaplinski's blocking that. So I think Lauk is weighted to having more suited King X in the big. Still having some 10X as well that isn't going to fold to one bet on the flop. Kaplinski's going to have to really go for it here.
250K.
That's probably not going to cut it. I think Lauk will just call though. I don't think he'll raise.
Field down to 20.
Damn, that's dropping quick.
Just a call.
Yeah, no need to raise here at all. Just avoid the 9, you'll be okay. That is avoided as possible.
No 9, 4 of spade river.
Good check from Lauk.
Some of the stuff we weren't seeing before in other tournaments.
This is
checking the nuts.
Wow, this is kind of like mandatory bet though for Kaplinski. Probably still has to bet. But you have to go pretty big as well. Like if you had ace king on this board, you'd probably go like 800-900 anyway. But like if you had queen jack suited or something, you would go similar size. Or if you're going to choose an overbet size, probably like 1.5 mil. Oh, hello, Henry. Henry Corbane in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
No way.
Yep. Oh, there we go. 1.5 mil.
1.5 million.
I said
it
if you
is.
want to go for an overbet, it's 1.5 mil. Henry in the house, mate.
Big shout out to Henry Kilbane.
Yeah.
Who I found out, and we did as well, that he got his start in commentary right here at
In
the King's
Rosvedov.
Casino in
Yeah.
Rosvedov. Shilko was telling me that.
Yeah.
Henry.
And my first ever commentary I did was with Henry in London.
Very cool,
in
yeah.
2017 or 2016.
So we'll get back to that in a second. Let's see what happens here. Time bank used.
Lauk's just trying to decide now. Like, I mean, like, I think he's calling at minimum. But I'm also thinking that Lauk is trying to work out if Kablinski can have a hand like pocket 8s or pocket 10s. We do check to check call here as Lauk, but at the same time, we can still be behind to King, Queen, Ace, King, pocket 10s, pocket 8s. Because don't forget, it is just an open from +1. Lauk does call.
Makes
Sorry,
the call.
I clapped. That was very loud.
No.
Sorry, APK.
No, I'm fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the thrilling conclusion of the King's Million 21st Birthday Celebration Edition. The final table, well, I think we can say the final two. And we brought in a special guest because we have two Italians, actual Italians.
Yeah, and a third one here.
A third one here, yes, exactly. So, all right. So introduce yourself and run us through this chip count because it looks like one player is a clear favorite.
So my name is Stefano. I'm the reporter for Euro Rounders events. You might have seen me here if you had the chance and luck to play one of our events. And this is the King's Birthday main event. Crazy, right? It was a long time we were not seeing two Italians in a heads up. You were asking me before. And as far as I remember, in the last King's Million, there was a half Italian. Cacalaciano, half Romanian, half Italian.
Listen, buddy, he had a Romanian flag, didn't he?
He had.
Okay, so it was a Romanian. It's the year of Romania,
but
all
he
right?
speaks Italian with a strong accent. It's so funny.
So he can't speak properly Italian. He has a strong accent, and he has a Romanian flag. So, yeah, okay. By the way, what is this? 42 outs? Was that 42 outs on the screen? I don't think that was accurate.
Not bad.
Not bad. not bad at all, of course. Please, chat, let us know if we can hear our guest here equally. You know, is one of us too loud, one of us too quiet? Let us know. I know everybody is shocked about Paraguay beating Germany in the World Cup. I mean, come on, what's going on here?
I've seen
some chokes.
I've seen the Germany penalty. It was like skyrocketing somewhere there.
Oh, it was penalties.
yeah.
So Germany lost on penalties. Oi. Well, that's unfortunate. By the way, look at this. Both of these players, the same hand. I take it in a heads up. Not going anywhere.
I don't know how much you know about these two players, but I can tell you that Eros, the guy that we are seeing now, is a specialist of spin and goes at the highest level, and is a coach as well, and he plays also MTTs and cash game.
How long? You know what? I've been guesstimating that he played hundreds of thousands of spin and goes. Is it more than that? Is it over 1 million? Are we talking like 10 years ever since they came out, or what's the deal?
Let's say that like spin and go grinder plays around 50,000 at least spins per year. So I guess that he has played at least 500,000 for sure.
So 500,000 spins.
For sure.
And of course, you know, in about how much? 1/3, so 2% of the cases you will play heads up. So you know what, guys? He has 20 bigs, 40 mil, but I think there's a good chance that he might actually go ahead and do well. Okay, so tell us, key info. How excited are you Euro-Rounders that we have two Italians right here in the heads-up?
A lot, guys. I
can't remember. We had Romanian, half Italian at least win this. But come on, two Italians. Is it a big deal for Euro-Rounders, you know, 23rd birthday?
Well, especially at the anniversary, yes.
Yeah.
And also I can make the interview in Italian. So
oh my God! Okay.
No doubt. About Eugenio instead, he is like not exactly a professional, but he has achieved a few nice scores. The best one was the higher roller 1K here in Wrocław last year at the People's Poker Tour main event. No, main event, sorry, high roller.
High roller. Measly high roller, okay.
Yeah, and he scored like 30K. He doesn't have so many cashes on hand and mob, but you know, he plays solid and well, as far as I know. Let's see. He has a very big advantage now, so I don't know how long this setup will last, but who knows?
Actually, he's been putting on the pressure. You know what? He was pretty timid at the start, you know, in the first 9. When it hit final 4, final 5, he's been going crazy. He's been bullying everybody, and Fabio Salvador says, "Grandissimo Eugenio." Coda Fantastienza, or it was back in the day, yeah, it reminds us on YouTube. He made an insane call, I think the call of the tournament for sure, where the most aggressive player, the Swedish guy, he basically tried to outplay him with ace high, and this man you're looking at, you say that he's not a professional, he actually called down an insane hand, let me tell you, so obviously he's capable of playing some strong hands as well and some big plays. And he's shown us. He's been styling on his opponents, you know. But he's now a big favorite. But do you think the skill advantage is still in Eros' hands here?
Well, the thing is, like, if Eros manages to at least find one double up, the situation can drastically change, I think, because he's able to put pressure. You know, not many people know how to play with like 20, 30 bigs, and is capable to put you pressure even with a short stack, and I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah, what is the 4x ticket, 4xt next to the price? Top 10, they got 10, top 10 got 4 separate tickets, 3K value, and they are coming to what? When are we going to see them use those tickets?
Yes. Well, we have, you mean which tournament you can play?
Yeah.
As far as I remember, for sure, the main event for 1.150, which is the super main event, 5 million guaranteed.
And when is that? Wow.
September.
Okay.
September.
Is it like a Stoss, or is it I don't know, a festival? Is it, what is that festival?
I need to check it out to give precise information. So otherwise,
it's a trick question. It's also the Kings Million European Poker Championship. Okay. Of course. That's the big one with the super main event. So guys, that's the tickets are for. Top 10 got 3K worth of tickets, and you can see them. You can play against all these guys. So if you were impressed by their play, and it's an all-in, oh my goodness. Okay, walk us through it in Italian. No, I'm kidding. Use English.
Okay, so, well, I mean, 10 bigs.
This is a call, mandatory call.
What else can he do? And I think Eugenio cannot miss it out. Okay, cool. Showdown.
And it can be over.
Is it going to be the shortest heads up?
We got our guess, but after a couple hands, it can be over just like this. And you know what? The overwhelming chip leader, he is actually the favorite. Oh my goodness.
Well,
we're looking for a Donna. And how do you say king in Italian?
Kappa.
Kappa and Donna.
Or re.
Eros needs Kappa and Donna over here, or he's out of the tournament. And Eugenio is the winner. Can we get that Kappa or Donna on the flop turn or the river, ladies and gentlemen? Or will the Ducks prevail right here?
Well,
oh my goodness, that's no good. Some extra equity though. Look at this, 59% because of those counterfeit outs. Oh my goodness.
So serious. Oh,
Donna, we called it, and the Donna, she arrived. Look how pretty she is. And it's not over, you know, it would be a little bit anticlimactic if this was over just like this.
Oh, wow, okay.
How would you say the king again?
Re o Kappa.
Oh, Re o Kappa, okay. And the Donna, we got both. We get to see both of them.
Wow.
Unbelievable. How many pair is that? 3 pair for Eros. He's right back in the game. Yes, so 3K guaranteed tickets. If you want to crush these players, if you want to play against them, if you want to either shake their hand or berate them for terrible plays, you will have the chance, guys. The super main event here at the end of September during the big Kings Million. All of our players that were in top 10, they will be actually playing. And this is really bad news, right, for one of the Italians?
Bad news for the fact that I have to catch a train in a few hours. No, no, I mean, like, it's going to probably be an exciting next up now because if, as I said, giving a bit of chips to Eros, it can be very dangerous, especially on a heads-up situation.
So we estimated 500,000 spins, you know.
Imagine how many big heads-up has played.
Yeah. Basically, and now he's at the level because Spinangos, they start at 30 or 25 big blinds, and he will be right around that level right now, right above 20.
The effective stack is that, so
yeah. So he can play with his eyes closed. Let me tell you, there's no ICM, guys. It's basically heads up. They all have their whatever payout guarantee. They play basically, in theory, they play just for the things up top, and now you will see an absolute clinic. Eros, he doesn't even have to think. I think he could like close his eyes, play with one eye with his left hand, and because he played, you estimated 500,000 of these, let's say 300,000 of them, he gets to go to heads up.
Yeah, but I think still like a bit of tension might play a role even for an experienced player like him because so far there is a trophy up for grab. Look.
Oh, beautiful.
And you know, the prestige, a lot of factors may affect his performance, and of course the run, because like you're short stack so far. That what matters.
Yeah, of course. But the math is still, of course. I would say it's pretty clear to say.
Oh wow!
Ace, pocket rockets. Oh my goodness.
I don't think Eros is gonna raise here, so.
Eros is just calling on the button.
Call.
And oh my goodness, if this is a king, it could be all over just like that, right after he got some hope. Look at this. He's been doing this all night long, guys. You know, these online professionals, they might be absolute experts. They have been playing 500,000 sit and goes, spin and goes. When it comes to live play, it's not easy. Looks like he's not in that danger, though. Didn't improve. He might be sad about it. But we know, hey, that's pretty good for him, right?
Too big. Well, the thing is, I don't know if Eros considered the fact that this guy does not have ISO range because he's not a experienced heads-up player. So flatting King 4 off, even if in position, even if it's a flat normally, I could have taken an exploit and just fold on his ISO raise, because
we don't know that. Yeah, there's the thing. We've seen him time and time again. He's a big professional, but he makes big mistakes when it comes to live poker. Obviously, don't play with these big antes. You have antes, but smaller, I think.
Oh yeah.
When you play spins, and he's been making a lot of. Even now, you look at this. He was trying to count his chips, and he couldn't even make it out. Anyway, we have to leave with our guest. He has to actually make his train, ladies and gentlemen. So
I'm coming back in a minute.
Coming back in a minute. You have to stick with me. And by the way, Viselo, thank you so much for the big round of applause. By the way, guys, if you want to follow me, follow Lemon Poker on Instagram, Lemon Poker 36, Twitch. I don't have time to stream, unfortunately, but Instagram is where you can go to. By the way, we lost our guest for a minute. Let's take a look. Can this man make that comeback of the century? As we said, he's extremely experienced when it comes to heads up. He seems pretty inexperienced when it comes to live heads up, however. As Stefano says, this is a completely different beast. He is struggling with those hands. If you're wondering what is all that commotion, tell me. I wasn't there. I thought the tournament was over half an hour ago. What the hell happened? Why is everyone shouting?
I swear, I asked to the manager there. I said, like, did someone hit a royal flash somewhere? No, it was the missed penalty from Paraguay.
Oh my God, missed penalty from Paraguay.
From Paraguay, but then after Germany missed one as well. So
how bad was Germany? So Paraguay missed the penalty, and the Germans still lost. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, even their attention plays a big role, and the guy just shot the ball like in the sky. But
oh my goodness! So Czechis, you were correct. Actually, guys, we have half an hour delay. I was 100% sure that it's over because there's a massive guy cheering on the rafters here. Yeah, there was a massive high five there. But yeah, I thought it was over, but it was Germany losing to Paraguay. Absolutely unbelievable. Upstaging our heads up. How dare they? How dare they? Of course, when you go to Kings, I saw a comment, hey, how come you don't have a sports bar? Where will I watch the sports?
Yeah.
But the thing is, guys, you have a massive bar here, and you know what? There's a lot of screens for poker.
Fun fact, there are like several screens there, but they are on a different timing. So when Paraguay was missing the penalty, Germany already missed the other one on another screen, and so like people were, depending where they were sitting in the room, they were like cheering or crying.
Oh, I see. So it was out of sync. By the way, Czechies, can you let us know if the sounds are okay? Are the sound levels equal? Let us know in the chat, please, if you can hear our guest equally as you can hear me. Never easy to balance them. We did not prepare our production for this, by the way.
A big round of applause for Lemon Poker for the outstanding comments, and I agree with that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll take the compliment. And Eros, there we go. Raising the ace, 8-3 off.
Yeah, he's going to play aggressively with his trash range. Interesting. Eugenio defends with 5-3, which is, of course, with his stack, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they opt to raise hands like these, you know. A lot of the heads-ups, they basically go ahead and become just limp. But
C-bet, yeah, sure.
There we go, there's a bet, and Arrows can't do anything. Sound is fine. Thank you so much, guys. MacGyver, man. Wow, we have MacGyver in the chat.
In case we have some
fantastic.
problems, we can ask him some help.
Of course, MacGyver. Yeah, if there's any issues, MacGyver can fix it with a piece of gum and a toothpick. No problems whatsoever. So what do you think, by the way, one question, what do you think about the concept of the Dream Maker? If you guys don't know in the chats, 20 euro buy-in and 20K guaranteed. It ran alongside the massive day 2, 500 players plus in this event. At the same time, we had the guys couldn't make the high roller. They were playing at 20 euro. They went deep. What do you think about this?
Well, it's a way to detilt from the bigger tournaments, because I've seen a lot of people just going there and splashing all in every hand and like having at least fun because it's 20 bucks. So, you know, the atmosphere was very nice. But in general, it's a nice idea. For as little as 20 euro, you can take part at one of the biggest events of the year.
Yeah, up top it was over 3K, and you got the tickets. Yep.
Yeah. So definitely a nice idea. David and Federico, the poker manager and the CEO, are doing a great job recently. A lot of innovation, a lot of new stuff here in Kings. So, yeah, my feedback is totally positive.
Oh, look at this. We expected this. Eros getting aggressive. Did he overplay his hand, though? It's very tough to make pairs in heads up.
Is he gonna flat?
We've seen it, Eugenio, with some. The call of the tournament came from him when he didn't believe his opponent. This is exactly the spots that you wouldn't believe. I mean, how often do you have a 6? It's very unlikely. Well, now Eros has to give up, surely, right?
Yeah. I think it got very unlucky, because on any other turn, it would have won the pot probably. I like the raise here, to be honest. 5-3, you know, it doesn't have sense to just like wait for a 4. So yeah, he plays it aggressively, and well,
I must say that this is a really big bet sizing. You can simply go small.
Yeah, I got a bit scared in my opinion, Eugenio, because with this big size, you know, you're just basically making fold all the bluffs of your opponent, and if he has a pair for, you know, for instance, you could like you are just giving him free chips.
Oh my God, I can't remember last time. You know what? Most of the time, because it's a massive pay jump, huge pay jump. Take a look at this.
And no deal.
125K, 77 for second. That's a lot of money that you get for the first place. But it's been a while since we had such a big chip lead and no deal whatsoever. No deal discussions, nothing. I think because you have such a big chip leader, he was confident.
Now, to be fair, they even talked about it when they were like four-handed. Yes, just because, you know, making a deal in a four-handed phase is never a bad choice, even if you have a lot of chips, especially if you are not, you know, a super experienced top pro. So it makes totally sense, maybe locking up 100K and play for something, I don't know, 10 extra would have been a nice. I think that Eugenio was the one sponsoring this idea.
Oh, he actually wanted to do. Oh, I'm almost shocked by that.
Well, I mean, it's also a long day. If you take into account that they started like 12 hours ago, and they've been playing for, I don't know, 14 hours yesterday, and yeah, physically, you know, even though they are sitting on a chair, it's like, and mindly, you get drained.
Oh, look at this. Eugenio decides to peel with that. He's got some backdoor straight draws, but obviously he whiffed all of them. You know, against Eros, it might be dangerous to just peel, you know. I think I would prefer that race, but here we are. We're here against that 2-pair.
Well, Eros is going to size big here because, of course, after a call, he expects him to have, like, either flash draw or something, like 9-8 of heart. That's not exactly the combo he's expecting, that's why.
And here we go. He's actually folding. So, by the way, who is the best Italian player that you can tell us? I have no idea. I remember Dario Minieri, you know, back in the day, high-stakes poker, splashing around, 4-betting with that 7-3 studio, whatever he had.
Well, I cannot say who is the best because it seems like that objectively there is a best, but I have my favorites.
Okay.
So, as an online player, Enrico Camosci, in my opinion, is the #1 at the moment, and not just in Italy. Like, is really crushing it. And from a live game, there is a friend of mine, is Dario Sammartino. I've never seen someone with such a body control and serenity playing high levels.
How do these guys compare, by the way? I know we said that Eugenio, he's not a professional, but Eros, I guess he's the best in Italy at spinning goes. Is it fair to say?
One of the top 3 player for sure.
One of the top 3 best in the whole Italy. Okay,
yeah, he plays like the maximum level, which is, I don't know, 200 euro, I think, since a few years, and is crushing it totally. So yeah.
By the way, the chat looked it up. He's got about 7K live earnings. So yeah. So,
Eros.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't
so I
play.
know maybe in terms of money, I guess he makes pretty steady income, right? He makes a lot of money, but so even if he wins 125K, it's not like life-changing for him, I'm guessing.
Absolutely not. And it came here for fun, actually. Like, he came with another friend. They were just like, are we going to Malaga or to Kings? And then they decided to come Czech Republic. And here we are.
Look at this. And the man who just came here for fun, whose life will not be changed even if he wins, is the Cowboys.
How much fun with Kings, huh?
Oh, look at this sneaky man. Oh, Eugenio, this is a strong hand. You actually should be raising, I think.
Nah. Eugenio...
Not if your opponent has kings. I think, yeah. I think you're absolutely right. I agree with my guest here.
As I said before, I don't think he has like a structured ISO range, so it's never gonna isolate Queen 9. Fortunately for him, because it would be a hard spot. Gonna call, yes.
He likes to peel. You know what? This is kind of problematic. Yeah, he's got the any 10 gives him an open ender. He might have some showdown value, but I do think it's problematic to call against a player like Eros who likes to put in that aggression to actually be calling hands like these. There's not much you can really hope for. But again, he goes for it instead of the check raise. Goes to the check call.
Even though this 5 opens a straight flush draw, yeah, good. I would have done the same. I was just about to say that. Even if he opens a flush draw, it's not a dangerous card at all, because he let him bluff something, and that's what he's going to do, probably.
Wow. Actually, I would have bet every single time on the turn there, after limping before the flop, and look at this nice pickup.
I really love what Eros did, and I also love the raise. No, I don't think he's going to raise now. He has an easy call, I think. If he raises, it's very thin.
Nearly pot-size bet. He's very polarized. He's basically saying, I have 2 pair, I have straight or nothing.
No, also because if he raises, it doesn't get called by any worse end than
Okay,
Kings.
so obviously, guys, I'm absolutely perplexed. I am not Italian. I don't understand that turn check after we limped. What the hell is going on? Why are we checking the turn? Why did he get so many chips right now?
Exactly to make all the floats bluffing.
Okay.
And that's what he did, and I love this play.
Oh, wow. It's perfect against this opponent who seems to be just floating really wide. He doesn't have that. That's the problem, guys. Sometimes some players, they don't have the check raise in their range. Right? They're not used to check raising.
Oh, yeah.
So they're like, I don't want to fold my hand. Hey, I have queen high. I can turn it open ender. So check raising is not really my deal. So he goes to check call, and I guess there's no way. But he already figured it figured him out after such a short time. Is that even possible? We gave him a lot of credit, of course. Well, he will have to do a lot more plays like these, though, if he wants to stand a chance against the man with 234 million. Oh, my goodness. Well, Eros is good, but I don't think he's good enough to overcome this deficit, is he?
Yeah, I'm afraid. Okay, they want check. He didn't bet the 4. No way.
This is absolutely brutal. The slow plays continue, and there is almost no chance that Eros will be folding. Not now, not on the river. And he is destined, I feel, to lose a lot of chips. Now, Mr. Italian, what is the bet sizing that you expect? Not what's the right one, but what is the bet sizing that you expect the 10-4 to fire?
From Eugenio. Well, I think he's gonna bet short, small, even though he should bet big. Oh no, okay.
Look at this. That's about what, 10 mil? I think it's about 10 mil. That 11 million Oi, 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 oi. What is he representing, though, here? But
it's going to be very hard for us to fold this.
You know, you have to think about what is my opponent bluffing with, and then you look at the top pair, you remember it's heads up, and
Yes.
you make that call. Oh, my goodness.
Especially because of the check on the flop.
Slow play. He's berating him a little bit, I feel, you know.
He said, like, you've been good, you've been better than me. Sei stato più bravo.
Bravo, oh wow.
Bravo,
okay.
bravo, bravo.
By the way, guys, we want to make sure, okay? Yes. The guy who doesn't have the chips now, of course, he makes a lot of money, top 3 in spin and goes, in Italy, of course. But I'm sure he will be pretty happy. I think it might be not about the money, but he finally gets that live score down.
Oh, yeah.
I think he will gain a lot of respect. And, you know, no offense to spin and go players, nobody cares about spin and go players when it comes to the general public. It's nice. Oh, you won, I won 400,000 spin and goes, you know. You're going to tell a girl in the pub, so what? You tell her, hey, I got that Euro Rounders trophy. I got in one from 230 euro, 125K plus, and I got those 4 extra tickets to the Super Main event and 3 more events during the Kings Million. You know, all the ladies, they lose their mind in the club. Exactly what we're playing for, you know, that prestige. And even now, the guys in the chat, when they looked him up, oh, this guy cannot be possibly good. He's got 7,000 euro on hand and mob. And look at him now.
Well, to be fair, Eros is a bit of a shy guy, so it doesn't look like to get interviews or being in the camera. So
good that the queen just hit, because suddenly he got outturned by his opponent after not opting to protect his hand.
Oh, Eugenio's not gonna bet here.
We've seen it quite a few times. Suddenly this checking dynamic develops, and he's going for it again. Look at this. Big polarizing bet.
It's tough for Eros to fold here.
There's the time bank. Only 1 time bank left after this. Even if he, you know, if he finds that fold and he doubles up and triples up, 1 time bank remaining for the entire heads-up match.
There are so many busted throws that... Thing is, again, as Eugenio is not an experienced player, you don't expect him to have such a wide range of bluff.
I must say, from what we've seen from Eros, he simply makes these calls. It doesn't seem like he's thinking too much about his opponent. Basically, he does what he thinks is right. He made some calls against Tourist, for example, that are good in theory, but against your opponent, they're not the best. But you know what? Eugenio, he's done this twice in a row. At this point, to be thinking he only does it with strong hands, I mean, it's quite a stretch, right? That's the call.
Stinks.
There you go.
Well, GG Eugenio, nice value bet here.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice value bet.
Yeah, using those slow plays, those big bets. I told you, that's the problem. When you play online, when you're used to be playing all these regulars, it's very difficult to stay away from your robot strategy. Top of my range, I call. I have to call at the top of my range, and the chart says so. But sometimes, you know, even though this guy put it...
Thing is that, like, the size he used, it was very polarizing size, and Eros is used to play with strong players, and maybe it went on a bit of a overthinking here.
I think so. No, it's very tough. Imagine you play hundreds of thousands of the same game. You played heads up hundreds of thousands of times, you know, and you're not really experienced live. We've seen those basic mistakes from him. Absolute blunders where he min-raised on accident. You know, obviously he's not grinding live too much. So yeah, I understand. It's very tough to get away from that pro mentality.
The switch is not that automatic as many people think. I mean, from online to live. Also because your concentration might drop down at a certain moment, and that's where you make mistakes.
Yeah, we have seen him lose that concentration, and of course these are long days. There's an all, and it could be over just like this. Oh, Eugenio, queen, actually folded. I think he did have the option to call here, but he has mercy.
How much does he have? 9 bigs, okay. Well, discipline fold.
20 million, so it's now 230 to 20. That is we either will finish in the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, or we will be here until 6 a.m. and you will miss your shuttle And you will have to stay in Rosvadov and just live here for now, from now on. Yeah, forever.
Well, to be frank, here the weather, at least, it was raining massively before, so.
Oh,
like,
okay, okay.
Yeah, at least it's a bit of more fresher than Vienna.
Okay. GCO. I don't think I'm here for the GCOP. I'm here for the big one. I think again with the Euro-Rounders, right? At the end of the next month, we have a big one. 2 days streaming.
GCOP, no, we have IPS.
IPS, yeah.
And EPM.
EPM, yeah, EPM, that's the one.
2 big tournament, the biggest actually of the Euro-Rounders company. And of course, guys, don't miss out on EPM because it's gonna be 3 million guaranteed.
How many players do you need in that one?
And to make the break even, we need to pass the European record,
which is
we established last year, 7,400 and something.
Okay, yeah, that sounds reasonable. I'm gonna make a tournament, and I'm gonna have to get over 7K people and break the European record, and then I will not lose money as an organizer.
Exactly.
What genius idea is this that you organize a tournament that you never had that many players?
Thing is, it's already overbooked since a month.
Okay. You know, everyone's complaining, oh, the WSOP numbers are down, you know, some events are not doing as well. And Euro-Rounders are like, hold my beer, you know, let's make sure that we have to break the all-time record in Europe, or we are screwed, we lose money, you know.
Well, a lot of Europeans are coming back from Vegas. Actually, it's the perfect moment. It's the biggest tournament for that, like, buy-in range.
Okay, fair enough. I think, you know what, in the last about 6 events, we did not go past the guarantee, guys. In the last 6 events, roughly. Now, of course, we're smashed past it. But this is a special tournament, the 21st birthday. But you know what? Once the Vegas ends, people like Cabrahel, they will be playing here. Oh, look at this, all in!
Ah, well, I was never gonna. Ah, it's 5 bigs.
It's 5 big blinds.
Jesus.
And a jig high. This is the problem with the big ante. You feel like you are priced in. I feel like the live regulars, they would actually fold this thinking, oh, I've checked 5, doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
I think that he might feel like he's priced in here.